Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What if Vigilante Deku became Spiderman. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku woke up earlier than usual. He had noticed recently that he had a lot more energy and didn't have to sleep as much, but he found he still needed to sleep. Despite this, he pulled out his phone and saw he had woken up 2 hours early, making him sigh. Last night, he had come home and crashed, which he had expected would make him sleep in, but that didn't happen. Shuffling over to his desk, he stared at the web cartridges he had made. Yesterday had drained out quite a few, which made him spend the next hour creating the fluid, only to go back to bed after checking his online classes and seeing he was a month ahead now. After this, he woke up an hour later, letting out a yawn as his mom came into his room. She told him she was going to feast today, and wanted him to come there too for the rest of the day. They were going to watch the UA Sports Festival with the rest of Feast. As such, the two ate a semi-large breakfast before Izuku told her he was going to do a small patrol before heading to Feast. His mom not liking this, but relented on the fact that he promised to come by Feast afterward. Another hour or so later, he was swinging through the city. His mom had called him, telling him she had just got to Feast as he swung around, the teen telling her he'll be over there in a bit. The UA Sports Festival. He thought as he did a backflip after a long arced web swing. Man, could you imagine me in that festival with this quirk? That would be so cool. He then grimaced at his own thoughts, shaking his head as he fired another web line. Then again, I probably would die of embarrassment first. I still can't imagine myself on TV. And as he thought that, he stared straight ahead and saw a certain series of buildings in the distance. UA. The sight was something else to the teen, its size alone being beyond incredible in his mind. And as he swung over to it, he turned invisible and landed on a nearby rooftop, glancing down to see a few heroes walking around. So it is true, they do go all out with the security, he thought, remembering that the only times he had seen the festival was on TV. This was the closest he had ever been to the event, and he had a feeling he shouldn't get any closer. Still, this is cool to see this many heroes together. I think every hero in Musutafu is here. Maybe I should change and go down and get a few autographs. He then saw a group of police officers put up a small barrier, pushing out a growing crowd outside of the building. Or not. Better not push my luck. He walked back at this, turning visible but out of sight as he pulled out his phone at this, his fingers shaking as he went to his contacts and sent a text. Midoriya Izuku. Hey Uraraka, I just wanted to say good luck. He pressed the send button, his hand still shivering as he stared at the phone. I hope I did that right, he thought, only to get a reply. Uraraka Achako, thanks. If you don't mind, please root for my friends as well. Oh, I already talked to Gloria, so you don't have to tell everyone at Feast to root for us. Izuku blinked at the text, only to let out a hum. Guess I should get over to Feast. The festival will be starting soon. He sent a small text that just said okay before spinning around, firing a web line and swinging away. As he did this, he took a few turns, zipping down a street or two as he stared ahead. Let's see. Feast should be 3 streets over, and then, kaboom. The noise rang out, sounding like a bomb going off. Izuku turned to his right, only to see nothing but a row of buildings. Despite this, he quickly fired 2 web lines, soon slingshotting himself over a few buildings. And as he flung himself over, he went wide-eyed at the next sight. On the streets below at a 4-way crossing was a gang of more than 30 masked men, most equipped with guns as they began firing shots across the crossing. On the other side of the crossing was a whole group of mutant quirk users, all of them leaping over cars as they charged at the masked men. The masked guys and Tombstone's gang. Wait, are they fighting right now? They can't be serious. He mentally gasped before swinging over to a nearby rooftop. As he landed and perched, he found himself looking at exactly what Gran Torino had warned him about. Before him was a full-on gang war battle, Tombstone's men grabbing cars and throwing them like baseballs while the masked men were firing guns off like everything was a target. Screams could be heard everywhere. Izuku seeing a bystander getting shot down by a stray bullet in the moment he had landed on the roof. The sight made him freeze up, his eyes going back and forth as he watched these gangs just attack each other. It was like 2 groups of wild animals going in a frenzy. And as another scream rang out, he returned to reality as he aimed both wrists at the battle below him. But as he did this, his mind told him one thing: don't just jump in. He quickly switched his web cartridges at this before looking back at the ongoing battle, his eyes darting around. Assess the situation, Izuku. Don't be stupid. Take out the worst stuff and then get in there. And then, I guess I'll have to improvise as much as I can until the heroes show up. There was hesitation after this. He turned invisible and fired a web line and swung down to a nearby traffic light. Landing on it, he pointed at the masked men and fired a volley of webbing, each one hitting the guns they were wielding. and in those next few seconds, he yanked every single one of them out of their hands. Before he had known it, he had grabbed over 20 guns, all quickly webbing them up into one single package that he plastered to the traffic light pole. "The spider," one of the masked men yelled, pointing at the light as Izuku felt his head start to hurt, making him turn off his invisibility. And as the masked man exclaimed this, the others that had their guns taken all started yelling. It was here that Izuku noticed a black van in the corner of the crossing, which opened up as a few masked men ran out of it, all of them holding a bunch of katanas. "Oh, come on," Izuku mentally growled as he saw the masked men began to replace their guns with swords. He then aimed his wrist at them, ready to yank those away as well. "Danger." Izuku went slightly wide-eyed before leaping off the light, only to glance down to see a shark man hit the traffic light and rip it off with his teeth. He then spit it out as he turned to Izuku, the vigilante landing on a nearby overturned taxicab. "Nice teeth," he commented, only for a weasel man to leap at him. Spider sent screaming at Izuku as he fired a blast of webbing at the thug's face. It instantly blinded him, making the weasel man collide with the car, shaking it slightly as Izuku looked back at the shark man. "Here we go." The electricity sparked off his hands at this. "Let's do this." The shark man leapt at him, spider sense blaring as Izuku charged at him. And as the shark man lunged his head forward, Izuku pushed his strength into his feet and jumped, hopping over the thug as he thrust both hands into the shark man's shoulders. Electricity surged through the villain, instantly falling over as Izuku spun around and fired a blast of webbing, sticking the thug into the street. And as he landed, two masked men charged, swinging their katanas wildly. "I've said this like 10 times already," Izuku growled as he sidestepped one of the blades, the second thug thrusting a sword after that, Izuku leaping back to dodge this one. No more sharp, pointy weapons. He fired a web line at the first thug's foot and yanked it, the masked man instantly flopping over. The second then tried to slash at Izuku again, his spider sense yelling as he ducked under it before doing a sweeping leg kick, knocking the thug down. He then fired 2 globs of webbing, sticking both to the street as his spider sense flared again. "Danger." Izuku turned to see 3 more charging masked thugs, only for his spider sense to yell again, making him glance back to see a tiger man and a puma man now leaping over a car. Seeing this, Izuku fired 2 shots of webbing, hitting the mutant men's faces, blinding both. As this happened, Izuku glanced back at the masked thugs, dodging a katana swipe before thrusting a punch into the thug's chest. The blow knocked him off his feet as the other 2 thrust their swords at him. Izuku ducked under both, his spider sense screaming as he jabbed at one thug as electricity surged through the fist, zapping the masked man. As this happened, the other raised his blade up high and swung it down, Izuku spinning around before hopping back, only for it to nick his arm. "Urgh," he grunted before firing a glob of webbing into the thug's mask before yanking, pulling the thug into the street, shattering the mask. A second later, a blast of webbing struck him the thug into the street, Izuku spinning around to see the tiger man ripping the webbing off his face. He then leapt at Izuku, the teen quickly hopping to the side, barely dodging the animal man before grabbing the tiger's side. Electricity flew through his hand, shocking the beast man. As this happened, Izuku glanced back to see the puma man leaping at him. But as he leapt, Izuku fired 2 shots of webbing, hitting the thug before Izuku yanked downward, slamming the puma man into the street before he could even get close to the vigilante. That was awesome, Izuku thought, only for his spider sense to yell again, making him turn to now see 7 charging masked men. And that's not awesome. He fired a web line upward, yanking himself onto a nearby building's wall. As he landed, the thugs all turned to stare at him, only to swing their swords, firing energy waves. Seeing this, Izuku leapt off the building and started web swinging around, dodging the attacks. "This is crazy. Where are the heroes?" he thought before swinging down, slamming his feet into one of the thugs, knocking the thug fly. He landed on a wall again, leaping off a second later as an energy wave hit the wall. The teen landed on one of the thugs, grabbing his shoulders and zapping him before leaping over to another thug, swinging his foot into the masked man's chest. The blow knocked the thug across the street, only for 2 thugs with swords to charge at him. Spider sense blaring, Izuku spun around and fired 2 web lines at the thug's legs, yanking at both. They were flung off their feet, only for a tiger man to leap at Izuku as his spider sense yelled at him again, the teen turning to the animal man. However, Izuku was too late, the tiger thug tackling him into the street. They both hit the dirt, the tiger man opening his mouth as he tilted his head to bite right into Izuku's neck. "Bad kitty," the vigilante yelled as he grabbed the tiger man and charged bioelectricity into him. The thug screamed as the electricity surged through him, Izuku then slamming his knees into the thug's chest before kicking him off. As he did this, a masked man stood over the still-down vigilante, thrusting a blade right at Izuku's head. He went wide-eyed before rolling to the right, dodging the sword before kicking the thug's feet, knocking him over. "I'd like to keep my head, thank you," Izuku yelled as he fired several shots of webbing, tying down both the tiger thug and the masked man. As he did this, his spider sense yelled again, only to feel a giant fist hit his side. Blaff! Izuku yelped as he was sent flying across the crossing, slamming into a car. Urgh! He spat as he felt himself slump down the car, making him glance up and see that a walrus man had hit him. 3 masked men then charged at the walrus man, only for him to knock them all away with a single punch. Not good, Izuku moaned, only to see 2 more masked men charge at him with blades in hand. He pointed his wrists upward, firing the webbing before slinging himself up again. As he did this, the masked men swung their blades, energy waves flying out as one of them hit Izuku's foot, an explosion happening next. Oh. Izuku lost grip with the 2 web lines, but shot another as his spider sense yelled again, yanking at the line as it pulled him upward again. He fired a second line, quickly getting into a swinging motion as he began dodging energy waves again, gasping under his mask. Gotta keep moving and stall these guys. The heroes have to show up eventually. Meanwhile, Ochako Uraraka was doing a few stretches as the rest of Class 1 walked up to the starting line of the event. The first trial of the festival was going to be an obstacle course, the classes all staring at what was ahead. As she did this, Iida walked up to her, pushing his glasses up his face. It seems we have quite the competition ahead of us today. Not only that, I saw the crowd of heroes they have here for security. It's a huge number, 3 times more than usual. Yup, Uraraka replied, her face morphing to one filled with determination. Let's win this thing. 2ch, you're better off just giving up, growled a voice beside her. The girl turning to see Katsuki Bakugo, you worthless extras are all going to fail. Bakugo, please refrain from saying such things, Iida yelled as he chopped the air with one of his hands. Oh yeah, and who beat all you worthless weak trash in all the combat exercises and the tests? Oh yeah, me. Katsuki spat as he pointed at himself. You're all garbage extras, so just stay out of my way. Katsuki walked away at this, Uraraka and Iida both glaring at him. HMPH. How rude. With that attitude, he is nothing like a hero. I don't think he wants to be a hero. Uraraka added with crossed arms. I think he just wants attention. She then turned to Iida. Oh yeah, I just got a text from Midoriya and Gloria. They said everyone is rooting for us. Oh, wonderful, Iida exclaimed. If that is the case, we must show them that we are true heroes in training. Especially Midoriya. And as Iida yelled this, Katsuki stopped and glanced back, seeing the 2 continue to banter before growling, Deku. He grit his teeth at this, tiny explosions popping off his hands as he let out a low growl. That quirkless loser. How do those worthless extras know him? Another explosion went off in his hand. They said he was rooting for them. That means he's here. I told him to never step foot in UA or else. Smoke began to float off the teen as he growled, walking away as he hissed, Where are you, you worthless pebble? Web swing kick. Izuku yelled as he swung down and slammed both feet into a masked man's stomach. The thug went flying into 2 more masked thugs as Izuku landed, dodging a katana swipe from another thug before exclaiming, Venom punch. Zap. The masked thug went flying at this, his back hitting an overturned car as Izuku fired another web line and swung back up into the air. There's no end to these guys, he thought as he flipped over 2 energy waves before swinging down and punching another thug. He then leapt away just as the walrus man from earlier charged at him, quickly dodging him before seeing another tiger man jumping at him. Izuku spun and kicked him in the chin, knocking the thug back before firing another web and yanked himself up into the air. And as he started swinging, he felt himself panting, Gotta keep moving. Gotta keep moving. Izuku then fired 2 web lines and slingshotted himself back down, slamming his feet into one of the masked thugs. As he did this, spider sense flared as he leapt off the thug, dodging 2 more swords before spinning around, firing 2 web lines at the masked men before yanking, knocking both off their feet. He fired several globs of webbing at this, sticking them to the street just as a shark man leapt at him. Spider sense yelling, Izuku turned to the thug and flicked his wrists, only to hear a small oh no, he thought before the shark man tackled him, punching the vigilante in the face a second later. And as he pinned Izuku down, the teen grunted as he put both hands on the shark man's shoulders, surging electricity through them. The shark man screamed at this, Izuku kicking him off. But as he did this, the teen tried to get back up just as he saw 3 more thugs charging at him. Oh, come on, he mentally yelled before clenching his eyes for a second. He turned invisible at this, the masked men coming to a stop as they saw their prey vanish. Izuku then opened his eyes and began to walk away, slipping behind an overturned car as he fiddled with his web shooters, reloading both with new web cartridges. Gran Torino was right. I'm in way over my head. I need the heroes to get here now, or his thoughts came to a stop as another scream could be heard behind him, making him go wide-eyed. He glanced back at the disaster around him, the 2 gangs still fighting each other as he saw one of Tombstone's gang grabbing a nearby woman. No. He turned visible and fired a web line, instantly yanking himself over to the thug. He tackled the villain, both slamming into the street before Izuku leapt off him and fired a glob of webbing. It instantly stuck the thug to the street before he fired another web line at the woman. He pulled her over to him, catching her as she let out an eep. "Get out of here, now," he yelled, the woman flinching at this before nodding and running away. "Thank you," she exclaimed back as she cut into a sprint, Izuku looking back at the crossing. The two gangs were still clashing as a pair of masked men charged at him. He let out a long sigh as electricity surged through his hands. "Got no choice. Until the heroes get here, I'll knock out every villain I can." Back at UA. And that's it for the preliminary event. Present Mike exclaimed in the commentors box, his co-host Aizawa putting in earplugs at this. For first place, we have Katsuki Bakugo, along with second place Shoto Todoroki and third Ibara Shizaki. He turned to his co-host. "I noticed all of your class made it." Surprised? A little, Aizawa grumbled, "but they're showing potential." Of course, that was nothing compared to what's next. Ain't that the truth? Mike laughed before wildly gesturing to the microphone before him. "Anyways, we'll be going to the next event now. Midnight, take it away." He then tapped the mic mute button on the system, only for both to hear the door to the office open. The duo spun around to see Nezu walk in. "Hey boss, how's it going?" "Not well," Nezu replied. "It seems there may be a problem outside of UA." "What do you mean?" "Well, I've been watching all the news feeds that tune into our event and one of them is not showing us. I checked it and they seem to be doing a different story in Musutafu." "Seriously? What's bigger than us?" "I don't know. However, they're not showing footage yet, but say they're about to report it." Nezu replied, only to see a fierce glare from Aizawa. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking? A villain is taking advantage of all the heroes being here along with other heroes watching this?" Aizawa asked, Nezu nodding back. "Wait, I get that, as it happens all the time, but the heroes in other districts are still there. Why do it in Musutafu?" "That's where we are," Mike exclaimed. "There's a ton of heroes here. Who'd have the balls to do that?" "Doesn't matter," Aizawa grumbled before pointing to it. "Mike, send a message to all heroes here. Tell them they need to respond to whatever's going on." Okay," Mike muttered out before turning back to the audio equipment. "I really hope it's nothing too bad." Nezu pulled out his phone at this. Another news channel now showing footage. "I wouldn't be so sure." A second channel just switched away from UA to the other news story. "What do you mean? What's the story?" Aizawa asked next, only for Nezu to show him the footage. "Oh no." Mike then glanced over to see it, grimacing at the headline. "Mini army of villains attacking Musutafu, right at UA's doorstep. Spiderman seemingly taking them all on alone. Where are the heroes?" "That's bad for business." Mike gulped, Aizawa glaring back at him. "Call the heroes and get someone over there now." "Venom punch," Izuku screamed as he slammed an electric fist into a Tombstone goon, sending them flying into two more, zapping them as well. As he did this, his spider sense yelled at him, making him duck as a blade just barely missed him. He then thrust a leg upward, smacking his foot into a masked thug's chin. The man went flying back as Izuku then fired a web line, yanking himself up and over the street. The teen wasn't sure how many he had beaten now. It felt like this fight had been going on for hours, even though he knew it was nowhere near that long. He didn't even really react when a news helicopter suddenly appeared above the fighting. Instead, he just leapt at the enemies now, barely feeling the few blows they could land as he let his spider sense guide him. He had been trying to figure out a fighting style, writing page after page on how it would work, but found that in practice, all fighting styles didn't exactly work the way he wanted it to. Improvising was everything. Plans were only good if everything worked out perfectly, and Izuku knew by now, even with just the 2 weeks of vigilantism he had on his belt, nothing went perfectly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the injuries he kept getting. Instead, he found that his spider sense was everything when it came to fighting. It always gave him the idea on where to go next, the teen flipping, swinging and ducking around everything he could. It wasn't perfect, but it was all he had. As such, he swung down at a group of 3 masked thugs, web swing kick. He slammed both feet into one of the goons, knocking him flying before firing a glob of webbing at him, sticking him to the street as soon as he landed. And as Izuku landed, he quickly ducked under both masked thugs as they swung their katanas at him. He then tapped one on the side, zapping him with electricity before sidestepping around the other as he tried to stab Izuku. And as he dodged the blade, he thrusted a fist into the thug's face, the blow instantly knocking the goon off his feet before webbing covered him as well. However, 2 more Tombstone thugs appeared at this, the walrus man from earlier along with a hippo man. Izuku leapt over both, only for a third thug to suddenly appear behind them, body-checking into the vigilante. He felt the blow, pushing him back as the hippo and walrus men spun around, both then slamming fists into Izuku's back. The teen was knocked into the third thug at this, the thug grabbing him in a waist hold and tried to squeeze him. But as he did this, Izuku just grabbed his shoulders, zapping him with ease. The thug fell over at this, letting Izuku go as he turned back to the other two, both throwing punches. Izuku just sidestepped both before countering with a jab into the walrus man's face, making him stumble back before ducking under another punch from the hippo man. And as he ducked under this, the teen bent down and did a leg sweep, knocking the hippo down with ease. He fired some webbing next, sticking the hippo to the pavement as the walrus charged at him. However, Izuku just charged a venom punch, slamming it into the walrus man's stomach, knocking him across the street. There's so many, Izuku thought, his mind slowing down as he spun around and saw 3 more masked goons charging at him. Kill the spider. He must die. One of them yelled, Izuku sighing at the sight. Come on guys. Izuku moaned as he fired 2 shots of webbing, grabbing 2 of the thugs' chests, before being yanked, making both stumble and fall over. The third thrust his blade at Izuku, the teen backstepping before throwing a punch right in his face, breaking the mask. The blow knocked him over, Izuku firing globs of webbing, sticking them all to the pavement. But as he did this, another masked man ran up to him, katana in hand. Seriously, can't you just give up? I've beaten like 2 million of you guys already. Kill the spider, he roared as he leapt at Izuku, the teen just sidestepping as the goon slashed downward, only for his sword to hit pavement instead. Nope, Izuku muttered as he kicked the thug's side, the blow flinging the goon into an overturned car. He hit it and slumped over, Izuku turning back to the crossing. The teen now saw most of the Tombstone gang knocked out, their numbers less than the masked men, and most were all webbed up. Seeing this, he turned to find 3 more masked thugs climbing over the car, electricity sparking in his hands. Izuku charged at them. Come on Izuku, you got this. Just a few more till the heroes show up. Dang, that was intense, Gloria commented as they watched the second event come to an end at the UA Sports Festival. It showed Katsuki Bakugo in first place, yelling profanities as he declared how great he was. Gloria's small tongue stuck out for a second before turning to Inko, the woman watching the television with a blank stare. Hey, you okay? Inko didn't respond, prompting Gloria to poke her shoulder. Inko asked as she turned to Gloria. You okay? Inko barely replied before glancing away, just worried about Izuku. Oh yeah, Gloria chimed before looking back at the rest of Feast. Everyone was crowded around to the place's television. Only 1 or 2 not watching. Little guy still isn't here. Wonder why he's late. Knowing him, he's got himself into something. Inko sighed, making Gloria glance back at her. What do you mean? Inko just waved a hand at her. Oh, it's nothing. Gloria chuckled at this. I wouldn't say that. I think that shows you really love your son. Inko just let out a sigh. I do. She glanced down at her phone. Still, I hope he responds soon. As she said this, one of the people watching the television said, what's going on? Inko and Gloria looked back up at the screen, only to see the UA Sports Festival disappear and show something else. Breaking news. A reporter said as footage showed a battle happening in a street crossing. For unknown reasons, 2 gangs of villains are fighting and tearing apart the crossing of Jellican Drive and Umbara Street in Musutafu. However, it seems the vigilante known as Spider-Man has come in and is trying to shut the situation down, but for some reason, the heroes have not arrived. Whoa, Gloria muttered out. That's just a few streets over. I hope it doesn't end up here. And as she said that, she didn't see Inko's face now paling as she stared at the footage of her son taking out another masked thug. Oh Izuku, please be careful. Izuku roared as he punched another masked thug, the man slamming into 2 more. Spider sense rang out next, a hyena man running up to him next, leaping at the vigilante. In response, Izuku sidestepped, dodging the thug as the hyena guy spun around and threw a punch. But as he did this, Izuku threw his own, his fist hitting first, causing the thug's punch to hit air as he felt the blow slam into his big nose. Kill the spider, yelled a masked thug as they leapt over an overturned car, slashing a katana down right at the teen. Spider sent screaming again. Izuku leapt to the side, dodging the weapon before firing a webline at the masked man's weapon, pulling it a split second later. The thug kept his grip on the weapon as Izuku did this, only to feel the teen's foot slam into his face, knocking the thug off his feet. Webbing covered him next, Izuku then firing another web upward and yanking himself back into the air. There's no end to this, the teen thought as he stared down at the street, seeing 2 masked men get beat up by an alligator man while another masked man punched a rat-faced man. The sight made him sigh before he swung down and exclaim, web swing kick. 2 feet slammed into 2 masked men's faces, flinging them across the crossway as Izuku fired a webline at a third masked thug before yanking, sending him straight into the man. Hiya! Izuku yelled as he zipped right up to the thug and thrust a kick into the man's stomach, sending the thug into a man with a weasel face. Gotta keep moving. Gotta stop these guys, Izuku thought as his spider sense rang out again, making him instinctively duck down, avoiding a katana slicing through the air. This was followed by an uppercut from the teen, smacking a masked thug off his feet. But as this happened, Spider-Sense kept yelling at him, only to see two more masked men, these just throwing punches. The teen sidestepped the first one, only for another to slam a fist into his face. Erg. 3 more punches smacked Izuku's face, the teen closing his eyes from the blows before blindly swinging a punch back, knocking away the one that had missed hitting Izuku. This allowed the other to keep punching Izuku, slamming a fist into Izuku's stomach before doing a side jab into the teen's face. He felt the blow as his Spider-Sense kept yelling at him. Izuku's eyes creaking back open as he saw another punch come for his face. Reflexes took over next. Izuku tilting his head to dodge the blow before throwing a punch back, slamming it into the thug's face. The man's mask broke instantly, the thug falling over a second later before Izuku fired a glob of webbing, sticking the thug to the concrete. Ugh. That hurt. Izuku mentally groaned as he fired a webline upward, yanking himself back up into the air once again. But as he did this, his eyes scanned over the whole situation, his mind going over what just happened. Each time I beat one of these guys, 2 more pop up. Is there no end? He then swung down and kicked another thug off his feet before firing a glob of webbing over another, the teen leaping at a third and throwing a punch. And as the blow connected, one more thought went through his head, I keep beating them though. Spider-Sense rang out at this, Izuku jumping away as 3 more thugs leapt at him, the teen dodging them all. As he did this, he whispered to himself, I think I can do this. Electricity appeared around his arms at this. No, I will do this, like a real hero would. The masked thugs charged at him next, Izuku yelling back, bring it on. Katsuki Bakugo was angry. Granted, that was his normal mindset. He was rarely anything but angry, but he was really angry right now. The UA Sports Festival, something he had watched for years, imagining himself on that podium, being cheered on and worshipped like he deserved ... only to finally be a part of the festival, and found it was filled with nothing but weaklings. They were all trash, worthless pebbles that weren't even worthy of being a piece of a stepping stone. The first round was a dumb obstacle course. The second round was a stupid cavalry battle where he had to cooperate with a bunch of pathetic losers ... and this final round was the most worthless of them all. He had just won his second fight of the final round, and it was a disappointment. It was another weakling, a piece of trash. It was that orange ponytail chick of the other class, who he beat without trying. All he had to do was push through her worthless giant hands, grab the top of her head and slam his explosive quirk in her face a few times. She was knocked out almost instantly, only for Midnight to say he had to stop or be disqualified for being too rough. What a load of garbage. If she was that weak, she shouldn't be here. Same goes for his first fight, which was Round Cheeks, the girl with gravity powers. What a pointless weak quirk. She doesn't deserve to be a hero. She thought she could trap him by levitating the pebbles around the arena. What a stupid plan. It was so easy to beat, and then she stood there, showing those defiant eyes. She could barely stand, her legs shaking as she charged at him after failing her trap, thinking she stood a chance. How pointless, how stupid. And her eyes, those defiant eyes. Eyes that reminded Katsuki of ... him. Deku, he was here. Deku had to be here. That made him so angry. He had spent years telling that quirkless loser he wasn't allowed to set foot, not even a toe, into UA. If he did, he would turn that piece of trash into ash. It's what Deku deserved. He believed he could be a hero. That thought made him want to explode. It made him so angry. Didn't Deku know that quirkless trash only exists to be put in the ground? Didn't he spend years telling that piece of garbage that he'll never amount to anything? Didn't Deku know he'll never become or deserve to be a hero? His palms kept crackling, popping every second as he stared out at the stadium. Each fight he did, they kept booing him after he won. Why are they booing? He's the greatest. He's the best there is. They should be worshipping him, Katsuki Bakugo, the next #1 hero. He was already better than All Might. He let out a growl next, making him look down at the arena, only to see ... was that bird head. Whatever. He's another pathetic pebble that was now walking out of the arena while some purple-haired Gen Ed noodle-looking garbage just stood there. And everyone looked like they were confused about what that guy's quirk was. It was so obvious. It was a villain quirk. Why is everyone so stupid? Worthless extras. He growled as he saw his future opponent be declared worthy of going to the next round. An extra with an obvious brainwashing quirk was next. To CH. At least I'll win the next round easily. Here's hoping half and half will give me a good fight in the final round. And as he said this, he glanced out at the stadium, only to see a ton of people staring at their phones. Like, half the stadium weren't paying attention to the festival. Whatever. As long as they watch him, it didn't matter. His eyes darted around next, searching for a certain green-haired teen ... but found nothing. Where are you, Deku? I know you're here, mocking me. He let out a low hiss. Where are you? Venom smash. Izuku roared as he slammed his fist into the ground, electricity surging out of him, knocking 4 more masked goons back. He had just taken out the last Tombstone thug before using that venom smash, and now his ears heard the sounds of screeching tires, making him turn to see 2 black vans drive up to crossing. Seriously, he mentally yelled before his spider sense screamed at him, making him duck down just as a blade swung over his head. He spun around to see another masked thug thrusting a sword at the teen, only for Izuku to swing his leg upward, kicking the goon right in the face. The thug hit the pavement a second later, Izuku firing another glob of webbing, sticking him into the street. He glanced back at the black vans, now seeing a few thugs walk out of vehicles, along with 2 bulky masked men. Oh great, so you're all sextuplets? Or is it septuplets? I give up. Izuku fired 2 web lines at this, yanking at them as he threw himself at the thug's venom punch. He thrust an electric fist into one of them, slamming it into the thug's chest. The blow knocked the guy flying, only for 2 goons to charge in with blades, Izuku quickly leaping onto one of the black vans before they could get close. You know, I'm gonna declare this as another no sharp deadly weapons zone. Die Spider, the other bulky thug yelled as energy poured out of his fists. He then swung his fist at the van Izuku was on, the teen's spider sense yelling as he quickly leapt off the vehicle just as the fist hit it. The blow made the car go flying, slamming it into a nearby building as Izuku landed across the rest of the masked men. Izuku, seeing there was only 5 left beside the bulky thug, kill the spider. The masked thugs roared as they charged at Izuku, the teen just pointing his wrists at them, firing a round of webbing at their faces, blinding 4 of them. They began tripping into objects that were scattered across the street, the 4 falling over as Izuku ran in and punched the remaining one in the face, shattering his mask and knocking him out. As this happened, he fired webbing over the other 4, sticking them all to the pavement. But as he did this, his spider sense yelled before looking back up and seeing a giant fist slam into his chest. Blaff! Izuku yelped as the bulky thug's fist knocked the vigilante across the street, his back hitting a building. Urgh! Izuku moaned before hitting the pavement, almost slumping over. Oh, Izuku muttered out, clutching his chest as he tried to stay standing. You will die today, Spider, the bulky thug said as he slowly stomped over to him. And I still can't understand you, Izuku replied as he pointed his wrist at the thug and pressed the web shooter trigger, only to hear a psst. Oh great, die, the thug roared as he pulled back a fist before thrusting it. Seeing this, Izuku just ducked under the jab before slamming his own fist into the thug's stomach. The blow made the thug slightly stumble back, only to swing another punch, but Izuku caught it with his own hand. Gotcha, Izuku laughed as electricity charged into the hand, zapping the thug. Izuku then pushed forward, knocking the thug off his feet. The teen glanced up at this, now seeing no more villains charging at him. Nothing but a bunch of webbed-up thugs, several overturned cars, and a small fire coming from 2 vans. Scorch marks littered the crossing, and parts of nearby buildings had giant burn marks on them. I did it. I won. I beat them all, Izuku muttered out as he leaned on the building behind him. He then grabbed a web cartridge out of his hoodie and switched it out of his web shooter, only to hear a new noise. It was the sound of police sirens, making him turn and see several police cars, along with a certain giant hero walking up to the crossing. It was Mount Lady, Kamui Woods on her shoulder as they got ahead of the police cars. There they are. What took them so long? He thought before a surge of pain hit his entire body, adrenaline now wearing off as he grabbed his chest and slumped down. No, hurts everywhere. Got a ... get ... outt a ... here. He took a deep breath before turning invisible, the teen then crawling up the building he was leaning on. And when he reached the top, he fired a web line and began to invisibly swing away. The UA Sports Festival was over. Katsuki Bakugo stood on the top podium, roaring at the crowd as he was tied down in chains. In second place was Shoto Todoroki, whose face was covered in burns, his non-scarred eye closed while leaning on a crutch. Third was Shinso Hitoshi, who was also covered in burns and had an arm in a sling. All Might had appeared next, giving the medals out as the crowd mainly cheered for the #1 hero. But as this happened, Nezu was now in his office. He usually was part of the entire UA festival every year, but this one was different. This was because he found himself getting multiple calls from news outlets, all complaining that the winner of the sports festival looked like some violent thug rather than a hero. Granted, he agreed to an extent, but Aizawa told him that was what Endeavor was. And Katsuki had only been a student for 2 weeks, not enough to change personalities. However, that wasn't the main topic of the phone call he was on right now. It was the Hero Commission president, who was chewing him out for taking all the heroes of Musutafu to the UA Sports Festival, only for half of the news outlets that covered the festival to suddenly switch to the Spider-Man story. And then no heroes showed up until Spider-Man had already saved the day. This is unacceptable, the president screamed, Nezu just sighing at her reaction. Listen, we cannot help it when villains attack. What happened? I don't care about what happened. I care that there weren't heroes there to deal with it as soon as it started because they were at your festival. You have All Might at your disposal. Use him. All Might is not a tool. All Might can beat any villain 2 seconds flat. The president roared, the sound of a fist hitting a table ringing out through the phone. He's the greatest hero this world has ever seen, so don't tell me he couldn't have gone in there and handled that. Nezu let out another sigh. I understand your frustration, but we did send heroes to the situation. It is not our fault how long it took them to get there. He could hear the president grinding her teeth before letting out a hiss. Listen here, rat. I have already told that dog Tsurigami that Spider-Man must be arrested. We cannot allow a vigilante to do a hero's job, especially not after this. Do you understand? Listen, do you understand? She screeched, making Nezu pause for a second. Understood. Good. I'm hanging up now because I now have to talk to every news outlet that decided that a vigilante is more important than the UA Sports Festival. A click could be heard before Nezu leaned back in his chair, sighing yet again. He rubbed his face with his hand as he muttered out, it seems this could be a problem. He then pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Taking a quick smoke, perhaps Aizawa will now allow me to be part of his investigation with Naomasa. Izuku wasn't sure when he got home. He knew it took him a bit longer, mainly cause he swung one-handed due to his injuries. It had actually only took him a few minutes after beating all the thugs to get home, but it felt like hours to him. As such, he crawled into his room's window, opened and closed it, and crashed onto his bed. He tried to do a text on his phone, only to fall asleep before he could even tap out a word. An hour or so later, his mom came home. She found him knocked out, sighing at the sight before stripping and bandaging him up. She was so glad he had that healing factor, even if it was super slow. She then put his costume in the wash and just shook her head at the sight of her sleeping son. You're going to be the end of me, aren't you? She whispered to herself before walking into the living room and turning on the television. There, it showed the footage she had seen earlier. It was her son fighting a giant group of villains. The sight of him flipping around, kicking and punching made her go wide-eyed. He really was born to be hero, wasn't he? She thought as she leaned back into the couch. I can't stop worrying about him ... and yet I feel so proud. But as she did this, she glanced back at the television, only to see it turn to another news piece. One that made her go wide-eyed as she whispered, oh dear, I hope Izuku doesn't see this. Tombstone took a swig of whiskey as he walked into a stained blue-colored warehouse on the edge of town. It was a perfect place to hide things away, as it had a long old wire fence around it and broken street lights. And as he walked in, he saw the lights inside were on, showing several piles of boxes ... and a group of masked men laying out on the floor, the villain staring at the sight. So ... were we right? He grumbled as he walked up to one of the masked men. Was the whole point of the street fight was so they could try to rob this place? Yeah, boss, I figured. Tombstone sighed as he picked up one of the masked men like a ragdoll, the thug not responding to even the slightest touch. And they're still doing that weird not moving thing. He dropped the thug before putting his foot over the thug's face and slammed it down, the sound of crunching bones ringing out next. It made his men in the warehouse flinch at the sound, only to see Tombstone take another swig of whiskey. So much for war. And it looks like that spider whatever is gonna be a pain now. And as he smacked his lips at this, he put his drink down on a nearby table before taking out a phone, which showed a news feed of Spider-Man fighting his gang on television. Guess we'll need to do some more recruiting. The heroes will actually start trying to find us now. He then saw the feed change to show another message. Breaking news. Pro hero Ingenium severely injured by hero killer. Tombstone's mouth slowly formed a tiny smile. Then again, maybe not. He turned to one of the thugs. Call the boys. I want the shipment done ASAP. Sure, boss. And as the thug took out his own phone, Tombstone grabbed his whiskey and took another swig. Looks like Lady Luck's on my side. Time to get rich while the heroes stay distracted. He wiped his lips at this, and maybe that spider guy will get caught in the mess as well. Izuku had found out recently that he hated waking up. Granted, he knew why waking up was going to be bad today, but it still didn't help that this kept happening. As such, he woke up in incredible pain, his whole body screaming at him as he let out a moan. He slowly ascended out of his bed, glancing down to see he had been stripped and bandaged. He blinked at the sight before walking into the bathroom, soon doing a small morning routine. And as he did this, he took off the bandages, seeing most of his injuries had started to heal. Not sure I can Spider-Man today. He glanced up at the bathroom mirror, now seeing an exhausted look on his face. Did yesterday really happen? The teen walked back into his room and grabbed his phone, turning on the Midoriya Hero app, only to see 2 news articles at the start. One was about himself, fighting 2 groups of villains as the heroes arrived too late. He saw it was linked to several other articles the app collected, all debating over vigilantism and how Spider-Man had done the heroes' jobs. But that was instantly ignored as he saw the headline for the second article. He sped through the writing, his eyes darting back and forth. Ingenium ... was critically injured by a hero killer. What? His brain mentally yelled. He turned to his desk, where his mom had put his vigilante costume and hoodie, quickly taking out the notebook inside before turning to Ingenium's autograph. I don't believe it. He looked back at his phone, rereading the article, Ingenium. And as he thought about his encounter with that hero, a new face showed itself in his mind. Tenya Iida, one of Uraraka's friends she had brought over to feast. He remembered the smile on Tenya's face when he had talked about his brother, how he had said he was inspired by him to become a hero. Tenya, Izuku, yelled a voice, cutting Izuku's thoughts as he turned to his door, now seeing his mother staring at him. There you are. Her eyes scanned him over and she let out a sigh. Well, I see that healing factor of yours is working wonders again. Still, that was too much yesterday. You need to. Mom, I'm sorry. Izuku interrupted, making her come to a stop. She stared directly into his eyes, seeing a mixture of exhaustion and pain. Despite this, she could also see that fire in him, the fire to be a hero, to help others. And she had a feeling what he was going to say next as he continued to speak. I know yesterday got crazy, but I know. She now interrupted before sighing. I know. You couldn't help it. She glanced away at this. I'm still getting used to this. Yeah. He walked up to her, putting a hand on her shoulder. She glanced back at him, only for the teen to hug her. She slowly embraced back, letting out another sigh before pulling away. Just promise me to not go too far next time, all right? Izuku opened his mouth to respond, but nothing came out. He glanced away, thinking back to the battle he had just done yesterday, only for Gran Torino's words to ring out in his head. If that's the case, don't go jumping into everything you can get yourself into. If you do, you'll start something that you can't escape. This was followed by the next thing Gran had told him. And when you go down that rabbit hole, you'll never get out of it. You'll keep going in over your head and it won't stop. Those words made him slowly say to his mom, I don't think I can promise that. And Ko blinked at this, staring at him before taking a deep breath. I know. She put a hand on his shoulder this time. Why don't you be Izuku Midoriya for at least this morning? Come on, I'll make you some breakfast. Okay. Izuku responded as they left the room. And as they reached the kitchen, Izuku spoke up again. Hey mom. Yes, thanks for bandaging me up ... and for everything else. And Ko shined a big grin back. No problem. That's why I'm here. Aizawa had just received the internship offer files. He had done this for many years, but this year's was probably the worst it had ever been, mainly because only 2 students really got any attention. Another was the fact that he was going to have to attend a meeting later today on the fact that the UA festival didn't get the full televised setting it usually gets, which is why the internship offers amount were even worse this year. It also didn't help that Nezu had warned him that the news outlets were very angry about Katsuki winning the whole thing. Granted, he didn't like it either. The student was a typical thing he got every year, a blowhard that believed their quirk solves everything. And that was fine, because he knew how to handle students like him. They were usually kids that thought the world revolved around them, that they were born better than others. It was irrational, which meant it usually needed some strict schooling to teach them otherwise. However, Aizawa quickly learned that there was no convincing Katsuki, though this was because he excelled at everything except heroic attitude. There was also the issue of him winning every event in the festival. That event should have been where he sees there are other students with just as much if not more power than him. However, that didn't happen to Aizawa's annoyance. Katsuki just beat everything, and he did it brutally. His fights were all one-sided, even against Todoroki, which he had hoped would beat Bakugo, but due to him not using half his quirk, he was easily beaten. That meant that Katsuki Bakugo was now the face of the class. Granted, Aizawa would admit the kid has the most potential out of all of his class. He had the drive, which was so rare these days, the intelligence and the instincts ... but his attitude was a problem. But to be honest, Aizawa also wanted to expel all of his class just because he knew it would help them, shock them into doing better than what they had done in the festival. But technically the class won the festival thanks to having Bakugo and Todoroki being in first and second place. If he expelled them now, they wouldn't realize why they're being expelled. What a pain. It also didn't help that a Gen Ed student, a Shinzo Hitoshi, got third in the festival. That meant he'd probably be getting that one as a student. Aizawa honestly didn't mind this, but that also meant he couldn't expel the whole class due to the new student coming in. It would confuse Hitoshi, which is something that can't happen right as he joined Heroic's class. In other words, it was a pain, just like the rest of the nonsense. However, Aizawa knew what the real problem was though. He was missing a key component in his class, something Vlad currently had. He needed that student that pushes the others, that inspires them. It's the type of student Aizawa always wants, though he also hates the most. They're usually people who think they can be a hero that can do it all, which is totally irrational and stupid. But the ability to inspire is something Aizawa would acknowledge is important. And while he could see that Vlad had that with 2 students, though they were a subdued version that he would admit did work with Itsuka Kendo and Nido Monoma, but Aizawa didn't have that. He just had a class that had a few with drive, but nothing that fully pushed them to go farther. But that wasn't his biggest problem. His class could be fixed, the new student could be introduced and integrated, and he knew Katsuki was a long con, but the final exams should be the push he needed to fix all of it. If the students didn't get expelled by the teacher first. It was Spider-Man that was his true headache now. The vigilante that him and Naomasa suspect is his student's age somehow jumped into a gang war, one that Aizawa and a few others knew that Spider-Man had accidentally helped accelerate. And then just one. He leapt into a war zone of villains and beat them all. Granted, they were all probably C rank or lower, but that didn't really matter. Even Aizawa knew that he would have trouble going into that situation alone. Heck, he knew he wouldn't do it without calling for backup before leaping in. And that event had caught the media's attention. Mainly, it was because it basically happened at UAS doorstep. Also, it was a vigilante doing what was essentially a team of heroes' jobs all alone. The situation was completely irrational, and yet it was happening. And he knew what this meant. It meant the meeting he would have later would involve Nezu meddling into his and Naomasa's investigation. As such, he reached the Class 1 door and slowly opened it, hearing the casual banter of the students. But as the door fully opened, everyone silenced themselves. 3 seconds, Aizawa commented as he walked up to the podium with a stack of papers. Villains would have killed all of you instantly. You're still too slow. He stared at the group of students, most showing their usual hesitant morning faces. He let out a long sigh. As you all probably know, this next week will be internships. As such, there is usually a spread out number for the offers each year, but due to circumstances, that's not the case this year. He spun around and began writing out the numbers, showing that Shoto Todoroki had the most, being just over 2,000, while second was Katsuki, which was almost 1,000. What the white is half and half have more than me. I'm the one that won the thing, Katsuki yelled, Aizawa feeling one of his eyes twitch at this as he continued to write down the numbers on the board. Probably because of your attitude, Kiro. Suyu chimed in. What was that, you stinking toad? I'll squash you, Katsuki roared, explosions popping in his hands. See, Suyu replied, Katsuki about to get up before his quirk suddenly stopped working. He turned to see Aizawa glaring at him. Enough, winning the festival means nothing except getting your name out there. Aizawa grumbled. Now shut up or you're expelled. Katsuki opened his mouth to bark back, only to close it as he saw Aizawa's glare intensify. The teacher let out a long sigh after this as he pointed back at the board. As you can see, only some of you got offers, but all of you are going to take an internship. There are certain heroes that do it regardless of not giving offers, and if you need help setting something up, I'll help you later. I'll also need your response by tomorrow, which you'll then start your internship the next day. Now, we have something else to do today. With that, Midnight walked into the room and exclaimed, Today, you're making your hero codenames. The classroom erupted in cheers, Aizawa groaning as he pulled out his sleeping bag and crawled into it. It was going to be a long day. He just knew it. Izuku had ended up agreeing to not go out as Spider-Man today and tomorrow, despite the fact that part of him wanted to. This time both his body and mother teamed up to tell him no. It also didn't help that after reading the article over the hero killer, he knew that going after that would be him once again going in over his head. But he also knew he should go after someone like that eventually. Now, he was in his room with his breakfast, his mom going out to her job for the day. Even though I stopped those gangs' rampage yesterday, I didn't really solve anything. He thought as he ate a bit of cereal while skimming through the net on his computer. I still got nothing on either gang leader. Heck, I still don't have a name for the masked guys. There's barely anything on them except failed crimes. That I mainly foiled. He scrolled down another page, sighing to himself. The police haven't really delivered any statement. There's nothing. I guess that's the struggle of being a vigilante. No police info for me. The teen then saw that the articles kept going over just Spider-Man and the hero killer, only for something else to ring out in his brain. There's no articles over the UA Sports Festival. He typed in a search engine at this, only to see just a few pictures and articles. Kaken 1. Guess that means I would have lost if I had tried the festival. His quirk is so much better than mine. His mind went back to the bully, remembering the words that Bakugo had told him. The thought made him shake in his seat before eating another bit of cereal. Don't think about it. You'll become a hero. You'll just have to do a lot more. He feels a small tear go down his face. I wish I could have got in. I wish I could have been in the festival. Stupid support exam. Taking a second, he let out a sigh and shook his head. That's how it works. I need to figure out what I'm doing now. I just wish I could have watched it live. Maybe I'll watch it later. A deep breath later, he decided to go back to the hero killer case. And as he went to another page, he now saw a news outlet talking about previous kills from the hero killer. Apparently, he had ran wild in another district, killing 4 heroes. They were all D-list heroes. Ones Izuku had heard of, but he knew most wouldn't have known them. All 4 had only done a few rescues and small-time criminal takedowns. Overall, they weren't much, and most news outlets wouldn't have cared. The only reason this article existed was because the reporter who made it was related to one of the killed heroes. Says here he's well known for spouting anti-hero philosophy. believes most heroes to be fakes, and only true heroes like All Might are all but lost. Izuku read aloud, currently believed to be hopping district to district, choosing heroes that don't fit his ideology. Izuku leaned back in his chair. Sounds like a villain. But should I go after him? I mean, he's obviously got the other hero's attention. Maybe I shouldn't interfere. He looked back at his computer, staring long and hard at the hero killer article again. What do I do? This guy's obviously going to be hunted down by the heroes ... but other heroes will be danger because of this guy. I mean, he is the hero killer for a reason. He closed his eyes for a second, remembering yesterday, the constant fighting and desperation he felt, only to feel something else. He felt ... like he did the right thing, to go into the fray, saving others and beating the villains. But then Gran Torino appeared in his head, telling him that he was going in over his head, that he shouldn't just jump into everything, that there were consequences for doing so. But I can't do that. He mentally told himself, I want to be a hero. I can't just sit there and let bad things happen. But after yesterday ... do I really want to go into something like that again? I mean, that was crazy. What do I do if this is worse? And then Gran's words rang out again. If that's the case, don't go jumping into everything you can get yourself into. If you do, you'll start something that you can't escape. If I go find him ... will that happen? He glanced down at one of his notebooks sitting in his lap. The pages turned to a new entry he was creating, one over the hero killer. He flipped to the pages of the gangs he had just fought yesterday. That event replaying in his head. I really did jump into something I wasn't ready for. I mean, I'm not even good enough to be a F-rank hero yet. Should I go into something like that? He closed the book at this, taking in a deep breath, and as he released it, he looked up at the All Might poster he had in his room. The hero shown there was shining his signature smile, the sight making Izuku feel like the hero was talking to him. He would do it anyways, wouldn't you? He would go in and save the day, no matter what. And after a second, he nodded, I understand. He went back to the article on the hero killer on his computer, the teen biting his lip as he muttered out, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go and find this guy, even if I'm not ready. Maybe there will be consequences like Gran Torino said, but I can't just sit here. Even if I'm not a hero yet, I can still try and do something. He then turned in his chair and stared at his web-making equipment. But first, I'm running out of ingredients for web fluid. Better go buy some. He looked back at the computer, staring at the news article for a second. I'll deal with you soon. 2 days later, Izuku let out a long yawn as he woke up, slowly ascending from bed while doing several stretches. He had most of his bandages removed now, the teen going to the bathroom and taking off the rest. He found he was mostly healed, though some were still a tiny bit sore. Seeing this, he quickly did his routine and had some breakfast, Inko telling him she was going to the hospital to work today. After saying goodbye to her, he switched into Spider-Man, invisibly crawling out his window and swinging into the city. His mother had found out he was going to go investigate the hero killer, which she was very against, even when he told her about the relationship with Tenya. She then told him that she knew he wouldn't listen, but to not overdo it. Despite this, he had also spent the morning looking up extra information on the hero killer, only to find that he was last sighted in Hosu, mainly due to that being where he had fought Ingenium. As such, he swung over to the train station and landed on top of the building. After listening to the announcer for half an hour, he heard him talking about a train going to Hosu, Izuku smiling under the mask before hopping on top of the train. One ride later, he was in Hosu, a few people gasping as they saw the vigilante swing away from the station. He zipped up to a nearby rooftop, perching on its edge before taking out his phone. Now, let's see. He turned on the Midoriya Hero app and opened its other feature, a long list of all the heroes he had ever recorded. It was a list made from several years of analysis and fanboying, and he went to the ones that were in Hosu. So, the main heroes in Hosu are Manual, Native, The Fly and Takeshita. I need to figure out which ones the hero killer will go after, Izuku mentally said as he tapped the phone. I don't have any of their routes, so I guess I'll just swing around and see if they're on patrol. He turned on the police scanner app at this and pointed his wrist at a nearby building. I hope I'm not too late. Hours passed by as he swung around, quickly finding one of the 4 heroes. He first found the Fly, which he followed for an hour or so. Izuku realized he had never really tailed someone before, even with the years of seeking out heroes. Thankfully, staying on the rooftops made it easy, as most weren't going to look up. He watched him for about 2 hours, jotting down a few notes as he saw the hero patrol around. So, according to what little there is online, it said the hero killer goes after what he considers to be fake heroes. He glanced back down at the hero, watching him asking if everything was okay to a few civilians before continuing his patrol. The sight made Izuku tap his pencil on his chin. What does the killer qualify as fake though? One that just does it for money or glory? Or is it one that doesn't do enough? Izuku came to a stop at that thought, glancing back down at his notes. Do I qualify in that? I know I don't do enough. Would he hunt me down? I didn't see any reports on him going after vigilantes. He looked back at the fly one last time before turning away. I don't know enough. I don't think he'll go after the fly though. I should look for another hero. He put his notebook away, firing a web line before slinging across another street. The teen swung around for another hour, taking a short break to eat a snack he had prepared before continuing. And as he did this, he found another hero, along with the one thing he was both fearing and expecting. A teen dressed up to look just like Ingenium. That's Manuel, and that's got to be Iida. He mentally commented as he saw the teen walking beside the hero. Oh no ... The only reason he would be here is because of the hero killer. He sat down on the rooftop above them, putting a hand to his face. What do I do? I can't just swing down and tell him to not go for the killer. I also can't do that as Izuku Midoriya. He pulled out his phone, staring at it for a long hard second as he pulled up the texting app. Do I tell Uraraka? I mean, if I do ... she'll probably figure out I'm Spider-Man. Would that put her in danger? I mean, I know she's training to be a hero, but ... He slumped down at this before putting both hands on the sides of his head. Oh, I can't believe this. This is exactly what Gran Torino meant. I'm so in over my head. He let out a long sigh at this, soon glancing back down to see that the duo had walked away. Ugh, maybe I should just follow them. I'll figure out what to do later. This was followed by another 2 hours of tailing, mainly seeing both do a long roundabout patrol. Izuku felt a bit nasty for having to tail someone that was friends with his only friend, but he also knew this was for the greater good. And after these 2 hours, he concluded that Manuel seemed to be a truly upstanding hero. He only really knew that Manuel had a water quirk, but he saw that the hero went out of his way to inspire people, constantly complimenting and helping others with little things while making sure to look out for crime and villains. He could also tell Tenya was distracted. The teen was jittery, something Izuku could tell even from the long distance between sidewalk and rooftop. The sight made Izuku's heart drop, as he knew what this meant. Tenya was probably wanting to go on a warpath, and this was the only way. Despite this, after the 2 hours, he decided to stop tailing them. He figured that the hero killer probably wouldn't go for Manuel, as he was honestly an even better hero than the fly in his opinion. Granted, he still didn't know what the hero killer would go for, but as he swung away and was about to go for another snack, he found his third hero. It was Native, who was currently in the middle of a crowd of fans. He was signing autograph after autograph, along with taking selfies. The sight made Izuku blink, sitting down on the edge of a rooftop across the street. He watched as Native stood there, doing this ... for over half an hour before moving through his patrol. The sight made Izuku gulp. I think I know who the hero killer might go after next, Izuku thought as he hopped onto another rooftop to follow Native. He then saw the hero go down 2 more streets before having another crowd surround him. Seeing this, Izuku sighed and took out another snack. Yeah ... this is bad. Should I go find Takeshita first or stay watching him? I mean, I think he's probably gonna be targeted. Izuku pulled out his phone at this, tapping it a few times as he tried to look up Native. He found that he was considered on the lower end, though he was very public as well. Just a few rescues and villain takedowns, nothing really major though. Izuku sighed at this and closed the app before looking back at Native, who was giving out his last autograph. I should at least figure out his patrol route first. Then I can decide what to do next. It took 3 hours for Izuku to see Native's full route. This was mainly due to the constant stops, which Izuku found himself almost putting a spider tracer on Native and napping on the last hour due to just how much had happened. But he didn't, and as Izuku recorded the full route in his notebook, he put it away and decided it was time to go home. Native had stopped patrolling, going into a hero agency building. Izuku hadn't found anything on the hero killer attacking buildings, instead always attacking the heroes while they're on patrol, so he figured Native was probably safe for now. As such, he swung back to the train station and took a ride home. I hope Takeshita isn't the next target. Then again, I'm surprised the hero killer didn't show up today. I didn't see him on any news. He thought as he rode the train, well, there's always tomorrow. The train soon came to a stop, the web slinger hopping off and swinging away. It wasn't long till he got home, the vigilante going invisible before sneaking into his room through his window. His mother was thankfully no longer surprised at this, and revealed she had some katsudon waiting for him, gladly taking it. The two talked about their days, and surprised that Izuku hadn't really fought anything today, not even a mugger. She then told him that Feast was going to be doing a few events in the next few days, and that Izuku should try and help. He agreed, but only if he didn't find anything tomorrow. But as he went to sleep, he had a feeling that wasn't going to be the case. The next day, Izuku woke up slow that day, the teen dragging through his morning routine, checking his body and seeing most of the wounds were gone. There were still some bruises, blue patches around his chest and back, but nothing that would slow him down. He went to his desk after this, fully stocking himself in web cartridges before switching to Spider-Man. And after telling his mom goodbye for the day, He crawled out his window, swung over to the train station, and got on the first ride to Hosu. It wasn't long till he got there, swinging off the train as he got up to the first rooftop he could reach. And as he got up there, he pulled out his notebook. Okay, I should probably go tail native first. Good thing I recorded his route. He leapt off the rooftop at this, quickly swinging down a few streets. And as he did this, he felt his body tense up. It wasn't like when he went after Spinner, waiting for a single bank robber, or when he went after a warehouse of thugs and drug dealers. He had spent another few hours last night looking into the hero killer, seeing that the man had killed a lot of people. He was nothing like anything he had faced before. I wonder what his quirk is. I better figure it out quickly when I find him, he thought as he swung down another street. But as he did this, he stared in the distance, only to go wide-eyed. A few blocks ahead, what looked like a black portal opened up on a rooftop. The sight made him take a sharp turn and landed on a nearby roof. And as he got there, he turned invisible as he continued to stare at the portal. What is that? He mentally asked, only to see a muscular man walk out of it. He was wearing a mismatch-like outfit with an eye mask, long messy hair, no nose, and several blades all over his clothes. Great, more swords. This was followed by another person, a lanky white-haired individual with a hand on his face. The sight made Izuku lean back for a second before seeing the first man hop off the rooftop and leap to another. Izuku glanced between the two, only to look down at his web shooters. Switching out the cartridges, he then leapt off the roof and began swinging after the first man. And as he did this, he found that the man had quickly came to a stop after a few rooftops. Izuku landed on the side of the building's wall, still invisible as he slowly crawled over to the man, now getting just in earshot. All fakes ... they're all fakes. The man hissed, pulling out a blade and looking it over. That worthless villain. To think he would want me to join him while he had no conviction. Worthless villain, Izuku thought as he then glanced down to where the man was staring at, only to go wide-eyed. One street over was Native, who was currently doing a few autographs. He glanced back at the man, only to feel something come off the guy. It felt like pressure, like an invisible force hitting the team like an unending burst of wind. Another fake. The man growled, "Your time is now." Fake. Izuku did a slight gulp as he continued to feel the pressure. But as he felt this, his mind connected all the pieces. It's him. He's the hero killer. He slowly crawled up to the rooftop at this, staying right behind the killer, only to feel another wave of pressure off of him. What is this? What is he doing? Despite being invisible, Izuku looked down at his unseeable body, feeling his legs shake. He felt it now, fear. And as he glanced back up at the killer, he knew what it was now. This is killing intent. He bit his lip at this, his whole body shivering as he tried to point his wrists at the villain. I can't calm down. Why can't I? Whoever you are not worthy of fighting me, the villain suddenly said, slowly spinning around. Izuku went wide-eyed at this, glancing down at his hands and seeing he was still invisible as the killer continued to talk. I don't see you, but I know you're there. You are hesitating. You are afraid. He knows I'm here. How ... is he like Gran Torino? Am I really that loud? Izuku thought as he saw the villain slowly walk across the rooftop. The teen saw that the man was about to reach him, only to come to a stop just a few inches away from the teen. Well, where are you? So close. Izuku mentally gulped, still feeling that killing intent pour over his entire body. But as he felt this, he closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. I gotta move. I didn't come all this way to just be beaten right as I found him. Though I didn't really think I would find him so fast. And as he finished his deep breath, he opened his eyes and saw the killer was still standing in front of him. The glare alone from the hero killer looked like it could kill, but Izuku felt his legs slowly stop shaking. No, I gotta try. He was still slightly shivering, but then electricity began to crackle along his hands, and with swift motion, he balled up a fist and thrust it right at the villain. The villain slowly said, now hearing a tiny sound right in front of him. Venom punch. Izuku screamed as he turned visible, throwing the electric punch right at the villain's chest. But as he did this, the killer quickly unsheathed two knives, blocking the blow as he put them in a cross formation in front of his stomach. There you are, the villain commented as he uncrossed the blades and thrust one at Izuku, his spider sense screaming at him. The attack was the fastest thing Izuku had ever seen, but his spider sense was faster. He quickly backpedaled at this, dodging the first thrust, only for the killer to start swinging his blades everywhere. It was a rapid, fluid motion that he used those knives with. But it was an even greater dance that Izuku did. His spider sense rang out every split second, motioning him to do the slightest movements, ducking and dodging each blow. And as this happened, the killer began to push Izuku over to the rooftop's edge, Izuku feeling his feet about to go over the edge. I gotta do something, he mentally yelled, only to feel no more floor beneath him. And when the villain thrust the blade again, Izuku backpedaled off the building. Whoa, he quickly fired a web line, catching the top of the roof as he planted his feet on the building's side. Seeing this, the villain let out a snort. Not bad. You have good instincts. I've been told that a lot recently. Izuku instantly quipped, only to blush under the mask as he realized how quickly he said that. HMPH. The killer grumbled. So, who are you? Another fake hero trying to stop me? You look like you're a child. Not exactly. Izuku replied. I'm actually a vigilante. A vigilante? Yup. Name's Spider-Man. Who are you? The villain just glared at him. Izuku, feeling like the killer was looking right through his costume before replying. Stain. The villain responded. Now, why is a vigilante after me? Izuku blinked at this. Well, you're the hero killer, right? So, I'm here to stop you. Stain let out another snort at this. TCH. That is no job for a child, especially one that relies on parlor tricks. Only All Might is worthy of facing me. He spun around at this. I won't kill you though. I have respect for vigilantes. You do not care about the law to do right. That is a good quality to have. Izuku just stood on the side of the building after hearing that. What? He kills heroes but respects vigilantes? What kind of logic is that? He thought before seeing Stain leave. He was about to pull himself up to the roof, only to stay still for a second longer. Wait, Izuku, don't just leap at him. Use your webbing this time. With a small yank, he hopped back up to the roof, now seeing Stain about to leap off it to go after Native. And as he saw this, he fired a line of webbing, instantly hitting Stain's back. Feeling this, the killer reflexively spun around and cut the line. But as he did this, Izuku fired 2 more shots of webbing, both at Stain's feet. As they hit the soles, Izuku yanked at both, Stain now finding himself losing balance. But as this happened, he quickly stretched his arms out and cut both lines, his back hitting the rooftop before instantly rolling and standing back up. Seeing this, Izuku fired a 3rd line, Stain blocking it with the flat side of his blade, only for Izuku to yank at it. But as the knife left Stain's hand, he used his now free hand to grab another knife and throw it at the teen. Spider sense blaring at this, Izuku reflexively thrust his leg upward as the knife came, kicking it at the precise moment it got close. The sight made Stain let out a hiss before charging at the teen, pulling out another blade at the same time. I don't have time to mess with you, Stain roared as he thrust the blade at Izuku, the teen ducking under it before trying to throw a punch back. But as this happened, Stain easily sidestepped it before swiping with his other knife. Izuku quickly tried to backpedal at this, only for it to nick him in the arm. Stain then leapt back at this, raising the blade to his mouth. Danger. Why is my spider sense yelling at that? Izuku thought before seeing Stain's mouth open to show a long pulpy tongue. His brain instantly clicked, the teen firing a web line right at the knife. However, Stain saw this and lifted up his other blade, the webbing hitting it instead just as he licked the knife. Izuku felt his body instantly tense up, the teen falling over a second later. He mentally gasped before glancing up to see Stain cut the web line off the knife. Not bad. I was right about you having good instincts, Stain commented as he put one of the knives away. I can't move, Izuku muttered out. The blood ... did you? Oh, you figured it out that quickly, Stain responded, showing what could only be seen as an expression of a tiny bit of surprise. Indeed, that is my quirk. The villain then walked over to the edge of the rooftop, now seeing Native finish his last autograph signing. My prey is ready. He glanced back at the now squirming down vigilante, holding a knife right above him. Izuku saw the blade, aimed right at his head. He could feel another wave of killing intent pour off the man, Stain staring down at him as his tongue slithered out of his mouth. And though the killer couldn't see it, there was a look of both fear and determination on Izuku's face. He could feel his life about to flash before his eyes, only for Stain to say, I have respect for you. You showed great fear in facing me, but still tried. I could sense your conviction. But none shall face me except All Might, for he is the only true hero. He raised his knife at this, ready to strike downward ... only for the killer to put it away. I will spare you. Just don't meddle with me again. Those words made Izuku go wide-eyed, only to see Stain spin around. No. Wait, the teen yelled, but it was too late. Stain was already gone. Iida wasn't sure what to think. The hero he was now interning under had told him that he couldn't go off on his own. The very notion was considered to be vigilantism, something that no one would approve of. In fact, the conversation had reminded him of the stuff he'd been talking about with his classmates. After being told about the internships, when they met for lunch, Mina had revealed that the UA festival had been criticized due to Bakuga, and what was considered to be an event that was more popular than the Olympics was suddenly sidewinded by Spider-Man, who had stopped a gang war outside of UA's doorstep. It was insane to think about. Now, Tenya did not dislike Spider-Man, though he didn't like seeing someone break the law constantly, even if he was trying to help. Despite this, that very thought of breaking the law, to do vigilantism against the one that did this to his brother ... it was all he could think about these past few days. It was the very reason he was there, walking behind Manuel despite his eyes constantly darting around, trying to find something, anything on the hero killer. And yet, he felt only one thing now: vengeance. He wanted the hero killer to pay. He knew it was wrong, but his mind told him one thing: don't worry about it. Don't even think about it. All you need to think about is avenging Tensei. As such, he continued to walk down the street with Manuel, a permanent glare on the teen's face despite being hidden behind a mask. And as he strolled behind Manuel, a sudden noise rang out. Boom! The sound made both spin around, only to see a smoke appear behind a few buildings. And as they stared at it, a large creature with wings flew out of the black fog. That's, Iida thought, recognizing the beast. It looked like a flying version of the monster he had seen at the USJ. What the heck is that? Manuel yelped before turning to Iida. Do you know what that is? Iida stuttered out, only for the two to start hearing several screams. Never mind. We need to evacuate the people now, Manuel yelled, grabbing Iida's shoulder. Snap out of it and help me. Tenya turned to him, giving a quick nod. Okay. Manuel spun around at this and began to yell at the people around them, gesturing to them to follow. He then saw Endeavor fly over him, slamming into one of the monsters. The sight made him glance back, only to see his intern was now gone. Oh no, you are another disgusting fake, Stain hissed. It had taken the villain a bit longer than he expected to catch the hero in front of him. It seemed that scuffle on the rooftop with the vigilante had pushed him a bit off balance, messed up his timing to be precise. That or that conversation he had just had with Shigaraki. Stain was still debating on going back and killing him as he stood over Native. The pro-hero was wincing, his whole body shaking like a leaf as Stain pointed his blade at his chin. What did you do to me? Judgment, Stain replied. I have deemed you unworthy of the title of hero. It is a word that has lost all meaning in this society, and you are another stain on its meaning. No, please. I don't want to die. Native screamed as the blade slowly went up his chin. Those who have fallen in battle have no right to choose their fate, Stain remarked, especially a fake like you. Your kind is a poison to this society, one that I will cure. Stain then raised the katana up high, a malicious grin on his face as Native felt the killing aura pour off the villain. The pressure alone was choking, Stain clenching his grip on the blade as he prepared the killing blow. But as he was about to do this, his eyes went wide. Turning to his right, a sudden figure burst into him. Stain quickly held up his hands and sword, blocking the blow before swiping upward, knocking the assailant back. The sound of tinging metal followed this as a helmet bounced on the pavement. Who are you? Stain hissed as he saw the assailant completely now. It was Iida in full hero costume with the exception of his helmet. Another child. Iida didn't respond, instead just getting back up as he glared at the killer. The sight made Stain scoff. Your eyes are filled with vengeance. He pointed his blade at the teen. Let me guess, you wish to avenge someone I killed. I am the brother of the pro-hero Ingenium, the one you cut down. I am here to face you in his place. Iida roared, only to see the killer just squint his eyes at him. You are a fool, and you're meddling with my work. He turned back to Native. Do not meddle with me, child. I will kill you if necessary. Iida then scratched the pavement under him with his foot. I am Ingenium, for it's the name that will defeat you right here, right now. Stain's eyes drifted back to the teen, making him let out a sigh. HMPH. I see. You believe yourself to be a hero. He pointed his blade at him, then prepare for death. Iida then charged straight at his, the engines in his cabs bursting as he zipped down the alleyway. But as he got close, Stain just jumped over him, easily dodging the charge before slamming his foot down into Iida's right arm. The blow knocked the teen to the ground, only for Stain to land and slam his katana into Iida's left shoulder. Oh! Iida screamed as he felt the blade go through, only to feel Stain's foot on his back. You're just as worthless as your brother. Stain spat as he slowly moved the blade out of the teen. The only reason I let Ingenium live was to spread rumors. You and your brother are weak. All because you're both fake heroes. My brother is a great hero. Iida barked back as he tried to get up, only to feel Stain push him back down with just his foot. I'll kill you to avenge him. Hearing this, Stain let out a scoff. Oh please. He then took his foot off of Iida and pulled the sword out. Iida wincing at this as the killer pointed at Native. Then save him. What? You heard me. Stain hissed as he put the blade up to his mouth, licking it. The act makes Iida tense up, as if something had now made him unable to move. However, Stain continued to speak. A true hero acts selflessly, rescuing others and does not use his power for his own sake. But you use it for yourself. You just want revenge, which makes you the furthest thing from being a hero. And as he said that, Iida now felt Stain's boot hit his head, slamming him into the pavement. Worthless. That's why you're going to die now. You will be another offering for a just world. You're wrong. Iida screamed as he tried to move, Stain just shaking his head at the sight. You're just scum that hurt Tensei. And you are nothing but a fake. He then lifted his blade over the teen, and now, you will. Web swing kick. And as Stain heard the sudden voice, he turned to the right, only to feel something hit him directly in the face. The blow knocked him off his feet, only to land on his back and quickly roll onto his feet a split second later. But as he did this, he glanced around, not seeing his assailant. The sight made him let out a long hiss. You again. Didn't I tell you to not meddle with me? Sorry, but when I see a murder about to happen, I have to interfere. It's one of my many rules, said a voice, Iida and Native glancing up as they tried to see where it was coming from. TCH. Fine, Stain growled as his eyes darted around. So I assume you're going to continue using this little invisible parlor trick of yours. No, I can't hold it forever, but... Two webs shot down, both instantly grabbing the katana in Stain's hand. With a single powerful yank, it was pulled out of the killer's grip, and as the blade was sent flying up the alleyway, a certain green-colored vigilante appeared as he grabbed the sword's handle. This was followed by him webbing the katana to the building his feet were sticking to, about 3 stories up from the ground. I can declare this a no-katana zone. You, Stain hissed as he pulled out 2 knives. What's the matter, Mr. Stabs a lot? Lost your favorite weapon? Izuku quipped. Native and Iida now staring straight up with wide eyes at the vigilante. As for Izuku, his mind was kicking him as it yelled. What are you doing, Izuku? Don't antagonize him like that. He already beat you once. Just just figure out how to save Native and Tenya and get out of here. Die, Stain roared as he threw both knives at Izuku, only for his spider sense to scream at him. Letting his uncanny radar sense take over, he reflexively caught both with his hands, only to web them up as well. I don't think so, Izuku commented as he glanced back down at Stain. You're not getting me again. I know your trick now, and I can do this all day. Stain pulled out a 3rd knife, this one having blood on it. 2 web lines shot down next, Stain quickly cutting both, only for a 3rd to grab his foot. A pull followed this, knocking Stain off balance before a 4th web to hit the knife, yanking it out of his grip. The knife reached Izuku instantly, the teen catching it and webbing it up. However, he didn't stick it to the wall, but instead put it in his hoodie. That one had my blood on it, didn't it? I'll be putting that one away for sure, he commented before glancing down at Stain. Looks like you're all out of tricks, and that is your only trick, isn't it? That comment made Iida go wide-eyed as his mind told him, Aizawa-sensei is right. I'm a one-trick pony ... and I lost because of it. You, Stain hissed before taking out another knife, only to turn back to Native. The hero was still sitting on the pavement, unable to move thanks to Stain's quirk, and as he thrust his blade at him, another web line shot down, the killer instantly turning and blocking it with his knife. But as the webbing hit the weapon, Stain grabbed the web line and pulled on it. Izuku felt himself being yanked, making him lose grip on the wall. Whoa, he yelped before cutting the webbing from his shooter, then thrusting his arms upward as he fired 2 more web lines, slowing his descent. He was now only about 1 story above the killer, Stain then hopping on the wall and wall kicking off it. He began to slash right at the teen, Spider Sense screaming at the motion. A split second later, Izuku pulled on the web lines, yanking himself just out of Stain's reach. Yikes, Izuku thought as he caught himself before sticking to the wall and firing 2 more web lines at Stain. The killer slashed at both, only for Izuku to fire more and more. That's it. I'm fixing this situation now. Webbing flew out of the shooters, the substance now beginning to miss the villain, instead hitting the sides of the wall and ground, sticking everywhere as Stain continued to slash through the webs. And as he did this, Izuku then hopped down and landed between Stain and Iida, Stain cutting one last strand of webbing. Finally came down to face me, Stain roared, only to see Izuku shake his head. Nope, just made sure you can't kill someone else. Stain blinked at this, only to glance back to see that half of the alleyway was now covered in a giant webbing wall, cutting him off from Native. The sight made him hiss, only to look back at Izuku and see him hop onto the wall again and fire a web at Iida's back, yanking him down the alleyway, away from the villain. You ... Stain growled, the killing aura he always had now pouring out of him. You're not killing anyone else, Izuku declared as he came back down again. He stared straight at the villain, feeling the overwhelming pressure of his killing intent flow off him. And despite this, Izuku felt himself taking a deep breath as his mind said, I think I can do this. He closed his eyes at this, taking another breath before opening them. Yeah, let's do this. Bioelectricity surged through his hands as Stain stared him down, the killer reaching for another knife. Iida, who could feel his body starting to slowly move now, watched with bated breath at the end of the alleyway. But as he did this, Izuku cut the electricity as he fired a web line, Stain quickly slashing it. The villain then charged at this, Izuku's spider sense yelling at him as the knife came. Izuku quickly sidestepped the thrust, spider sense guiding him as Stain turned the thrust into a side swipe, Izuku ducking under it. Stain then swung the blade in 3 separate strikes, Izuku dancing around each blow within a single centimeter of difference. It looked like a performance to Iida, watching the killer he hated so much swinging the blade around like a maniac, only to see Spider-Man nimbly dodge every blow. And as Stain tried to slash him, Izuku watched the maniac continue to try and hit him, the teen focusing everything he could on his spider sense. And as the sense kept guiding him, he started to see an opening. As this happened, the two were about to exit the alleyway, both having slowly gone down the whole alley. Iida felt himself able to move now, quickly getting up and leaping out of the way as the two left the alleyway, only to see Izuku finally counter the killer. He shot a web line straight at Stain, the villain raising his knife to block it. But just as the webbing struck it, Izuku immediately yanked at it, instantly pulling the knife out of Stain's grip. Seeing this, Stain quickly thrust a punch, hitting Izuku in the face. He then did rapid fury of punches at this, Spider-Sense yelling at Izuku as he tried to block each blow, only to feel 4 punches to the face. Stain then slammed a fist into Izuku's stomach, making him gasp as the villain roared, "Weak." He then pulled back another fist. But as he tried to punch Izuku again, Izuku ducked under it before thrusting a leg upward, the foot smacking Stain in the face. He stumbled back, only for Stain to reach behind his back to grab another knife, only for Izuku to pull back a fist, the electricity surging off it. Venom punch. Izuku screamed as he thrust the fist, Stain quickly switching from grabbing the knife to blocking the blow by crossing his arms. But as the fist hit him, Stain felt for the first time today pure pain. The blow knocked him off his feet, making him screech as he was knocked back into the alleyway. Seeing this, Izuku quickly pointed his wrists at the killer, ready to fire a bunch of webbing. "Danger! Look out!" Iida yelled as his calves ignited, shooting himself over to Spider-Man. He tackled the teen just as a giant claw suddenly swiped above the two. The pair hit the pavement before both scrambling up, now seeing a Namu land a few feet away. "Thanks," Izuku replied before looking up at the creature. "What the heck is that?" "Well, that's Iida stuttered out, only for the Namu to let out a roar. "Hold that thought," Spider-Man remarked as he grabbed Iida as the Namu leapt at them. He fired a quick web line and yanked at it, pulling both away from the monster. "Whoa," Iida yelped as he felt himself get lifted across the street. And as the Namu missed them, Stain walked out of the alleyway with killing intent flooding off him. The villain turned to see the creature land again, letting out a long hiss. "You must Shigarakis, such a disgusting being." The killer spat as the Namu continued to roar before leaping at Stain next. As it did this, he pulled out a knife and jumped, the beast tackling him, only to stab the weapon into the monster's back. Stain let out an irk of pain as the Namu then slammed him into the street, only to lick the blade. The monster instantly flopped over at this, Stain letting out a HMPH before getting up and slicing the creature's neck. "Disgusting," Stain spat before getting up. "After I'm done here, I will make that fake villain pay." And as this happened, Iida and Spider-Man stared at the killer. Iida could feel himself shaking, his eyes going between the villain and the vigilante. As for Spider-Man, he stared directly at the villain, only to glance down at this web shooters. "I gotta be low. I need to change it, now." The killer turned back to them, Izuku whispering to Iida, "Hey." The teen almost hopped in place as his eyes darted back to the vigilante. Yes, you good to fight this guy?" Izuku asked. "I might need your help." Iida went wide-eyed at this. "What? But haven't you been handling him this whole time?" He beat me instantly." Izuku wanted to shake his head at that. "No, I've been improvising the whole thing. That and if he licks your blood, he wins. So, I've been trying to be super careful." "You have," Iida muttered out. "Yeah." Izuku turned to him. "Remember, Izuku, you can't tell him you're Izuku." Izuku took a breath for a second and said, "Listen, you're obviously related to Ingenium, right? Are you here for revenge?" Yes," Iida replied. "Do you know my brother?" "I worked with him once," Izuku responded, "but that's not important. I need your help." "You do," Iida slowly said, "but I can't." "You can do it. If you want to be a hero, help me." Those words made Iida tense up, only for both to suddenly flinch as they felt a wave of killing intent hit them. Feeling this, Izuku whispered to Iida, "Can you give me an opening?" Iida bit his lip at this, only to see Stain begin to walk over the Namu. "You fakes ... you worthless fakes," he screeched as he pulled out a second knife. "I'm done playing around. I'll kill you both." Hearing this, seeing the killer before him just scream like an animal, the sight made Iida sick to his stomach. This was what hurt his brother. This monster that was rambling like a lunatic. But as he saw this, he felt a wave of fear and anger hit him at the same time. And as he felt this, he saw Spider-Man just stare ahead, unmoving as he put himself into a crouched fighting stance. He could see he was shaking, but the vigilante was ready to take Stain on. Iida looked back at the villain, now seeing what he was facing before. "I was wrong. I just ... ran into this without thinking. This is all my fault." He then glanced back at Spider-Man one last time. "But he just hopped in here with no plan and saved me and native ... like a real hero." His eyes went back to the Stain, the killer now over the Namu and walking on the pavement, before taking one of his fingers to push up his glasses. "I'll do it." Izuku blinked at him before nodding. "All right." Let's do this. A burst of steam blasted out of Iida's calves, his body tensing up as he stared straight ahead. And as he did this, Izuku reached into his hoodie and silently grabbed a web cartridge, quickly changing it as Iida charged. Recipro burst. Iida roared as he leapt at the villain. He thrust a leg right at Stain's face, the killer raising both hands to block it. The blow pushed Stain back, his feet grinding on the street, and with a jerk of his leg, the attack broke through Stain's guard, knocking him back. The killer flew over the downed Namu, his body hitting the pavement before quickly flipping himself back onto his feet. But as he did this, a web line hit his chest, making him glance down. He swiped his knife, cutting the line, only for another one to hit the knife. Stain tensed his grip on the weapon, feeling a yank, but kept his hold. As this all happened, Iida charged at him again, Stain growling as he cut the line with the second knife. He then thrust his blades at the teen, only for Izuku to yell, "Dodge it." Iida quickly leapt at this, zooming over the killer as he tried to swing his knife upward. But as he did this, another web line hit his chest, Stain cutting this as well. And as he did this, he turned to see Izuku leap right at him, fists sparking in electricity. The killer began to counterattack, thrusting a blade right at Izuku just as he landed in front of him. And as this happened, Izuku slightly dodged as the blade nicked his shoulder. But that was enough. Venom punch. Izuku screamed as his fist hit Stain's chest. Electricity surged through the villain's body, his whole body flying off the pavement. A second later, his back slammed into a wall, blood spitting out of his mouth. And before he could fully fall over, thwip, 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 globs of webbing covered Stain neck to toe, sticking him to the building wall. Stain let out a hiss at this, trying to move his hands, only to find he couldn't move an inch. He pulled and squirmed, but found he couldn't do anything. The only thing he could move was his head. "Grr ... you little ... you fakes," Stain growled as his head tilted around. And as he tried to move, Izuku and Iida walked over to him, now watching this bloodthirsty killer be reduced to a webbed-up thug on a wall. The sight made Iida just glare at him, seeing the man who hurt his brother be helpless. He felt his fists clench up at this, both shaking as fire burned in his eyes. Izuku turned to Iida, seeing the rage on his face. What do I do here?" He looked back at Stain, the killer no longer moving but just staring straight at him. His eyes were directly on Izuku, as if Iida wasn't there. "It seems you beat me," Stain hissed before his eyes slowly turned to Iida. "Well, are you going to kill me like you said before, you fake hero?" Iida raised his fist at this, ready to punch him, only to feel a hand grab his shoulder. The teen turned to the vigilante, nothing but rage on Iida's face. Despite this, Izuku spoke up in the most calming tone possible. Listen, I might not know everything going on here, but what?" Iida growled. I don't think getting revenge will help you," Izuku replied before pointing at Stain. "I mean, just look at him. Do you think you'll get what you want by punishing him?" Iida glanced back at Stain, seeing even more rage than he was showing now pouring off the killer. The sight made the teen sick, as if looking at a rabid animal that had taken everything away from him. However, his own mind then asked him, is that what a hero does? Izuku glanced back down at Iida's fist, only to see it uncurl. The teen let out a long sigh, glancing away. I really want to kill him, but I know Tensei wouldn't want that. I just. Silence came next, Iida now looking away. As for Izuku, he stared at the teen, wishing he could say more, but no words would come out of his mouth. But as this happened, another voice suddenly rang out. "Iida." All three turned to the voice, seeing it was Manuel as he ran up to them, only to go wide-eyed as he saw Stain webbed up to the building wall. "That's the hero killer," Iida slowly said before pointing to a certain vigilante. Spiderman beat him mostly. It wasn't mostly. He's the only one who beat me," Stain screeched, all three turning to him as he glared at Iida. "He's a real hero, unlike you. You're just a worthless fake." Iida opened his mouth to respond, only for Spider-Man to wave a hand in front of him. "You're wrong." Stain glared at the teen, Izuku then adding, "And before you say anything, I'm not a real hero. I failed to become one. That's why I'm a vigilante." Those words made both Iida and Manuel go wide-eyed, only to hear Stain let out a snarl. "So, that still makes you more of a hero than him." The killer spat. "I saw your conviction. You care to save and protect others, unlike this fake who only seeks revenge. He might seek that, but he just showed you he's learned his lesson." Izuku instantly replied before pointing at Stain. "And didn't you tell me earlier that the only true hero is All Might, only to say I'm a real hero? You're nothing but a hypocrite." "Shut up. You understand nothing," Stain roared, only to turn his head, the rest following it as they saw a crowd begin to form from far away. A news crew was there, cameras and everything, along with a certain flaming hero, Endeavor. The sight made them all go wide-eyed, only for Stain to scream, "You all know nothing. The word hero has lost all meaning in this world. Do you hear me? It's lost all meaning." He then glared back at Izuku. "That is why only All Might is worthy of defeating me." And as he yelled this, Endeavor walked up to them, the flames on his form blazing off him. Iida turned to him at this, seeing Endeavor's son Shoto Todoroki standing beside the hero as Endeavor pointed at Stain. Is that the hero killer? The trio were about to reply, only for Stain to spit at the hero. Endeavor ... You're the fakest hero of them all. You only live for fame and glory. You're not a real hero. Endeavor turned to the villain, flames rising off him even more, only for Stain to glare right back. It felt as if a flood of killing intent had been unleashed. Everyone now feeling it. Manuel, Iida, Izuku and even Shoto all shook at this, but Endeavor remained firm, hiding the surprise in him at feeling this much pressure and the fact that something like this had been taken down by those around him. Despite this, Stain just glared at the hero before turning back to Izuku. You call yourself Spider-Man, right? Izuku turned to him, about to respond, only for Stain to say, I accept defeat from you. I said that the word hero has lost all meaning ... but you're a real hero. Izuku just shook his head at this. You're wrong. It still has meaning, as I know there are plenty of real heroes still out there. Stain let out a hiss at this. Did you not hear what I just said? I said, thwip. A glob of webbing covered Stain's mouth, making Iida and Manuel go wide-eyed as Izuku added, I don't need to be told I'm a hero from a murderer. This was followed by another round of Stain's malefic aura, his bloodlust pouring out of him at Izuku's words. Even Endeavor flinched at this, Izuku shivering at this as he thought, that's what I was just fighting. He almost shook his head at this. I really went in over my head, didn't I? I need to listen to Gran Torino's advice and slow down. He mentally took a deep breath before turning to the others. Well, I gotta go. You okay with calling the cops to escort him to prison? Sure, Manuel replied, only for Endeavor to walk in front of him. You will not be going anywhere, Vigilante. You're also under arrest. On what charges? You know, besides the vigilantism and the Izuku tried to quip, only to see a pillar of flame about to erupt out of the hero's back. Vigilantes are nothing but villains who think they can do good. Endeavor growled as fire consumed his right fist. I've seen firsthand what their meddling can do. Surrender now, or I will burn you. Now hang on there. I was just trying to help, and I caught the villain for you. The teen croaked out, feeling himself start to backpedal. That's gotta count for something, right? It means you are more dangerous than him. Endeavor replied in a matter-of-fact tone. And as he said this, a teen with white and red hair walked up beside the hero. Izuku muttered out, his mind yelling at him, you stupid Deku. Do something, or run, or something. Now hang on, Endeavor sir. Iida suddenly spoke up, Spider-Man just, be silent child. It's obvious you're trying to be a vigilante too. Endeavor hissed, making Iida gulp as he knew he couldn't deny that. But as this exchange happened, Izuku's teenage brain took over as he spoke up again. You know what, Mr. Endeavor sir? The hero glanced back at the vigilante. I'm gonna have to pass on the whole you burning me thing. I don't know about you, but I prefer stuff fried instead of burnt. Though I am good with grilled, roasted, or baked, but I prefer fried. The fire on Endeavor's body plumed at this, everyone now backpedaling, including Endeavor's son, whose eyes started to widen as he heard Izuku talk back to his father. You will surrender now, or else. Endeavor growled, his eyes narrowing. The flames on him surged. Well, Izuku stuttered out as he felt like he was shrinking in the mere presence of the number 2 hero, his brain now kicking him. You moron. What did you say that for? Izuku then opened his mouth. No, don't do another quip. Just run. Now. But his brain was too late as Izuku spoke up and said, I think I'll just take a rain check on the whole surrendering thing too. Bye. And with that, the teen instantly turned invisible. The sight made Endeavor's right eye twitch before thrusting a flaming fist downward, a giant volley of fire bursting out of it. Spider sense blaring at this, he quickly leapt up and fired a web line, yanking himself just out of the flame's reach as everyone else leapt to the side. Endeavor then turned to see webs suddenly appearing midair, leaping after it a split second later. Danger. Oh no, Izuku thought as he fired another web line, quickly yanking himself down an alleyway. A second later, flames burst into the edge of the alleyway, Endeavor now flying over the buildings. Come back here, you coward. Endeavor roared. Glancing back, Izuku then saw flames encase the whole alley just as he swung out of it. What the heck? He's using lethal force. He glanced back at the buildings ahead, his spider sense still yelling as he swung across a street. I gotta get out of here. And as he went into another alleyway, he glanced up to see Endeavor was still just behind him, only to see Endeavor aim right for his previous web line. The sight made him go wide-eyed. That's it. He then took a sharp left out of the alleyway, only to quickly land. And as Endeavor flew over the alley, Izuku fired 2 more web lines across the street, both connecting to tops of buildings. Endeavor soon saw them and went across the street, Izuku then running down a block before into another alleyway. His invisibility soon turned off, his head hurting from having to use it while under that much stress. He then slipped behind a dumpster and waited, hearing Endeavor roar in the distance. Where are you? Don't think you can escape me. and after a few minutes, he got up and glanced out of the alleyway and saw that the hero had gone the opposite direction, letting out a sigh of relief before darting his eyes around. Only to remember that the city had been evacuated earlier due to the monsters, he fired a new web line before swinging away. It wasn't long till he found the train station, hopped on for a ride to Musutafu, and knew he needed to go to bed as soon as possible. And as he waited on the train, his adrenaline suddenly left him and the memories of today flooded into his mind. He could feel all the moments of near death, the killing intent from Stain as he thought to himself, "That's it, no more Spider-Manning for today. I think I might need a vacation." He slumped over on the train, letting out a long moan, and a nap. A long nap. Izuku collapsed when he got home. His mother was there when he arrived, but her words didn't reach his ears, and as she saw him instantly fall asleep on his bed, she let out a long sigh before remarking the boy was shaving 10 years off her life before bandaging him up again. This was followed by the night passing, soon turning to morning as he woke up in a slump. "Ugh," he moaned as he flopped out of bed, his mind feeling like mush as he tried to stand up. "Izuku Midoriya," yelled a certain voice, making him slowly turn to see his mother glaring at him. She had her arms crossed as she let out a long sigh. "I told you to not jump into everything. Now look at you." Izuku let out a mumble at this, his form just now fully standing up, and as he let out a yawn, he said, "I'm sorry." Inko blinked at him for a second, only to sigh again, "I know." She shook her head before walking over and grabbing Izuku's shoulder. "Take the day off, all right. No Spider-Man today." Izuku stared at her for a second, only to suddenly hug her. Inko flinched at this, embracing back a few moments later. "Are you okay?" "I'm okay," Izuku muttered out. "Yesterday was just too much. You're probably seeing too much." Inko replied before ending the hug. "You're too young for this sort of thing. Though do you want to talk about it?" I don't know. I just went in over my head." Izuku felt tears appear in his eyes, the teen blinking them away. "He was a real monster, Mom. I still don't know how I stopped him. I figured. Do you want to talk about it or?" "No, I'm okay," Izuku responded before scratching the side of his head. "And I'll take a day or two off as Spider-Man." "Good." Inko giggled before gesturing him to follow. "Come on, I'll make you breakfast." The teen followed his mom, soon eating a light breakfast before turning on the news. And when he stared at the television, his eyes went wide at the headlines. "Vigilante defeats the hero killer. Spider-Man strikes again." The screen then showed 3 people around a table, all debating about the vigilante. One was saying that Spider-Man should be praised, only for the other 2 debating if he should be arrested immediately. They then went over the impact of the hero killer, showing a clip that the news crew had got of him saying how the word hero had lost all meaning, only to then praise Spider-Man. Seeing this, his mother turned to him with wide eyes. "Did that really happen?" she asked as the clip of Stain yelling, "The word hero has lost all meaning," repeated on loop on the television. Izuku put a hand to his face, groaning, "I don't want to talk about it." The footage then cut to Spider-Man fleeing Endeavor, and then showing a few days before with him fighting the masked men and Tombstone's gang. A reporter then spoke up. "As you can see here, Spider-Man seems to have taken the heroes' jobs. Both situations have the vigilante go in and save the day when heroes should be there, only they're not. Even Endeavor, the number 2 hero, arrived too late to take on the hero killer." The report made Izuku squirm in his seat, hearing the reporter now complain about the heroes. Inko watched him with a long frown, only to glance back at the screen to see footage of the hero killer again, though Iida was also there. "Is that Iida boy okay?" "I don't know," Izuku replied as he put a bit of scrambled egg in his mouth. "I hope Manuel and the police don't get too angry at him." Iida was laying in a hospital bed, his body slumped over as his glasses slid down his nose. Yesterday's events kept playing in his mind, watching Spider-Man take on Stain, seeing him outthink the killer and save him and Native at the same time. It kept playing over and over in his head, only for Spider-Man to ask him if revenge would help. He then remembered Stain's face, the demonic look on it, as if staring at a rabid, vicious animal. Then a knocking sound rang out. Iida turning to the door, "Come in." The door slowly opened, the teen's face paling as he saw who walked in. First was a man in a tan overcoat, a calm smile on his face as he strided over to the front of the bed and sat down on a chair. Following him was Manuel, along with the person that frightened Iida the most. It was his teacher, Eraserhead, who had the longest glare coming out of his eyes despite his face hiding behind his scarf. He could feel a long gulp go down his throat as the first man spoke up. "Hello, I'm Detective Takashi Naomasa. As you can probably guess, I need to ask you some questions over your encounter with the hero killer." "I understand. I'll answer anything you want to know," Iida instantly replied, only to see his teacher walk up to the side of his bed. The glare he was giving felt like pure death, the teen stuttering out, "Aizawa SS-sensei." The teacher leaned down at this, Naomasa about to tell Aizawa to not scare the kid, only for Aizawa to hiss out, "I don't have to tell you that you're in big trouble." I'm 1 second away from expelling you and blacklisting you from every hero school in the country. The only reason I don't is because of Manuel, who says he believes you've learned your lesson. However, that doesn't mean I believe it, or that you have my trust. What you did is not acceptable in any way, no matter the reason, and if you want to stay at UA, you're going to have to earn my trust back. Got it? Iida slowly nodded. Why yes, sensei. Good. Aizawa leaned back. Now, you're going to answer all the detective's questions, and you're going to answer them truthfully. And before you think of lying, he has a lie detector quirk. So, if you lie, I'll know, and you'll be expelled. Got it? Yes, sensei. Iida replied, his voice barely above a squeak. Now, don't scare him like that. Naomasa added as he waved his hand at Aizawa before looking back at Iida. Sorry about him. He's here because ... Well, he's part of the investigation team over Spider-Man. Over Spider-Man. Yes, Aizawa grumbled. Thanks to recent events, he's considered to be a priority capture. I was brought in beforehand, but thanks to what happened, he's an even bigger priority now. Oh, Iida barely responded, his mind now going over this information. But before he could really think, Naomasa spoke up again. Now, let's begin. I'll start by saying we already know your motive. You are the younger brother of Tensei Iida. Hearing those words made Tenya tense up, his whole body shaking for a second as Naomasa continued. And we also know about your injuries. Based on the equipment we recovered from the hero killer, we can assume how each injury happened. That being said, I need you to recount the entire event for me as much as you can. Oh, okay, Iida replied, feeling his lips go a bit dry as he responded. His mind went back over everything that had happened. The pain, the surprises, the sight of Spider-Man fighting the monster that hurt his brother. And then there was the hero killer himself. A being that Iida now saw as a nightmare. A malefic monster that was more wild rabid animal than man. On the other side was Spider-Man, who seemingly hopped into the situation and slowly but surely pushed the hero killer back. Spider-Man was careful, precise and persistent, things Iida didn't do in the slightest. He had just charged in, guns blazing and not a bit careful. He took a deep breath at this and stared straight ahead, right into the detective's eyes. To start, I want to say that I'll try to tell you all I can, but I didn't see everything that happened thanks to the hero killer's quirk. His quirk, Aizawa chimed in, only for Naomasa to pull out a paper and give it to the hero. He quickly took it and scanned it over. Bloodcurdle. I see. That does make sense. He gave the paper back as Naomasa responded to Iida. That's all right, we understand. Now, please tell us everything you know. Iida took a deep breath and began to talk. It began when I found the hero killer in the alleyway, about to kill that other pro-hero. Native. Iida nodded. Yes. I then recklessly charged at the hero killer, and he instantly countered me. It was here that the expressions on everyone's faces began to change in that room. Naomasa and Aizawa had already interviewed Native, but the hero didn't really give much. He was so terrified of the hero killer that it seemed he had blanked out most of the encounter. It also didn't help that Spider-Man had separated the hero from the fight midway, making Iida's recounting of the tale a bit more engaging. He began by telling them what seemed like an invisible force just came in and knocked the hero killer off his feet. This was followed by Spider-Man repeatedly disarming him. Iida commenting on how Aizawa-sensei was right about heroes needing to not be one-trick ponies. Naomasa laughed at this, Manuel chuckling as Aizawa let out a grumble before Iida continued. He followed by telling them about the webbing wall Spider-Man created. The dance between the two as Spider-Man seemed to just be a hair ahead of Stain before knocking him back. But then the Namu came into the story, Iida remarking that it just attacked Stain and he killed it with ease. But it was the part after this that intrigued Naomasa and Aizawa the most. Spider-Man asked Iida to help, and then they beat Stain. Though Spider-Man did take some damage. This was followed by him webbing the killer up to the wall ... and then Iida tried to recount all the words the two said as they talked to each other. Wait ... he said he failed to become a hero. Aizawa asked first, Iida nodding back. Yes, Iida remarked, only to glance over at Aizawa. I was surprised too. I mean, I know our class had talked about him. Ashido suggested he may be an expelled student or something. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. When was this? Oh, Uraraka had witnessed him catching a purse snatcher a week or so ago. She said it was like watching a pro on how he did it. Iida glanced back down at this. I have to admit, I believe she is right. Spider-Man seemed so skilled. I was shocked when he told me he had improvised everything. Aizawa and Naomasa shared a glance, both knowing they were thinking the same thing. The footage the two had watched over and over, showing that Spider-Man was new to the game, but at the same time, showing firsthand how experience is 10 times the teacher compared to training. Even Aizawa knew that even if you did tons of training, experience could trump it with ease. The very thought was unsettling to the duo, knowing that this meant only one thing. Spider-Man was starting to get better and better at a very fast rate. But that discussion wasn't for the current situation, both turning back to Iida as Aizawa remarked, I'm guessing that's all you need, Naomasa. Yeah, Naomasa nodded. I think I got a good idea on where to go from here. Thank you for time, young man. Iida did a quick bow. I'm sorry I couldn't give you much. Naomasa shook his head. No, this is more than we hoped for. His eyes darted back to Aizawa. We'll talk later. Got it. Aizawa replied as Naomasa left the room, the teacher then gesturing his head to Manuel. The hero did a small nod before leaving the room as well. And as the door shut, Iida found himself alone with his teacher. So, I'm not going to expel you, Aizawa interrupted while crossing his arms, Iida letting out a breath he didn't know he was holding in, only for Aizawa to add, I was also told you asked for your arm to not get repaired. Is that true? Yes. Get the surgery done. Huh? Iida yelped as he was interrupted again. Aizawa put a hand to the bridge of his nose and sighed. Listen, it's irrational to not have parts of your body working when they could, even if you're not going to be a hero. But just do it, even if it knocks you out of physical activities for some time. Aizawa sighed as he spun, slowly making for the door. And before Iida could say anything else, the teacher glanced back at him. And I want you to rest up for the remainder of the internship. Come back to school in top shape or you're expelled. Got it? Why, yes sir, Iida responded while bowing again. And as he was left alone, the teen turned to the nearby window, staring out at the city. His mind went back to yesterday, the fight, the emotions, the memories. Everything was swirling in his head. He glanced back down at his hands, muttering to himself, Spider-Man. Thank you. All for one let out a long sigh as he watched the scene before him. He had told his apprentice Tamura Shigaraki to meet the hero killer Stain, which had ended in a total failure. To be fair, the boy was not cooperative about anything, but he was someone that could be manipulated. The boy had raw hatred for heroes, something that could be used and modified. As such, the hero killer should have been an easy win, a great help to have Tamura learn. It didn't work though. Instead, Stain showed how lacking Tamura was. The killer was a man that had been driven insane by his philosophy, a unique specimen even in this day and age. But Tamura wouldn't listen to him, both instead spouting their views, the killer having a direct view while Tamura was still lacking in vision. Now the hero killer was gone, captured by the authorities, and that was followed by something else that intrigued the villain, as Stain was beaten by Spider-Man, a curious vigilante that had appeared on the scene a little over 2 weeks ago now, and wielded a power that even now he didn't understand despite his giant volume of quirks. Not only that, to what little footage he could acquire, he saw that the vigilante was gaining power. This led to the scene right now, Tamura growling at the television in the bar as it showed the same video over and over, Stain proclaiming that the word hero has lost all meaning, and then reports on Spider-Man and how he beat the hero killer and his scuffle with 2 gangs while the UA Sports Festival was happening. The sight made Tamura furious, complaining that his Namu that he had used on Hosu deserved to be reported instead of the killer and vigilante, and All for One had told him that Tamura could not use any more Namu until he had learned his lesson. Instead, Tamura just stayed angry. The sight was draining in a way. He knew the boy was filled with hatred, and yet he did nothing but be angry than actually try to improve or learn. It seemed that Tamura was going to stew in rage for a while. That was fine. All for One still had time, so he would let Tamura sit there in a pool of hatred before telling him what the next step would be. It seems I'll need to look into my other plans. After all, it pays to have backups, he remarked to himself as he leaned back in his chair. And as he did this, a door opened behind him, the sound making All for One speak up, Good morning, doctor. Good morning, master. The doctor bowed before walking up to the machines connected to the villain. We need to do your usual treatment. Very well. All for One slightly sighed, tired that this broken body of his needed so much maintenance. He then heard the doctor stop right beside him, the motion unusual for the man. Doctor, is something wrong? The doctor slightly muttered before speaking up. I got a call from one of my contacts. I see. Is there a problem? The doctor bit his lip. They saw the Hosu footage and they instantly figured out that the Namu was us. All for One felt the pause come from the doctor, the villain grinning a second later. Is that so? Which contact? The doctor leaned down and whispered into his ear, the villain's grin growing at this. All for One let out a chuckle. Let me guess, they wish to acquire one of our Namu, perhaps in exchange for something else. Yes, the doctor flatly replied. A large laugh came out of the villain next before humming, very well. The villain lifted his hand and raised a finger. Let me speak to them first. The doctor blinked at this. Are you sure? Oh yes, All for One cackled. I haven't negotiated a deal with the scum of the world in some time. When my plan completes with Tamura, that skill will be even more necessary. This will be good practice. Aizawa closed the door behind himself, letting out the longest sigh he could possibly make. The noise made Naomasa chuckle, making the teacher glare at him. Frustrated. You have no idea, Aizawa grumbled. So I'm guessing this means we change the profile. Again. Yup. Naomasa replied as he looked back down at his notes. To be fair, it does give us a slightly better picture. Ugh, Aizawa moaned, shaking his head. You know that's not enough. Have you been watching the news and what those disgusting vultures have been showing? I know, Naomasa sighed, but we have to take every little bit we can get. Indeed, that is the most optimal strategy when it comes to information gathering, said a new voice, both turning and looking down to see a certain principal of UA, Nezu. The sight made Aizawa tense up as Nezu added, "Hello Aizawa, Naomasa. I suppose you two know why I'm here, yes? Yeah, you're my worst nightmare." Aizawa groaned. "Let me guess, the Hero Commission demanded you help us." "Oh yes, I am now officially part of the Spider-Man investigation." The animal chuckled before climbing onto Aizawa, quickly getting onto his shoulder. "Now, let's go find a good place to talk. We have a lot to go over." Aizawa and Naomasa shared a glance, Naomasa shrugging before all three began their walk out of the hospital. It was going to be a long day. Aizawa just knew it. Izuku had a feeling today was going to be a long day. Usually, when he was Spider-Man, the days zoomed by, though that was mostly due to him fighting a villain or two and then going to bed. Really early bed. However, this was a Izuku Midoriya day. That meant either him sitting at his desk, doing homework and making web fluid, or going to feast. Turns out, it was both. After eating breakfast, he took 2 to 3 hours making a few extra cartridges of web fluid while doing his classes before going to feast. His mom was already there, as she had called him a few minutes before, telling him to come and help. He invisibly web swung over, knowing that he shouldn't really be seen after yesterday's events. As such, he walked into feast and was greeted by Gloria, who motioned him to follow her to the kitchen. And as he entered the room, he saw stacks of boxes filled with canned goods. "Whoa," he slowly said, only to see Gloria chuckle at him. "What is all this? Part of a food drive?" "This was the first batch they gave us." "Food drive?" Gloria nodded back. "Yup." She patted the side of one of the stacks. "Food drives help us keep our food stock up. However, every now and then we get an overload. So, we're gonna donate this stuff out. Let me guess, you need to move this to the trucks?" "Yup," Gloria repeated as her tongue flickered out. "Got it." Izuku sighed as he picked up a few and began to move them outside. Gloria followed him with just one box, the two soon putting them into the truck. A few trips later, the truck was filled, but there was still more. Guess we'll have to do multiple trips," Gloria commented with crossed arms. "We don't have another truck. We have several ... but they're all at the other location right now." She turned to the left and saw a bus that Feast also owned, the sight making her slightly hesitate. "Though, we could use the bus." Izuku glanced back at her. "Is there something wrong?" "Yeah, I don't know where the keys are for it." Izuku raised an eyebrow at this. "Wouldn't Mr. Lai have them?" Gloria shook her head. "Nope, he's not here today. Something about making a few deals in another place. The guy cannot stay still." Izuku blinked at this. He remembered Gloria telling him this before, the teen now remembering that Mr. Lai usually seemed to be here ... most of the time. Every now and then, he wasn't. However, that thought led into another as a bulb went off in his head. Maybe there's a key in Mr. Lai's office. Gloria turned to him, her tongue flickering out for a second. I don't know. His office is locked right now though. Is there no spare key?" Gloria opened her mouth, only to close it as she replied, "Not sure. Let me go check." She spun around and began to walk back into the building, Izuku following her. She then went into the kitchen, walking up to Wands and asking him about the key. As she did this, Izuku went into the main area of the building, seeing the usual people there. But as he did this, he saw several sitting around a television. He walked up to them, seeing it was the few retired heroes that come at Feast every now and then. They were all intensely staring at the box, which was showing something that made Izuku grimace. It was a round table of debaters, all talking about the incident with the hero killer. The sight reminded him of the news he saw this morning as the debate began. "I believe that Spider-Man did the right thing." One said, "He swooped in and stopped a murderer. Surely that counts for something." "Yeah, breaking the law." A second replied, "You don't have the right to just use your quirk like that, even if it's doing something good. He's a criminal. One I would debate is worse than the hero killer." "How so?" A third asked. "He's been shown to repeatedly save lives, and he could end up endangering more." The second countered, "He is showing no regard to the law with his quirk usage. Imagine if children now see this and think it's okay to just ... use their quirks in public. It will cause a disaster. History has proven it will. Ain't that the truth?" One of the retired heroes chimed in, making Izuku turn to him. "Stupid Spider-Man kid. You have no idea what you're doing. Why, back in my day, everyone thought they could just use their quirk willy-nilly and it cost them everything. And you didn't." Another retiree responded, the first one now glaring at him. "I was responsible. I was a great hero." "Yeah, right." The retiree spat before pointing at the screen, which was now showing footage of Spider-Man. "Whoever that kid is, he's got the right heroic spirit. Yeah, he's a vigilante ... but sometimes that's necessary. Bah, I don't believe it. A third retiree spoke up. Rules are rules. I made sure to follow them and I turned out all right. This Spider-Man is nothing but a menace. Izuku's eyes darted between the three and then back at the screen, making him slightly gulp as he saw another debater. This one claimed to be a representative of the Hero Commission, the sight making his eyes shrink in shock. We at the Hero Commission do not approve of Spider-Man. We believe he must be caught, as with all vigilantes. If they wish to be heroes, they must obey the law, as we all do. Otherwise, they are no better than the villains who abuse their quirks. Izuku felt himself backpedal at that, the other sounds and people around him vanishing. It was like he was alone, unnoticed, and isolated, like he was stuck in an endless void as those words repeated in his head. The Hero Commission ... They made it sound like I'm a villain. But ... But why? All I've done is help people. I mean, I know I saw that the news didn't like that I fought those guys while the sports festival was happening, but I didn't really think it was that bad. He thought, feeling tears about to appear in his eyes. Have I not been helping people? Am I a villain? And as he continued to backpedal, a hand grabbed his shoulder. The action startled him, making him spin around to see Gawara. Whoa, you okay? Izuku muttered out, rapidly blinking to destroy the tears in his eyes. You don't look so hot. Izuku glanced away for a second. Sorry. Just Gloria blinked at him before saying, listen, if you don't want to tell me, it's fine. Okay, he whispered before taking a deep breath, trying to set his mind back into reality. And after a few seconds, he looked back at Gloria. WW, what's up? WW, what do you need? Gloria's eyes squinted at that. Hey now, don't start up the stuttering again. Sorry, Izuku muttered out. It's fine, Gloria replied before holding out a hand. Izuku, seeing it had a key in its palm. Here, what's this? Key to Lai's office. Go up there and see if you can find a spare bus key. Izuku blinked at it before taking the key. Why me? Just do it for me, would ya? And don't make a mess, all right? Okay, Izuku responded, nodding. The teen then spun around and walked over to the stairs, his mind racing over what he had just watched and witnessed. Am I really doing the right thing as Spider-Man? Meanwhile, I must say, the profile you have here is very well done, gentlemen. Nezu commented as he put down a folder on Naomasa's desk. It's given me the extra pieces I need. Good, Naomasa replied as he loaded up a few videos of Spider-Man footage. Now, we also have. No need, I'll look at that later. Nezu interrupted as he hopped into a chair and pulled out a notebook and pen. He scribbled down a few things and rubbed his chin. The motion made Aizawa roll his eyes, making him rub the temple of his nose. Okay, Nezu, I know that look. You figured something out already, haven't you? I have. Nezu chuckled as he closed his notebook. Really? Naomasa asked, the stoat nodding back. Indeed, as I told you while we coming over here, I had already been making a case ever since you showed Spider-Man to me after the USJ incident. Nezu responded, though thanks to what happened during the UA Sports Festival and now the Hero Killer, the Hero Commission has pushed me to do a full investigation. And you already got a suspect, don't you? Aizawa added. Nezu shaking his head. I don't. However, I do have a theory that if it is correct, will narrow down the suspect pool immensely. Alright, that's unusual for you to not have any suspects. But I won't deny that this is a different kind of case. Percentage on the theory. I'm 27.38% sure. Nezu chimed in a matter-of-fact tone. Naomasa had never seen Aizawa go wide-eyed in surprise. Sure, he had seen the pro-hero be unsure of himself at times, but he always kept a neutral expression. But this time, Aizawa looked genuinely surprised. However, Nezu knew this was happening as well, even if he wasn't looking at Aizawa. And after a second, Aizawa spoke up. Okay, I've worked with you plenty of times before, but I've never heard you give me that low of a percentage. Heck, I didn't know it could get below 70%. I know, Nezu calmly replied, but this is a very special set of circumstances. According to the profile you've created, the timeline of events, and in particular the interviews of Spinner and Tenya, along with my own investigation, I believe that is how far I've gotten in terms of determining the identity of Spider-Man. Aizawa's surprised expression vanished at this, his face now showing a cross between intrigue and slight frustration, as if he was expecting the stoat to just give the answers he was looking for. As such, he let out a long sigh. I'm guessing you're missing something extremely vital. Indeed, the problem is twofold. One is his quirks, which seem to be unnatural at best. It is an entirely unique case, even involving those who could wield multiple quirks. You know I prefer to use science to solve cases, and quirk science is simplistic once you have enough clues ... But that does not work here. Nezu commented as he leaned back in his seat. The second is that I believe that whoever Spider-Man is, his profile in the database and quirk registry will be something so vastly different that is it impossible to connect it with the Vigilante. That makes almost all sources useless, which also makes tracking him based on physical appearance even harder. That does check out. Naomasa muttered as his eyes glanced between Nezu and Aizawa. So, what's our next move? Simple. We must raise the percentage. Nezu replied before waving a paw at Naomasa. And before you say that we should do more interviews or review the footage I'm sure you two have watched for hours now, I will say that will only help my theory slightly. At most, I suspect it will only raise the percentage up to 32.83%. Isn't that still worth it? If the percentage was already higher, yes, Nezu responded as he pointed to his head. But you see, despite everything that both my brain and quirk have gone over, this case is specifically different. It involves things that are technically impossible in terms of how quirks work. There is only one recorded case of an individual with this many quirks, and I believe this case has nothing in common with it. In fact, I suspect they're entirely separate, which means there's an even bigger mystery here. Aizawa and Naomasa shared a glance at this. So ... what will raise the percentage to something much higher? Aizawa asked with crossed arms, only to see the stoat shine a huge grin. Well, Izuku stared at the door to Mr. Lie's office, his mind still muddled from before. He looked down at the key, only to shake his head. Don't think about it. Remember, Mom said to not be Spider-Man today. He clenched his fingers around the metal object. You know what? Why don't I do that vacation I was thinking about after fighting Stain? Maybe rest for a few days before going back out there. He nodded his head at that as he put the key into the door. Yeah, that sounds good. Just be Izuku Midoriya for a few days. He then opened the door, turning on the light a second later. He glanced around as he put the key in his pocket, making his way to the desk in the middle of the room. He scanned it over before opening the desk's drawers, but found nothing. Where is it? He whispered before glancing over to a wardrobe that was standing next to several filing cabinets. The teen walked up and opened it up, now seeing a small fixture with a few keys on it. I guess I'll take them all. Maybe Gloria will know which one it is. He took the keys and closed the wardrobe, only for something to catch the corner of his eye. The teen leaned over and saw there was a small crack behind the wardrobe. Squinting his eyes, he put his finger behind the wardrobe, only to feel a tiny bit of air. A hidden room, he thought before slightly moving the wardrobe, surprised even his finger could push the wardrobe before remembering his super strength. But as he did this, he suddenly went wide-eyed as he saw something in the crack behind the wardrobe. The best way to raise the percentage would be for Spider-Man to take on another villain. Nezu finished, only to see Aizawa and Naomasa glare at him. You do realize that's gonna get the Hero Commission even more angry, right? Aizawa grumbled, Nezu chuckling at his response. Oh, I do. But you see, I believe this will help me to figure out his identity. Nezu remarked before rubbing his chin. In fact, I'm sure of it. As I just said earlier, this is an entirely unique case in terms of quirks and the science of quirks. That means the usual avenues will not work. However, that means nothing if we look purely at a psychological profile. Naomasa and Aizawa shared a glance again before Aizawa spoke up. All right, I'll bite. What's the profile you've created for Spider-Man? Nezu pointed at a second folder Naomasa had, the detective giving it to him. In it, it showed a full timeline the detective had compiled over Spider-Man. The profile I've created has concluded a few things on this vigilante. For one, all these villains he's taken on has allowed my quirk to deduce that Spider-Man is very intelligent, driven, and according to the footage you gave us back at the USJ incident, it shows that once this Spider-Man gained his quirk, his limiters were released. The vigilante shows an ability to learn and evolve at a heightened rate. However, it also shows he's untrained. Everything for him is experience. Naomasa grimaced at that, Aizawa sighing as they saw Nezu tap the folder with a paw. I must also say that he understands that heroism is a host of roles. There is showings of him patrolling, saving others in all scenarios both big and small. And he's also done good detective work with beating the police to the punch over Spinner ... It's honestly incredible. This tells me that Spider-Man is probably akin to a genius or a prodigy, or even both. An individual that is a natural in hero work, something very rare even in our hero-obsessed society. I don't like where you're going with this, Aizawa commented. If what you say is true, that's gonna make it even harder to catch him. Correct, Nezu chuckled before rubbing his chin with his paw. And yet, there is also a paradox to this puzzle. One that when we consider him being a hidden genius, makes it more understandable why he is the way he is. What do you mean? Naomasa asked, his attention slightly more focused intrigue compared to Aizawa. Well, I suspect Spider-Man to be an individual that for some unknown reason, believes the world is against him. I don't know the complete reason why, but the Spinner interview along with a bit of the Tenya Iida interview paint this picture. This also happens to unknown prodigies, but it's how Spider-Man shows that he is one of the few that has a true heroic spirit that makes this more paradoxical. It tells us that he is one that will meddle into others' affairs to help whoever is in need. This viewpoint is extremely necessary in understanding what Spider-Man's true identity. And you think this will help you catch him? Naomasa asked, just letting him fight more villains. Nezu nodded back. Oh yes, to prove my point, I would bet he's about to do something soon that will lead us down the rabbit hole that is Spider-Man. After all, if he does have this true heroic spirit, he will seek out to meddle into everything ... and that includes him trying to find villains. Izuku closed the crack behind the wardrobe, his eyes glancing around the room as he felt sweat pour down his face. He still couldn't believe what he had seen. The teen's eyes darted upward, trying to see if there was any cameras, but found nothing. Then again, he was sure his spider sense would alert him. Hopefully. He then glanced back at the wardrobe, staring at where the crack was as he remembered what he had saw. That was one of the masks those masked guys wear. He put a finger to his lip as he felt his brain shake and stir. Mr. Lai is one of the masked men. Izuku wanted to throw up. His mind wanted to do the same. The teen had a hand over his mouth as he slowly walked out of the office, locking it behind him as he shuffled down the stairs. His hand then went up to his forehead, his eyes shaking as he walked into the kitchen. Why is one of those masks in Mr. Lai's office? Why does he have a secret room there? He would never. Mr. Lai is so nice. Why would? I don't. His mind raced, the teen's eyes twitching as he kept thinking about what he had just saw. Mr. Lai ... Are you a villain? And as that question entered his brain, it was replaced with a quote from a certain elderly hero. And when you go down that rabbit hole, you'll never get out of it. You'll keep going in over your head and it won't stop. It happened. It went exactly how Gran Torino had told him it would go. From gang wars to the hero killer and now this. It was like dominoes in his brain, just one crazy thing after another. The thought alone made him stumble, not noticing a certain snake-headed lady walk up to him. Yo, did you find the Gloria's words came to a stop as he turned to her, his face's expression making her flinch. You okay? Izuku's mouth mumbled for a second, only to just show the woman a handful of keys. She raised an eyebrow at this, soon grabbing them and stared at each one. Here it is. She then handed the keys back. Go put these back in the office for me, would ya? Izuku looked down at the keys, Gloria blinking as she saw him just stare at the keys. Izuku, kid, you okay? I don't know. He slowly replied, Gloria tilting her head at this. Sorry, I just freaked out there for a second. Gloria stared at him for a second before shrugging. Okay, if you need a second, take it. We're not in a rush. Oh, thanks. Say when is Mr. Lai coming back? I think tomorrow. Why? No reason. Just wanted to know. Izuku responded before spinning around, quickly running back up the stairs. He felt his form zipping into the room and putting the keys up in a flash, his mind blank as he did this. The teen hopped down the stairs next, quickly getting back to the kitchen as he lifted up the boxes. A second later, he was taking them to the bus, Gloria just now opening the vehicle. That was fast, she commented as she opened the back, Izuku quickly putting the boxes up. And as he walked back into Feast, he found his mother standing at the front door. Izuku, what's wrong? She asked as he came to a stop in front of her. Gloria told me you looked like something had frightened you. What happened? Izuku flinched at those words, his eyes darting around before leaning down and whispering, let me finish helping Gloria and I'll tell you. It's Spider-Man stuff. Inko raised an eyebrow at this, only to sigh. This doesn't mean you're gonna do something reckless later, are you? Her son shook his head. No. Yes, I don't know. I mean, I don't think I'll do it today, but... Izuku. Inko started to glare at him. What's going on? And before he could reply, Gloria walked up to two, her tongue slightly slipping out. Hey Izuku, we still have some room in the bus. Ready to put one more round into it? Oh ... Yeah. Izuku responded before gesturing his head to his mother, Inko rolling her eyes before nodding. He then went inside with Gloria, soon taking out the last few boxes to the bus. As he did this, Gloria got some volunteers to drive and they were soon gone, Izuku telling Gloria he was going to stay at Feast with his mom. And after they left, Inko took him aside, the two walking out of the building. As they did this, Izuku and Inko found a small table with chairs to sit down on. The two made themselves comfortable, Inko glaring at her son as she asked, so what is this all about? Why were you acting like that earlier? Izuku muttered out, shaking his head for a second before saying, I think I saw something in Mr. Lai's office that I shouldn't have. Inko tilted her head at this. What do you mean? Well, you know those masked guys you've seen me fight on TV? Inko nodded back. I found one of those masks in Mr. Lai's office. Inko went wide-eyed at this. What? She squeaked out. Yeah, I know. Izuku replied as he put a hand over his face. When I saw it, I didn't know what to do. I mean, if he has that mask ... that means Mr. Lai is a villain. Inko just stared at him, letting out a long sigh next as she slumped down into the chair. She saw her son twitch in his seat, the woman able to tell that his mind was swimming. She slowly reached over and grabbed his hand, pulling it off his face as he stared right into her eyes. Oh Izuku, I'm so sorry. I can't escape it, can I? You asked me to not jump into everything. And then this happens. Izuku bitterly chuckled. Inko let go of his hand and took a deep breath, her head slightly shaking. I'm sorry. I wish I knew what to tell you. Yeah, Izuku let out a moan at this. Gran Torino was right. I don't know what I'm doing. He tapped a finger on the table, the two sitting in silence for a few minutes. And as the time passed, the teen bit his lip before asking, so what do you think I should do? I mean, if Mr. Lai is a villain. Inko blinked at this, her mind going back to all the times she had been around Martin Lai. She remembered how much he tried to help people, helping others around Feast and doing whatever he could. The thought just didn't sit right with her, making her say, well, do you really think he could be a villain? Izuku stared at her, knowing what she was thinking. I don't know. He glanced down at the table. I just can't see it. But Gloria has been saying he's been constantly gone recently. Inko frowned at that, only for him to add, I did ask Gloria and she said Mr. Lai is gonna be back tomorrow. His mother bit his lip at this. So, what are you gonna do when he comes back? I still don't know. Inko shook her head. You really jump into everything, don't you? Yeah. Inko closed her eyes for a second before reaching out and grabbing his hand again. The teen slowly looked up at her, showing nothing but confusion and despair in his eyes. She could tell his heart and mind was messed up, probably more than she had ever seen before. She let out a long breath before saying, you can be Spider-Man tomorrow. He went wide-eyed at this, only for her to add, try to figure out what's going on, okay. And if he really is a villain well, we'll figure it out, okay. And if he isn't, then we'll try to figure out how to help him. Izuku did a slow nod, okay. The next day, a small pale finger circled around the top of a glass of whiskey, a low growl escaping the finger's owner's lips. His long white hair drooped over his face as he took the glass and slugged it down in one go. He felt the liquid burn down his throat before glancing up at the bartender, a man that looked like a purple mist. Something wrong, Master Shigaraki? The bartender asked as Tamura let out a sigh. Shut up, Kirigiri. Shigaraki hissed as he glanced up at the TV in the bar, showing what he considered to be another news report of Spider-Man and the hero killer. He could feel his eye twitching at this, one of his hands going up to scratch the side of his neck. Why do those two get all the attention? It seems the nomas you used did not do their intended effect. Perhaps it's because the hero killer in Spider-Man's methods are more subtle. Shigaraki grumbled as he pushed the glass from before away. Whatever, Master Shigaraki. Shut up, Tamura hissed, only for a small television in the room to turn on. Now, Tamura. A voice glitched out of the screen. Do not be discouraged. Even if the public do not acknowledge you now, that only means you must aim higher. I know, Sensei, Shigaraki responded, but I don't know what to do next. I mean, I could totally try to mess over UA again, but that ended in total party wipeout last time. And the rest of those minions that didn't get wiped bailed on us. Agreed. That is why you must do what I did back in my prime. What was that, Sensei? Recruitment. The voice replied, Shigaraki knowing his sensei was smiling behind that screen at this. And you need to make sure they are not normal, basic thugs. This time, go for quality over quantity. Shigaraki scratched the side of his neck again. Sounds like a pain. He then turned to Kirigiri, call Jurin. Of course, Master Shigaraki. Izuku's morning was the most robotic thing he had done in a long time. He barely remembered what his morning was as he did this routine, quickly preparing his Spider-Man costume under his clothes, putting the rest of it in a backpack before going off to feast. His mom had to go to the hospital, a few emergencies going off last night, and she had to help with the cleanup. As such, he did the slow method to get there, riding the train alone. He had spent all last night thinking about how Lai could be a villain. He was such a nice guy, always encouraging him and helping others. The very thought felt wrong, and as he thought about it, the harder it was to consider it being real. And yet, when he went home last night, he remembered his first encounter with Lai. The man had said he had a villainous quirk, something that Izuku didn't believe in. The teen had always believed no one had a villainous quirk, but that thought had stayed in the back of his head. He still didn't know what Lai's quirk was, and that thought was the scariest part about all of this. What is Mr. Lai's quirk? He thought as he felt the train rumble, making him glance up. The train came to a stop, the teen slowly getting up and leaving the car. He shuffled his feet as he walked down the sidewalk, his mind drifting as he looked ahead. The feast building was already in the distance, the teen not realizing just how much time had passed. But as he stared at the building, he felt a wave of dread cover him before letting out a sigh. You can do this, Izuku. You just suspect someone you admire to be a villain. A villain that's part of a gang you've fought like 6 times now. He took a deep breath as he walked up to the stairs outside the building. Just maybe consider this like another case. Start with an investigation and find some clues, or something like that. He slowly went up to the front doors and opened them, his eyes darting around for a second. He let out a breath he didn't know he was holding before walking into the main area, only to see the usual bunch of beds and chairs like always. Several seniors were sitting around a TV, all arguing over the news while 2 of them were at a chess table. They were the usual there, Izuku having played against them both several times. He watched them move a few pieces, his mind telling him who was going to win before going to the kitchen, only to see no one was there. Odd, Gloria's usually here, he thought before leaving the room and glancing upward, his eyes settling on Lai's office on the second floor. The teen shuffled over to the stairs, slowly taking them as he walked up to the room. And as he got there, he saw the man he was looking for just outside of the office. It was Meriton Lai, who was currently talking to Gloria. "You sure?" Gloria asked. "I mean, I don't mind taking over, but is it really that bad?" "It is," Lai sighed. "I have a group running the second location now, but as for here... you're the only one I got. I need you to look over it because it's the best part of me." Gloria glanced away at this, her forked tongue sticking out for a second before looking back. "All right, I'll do it. Thank you." Lai slightly bowed to her, only to turn around and ask, "Oh, hello Izuku. How long have you been there?" I just walked up the stairs. What's going on?" Lai let out a long groan at this. "I have to leave for a few days and wanted to make sure everything is fine with Feast." He rubbed the side of his head at this, Izuku realizing this was the first time he had seen Lai actually look frustrated over something. "Turns out, some guys want to buy our building," Gloria chimed in, making Izuku turn to her with wide eyes. What do you mean?" Gloria shrugged as Lai spoke up. "Don't worry about it. It's just something I'm trying to solve." Lai glanced back at Gloria. "I'm gonna go ahead and get going." "You good?" "No prob," Gloria responded while nodding. "Thank you," Lai replied before looking back at Izuku. "Sorry to leave so early, but duty calls." Okay," Izuku squeaked out before the man walked past him, slowly going down the stairs. As he did this, Gloria went up to Izuku. "Hey kiddo, sorry to say, but I got nothing for you to do today. Just the usual is happening here." "Oh," Izuku glanced down at this. "Okay, sorry." Izuku shook his head. "No, it's okay. I just had a day off and thought I should come help." "I getcha. Welp, I gotta go downstairs and talk to Wands. I'll talk to you later." "Okay," Izuku responded as the snake lady walked over to the stairs, Izuku following her. And as she walked into the kitchen, the teen quickly shifted over to the front doors of the building. And as he opened them, he saw Martin Lai walk to the side of the building. Izuku blinking at the sight. He tiptoed to the side of the building as he followed the man, only to see Lai get into his car. "I can't believe this is happening. I mean, I didn't expect him to leave this quickly," Izuku thought as he reached into his backpack and pulled out a spider tracer and his web shooter, quickly putting it on and firing the device at Lai's car. The tracker hit the bumper, the sight making Izuku almost smile. "Got it." He took the shooter off and put it back in the bag a second later, taking in a deep breath. "Okay, now to change into Spider-Man." He looked back at the Feast building one more time, the sight making him take a deep breath before slowly walking into a nearby alleyway. And as he tiptoed down it and glanced around, making sure no one was looking, he turned invisible and crawled up the wall. A second later, he was on the rooftop before changing into his vigilante alter ego, equipping his web shooters as he whispered, "All right, Mr. Lai, let's see what you're really up to." Nezu's eyes were glued to the screen before him. He was in his office at UA, a large screen on the other side of the room as it showed every bit of footage Naomasa and the police had collected on Spider-Man. When he had confronted the detective and Aizawa, he had been very precise in terms of what theories he had on the vigilante, but also made sure to not say his true intentions. However, as he stared at the screen, this one showing Spider-Man fighting the gang war that had happened while the UA Sports Festival was going on, he shined the biggest grin as he watched it for the third time. The sight made him light a cigarette, the tiny white stick soon touching his lips as he chuckled to himself. "I must say, this Spider-Man truly is intriguing," he said to himself. "To think a hero like this is possible. And considering everything I've looked over, I still don't know your identity." That thought made Nezu want to do backflips. One of the biggest problems Nezu had with trying to solve puzzles is that they were always too easy. As Aizawa had stated earlier, his investigations always had success. The Stoat's quirk allowed him to easily figure out any puzzle, whether it be logic, science, or the in-between. However, this case was different. He let out a puff of smoke at this, his mind creating a profile in his head as he spoke his thoughts aloud. "The problem here is the logic. We have a teen, which considering his body type and what little we have in terms of his voice thanks to the Scorpion incident, probably a teen around the age of the students here... that somehow failed. I've looked over all our footage in the heroic exams and found nothing. All the files show no one like him. That should make it easier, as that would take out suspects, but somehow... it doesn't." The Stoat puffed again as the cigarette twiddled in his paw. This vigilante is a scientific impossibility crossed with a profile that makes no logical sense. His quirk seems to have a mutant aspect to it, but also has multiple emitter quirk abilities with the webbing and electricity. There's also a transformation aspect with invisibility, which means the quirk registry we have here will probably be different than what his quirk really is. After all, the closest I've found in terms of our records for the exams is an invisible student and a student that uses electricity, and I know it's not either of them. There was also no spider mutant quirks that participated in the exams. That can only mean that they went to another hero school. Nezu put the cigarette in a small ashtray at this, but why would he do that if he's obviously in Musutafu? Almost everything he's done has been in this city, so he has to live here. Financial problems, perhaps. Even so, the rate for him to move around from here to another hero school would be almost the same expense as trying us. Though ... that means he failed to get into UA. The stoat tapped a remote next, the footage switching to what little it had on the hero-killer fight, watching Spider-Man flee as Endeavor went after him. The sight made him smile. But you also believe the world is against you, and that's a mindset that has to be created, not learned. Though it does make sense why you would switch to vigilantism for that. After all, if you truly did fail like Iida said. Nezu's grin got even wider at that. The Hero Commission wants you taken in. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they'd put you away in Tartarus just because of the good you've done. He then tapped the remote again, shutting off the footage. Not a chance. I want you for myself. And as he said this, the stoat began to laugh, his staff now all feeling chills go down their spines despite not even being around him. Izuku had found that web swinging was a bit too fast for tailing, especially in a city where cars are constantly starting and stopping. This also made Izuku not want to learn how to drive, as he felt web swinging was so superior that it made cars look boring. As such, after an hour of following Lai's car, mainly just running on rooftops, which he found no one really seemed to notice, only for the vehicle to come to a stop in front of a building. Izuku saw it looked like an old car garage crossed with a warehouse, something that a man dressed like Martin Lai, who was in an expensive-looking full black suit, wouldn't exactly walk into. Despite this, Izuku swung over to the building's roof and perched there, watching the man get out of his car. He saw Lai tug at his suit before closing the driver door, only to walk up to a small orange door on the side of the building. Lai glanced around at this, only to take out a key and open the frame. Seeing this, Izuku turned invisible and slowly crawled down the side of the building, getting down at the door and grabbing the knob. However, he saw it was already locked, making him grimace before crawling back up the building. Guess I gotta find another way to get in, he thought before looking the building over. There's no windows. Maybe I can find a vent. A few minutes later, he found exactly what he was looking for, a small duct that he found he could crawl through. Once again, he found his body could easily slip through, glad his new reflexes made it so simple. He zipped through the vents, his ears picking up the familiar sound of a language he couldn't understand. Hearing this, he picked up his crawling pace, only to find an open vent. The teen's eyes squinted as he leaned his head down, trying to view what he could of the room below him. And as he did this, his went wide. Below him was a room filled with boxes and masked men. The vigilante, seeing several, opened the boxes to reveal tons of rifles and guns. The sight made him flinch. Weapon smuggling. He watched them open another crate, this one showing an RPG. Holy ... how did they get all this stuff? But as his thoughts kept swimming at the sights below him, his brain came to halt as a new figure walked into the room. It was Martin Lai, the man slowly striding through the place as the masked men all came to a stop and bowed to him. Izuku's eyes went wide again as he saw this, only to see Lai tug at his suit ... and then activate his quirk. Martin Lai's skin suddenly turned black, his black suit became white, and his eyes went completely black with white pupils. The sight made Izuku barely lean back, now seeing even Lai's hair change from black to white. And as Lai did this, his hands turned black before a familiar-looking black and white energy sparked around them. What the? Izuku thought as he saw Lai flex his hands, the energy now sparking even more out of his fingertips. And as this happened, two masked men walked up with a third man, this one not wearing a mask. A new volunteer, sir, one of the two masked thugs said. Excellent, Lai replied before touching the man. Energy flowed out of his hand and into the third man, the individual letting out a small scream only to go silent. Izuku then saw the person twitch for a second, his body turning a shade of black before going still. And as this happened, Lai spoke up, "You are now one of us, one of the inner demons." "Yes, master," the third man replied before another thug walked up and gave him a mask, the man quickly putting it on. And as this happened, Izuku put a hand to his face, his whole form shaking as he stared at Martin Lai. The man began to speak again, issuing orders to the others, but Izuku wasn't listening. Instead, his mind was racing as he thought only one thing. Mr. Lai is the leader of the masked men. Izuku wasn't sure how much time passed as he stayed crouched down in that vent. He knew he didn't move for some time, his eyes just blankly staring at the sight below him. He watched Lai order the men around, seeing a few pack up some boxes filled with weapons before slowly making their way out of the room. However, Izuku barely paid attention, his eyes just staring holes into Lai. "I don't understand. Why is ... why is Mr. Lai a villain?" His mind said as he felt his body tense up at those thoughts. Was everything he told me a lie? Does he not care? I mean, these masked guys have done a lot of bad. I should know, I've fought them. Was it all a big fat lie? He let out a silent sigh, his brain now shuffling through his memories of his time at Feast. The encouragement Lie would give him, the talk they had during that one car ride, how the man seemed to always smile and try to help others. And then he looked back at the Lie below him, seeing a dull yet holier-than-thou look on his face. Expressions were harder to tell now that his body had changed colors, but this man was different. His voice, while Izuku was unable to understand the words, sounded off, like there a strange small echo in them. It's like ... he's a different person. I mean, I know that's Mr. Lie, but ... that quirk. Is it something like an energy transfer quirk? But it looked like it was some kind of a brainwashing quirk too. How did he ... But why is Mr. Lie? His thoughts went back to his memories at this, only to shake his head. No, there must be something wrong here. I just know it. He watched as Lie gave a few more orders before leaving the room. That's not the Mr. Lie I know. But if he really is their leader. He glanced down at the masked men, only to see a spare mask sitting on one of the desks. The sight made the teen blink as his brain showed him the one thing that led him here. The secret room at Feast. His body began to move again at this. Yeah. I need to figure this out. Mr. Lie wouldn't just do this, and I bet that room will help me figure out what's going on. Izuku began to go backwards through the vent, and as he found the exit, he slipped out, only for another thought to enter his head. Wait, maybe I should stop them first. I mean, they are doing weapons smuggling right now. He glanced down, his eyes now seeing a few put some weapon crates into a semi. He pointed his wrist at the thugs, only to retract it. No, if I hop down there, I won't figure anything out. I still believe in Mr. Lie ... but that doesn't mean I can't track these guys. With that, he turned invisible and crawled down to street level, soon slipping under the semi and placing a spider tracer in the vehicle's underbelly. There we go. No chance they find this. He then crawled out from under the semi, only to see they were loading up 2 more vehicles, the teen soon crawling under them as well as he placed tracers in each one. The teen then took back the one he had put on Lie's car, as it was pretty obvious on the car's bumper, and he didn't want to alert the masked men of his presence. And as soon as this was done, he invisibly crawled back up the building wall before firing a web line. He was ready for the next step. It was when Izuku was about halfway to Feast that he realized it was still the middle of the day, knowing he couldn't just walk in and ask for Lie's office key without raising suspicions. He knew he could only do one thing, wait till nightfall and sneak in. Thankfully, he knew that Feast also had a vent system, mainly due to him knowing he needed a way for him to sneak out if he had to switch to Spider-Man immediately, which he had found a few days ago. As such, he instead went home, quickly reaching the apartment while being invisible, crawling into his window like usual. The teen spent the next hour at his desk, making some web fluid while also making a small door opener device, as he had a feeling he probably wouldn't find the key at Feast with ease like last time. And breaking down the door was definitely not an option. Due to this, he created the tool before taking a short nap, his mother coming home a few hours later. And when he woke up, he told her the story, the woman frowning at every detail before Izuku declared what he was going to do. Are you sure? She asked as he finished. I mean, I still can't believe it, but... Yeah, Izuku interrupted as he glanced away. I still don't believe it myself, and I saw it. Oh, Izuku. Izuku scratched the back of his head before replying. I want to believe that isn't Mr. Lie. That there's some kind of mix-up or evil twin or ... or something. He looked back at his mother, tears beginning to appear in his eyes. Is it wrong of me to think that? Inko shook her head as tears appeared in her eyes as well. Not at all. She placed a hand on his shoulder. Izuku, you have the kindest heart I know. That's why you still believe in him. But what if he's just an evil villain? What if ... what if everything he's told me was a lie? Inko bit her lip at this, soon sighing. I don't know. She tensed her hand on his shoulder before staring directly into her son's eyes. But what I do know is that you'll do the right thing when the time comes ... and I'll be there to support you. Izuku blinked at her, only to nod. Okay. He leaned in next, hugging her as she embraced him back. Thanks, Mom. Of course. That's why I'm here. He chuckled at that as he ended the hug. You're here to help convince me to investigate dangerous weapons smugglers. Inko giggled as she did a fake shrug. It's a living. Izuku took another small nap a little later, letting the sun vanish from the sky as the moon took its place. And when that was done, he woke up, did a quick routine and switched into being Spider-Man. He told his mom he'd be gone for a while, Inko telling him good luck before invisibly crawling out and swinging away. It didn't take him long to reach Feast, as he knew web-slinging route by heart now. But as he landed on the building, he felt himself release a long breath he didn't know he was holding. He put his hands in his hoodie's pockets, checking to make sure he had everything he needed before crawling down the side of the building. There, he found the vent he was looking for, quickly opening it and crawling through. It wasn't long till he found the exit vent, opening it and turning invisible as he crawled out. The vent spat him out on the second floor. The teen glancing down at the main floor and seeing several people all sleeping on the beds inside, a chorus of snores filling the place. The sight reminded him that the place was also a shelter, something he sometimes forgets as he slowly made his way to Lai's office door. And as he got there, he pulled out the small device, which he put in the crack of the door. "Come on," he mentally whispered to himself as he fiddled for a second, only to hear a tiny click. "Got it." He glanced back at this, his hand slowly taking the door handle before twisting it. The frame was pushed back at this, Izuku silently tiptoeing into the room as he glanced back one last time before closing the door behind him. He then put the device away as he turned off his invisibility before taking out the small flashlight he would use for his notebook at night and made his way to the wardrobe. He pulled up his mask slightly, putting the light in his mouth as he opened the wardrobe. "Now, I know I accidentally saw he had a hidden room last time, but I bet there's a way to move this. After all, if I just force the wardrobe and Mr. Lai comes back, he'll know someone's been here." He patted around the wardrobe's frame, only to feel something push in. A tiny bit of wood pushed in at this, Izuku hearing another tiny click. Izuku leaned back at this, grabbing the side of the wardrobe, only to find it could now easily be moved. He slowly pulled it back, the wardrobe smoothly moving as he pushed it aside. And as he glanced inside, he saw the mask from earlier on a desk, along with a whole room in semi-darkness, only a lit bulb shining above the desk. "That's not creepy," he thought as he tiptoed inside, glancing back one last time before fully entering the room. He began to wave around his small flashlight, now seeing the full place around him. There wasn't much in the room, just the desk, a chair, and a board on all three walls around the desk. The only wall that didn't have a board was the entrance to the secret room, Izuku's eyes darting around. The teen started by going over to the desk, his flashlight shining a light on the mask first. He then moved the light across the desk, now seeing a few folders. Izuku hovered his other hand over this, a feeling of hesitation embracing his body. "If I move anything in here, he'll know someone's been in this room." He glanced back to the secret door. I think I could close that and make sure it's not suspicious, but moving anything will." "Shoot, I didn't think this through, did I? I keep jumping into things ... but he did say he was gonna be gone for a few days. Maybe I can just take some pictures with my phone ... but I won't have looked at the files here." He looked back at the folder again, those thoughts mixing through his head before putting his hand on the folder. "I need to know. Even if it's obvious someone's done something in this secret room, I still need to know." He took the folder and opened it, putting his flashlight over it as he began to read. "This is," he thought aloud as his eyes slightly widened, "a list of properties in Musutafu. Does Mr. Lai own these?" He flipped to the second page, now seeing a list of people's names, but the very first one was missing. Instead, he saw one word for the top entry: Kingpin. "Who's that?" He glanced down the list, not recognizing any of the names before flipping to the third page, now seeing another list of buildings and several graphs filled with numbers. "What is ... wait." Izuku's eyes stopped about halfway down the list, only to go wide-eyed. He recognized a certain building on the list. "That's the bank where I first fought the masked guys." He mentally gasped, only to see a description beside it. "Says it's owned by the Kingpin." There's that name again. I don't know any hero called that. Is it a villain name? He began flipping through more pages, his eyes glancing around as he saw they were more papers on properties and money. And when he reached the end of the folder, he found himself having more questions than answers. What was all that? It's just lists of stuff. He put the flashlight in his mouth next and pulled out his phone. "Let's take some pictures first." Turning the sound down on the phone, he put the folder down on the desk and began to snap photos of every page as he held the flashlight over it. He didn't want to use the phone camera's flash, afraid he was already making too much noise and movement. And after he recorded the first folder, he began to go through the second and third, skimming each. "This one has more people, property, money figures ... and that Kingpin name keeps appearing on them. Is it the name of an operation?" The teen switched to another folder, wide-eyed again as he saw the name on it. It was a logo of a company he was very familiar with. It was a corporation well known for a multitude of things. Oscorp. That's ... Why would Mr. Lai be interested in them? He thought as starting taking pictures again while flipping through the pages. "These are locations as well ... and there's that name again, Kingpin. What is this all about?" Izuku's mind paused at this, his brain going over the facts he knew about the corporation. Oscorp was the leading company in the world over quirk science, famous for its support weapons as well. The corporation was something Izuku remembered looking into many times. It was the kind that made you think larger than life to most. As such, he began taking pictures before putting the file down. After this, he saw one final folder. Taking it in his hands, he saw another company's name he knew. It was one he had considered looking into if everything had gone wrong in terms of trying to be a support hero. It was a huge support company. though it was made for support lifestyles, something he wasn't interested in, but knew he could do if he had no other choice. Detonate. That shows locations for them too. I don't see that Kingpin name though. Just what is Mr. Lie doing? He then finished photographing the files, putting the folders back down on the desk and moving over to the boards. There, he saw they were maps of Musutafu, all three the same maps, but with different things marked. The first one had several buildings marked with red circles around them. Let's see, that's the bank where I first fought them. And that's ... that's the warehouse that the Tombstone gang was at. He slightly moved the flashlight down, seeing another building marked. What's that building? Says it's another location they've hit. He pulled out his phone and took a picture of the map, only to go to the browser and look up the building. A few seconds later, a news feed popped up, one showing that a robbery had taken place a few days ago. Masked men robbed jewelry store, he mentally said before looking at the date. That's the day I fought them and Ryukyu showed up. Wait ... how did they do that? I thought she stopped them. Was it a decoy? The teen let out a sigh before looking back at the map one last time, only to find nothing else interesting marked. Seeing this, he went to another wall, staring at the map there. This one was the same map of Musutafu, but the markings were much bigger this time. What is this? Everything that's marked is like ... full blocks. Izuku followed one of the markings, only to see a small name under it. It says Tombstone. Does he operate on this block? He looked the map over with his flashlight again. Actually, it's more like a small district. Maybe this is Mr. Lie saying he thinks Tombstone is somewhere around these markings. He then looked over the other markings, only to see no names under them, but were in a different color compared to the Tombstone area. I don't recognize any of these places. I must be missing something here. Guess I should take a photo and look at the other map. One photograph later, he went to the final map, this one having buildings circled in blue. And as he looked it over, he soon realized what this one meant. That's the building I followed Mr. Lie to. These must be their hideouts. One is a few streets over from Feast, and that other one ... it's not far from the second Feast building. He began to take pictures at this, grimacing at the sight. I think I found everything ... well, not everything, but something close. And after a few more pics, he put his phone away, glancing back at the desk with the folders on it. He had tried to kinda put them back where they had been, but had a feeling it would be noticed anyways. What is Mr. Lie trying to do? It looks like he's using this masked gang to rob some places, but that's it. Is it connected to this Kingpin? And who is that? He glanced back at the room, only to feel a wave of frustration hit him. Darn it. I don't get it. I mean, it looks like Mr. Lie is a villain even more now ... but at the same time, I don't really get what he's trying to do. Who is the Kingpin? And why is Mr. Lie after him? Or her? He pulled out his phone again and looked at all the photos he had taken. In particular, he stared at the pictures of the maps. I don't get it. Kingpin, Mr. Lie, and Tombstone, Oscorp and Detonate. He put a finger to his chin before sighing. I'm gonna go home. Maybe I can figure out more with my computer. The teen stared back up at the room for a bit longer before walking over and ruffling the folders a bit, trying to make them look neat like that had been before, and shuffled out of the room. He slowly closed the wardrobe, finding the hidden lock on it and making sure it fully shut off the place. And after this was done, he silently locked the office door and glanced out into the building, only to hear nothing but snores. The sound made him mentally chuckle before turning invisible, quickly sneaking back over to the vent and crawling right through. Izuku wasn't sure how long it took him to get back home. His brain was on autopilot as he swung back to his house, crawled through the window, changed out of costume, and went straight for his desk. This was followed by him uploading the photos to his computer, the teen soon looking over everything he could. As such, he began to replicate every list from the photos, and pulled up images of maps that he began to edit in what the marked maps had shown. It took a full night, something that Inko woke up to, which she admitted had been a long time since she had seen her son do an all-nighter. After telling him to go to bed, he slept for a few hours before getting back at it, several more hours replicating the information. And as he did this, he tried to look up the name Kingpin in multiple search engines and news outlets, only to find nothing. No files or anything ... with the exception of one. Izuku's eyes stared at a news article created a few months ago. Its creator now deceased. Article now redacted like crazy while also being part of an investigation. Ben Urich says here he wrote an article about the Kingpin of crime. Izuku blinked at the name. That sounds like a villain. It says that the reporter was later found dead. The teen leaned back in his desk chair, hand on his chin. There's nothing on an investigation after this. Was it covered up? He then turned to the clock, going wide-eyed as he saw how late it was. Well, 2 days basically just passed with me doing this. The week's almost over. Izuku changed the screen back to everything he had replicated, only to see it look like a muddled mess in his eyes. His brain couldn't make sense of anything. All he could see was just numbers and names. But his mind said only one thing: Mr. Lie was a villain. That fact kept repeating in his head. Martin Lai was a villain that seemed to be fighting this kingpin or was under him. Regardless, there was nothing on why Lai was a villain or why he was doing any of this. Instead, Izuku found himself more confused than when he first saw that mask in the crack in the office. That alone led to one conclusion in his mind. He switched the screen to the maps, staring at one in particular. I need to check the other hideouts. Maybe I can find something there, he thought before looking back at the time. It was the middle of the day, the sight making him let out a sigh before getting out of his chair and go into the kitchen. And as he entered that room, he made himself supper as he thought up one last thing. I will find out why you're a villain, Mr. Lai. Wait a minute, friends. I have one request to all of you. Please support and give kudos to the author and make sure to comment. Love from Saiyan Fanfics YT. So he will not feel any regrets for giving us permission to upload his fanfics, and the fanfic link is in the description. Izuku was eating a bit of katsudon as his mom walked into the room. She saw a semi-tired yet confused look on his face, the sight making her frown as she sat down beside him. What's wrong? She asked, the teen slowly glancing over at her. Just thinking. What did you find out? Nothing. Inko replied, her head slightly going back at the response. But you said. I know. Izuku sighed as he took a sip of water. It's just, nothing makes sense. Everything I found in Mr. Lai's room is nothing but names, numbers, and locations. I don't understand any of it. Inko shook her head. No, you understand it, Izuku. He glanced back up at her. You just don't know what to do you? Izuku stared at her for a few seconds before sighing again. Yeah. Anytime I think back to Mr. Lai, all I see is this kind man who's gone out of his way to help me so much. I mean, I no longer stutter around everyone at feast. I feel like I can do actual conversations, though it's no one my age. But I still see that in him. Inko shook her head at this, remembering what Izuku had told her about Aldera. She always knew something was wrong, seeing him come home with bruises and burns, but the boy never said anything. He was always silent, trying to hide it all, trying to not make himself a burden for her. She should have known better, seeing her son come home with a huge, pain-filled frown. But he was different now. Izuku came home with a huge grin on his face, happy as he found something he truly loved doing. And no one telling him otherwise. With the exception of some newscasters. However, the sight before her reminded her of the old Izuku, one that came home from Aldera every day, broken and miserable. Granted, he didn't really look broken this time, more confused than anything, but still miserable. It made her put her hand on his shoulder, her son turning to her as she said, Izuku, I want you to do what you think is right. If you need to go confront him, do it. And if you don't want to confront him, that's fine too. We'll call the heroes and let them handle it. Those words made her son flinch, the teen glancing down for a second before eating another bite. And as he did this, he let out a deep breath before saying, No, I feel I need to do this. Inko's frown grew at that. Why? Because. Izuku dropped his chopsticks at this, slightly shaking his head. I don't know. He put his hand on face, slowly pulling it down before looking back at his mother. Mom, if Mr. Lai really is a villain and I take him down. What do you think will happen to Feast? Inko blinked at that, her frown trying to grow as she replied, Well, I don't know. The response made Izuku grimace, only to see his mother's expression change, the frown staying, but her eyes now staring straight at him with a certain blaze. But if Mr. Lai is a villain, I do know that if everyone in Feast knew you were Spider-Man, they would accept you taking him down. Izuku's eyes went wide at her statement, the teen wanting to say really, but unable to. Instead, he looked back down at his food. His mind went over everything that had just happened. The gang war right before the start of the week, Stain, Iida, and now this. The events flooded him, but his mind went back to everything he had been going over the past 2 days. The documents and maps, all showing some big thing happening between Lai and someone called Kingpin. As such, the teen grabbed and ate the last piece of food. A long gulp followed as Inko saw a new look appear on her son's face. It was one she knew all too well. It was that fire that would appear in Izuku's eyes when he talked about wanting to be a hero, to save anyone and everyone. A flame that scared her so much. But in recent days, it made her so proud. He turned to her before doing a small nod. Thanks, Mom. No problem. Though what are you going to do? Izuku took a long swig of water before replying. I'm gonna take a small nap and then sneak into one of the hideouts. I need to well, I need to know everything. Inko nodded back. I understand. She patted his shoulder at this, and Izuku, yeah, I'm so proud of you. She shined a small smile at this. I know I don't say it enough, but I am. Izuku blinked at her, small tears appearing in his eyes as he hugged her, the mother embracing him back. Thanks, Mom. Love you too. Izuku woke up a few hours later bright and ready. He checked the clock for a second, seeing there was still 1 day left of the week, though it was now nighttime, but that didn't matter in his mind. Instead, he quickly changed into his outfit, putting on the mask before going to the kitchen and making himself a small bento. He had asked his mom to get some supplies yesterday while he was replicating the pictures, having a feeling he needed to be extra prepared for this. Granted, it was also because he kept trying to tell himself to not just leap into everything. After a few more minutes of preparation, the teen went invisible and snuck out of his room's window, inhaling a deep breath before web swinging into the city. He had decided to go for the closest of the 3 hideouts, knowing it was just about 8 to 9 streets over from Feast. He was a bit surprised, as it made it only a bit a ways from UA, but still significantly far enough that heroes and police would take a bit to respond to such a location. As such, he got there during a little over 2 hours before midnight, the darkness already settling in. The night cover made invisibility pointless, as he knew no one would be hunting him right now. And so, he landed on the hideout's rooftop, a 4-story building, and took out his self-made bento, putting it in a little bag along with a water bottle. He placed it on the roof before taking out his spider tracer tracker, only to find 2 signals from the tracers he used earlier were right below him. They brought 2 of them here, he thought before seeing the tracker display a 3rd and 4th signal that were together and far away, but also hadn't updated on the tracker due to distance. That must be Mr. Lie's car and the other tracer. I can't tell if those have been moved, but I'll get to that later. Hopefully, they're still at the other hideout. Still, maybe this place is where they stash all their cars and loot. Putting the tracker back in his hoodie, he started crawling down the side of the building, soon finding what he was looking for, an air duct. Nice, time for some duct crawling. He slithered into the vent, still surprised at how easy it was before clambering through the area. It wasn't long till he found a vent he could look out of, glancing down and seeing a room that's lights were off. But despite them being off, he could vaguely make the outlines of the room he was staring at. A garage. Well, they do seem to have an infinite amount of cars, he thought before quietly grabbing the grate, slowly putting it aside before crawling out of the vent. He then began to crawl on the ceiling, mentally commenting to himself just how cool it was that he could do that. And as he did this, he went over to the wall and made his way down to the floor. He began to tiptoe around next, only to hear a door open. Turning invisible at this, the room's light suddenly turned on, making Izuku almost drop his invisibility. He quickly began to crawl back up the wall, only to glance down and see that a door from the opposite of the room had been opened, a masked man coming in and flicking another light switch. Is everything ready? The thug asked another masked man that walked through the door. The master will be coming here tomorrow. Everything is here. I have taken inventory. The second masked thug replied as they walked through the room. Good. The master wants to up the timetables. Because of the spider, he seems to interfere much more than the heroes. I do not know, the first masked man said as they got to the other side of the room, pulling out a key as he opened another door. Izuku was right above him, staring the duo as he invisibly crawled down to their level. And as they walked out of the room, Izuku got down the floor, slowly opening the door behind them. And as he did this, he glanced inside and saw the room's lights were on. Several masked men were there, some moving crates while others were just standing around and talking. Izuku wanted to sigh as he still couldn't understand what they were saying, but instead just invisibly crawled up the wall. He felt his head start to hurt, canceling the invisibility as he reached the ceiling. He then glanced down and started counting everyone in the room. Only 10, but I don't see any weapons on them. Maybe their swords and guns are somewhere else in the building. He took a deep breath. Should I go for it or see if there's more guys somewhere around here? He looked back at the door he had went through, only to feel a tingle in his head. He knew what it meant. He couldn't keep his invisibility much longer. The teen quickly crawled down, going through the top of the door's frame and back into the car room. Izuku turned visible a second later, putting a hand to his head. Urgh, gotta be more careful. The teen glanced around at this, not seeing anybody else in the room. He then crawled over to the other side of the room, going down to another door and grabbing the knob. However, it wouldn't move. Locked. He glanced back at the first door. The only way to get past it is to break it open, and that'll make a lot of noise. Looks like I'm just gonna have to go and beat those guys. He fired a web line and swung across the room, silently landing on the wall before going over to the top of the door and slowly opened it. Izuku released himself from the wall and spun around, landing before quietly opening the door regularly. As he did this, he saw the masked men still didn't notice, the teen quickly crawling up the wall before surveying the area. They still don't have their weapons. Good, let's do this. He pointed his wrists at 3 that were all standing around each other, talking. Thwip. A big glob of webbing hit the trio, sticking them all together. But the one of them yelped before another blast of webbing hit one of their feet, Izuku yanking it a second later. They let out a yell as the rest turned to the webbed-up trio, only for Izuku land right beside another masked thug, electricity surging through a fist. Venom punch, he exclaimed as the thug turned to him, only to feel an electrified punch to the gut, knocking him flying. The spider, another yelled before energy poured out of his fists, the thug roaring as he charged at the vigilante. He then threw a punch at Izuku, the teen ducking under it before thrusting a jab into the thug's face, shattering the mask and knocking him off his feet. Get the spider. 2 more thugs roared, only for Izuku to fire 2 web lines into their feet, yanking both a second later. Globs of webbing then hit their chests as their backs hit the floor, sticking both to the ground. Danger. Izuku spun around at this, only to see an energy wave to hit him, knocking Izuku off his feet. He yelped as his back hit the floor, only to quickly roll back onto his feet. But as he did this, 2 other thugs charged at him, both now wielding katanas. Energy poured out of them as they leapt at Izuku, thrusting both weapons down at him. Spider sense blaring. Izuku fired a web line to the right and pulled, yanking himself away just in time before landing. The 2 katana thugs charged at him again at this, Izuku then firing a web line at the ceiling and yanking himself upward. He flipped over them as the thugs tried to slash at him, only for Izuku to fire 2 more web lines, grabbing the thugs' backs and yanking them. As he did this, both were knocked off balance, Izuku then firing more webbing and sticking them into the floor. But as this happened, the final thug ran out of the room. He grabbed a phone and began yelling to it, "Master, the spider is here." Hey, thwip. Webbing covered the phone and was yanked out of his grasp. Izuku grabbing it, who you talking to? Izuku then stared at the phone, only to see it was showing a restricted number. Give that back. The final thug yelled as he pulled out a pistol. Spider sense began to yell at this, Izuku firing another shot of webbing, hitting the pistol before yanking it away as well. And as this happened, the thug began to charge at Izuku, the teen ducking under the punch before slamming a venom punch into him, knocking him flying. Webbing covered him next, sticking him to the floor. And that's that, Izuku commented as he looked back at the phone, now seeing the call had ended. Darn, well, I hope he doesn't know I'm coming, but I don't know what that guy said before I took the phone. He let out a sigh and put away the phone. I'll use you later. He then walked back into the room full of knocked out thugs, Izuku's eyes glancing around. Dang, I think I'm getting pretty good at this. He walked around the room, seeing it seemed to be a break room, only to see another door. Izuku shuffled up to it, grabbing the knob and seeing it was also locked. Well, I don't need to be quiet anymore. He pulled on the door, yanking it off its frames. He then put it to the side, walking into a small hallway, which had another door at the end. Going over there, he found he had to break this door as well, only to go into another room. However, this room made him go wide-eyed. It was filled to the brim with money and jewels. All of them were on desks, stacks upon stacks of cash and bags of jewels on the floor. Is this from the banks they stole from? He glanced back and forth at the money, putting a hand to his chin. Mr. Lie... Did you really do all this? I mean, I know these masked guys did this, but if you're their boss. He closed his eyes next, his mind going through everything that he had just done over these past 2 days. Finding the mask, the secret room, and now this... It was almost too much for the teen. He took a deep breath before looking back at the hallway. No, I'm going to finish this. I will catch Mr. Lie and find out why he's doing this. He pulled out the tracker again, seeing that the dots still hadn't moved. Here's hoping he still hasn't left that first hideout. Izuku went back to the room with the knocked-out thugs, firing a web line into the ceiling before cricking his hands. But before I go get him, I want to try something. Miyamasa was not happy. It started with an anonymous phone call to the police station, which was obviously Spider-Man. It didn't help that he said he was Spider-Man, and he stated that he had found a hideout of the masked men, and they were all knocked out for the police. This was followed with him calling Aizawa and heading over to the building. And as he entered the place, he found himself looking at a room with a giant web cocoon with all the masked thugs in it, along with a small card. Miyamasa took it and read aloud. Here's a wrapped-up present for you. I'm gonna go fight the big boss of these guys now. Also, here's the location of another one of their hideouts. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Miyamasa growled as he wanted to rip the card up, only to groan and put it into an evidence bag. As he did this, one of the officers ran in and yelled about a room full of money. He followed him and saw it, the sight making him facepalm just as he was then told Eraserhead was here. A minute later, the two were now talking as the rest of the force there began to tape down the area. So what do we got? Aizawa asked as he took a sip of coffee. A lot that we definitely need to cover up. That bad? Aizawa asked with a raised eyebrow. Yup, there's a whole room back there with a ton of stolen money. Miyamasa sighed. Apparently, Spider-Man knows where the hideouts for the inner demons are. He held up the bag with the card in it. He even gave us an address. Oh, Aizawa took the bag, squinting his eyes. He knows where their boss is. Apparently so. Miyamasa sighed again. I already told the force about the card and they're preparing a strike team. Granted, I would like more time to plan it, but I'm guessing you want to do it now because Spider-Man is going after their boss. Aizawa finished before taking another sip. Did you tell the chief? Miyamasa groaned at this. First thing I did. He pulled out his phone as it suddenly rang. Here we go. Lai had his eyes closed as he sat behind a wooden desk. Energy began to sizzle around his fingers as he them crossed in front of his face, his elbows resting on the desk. He took a long, deep breath before opening his eyes, staring straight ahead. In front of him was a room full of masked men, all wielding guns and katanas. "The spider has found our hideout," Lai hissed, slightly gritting his teeth. "I can only assume he will now come for me." "What do you want us to do, master?" the thug in front of the rest asked. "Some of you will wait for the spider. The others will get the truck ready." Lai then ascended from his chair, spinning around before taking a sheathed blade off the wall. He unsheathed the sword, revealing a thin, yet deadly katana. He rubbed his finger down its side, his shining white eyes staring at the blade as his mouth slightly contorted, showing pure white teeth. The man slowly turned back to the group of thugs at this, energy now surging around the blade. "And when the spider arrives, you will kill him." "As you wish, master." The sound of pool balls hitting rang out as a certain purple-suited man stood over a billiards table. A thin trail of smoke went out of the cigarette in his mouth as he stared at the table before looking up at the man currently playing the game. The man was wearing a dark blue suit with black vertical lines and had a long frown on his face, his mouth being the only thing on his head visible under the low light hanging above the table. "Hey there." The purple-suited man chuckled as he took the cigarette out of his mouth. "Get lost, Jurin," the other man replied. "I'm not dealing with you today." Jurin chuckled at this, tugging at his purple suit before doing a slight shrug. "Oh, come now, there's no need for hostility. I just want to talk. You can still forget it." The man responded, his eyes glaring at Jurin as he just stood there. Jurin grinning as he put the cigarette back in his mouth. A few seconds later, a long sigh escaped the man's breath. "What do you want, Jurin?" "You'd come around." Jurin took a deep breath before letting out a puff of smoke. "My new employer wants me to do some recruitment, and I know you have some of the best around. I can offer you some serious cash if—" "No," the other man interrupted. Jurin twirled the cigarette in his fingers. "Now hang on, this is a good deal. And I'll tell you again, forget it." The man replied, "I don't have anything for you." Jurin raised an eyebrow at this. "Any reason for the hostility?" "I know you have plenty of guys right now, your boss." "Don't say his name." "I know." Jurin sighed. "I know not to say his name. Anyways, why is there no one for sale? Can I at least get that?" "Simple." The other man thrusted the cue stick, knocking the 8-ball into a corner pocket. "Some competition is about to be knocked out, and we're gonna need all hands on deck." "Competition? The inner demons." The man put the cue stick on the table. "Our man on the inside says they're about to take an out." He then pulled out his phone at this, letting out a small hum, "and it looks like things are about to get busier." And as the man walked out of the room, Jurin watched him leave with a small frown, only for it to turn into a tiny grin. "Gotta say, that guy is too serious." He put a new cigarette in his mouth. "Shigaraki's gonna throw a fit." "Sounds like he just wasn't interested," said a third voice. Jurin turning to see another man walk into the bar's dim lighting. The man is in a black coat and covered in burn scars and piercings, in particular around his eyes and neck. "Got any more places to check?" "Just one more for the night," Jurin replied as he let out a puff of smoke. "I figure Shigaraki won't approve of me just delivering you." "No offense, none taken," the man responded while crossing his arms. "You need plenty of recruits to make a message these days." "True," Jurin chuckled before sighing. "At least, when it comes to villains. Too bad on the timing though. Sounds like the underworld is about to shift again." "That's been happening a lot lately." "How so?" Jurin twiddled with the cigarette as he stared at the man. "If what he says is true and the demons are finished, it means two things. One, Tombstone's gang is going to try and take over Musutafu. They'll probably fail, or get caught before they can take it all, which will make an even bigger mess. And the second, well, I'm a betting man ... and I'm betting the one that's going to take down the demons is Spider-Man." Jurin put the cigarette back in his mouth. "And that means only one thing, Spider-Man is going to become top priority for the law and the underworld." "Seriously, can one vigilante really do that?" Jurin smirked at the question as he flicked his cigarette perfectly into a nearby ashtray. "Oh yeah, heroes these days are a dime a dozen, which means in the grand scheme of things ... they don't matter. Well, except the big ones, like All Might." The two began to walk away from the pool table, heading for the exit. "But vigilantes, if they make enough noise, everyone will dogpile." Jurin's grin grew at his next words as they left the building. "And when the real mess happens, we'll be there to pick up the scraps." Police Chief Tsuragami let out a sigh as he walked back into the police department. He had been called in after Naomasa had told him about Spider-Man taking out a building of villains, only to be going after another villain tonight. Now, he regularly didn't have too much of a problem with vigilantes. The Dogman was a big pusher of underground heroes, which were considered the closest to vigilantes, but this case was different. Spider-Man had caught the attention of the Hero Commission, something that would usually take a lot to happen. As such, he was now walking up to his office, letting out a low woof as another officer walked up to him. "Chief," he turned to a cat-headed man. "What is it, Tamakawa? I called in the heroes you wanted. 2 of them are in the back. Death Arms will be here in a few minutes. and the full team of the lurkers are on standby. Good, the dog man replied. Get an extra small force ready with dual fizz backup. Naomasa is already en route with a racerhead to the address and we need to move fast. If Spider-Man really is going to do what he says he's going to do, we need to strike the inner demons now. Yes, sir. And as the officer ran away, gesturing to a few to follow him, the chief let out a long sigh and another woof. I have a bad feeling about this. Izuku landed on the building he had followed Lai to a few days ago, pulling out his tracker and seeing 2 dots right where he was. He had made sure to remove the tracers from the other cars before coming over here, and had eaten his bento on his way there. He pulled out his water bottle and took a swig before putting it away, checked his web shooters, and then crawled down to the duct he had used before. Here we go. I hope he's still here, Izuku thought as he put his hands on the duct cover, taking a deep breath. Am I really gonna do this? I mean, I want to find out why Mr. Lai did this, but he took his hands off the cover. Maybe mom is right. Maybe I should just call for the heroes. He closed his eyes at this, taking another deep breath. His mind began to think back to everything that had happened recently, on how crazy these past 3 weeks had been. Every encounter went through his head before putting his hand to his nose, squeezing it. Mr. Lai, he mentally said as he then remembered his time at Feast, the smiling faces and how he felt helping others. And as he opened his eyes, he put his hand back on the vent cover. No, I have to stop him, even if I don't get any answers. He pushed the vent open, his form slithering into the air ducts. He zipped through the enclosed space, taking a few turns before going to the cover from before. And as he got there, he saw a room now filled with masked thugs. Whoa, did he bring the entire gang here? He mentally commented before he saw a new person walk into the room. The man's body still showing that black skin while wearing a pure white suit. Mr. Lai, is the truck ready? Lai asked one of the thugs. Yes, master. They are putting in the last of the supplies in it now. Good, Lai replied before pulling out a phone, tapping it a few times. A call went through a second later. Do it. He then ended the call before putting away the phone. Another masked man walked up to him, a sheathed katana in his hands, Lai taking it. Inner demons. It is time. We will not fall here, but we will be moving to our new location. And the spider, master. Lai closed his shining white eyes at this, taking a deep breath before opening his eyes. He will come. And he will die. All of you in here, stay and welcome him. Yes, master. They all yelled, making Izuku flinch. The teen had watched the scene unfold, wishing he could understand what they were saying. Despite this, he let out a long sigh before putting his hands on the cover and slowly pulled it upward, putting the vent cover to the side. He then gripped the open vent, taking a deep breath. You can do this, Izuku. Granted, there's a ton of guys here, but you do have a main target compared to the usual take everyone out alone plan. And as he thought this, he saw Lai walk out of the room, 2 thugs opening a double door for him. Seeing this, Izuku began to crawl out of the vent, slithering his way up to the ceiling. As he did this, he glanced down and saw the masked men began to move around the room. Prepare yourself, one of them said. We must be ready for the spider. A few began to open some boxes, pulling out rifles and katanas. Great, this whole place is an armory for them. Izuku mentally groaned as he then hopped off the ceiling and onto a catwalk. Guess I better get started. The vigilante pointed both web shooters down, aiming at 2 thugs that took rifles out before walking over to the double doors. And as they got close, Izuku fired the webbing at the feet, instantly yanking the lines. Both fell face first into the floor, letting out yelps of pain before 2 globs of webbing hit their backs, sticking them to the ground, nullifying both thugs and their guns. What did the spider? A thug yelled, only for a web line to hit his back before feeling himself now defy gravity as he pulled up to the catwalk. Howdy, mind if I join the party? Izuku cackled as he kicked the yanked thug in the back, sending him flying into a stack of crates. Danger. Oh no, Izuku muttered before leaping off the catwalk, a split second before a volley of bullets were shot right into the ceiling. He then fired a web line upward, turning into a swing as he did a wide arc across the room. As he did this, he glanced back at the thugs, quickly cutting his line before landing on the far wall before firing 2 web lines, each instantly hitting 2 rifles. He pulled on them next, yanking them out of the masked men's hands before jumping off the wall as a third thug swung his katana, firing an energy wave where Izuku had been. And as Izuku landed in the middle of the room next, a thug roared, "Kill the spider." As that line was said, 10 men instantly charged at the teen, his spider sense screaming at him. 2 blades came for his face first, Izuku leaning back as both just went over him. This was followed by a third sword, only for Izuku to thrust a leg upward, his foot smacking the thug in the chin, knocking him over. Izuku then backflipped away, the first 2 thugs now thrusting their katanas at him. But as they did this, Izuku went down to all fours before doing a leg sweep, knocking both off their feet. A 4th thug came next, thrusting an energy punch that smacked Izuku in the face, making him stumble back. But as the thug tried to do a second jab, Izuku ducked under it before slamming a fist into the man's stomach, making him bend over before doing an uppercut into the thug. Danger. 3 of the 10 thugs that had charged suddenly switched their method of attack, instead going to the nearest crates and pulling out guns. Spider-Sense screamed at Izuku at this, making him fire 2 web lines upward before yanking himself away. And as this happened, the thugs began lighting up the ceiling, the vigilante quickly swinging around. He felt a small bullet graze his shoulder, the teen flinching for a second before firing 2 globs of webbing, both covering 2 of the 3 guns. This was followed by Izuku doing a dive before firing another web line upward and yanking himself into a swing. Web swing kick. Izuku yelled as he slammed 2 feet into the third armed thug, knocking him flying into 2 more masked men. Izuku then fired a glob of webbing at them, sticking all 3 to the floor. And as he did this, the 2 katana wielders from before got up and began to fire energy waves from their blades. Izuku began to swing around the room again at this, dodging each one as small explosions rocked the walls as the attacks missed the vigilante. And after a third round of dodging, Izuku fired a web line at a nearby stack of crates and pulled it, causing the tower to fall on the 2. "Oh!" the thugs yelled as the boxes collapsed on them. Seriously, even their cries are in that other language of theirs. Izuku thought before his spider sense went off again. It was here he saw 4 more thugs appear, all pulling out katanas. "Oh, come on guys, enough with the sharp deadly weapons." Izuku moaned before landing on another stack of crates and fired 2 web lines. Both hit the swords of 2 of the thugs before being yanked away. Izuku then leaping from the crate as the other 2 fired energy waves. And as he did this, Izuku landed between the duo and fired 2 more web lines, this time grabbing their masks. He then pulled the lines in a crisscross shape, both thugs being slung into each other as they hit, a clang ringing out before both fell over. This was followed by several blasts of webbing, sticking all 4 to the floor. Izuku then glanced up and saw 5 more thugs, all pulling out katanas as well. "Darn it, I need to get to Lai. I can't be wasting time." Danger. As his spider sense warned him of something, the sound of doors opening behind him made him glance back. And as he did this, his eyes went wide when he saw the double doors from before open ... and reveal Martin Lai. "Oh no, the spider. We finally meet," Lai proclaimed as 2 masked men appeared by his sides. He grabbed both on the shoulders as energy flowed out of his hands, the 2 thugs then contorting, looking like their life was now being sucked out of them, both soon flopping over. The sight made Izuku's already wide eyes begin to widen even further. He almost felt like he was gonna throw up. What did ... what did you just do to them?" he yelled, only to see Lai shine a small smile. "They served their purpose," Lai remarked, Izuku surprised he could understand him. He then raised one hand upward, black and white energy pouring out of it. "Inner demons, step aside." The thugs behind Izuku quickly ran around the teen, the vigilante just now remembering they were there. And before he could react, his spider sense began to scream at him. Feeling this, Izuku reflexively flicked his wrist at Lai at this, firing a web line straight for the man's face. And as the line of webbing began to exit out of the shooter, Lai pointed his hand at Izuku. Film. An energy wave burst out of Lai's hand. Izuku unable to even flinch as the wave covered half the room. The attack instantly hit Izuku's entire body, thrusting him into a full stack of crates. "Oh!" Izuku screamed as his back went through box after box before hitting a brick wall, the blow making the teen cry out. A second later, the teen slumped down as a pile of crates covered the vigilante. "No, Lai," Izuku muttered out, pain surging over his entire body as he felt more and more boxes begin to weigh down on his body. And as Izuku's eyes began to close, Lai fell to his knees, panting and shaking his head. A second later, he began to stand up and pointed at the mess he had now created. "Make sure the spider is finished." "Yes, master." "And you," Lai replied as he tugged at his suit. "I will now take my leave. Kill the spider and destroy this place. Leave no trace behind." "Yes, master." "Meanwhile, take him down." Death Arms roared as he swung his giant arms, knocking 3 masked thugs off their feet. 2 more then appeared and pointed their rifles at him, soon opening fire. "Hang on," yelled another hero as he landed in front of Death Arms, creating a shield that blocked every bullet. "Thanks, Crust." Arms replied as Crust threw a shield next, smacking the guns away from the 2 criminals. This was followed by Death Arms charging at them, quickly thrusting fists into their stomachs as both thugs cried out in pain. "The heroes are here," screamed another masked thug. "Destroy everything and flee." "We must." Zap! A laser shot straight up at the thug, hitting his back before he slumped over instantly. 2 more thugs turned to the laser's origin, only to see the pro hero X-less. "You're done here," he remarked before firing his laser at the other, striking both in the stomach. The blows knocked them off their feet, the trio of heroes then glaring up at the building before them. It was a gigantic warehouse, which was currently closed off except for a giant shutter that was barely moving. The 3 had been called to rout out the villains here, only to find themselves fighting a constant wave of thugs as suddenly tons of masked men ran out from under the slowly opening shutter. "We need to get in there," Death Arms commented as he charged ahead, smacking 2 more thugs away with giant swipes of his huge arms. "Agreed," Crust responded as he created a wall of shields as 3 more gun-wielding thugs came out next, bullets already flying out of their weapons. This was followed by X-Less firing his laser at each gun, knocking each one of the thugs' hands. And as they kept pushing the masked criminals back, several police cars arrived on the scene. Officer after officer ran onto the scene, only for another car to arrive. It was Naomasa, a pistol in his hand as Eraserhead walked out of the passenger side of his car. "Seems Spider-Man was right. To think," Aizawa grumbled before pulling on his scarf. "Wanna bet Spider-Man isn't even here?" "No," Naomasa replied as the 2 ran up beside the other officers, soon taking cover behind one of the cars. "But you're probably right. I'm just hoping whatever he's doing won't be an even bigger mess than what this is gonna be." "I wouldn't bet on that," Aizawa moaned as he began to stand up, his fingers fiddling with his capture weapon. "I got a feeling this night is just getting started." The sounds of boxes being moved rang out, several masked thugs pushing aside everything they could as quickly as possible. And as they did this, Lai left the room, gesturing to 2 men to follow him. They went into the next room, where he saw a line of masked men all carrying boxes into what looked like a modified semi. On the sides were shielded metal plating, and the inside was much longer than a usual truck of his size, showing the load he had used was custom. "Is everything ready?" he asked as he saw the last box be put into the vehicle. "Yes, master. The driver should be in the front now." "Good. I will be riding in this one. The rest of you, help out the others to destroy this place and then flee. If you know you are not followed, meet up at the new hideout." "Yes, master." And as Lai walked around the semi, the thugs all gathered around some crates they had left behind. Opening one, they found exactly what they needed: cans of gasoline. Each took one, all taking off the caps before they began to pour it all over the room. But as they did this, in the other room, a final box was lifted up to reveal a slumped-over Spider-Man. And as the thugs around him saw this, one lifted a blade upward ... and swung it down on the vigilante's head. "The spider," one masked man remarked as they removed the box that was over Izuku. The teen was just laying there, the thug lifting his blade up as a black and white energy poured out of it. And with just a split-second pause, the sword came down. "Danger!" Izuku's spider sense screamed at him, making his eyes burst open as he saw the sword coming straight for his head. And in that split second, he shifted his head to the right, the blade thrusting into the floor instead. "Whoa!" Izuku yelped before firing a web line straight up, the teen quickly yanking it. The pull shot him to his feet and into the air, flipping over the crowd of thugs. He then shot a second web, soon swinging across the room as the thugs all yelled at him. He began to swing around, dodging several energy waves from the thugs' swords as he swung around them. "Holy cow ... that was too close. Another second and I would have been dead," Izuku thought before firing a web line at one of the masked men. Grabbing his right knee, he yanked at this, making the thug flip over before swinging down and thrusting both legs into another thug. Web swing kick. The thug went screaming into a pile of crates, 2 more yelling as they fired a set of energy waves at the vigilante. But as they did this, Izuku just zipped across the room, evading every blow as he swung down and kicked another in the stomach. And as he did this, Izuku glanced back at the room and saw there was only 5 thugs left ... and they were all bunched together. "Got ya," he thought before firing web lines straight up and yanking himself. And as the masked men saw this and began to swing their swords, Izuku let out a yell, "Venom smash." He shot himself down as electricity flowed through a fist, slamming it into the ground a second later as the bolts surged off him, each one hitting the thugs. They all cried out before getting flung into the crates surrounding the room, knocking them all out. Seeing this, Izuku let out a long breath he didn't realize he had been holding in. He put his hand to his mask and rubbed it down, muttering to himself, "That was too close. And Mr. Lai ... he's a lot more powerful than these guys." As he said that, the teen went wide-eyed. "Oh no, Mr. Lai." The sound of a truck revving up could be heard just as he exclaimed that, making Izuku glance back at the double doors. He pointed his web shooters at the edges of the doors, only to hear, "Hist. Oh, come on." Izuku growled as he quickly switched out web fluid. "Stupid web shooters. I don't need that right now." The truck sound got louder, only to start getting quieter a second later, telling Izuku only one thing: the vehicle was about to start moving. "No," he yelled before firing the webs this time, slingshotting himself into the double doors. He kicked both down, the metal frames going flying across the room he had just entered. There, he saw several masked men with gasoline cans, all turning to him. "Where's Lai?" he roared, only for one of the masked thugs to yell back. "The spider." "Oh yeah, still can't understand you guys." Izuku deadpanned before turning and seeing 2 thugs walk into the back of a semi that was in a large open garage that seemed to be a foot or so off the ground. "Oh, no you don't," Izuku yelled before his spider sense rang out. glancing back to see the thugs from before all charging at him. But as they did this, Izuku just clenched his fists. Out of my way. 2 thugs swung their fists at him. Izuku ducking under both before slamming a fist into a thug's stomach, knocking him off his feet. This was followed by 2 more thugs throwing punches at Izuku, the teen backpedaling to dodge both before firing webs at their feet. He did a quick yank, knocking both off balance before Izuku punched a 3rd thug. All 3's backs now hitting the floor. Webs covered them all next, sticking them to the ground before one final thug leapt at the teen. Urgh! Izuku grunted as Masked Man slammed his fist into the teen's face, almost knocking him back. But as the thug tried to hit him a second time, Izuku caught the fist as electricity surged through him. Zap! The thug fell back with a single bolt, Izuku webbing him to the floor a second later. But as this happened, he turned to see the semi was now gone. Shoot! He yelped before firing 2 webs at the garage's edges before slingshotting himself outside. Gotta go. I'll call the police on you guys later. And as Izuku began to swing over the streets, he pulled out his tracker only to see a dot now moving away. It's the one I tagged earlier. Nice. He looked ahead as he fired another web line. I will catch you, Mr. Lie. Count on it. That's the last one. Death Arms roared as he hid behind a shield made by Crust. A barrage of bullets hit the barrier, both heroes hiding behind the shield. And as the bullets rained onto the 2 heroes, a certain capture weapon suddenly flew over the duo, hitting and tying up the armed thug, making him drop his machine gun. Seeing this, Crust made another shield that Death Arms leapt onto. He was thrust into the air, only to quickly tackle the thug, knocking him out in one blow. Nice. Crust cheered and gave a thumbs up, Eraserhead walking up to him with a long sigh. Don't celebrate. This fight was pointless. The heroes turned to him, Crust yelling, but we just beat the entire gang here. We've captured a ton of villains. Aizawa shook his head. Didn't you notice how little resistance we faced here? We just won in under half an hour. That means that whatever this place was for, it wasn't that important. But, Crust tried to say, only for Death Arms to land beside him and cross his arms. He's right. Arms sighed while glaring at Aizawa. I've read up on the inner demon's case. They're known to be very well armed, and they're all brainwashed, right? That's the theory, Eraser replied, but I'm guessing you noticed there weren't that many here. I did, Arms responded, Crust now showing a huge frown. So this was pointless? Not quite. Naomasa chimed in as he walked up to them, several officers behind him as they began handcuffing and dragging away the masked men. We shut this place down. That alone should slow down the inner demon's operations. Aizawa glared at Naomasa at that comment, the detective giving a light shake of the head in response. Rolling his eyes at this, Eraser began to walk out of the building, Crust glaring at the leaving figure. He needs to be more optimistic. We defeated villains tonight. That alone should be considered a great feat. Naomasa let out a chuckle at that. I don't think he's ever been optimistic in his entire life. The detective began to follow Aizawa at this, repressing a sigh as he thought about what this meant. He knew Eraser was right. They had gotten to the building just a few minutes after the heroes had charged in, only find themselves just fighting a few at a time. The masked men had fought like animals, just charging in with blades and guns, thinking they could just fight with those weapons and no quirks. Instead, they got ran over by the group of heroes here, only to find that the warehouse was barely filled with the masked goons. All in all, they cleared out the place in under half an hour. That alone made Naomasa nervous, because he knew this meant only one thing: whatever Spider-Man was doing. That was probably where most of the inner demons were. Izuku had never really realized till now just how fast web swinging could be. He had tested his speed with it before, but nothing like this. His mind told him it was probably the adrenaline, the body pumping as he tried to get every bit of speed possible. Granted, he had done car chases before, but they had always been small as he quickly caught up to the car. However, the vehicle he was chasing had a head start, something that thankfully wasn't too much thanks to it being a semi. Still, he had to admit that the swinging did make it easy to traverse a city, allowing him to switch streets on the fly, as he could just zip over rooftops with ease. And he also felt he should record in his notebook that he should teach himself a bit of Parker later. But as he did this, he fired another web line before glancing down at the tracker, seeing the vehicle was still ahead of him. It was also nighttime, making vision harder despite the many city lights. And as he did this, he glanced back up and saw a certain giant semi a few blocks away. It was armored on its sides, but still sleek looking. There it is. And if I'm right, Mr. Lie should be in that semi. I hope. I didn't actually see him get into it, but there wasn't any other moving vehicles. He thought as he did a low swing. You can do this, Izuku. You can do this. He then fired 2 web lines, slingshotting himself to the top of the semi. And as he hit the roof, he did a small roll, making a clanging noise. As he did this, his spider sense rang out, only to hear the sound of a door being opened. Oh boy. He glanced over the side and saw that the back door of the semi was now moving. Not this time. I'm not fighting another army of thugs coming out of a semi. Izuku fired a web line at the edge of the roof and leapt off, doing a spin in mid-air as two thugs glanced up and saw the vigilante now about to swing right into the semi. Web swing kick, he yelled as he thrust both legs into the thugs, knocking them back. The two collided into a mountain of boxes, Izuku landing inside the truck. It was here he noticed that the two masked men were the only ones inside, the sight making him blink. Huh, there's only you two. That's nice, yet disappointing, Izuku commented before firing two globs of webbing, sticking both to the truck floor. They began to yell at him, the teen just shaking his head before walking past them. Let's see what you got back here. Maybe it'll help me figure out what's going on with Mr. Lai, he commented as he opened one of the boxes. There, his eyes went wide as he saw it was filled with cash. Even more money. How much does Mr. Lai need? He began to open the other boxes, finding a few had weapons, others had money, and a few had stashes of liquid containers. Is this trigger? I know it's a quirk-enhancing drug according to what I've looked up. Did they make this, or did they steal it from Tombstone? And as he inspected the box, the sound of footsteps above him suddenly rang out. Izuku glanced back and saw the thugs were still webbed up. But he also saw that the truck was still moving. Right, got distracted, he thought before closing his eyes, turning invisible. He then began to crawl up the semi's walls, soon slithering up its ceiling as he made his way back outside. The teen raised his head out of the semi at this, only to go wide-eyed again. On that truck's roof was Martin Lai, the man still showing the inverted color scheme as he had earlier. The sight made Izuku's invisibility stop, the sight of the man shocking the teen as he saw Lai now stare down at his head peeking out of the truck. The spider, Lai remarked before gesturing to a sheathed katana in his right hand. Hi, Izuku muttered out before crawling onto the semi's roof, slowly standing up as Lai put his hand on the katana's handle. Seeing this, Izuku flashed both palms at the man. Wait. Lai gripped the handle, but didn't pull out the blade. Instead, he just glared at the teen as Izuku slowly asked, Can I ask you something? Lai's eyes narrowed at this. What? Izuku stuttered out, only to feel his mind go blank. Come on Izuku, don't just freeze up. You got to know why he's doing this. Ask him. He took a deep breath before asking, I just have no why. Lai tilted his head at this. Why? Yeah, Izuku exclaimed, not meaning to raise his voice. I mean why do this? Lai. Why why be a villain? You run feast, don't you? You made that to help others. He raised his hands up, gesturing them. Why do all this? Why hurt people and and run this weird masked gang? And as Izuku's voice got louder and louder, Lai just stood there. He stared directly at Izuku, as if looking into his soul before slowly responding. I see. You seem to misunderstand something, Spider. Misunderstand? Lai did the smallest of nods before saying, Indeed. You see, I am not Martin Lai. You're not what? Izuku muttered. What are you talking about? Of course you're Martin Lai. Lai shook his head. I am not. You see, Lai and I, we are two sides of the opposite coin. He is the positive of our being. The positive? Izuku slowly replied, his mind now racing. He's not Mr. Lai. But I saw him transform. I saw him turn into this weird photo-negative thing. Wait he said there are two sides. Is Mr. Lai possessed or something? Is it his quirk? The teen did a slight shake of the head before asking, if you're not Lai, who are you? I am the true Lai, the one that will accomplish everything he cannot, to do what he cannot. That is my purpose, he responded, only to pull out the katana from its sheath. I am the one that will cleanse this world of the evil I seek to destroy. As he said this, Izuku felt his body tense up, clenching his fists as he saw Lai point the blade at him. As for myself, call me Mr. Negative. And in that moment, a black and white energy poured off the sword, more than anything Izuku had ever seen from the masked goons. Lai then twirled the blade once before throwing the sheath away. And now, I will destroy you. Izuku's body shifted at this, his tightened fists raising up from his sides as his mind began to race, cleanse and evil. But what would that thought made his brain go back to the hidden room? One word hitting his mind, his mouth opening at the same time. Do you mean the Kingpin? Mr. Negative's eyebrows slightly raised at this, only for him to respond, I am surprised you know of him. However, he is but one of many I must eliminate. Though Lai couldn't see it, Izuku blinked at the response, one of many. He felt his fists tighten again. Then then why be a villain, Lai? Why commit all these crimes? Lai let out a low chuckle at that. You are naive, Spider. In order to win this battle, one must fight fire with fire. That is the way of a demon. A flare of black and white energy surged out of the man's katana as he added, and that is my way. The way of Mr. Negative. He then pointed the blade at the vigilante. I won't let you interfere anymore. As the leader of the inner demons, I will cut you down. And as he declared this, Izuku felt his body tense again, his eyes staring at the man before him. The very sight made his mind say, I have to fight him. I don't think I have a choice. Lai then pointed the sword away, the blade now horizontal and just at the man's belt. As such, the energy flowing out of it looking like a shade of smoke that began to cover Lai's face. The sight made it look like a black and white mask, one more demonic than any of the thugs under him. Seeing this, Izuku's eyes narrowed as he slowly got into a fighting stance, only for his quirk analysis part of his brain to go into overdrive. I see. Mr. Lai did say his quirk is a villain quirk. I don't know what his quirk is, but it's like I'm looking at some sort of inner demon inside of Mr. Lai. Of what I saw before, the quirk does seem to do some kind of brainwashing element. Does that mean it brainwashes him as well? At that thought, Izuku slightly shook his head. Focus, Izuku. Just ... if that's really the case, I'll just have to find a way to save him, even if it means fighting him. Okay, Mr. Negative ... if you're not Lai, I'm gonna beat you out of him. I will save him from you, Izuku declared as electricity surged around his hands. The declaration just made the villain laugh. Save him? Huh, you foolish child. He pointed the blade at Izuku again. Did you not hear me before? I am the true Lai. Izuku shook his head. No, you're just some monster inside of him, and I'll find a way to save him. The electricity crackled off him as he got down into a crouched position. Let's go. Lai just smirked at that before swinging his katana, an energy wave flying out of it a split second later. Spider sense screaming at him. Izuku quickly leapt over the attack, glad his spider strength gave him a boost to his jumping. And as he landed from dodging the first blow, Lai thrust the blade at Izuku, the teen sidestepping away from it. Izuku then spun around and swung a kick up to Lai's face, only for the villain to raise an arm and block the blow. Seeing this, Izuku hopped back, dodging another sword swipe from Lai at the same time. But as he got back into a position, he saw that the back of his feet were at the end of the semi. Shoot, already about to lose my footing. He glanced back at Lai, seeing a burst of energy surge from his katana. I gotta be careful here. I don't want to get hit by that giant energy wave thing that he did back at the hideout. Lai then swiped the blade again, firing another energy wave. Izuku leapt over it as well, only for Lai to thrust his blade upward, firing a second wave at the airborne teen. Spider sense screamed at him at this, Izuku quickly firing a web line at the semi-roof, yanking himself down to dodge the wave. His body hit the roof and did a roll, getting back onto his feet as he thrust an electrified fist at the villain. Venom punch, he yelled, only for Lai to hop back, avoiding the blow before thrusting the blade at Izuku again. But as he did this, Izuku just sidestepped again, dodging the sword. This was followed by Lai swinging the blade again and again. Izuku backpedaling as he tried to evade each attack, no energy waves coming out this time. And as this happened, Izuku tried to point his wrist at Lai, firing a glob of webbing at the man's face, only for Lai to swipe it away with a flick of his sword before thrusting it at Izuku again. The two began a dance at this, Lai swinging his sword in precise movements as Izuku's spider sense kept yelling at him. Improvising was taking over the vigilante again, feeling the same adrenaline he felt dodging the hero killer. But despite this, he felt himself hesitating, his eyes staring straight at Lai as the man continued to try and hit the teen. There wasn't much killing intent from him, or at least compared to the hero killer. Instead, Izuku felt nothing but raw power coming from the villain, as if he was fighting an intelligent animal compared to the raving crazed hero killer. But as this happened, Izuku found that every dodge wasn't enough. Lai kept nicking him, the energy coming off the blade just scratching the teen as he danced around the villain. Not only that, every energy wave that shot of the blade collided with the nearby buildings and cars. Izuku hearing the sounds of the few vehicles at night exploding and honking at the still-moving semi as it passed through red light after red light. Damage was happening all around him, the teen finding himself unable to stop the slowly increasing destruction as he dodged another thrust, only to swing a punch at the villain that Lai quickly hopped back to evade. You will not beat me, Spider, Lai remarked as energy flared off his blade. You cannot even touch me. And as he said that, Lai slashed at Izuku's chest, the very tip of the blade drawing blood. Yaw! Izuku yelped as the blow slightly sliced open his costume. It was just a nick, but the teen felt it. The vigilante was heavily panting now, feeling the pressure of everything he had already done tonight now hitting his body. Despite this, he didn't reply, instead backpedaling 1 foot before firing another shot of webbing at the villain. Lai just spun his blade in front of himself, blocking the webs before feeling something hit his feet. He glanced down to see Izuku had webbed them to the semi's roof, Lai quickly slashing the blade at the webs. But as the webs were cut down, another web line hit the katana, only for Lai to feel a sudden yank. Gimme that! Izuku roared as he pulled the blade out of Lai's hands. The villain stumbled for a second at this, Izuku catching the blade before throwing it off the semi. No, Lai yelled as he saw his katana now hit the street behind Izuku, clanging and bouncing on the asphalt. Sorry, but just like I told your masked goons, when I'm around, it's a no sharp deadly weapon zone, Izuku declared before electricity charged out of his right arm. This ends here. Venom punch. And as he charged at Lai, the villain just raised his hand at the incoming blow. He caught the electrified fist, the electricity surging through his body. But as he caught it, Izuku felt he couldn't pull his hand away, only to see black and white energy pour out of Lai's hand and into Izuku's fist. What are you doing? Giving you a new perspective. Mr. Negative spat as Izuku saw the energy now cover his fist. But as Izuku saw this, he suddenly felt a headache coming on, as if something was hammering away at his head. And as this happened, his spider sense let out a scream. Izuku feeling like his brain flicked on a switch as he suddenly charged in more electricity than he had ever done before into his fist. Yaw! Lai yelped as the electricity zapped his hand, making him let go of Izuku's fist. The two both stumbled back, Izuku flicking his hand up and down as Lai just gripped his hand. How did you? Lai glanced back up at Izuku, the teen now flexing his hand before glaring back at the villain. You resisted the negative. The negative, Izuku blurted out. Lai's eyes narrowed in response as energy began to pour out of his hands again. It seems I underestimated you. I see now why my demons were having such trouble with you. Demons? You mean your goons? Yes, Lai replied before holding up his palm, the sight making Izuku flinch. Danger. No, Izuku muttered out as energy began swirl around Lai's hand. Die spider, he roared as a giant blast of energy shot out of his hand, instantly consuming everything around Izuku. Boom! An explosion rocked the back of the semi, slightly contorting the end of its roof as Lai fell to one knee. He stared at the energy blast he had just made, the blast having knocked Spider-Man off the vehicle. The teen hit the road, rolling on the concrete as the semi kept moving. And as Izuku came to a stop, his eyes were closed as he felt nothing but pain rack his entire body. This was followed by him feeling the ground shake, as if giant footsteps were rocking the street he was laying on now. The vigilante slowly opened his eyes at this, seeing nothing but a blur as he tried to glance around. Ooh, he moaned, his hands rubbing the hard pavement before glancing up. The semi-Lai was on had vanished, as it had already taken a turn down another street. My head. It hurts. Everything hurts. Izuku barely thought as he tried to get up, only to feel his knees buckle in pain. No. Move, Izuku. Move. His head slowly looked up at this, only to see another sight. The source of the giant footsteps was now in the distance, as he now saw Mount Lady running down a street with Kamui Woods and Ed shot on her shoulders. The lurkers, he mentally commented before trying to get onto his feet again. They must be going after Lai. He then looked down at his hands, seeing the collision with the pavement had ripped up the gloves, but the healing factor was slowly starting its process. His web shooters were fine though, and with a long deep breath and one big push, he stood up. Taking a long deep breath, he clutched his side before telling himself, I gotta go help. Gotta stop Mr. Nega. He slightly shook his head. No, Mr. Lai. Gotta help, Mr. Lai. With that, he pointed his web shooters at a nearby building and fired, yanking himself back into the air. And as he began web swinging, he felt his body clench up, but ignored the pain as he knew he had to do one thing. He had to keep going. There's the target, Kamui announced as Mount Lady chased down what looked like to be a slightly damaged semi. Look, Kamui pointed to the insides of the semi. The two other heroes barely able to see the duo of webbed-up thugs inside the vehicle under the night sky. They then saw Mr. Negative standing on top of the semi, the man just staring at them. I don't understand. We were told Spider-Man would be part of this. He's obviously been here, but where is he? That doesn't matter. Whomever is on that roof must be a villain. He certainly looks the part with that energy quirk coming out of his hands, Ed Shot declared as he put two fingers up to his forehead. Mount Lady, try to stop the vehicle. Me and Kamui will subdue the villain. Got it, Mount Lady replied as she kept running after the semi. I'll go first. Throw me, Kamui exclaimed as he leapt down into Mount Lady's palm, the giant woman throwing the hero a second later. He then shot out a barrage of wood over the truck as he landed on the roof, Lai just watching as the branches quickly thrust into him, the wood instantly wrapping around his chest and arms. Kamui slightly hesitated at this, surprised he was able to easily grab the villain. That is, till Lai just flicked his hand and had it grab the branches now wrapped around him. The branches instantly turned black, Kamui's eyes slightly widening before he tried to pull the wood back. But as he did this, he suddenly felt Lai gripping the wood he had used to tie the villain up with, only for every bit of those branches to turn jet black. The brown color of wood began to turn more and more black, the color soon consuming every bit of wood as Kamui tried to pull away, only for the black part to reach his arm ... and it went up to his face. What are you? I'm giving you a new perspective. Lai interrupted as Kamui let out a scream as the black energy consumed him, the other heroes gasping. It had all happened in just a few seconds, the other heroes yelling, Kamui. But as they screamed this, Mount Lady trying to go even faster, the branches wrapped around Lai instantly went limp before going back into Kamui. The hero was now glowing black and white as Lai smiled at the sight. He then pointed at the other members of the lurkers and said, "Kill the heroes." "Yes, master," Kamui responded as he spun around and fired a barrage of wood at both. The branches instantly hit Mount Lady, pushing her back as Ed's shot leapt off the giant woman, dodging the attack. "Ack, Kamui!" Lady yelped as the branches instantly wrapped around her and began to constrict. "Ahhhhh. Mount Lady," Ed's shot gasped before glaring back at the hero now attacking her. "Kamui, what are you doing?" Kamui responded by firing another volley of lumber at Ed's shot, the ninja hero instantly turning into string to dodge the attack. As he did this, Kamui leapt off the semi as he continued to constrict Mount Lady, Ed's shot then folding his body as he zipped himself down one of Kamui's branches. But as he was about to reach Kamui, the hero summoned a barrier of wood, stopping the hero before he folded his body as he avoided another attack of branches. "Blast it! Snap out of it, Kamui!" Ed's shot yelled as he wrapped around another branch before slamming a foot into Kamui's head, knocking the hero back. The blow made him loosen his grip on Mount Lady slightly, causing her to flex out her arms, breaking through the lumber. "Rah!" she roared as she got free, only to glance down and see Kamui fire another branch that smacked Ed's shot in the head. Her eyes slightly widening at this, she pulled back a fist. "Sorry, Kamui, but this is for your own good." She thrust a fist straight down at the wood hero, Kamui quickly creating a shield of lumber around his whole body as the fist slammed into it. The branches began to crack and break at the attack. Ed's shot getting back up as he exclaimed, "Good. Keep him like that, Mount Lady." He then began to fold his body, turning into a strand of string as he zipped into the wood barrier, quickly slithering through the cracks. And as this happened, Lai had watched the start of the fight against Kamui from the fleeing semi with a smirk before it took another turn, the sight vanishing before his eyes. "It seems I have both won and lost this day. I lost my hideouts ... but these heroes will no longer bother me, including that vigilante Spider-Man. There is no way he survived that blast," he commented before spinning around. "A shame I lost my blade ... but I suppose I can always get another." Lai began dusting off his suit, tugging at it for a second before spinning around. He slowly walked up the roof, the smirk on his face turning into a grin. But that smile would not last, as the sound of something landing on the semi made him glance back, only to see a certain vigilante known as Spider-Man. Part of his costume was ripped up, especially his gloves and a rip down the chest. Despite this, the mask was still intact along with the hoodie, and the teen was now in a crouched fighting stance. How are you still alive? You took that blast head on. It should have killed you." Lai yelped as energy surged around his hands, both tensing up into fists. "Sorry, but I have a lot of experience when it comes to explosion quirk users," Izuku replied as electricity appeared around his hands. "Ready for round 2? Or is it 3 now? It is the final. You will die here, Spider," Mr. Negative replied as his hand switched from fist to open palm as he pointed it at Izuku. "Not this time," the teen yelled as he pointed his wrist and fired. Webbing instantly hit the palm as he yanked it, Lai's hand being pulled upward before energy began to burst out of it. But before it could become the giant energy attack like before, Lai grabbed the webbing with his other hand, all that energy now going through that one as he burned the webbing off of him. And as this happened, Izuku charged at him with an electric surging fist. "Venom punch," he roared as he thrust the jab right at Lai, only for the villain to sidestep, dodging the attack as Izuku went past him. The teen almost stumbled, quickly getting his footing as he spun around to see Lai about to throw a punch at him. "Danger!" Spider Sense blared at this, Izuku now backpedaling as he shifted his head to the right, barely dodging the fist. This was followed by 2 more punches, Izuku quickly sidestepping as he just stayed a hair ahead of Lai, only for a 4th jab to hit Izuku in the face. Lai began a 5th swing at this, Izuku raising a hand to catch the fist, and as he caught it, Lai slammed a fist into the teen's stomach, making Izuku clench up. "Weak," Lai hissed as he hit Izuku in the stomach again. He then pulled a fist back, energy surging around it as he was about to thrust it into Izuku's face. But as he did this, the teen's spider sense screamed at him before raising a palm right up to the fist. And as he caught this, Lai felt his fist suddenly get zapped as Izuku surged electricity through. "Yaw!" Lai stumbled back at this, only to feel Izuku's fist smack his face, then a second jab. And as Izuku thrust a 3rd punch, Lai backpedaled, dodging the blow before trying to throw another punch. Spider sense yelling at him, Izuku ducked under the jab, only to evade 2 more. He could feel this spider sense guiding him, now getting just a split second ahead of the villain. And as they did this dance of evasion, the semi began to take a long turn. At the same time, Lai's fists began to surge with black and white energy again. Izuku felt his spider sense scream at this, knowing this meant only one thing. Lai was about to do another giant energy attack, making the teen flinch as he hopped back to the end of the semi. Seeing this, the villain pointed his palm at the vigilante. "Fool, now you die." Energy began to swirl into the palm. Izuku staring at it as the attack that had almost killed him twice was about to happen again. But as it was about to come of the villain, Izuku fired 2 web lines upward ... and yanked. The teen was thrusted right up, the energy blast surging out of Lai just as Izuku pulled himself skyward. He felt himself curl up, doing a flip as the energy wave went right under his feet, and as Izuku glanced back down to the still-moving semi, he saw the blast hit the street, hitting several cars and building, ripping them apart before looking back at Lai. And then he saw the villain on one knee, letting out a long, heavy pant. That attack ... it takes a lot out of him. He pointed his wrist down at the semi. This is my chance. Thwip. As the webbing hit the truck, the vigilante yanked himself right down onto the vehicle, landing in a crouched position. Lai glanced up to see as he saw the teen rush up to him. He tried to lift his arms over his face, trying to put up his guard, but it was too late. Venom punch. Izuku roared as an electrified fist slammed into Lai's face, making him scream out in pain. Lai was knocked right off his feet, only for Izuku to fire a web line into the villain's chest and yank him back. Izuku followed this with another punch, this one without electricity, Lai's back hitting the semi's roof a second later. Webs covered his body next, Lai's hands surging with energy as they instantly ripped through the webs, only for Izuku to fire more and more down on him. Stay down, please stay down, Izuku yelled as kept firing webbing at him. But as he did this, Lai continued to rip through the webbing with hands, only to hear a psst. The noise made both freeze up, Izuku grimacing under his mask as he yelped, "Oh, come on, Spider," Lai screeched as his energy-surging hands ripped through webbing again, now pulling out his arms as he began to rip up the webbing covering his chest. Thankfully, his legs were fully webbed up, giving Izuku the time he needed to switch webbing cartridges. And as he refilled the webbing, his spider sense blared as he looked back at Lai as he pointed his palm at him, energy pouring out of it. Die. The palm began to glow white, about to fire the energy blast as Izuku stared at it, and in that split second, Izuku pointed his wrist at the hand and fired a strand of webbing. The web hit just as the energy began to flow, only for the teen to yank at it, causing him to fire the energy to the side, just missing the vigilante. This ends now, Izuku yelled as he let go of the webs, electricity surging through his right hand. He leapt at Lai just as he lifted his other palm at the vigilante, but it was too late. In that split second, Izuku grabbed his shoulder, lightning surging through the palm into the villain. "Yaugh!" Lai screamed as the electricity surged through his whole body, Izuku grabbing the other shoulder as more and more lightning pumped through. But as he did this, Lai grabbed his shoulders, black and white energy now going through his hands as he zapped Izuku. Izuku cried as he closed his eyes for a second, only to squeeze them open a second later, now seeing Lai glare at him, electricity flying off his body as Izuku kept zapping him. It felt as if both were pulling and pushing at the same time, the duo screaming as they kept trying to knock the other out with their strongest power. And as the seconds passed, black and white energy began to crawl off Izuku's shoulders, slowly going up to his face. The energy was about to go right up to Izuku's brain ... and then it happened. Darkness filled Izuku's vision, everything around him turning black and white. The semi they were on, his costume, the buildings they were passing by, all of them turned black and white. "What did you?" Izuku muttered out, not noticing his bioelectricity sputtering out as he saw Lai now grinning. "You are now in my domain." He laughed, only for Izuku's eyes to go wide as he saw a pillar of blackish smoke rise out of the villain. It then formed a giant being, complete with a mask just like all the other thugs wore, though it was several times bigger. "What in the?" Izuku stuttered before glancing back at Lai, the two still locked as they gripped each other's shoulders. The teen's eyes shifted between the two, his mind now reeling. "That giant thing ... it's just like what I saw earlier. Is this ... is this thing Mr. Lai's inner demon or something? Is it warping his mind? You will now become mine, Spider. I now know how you resisted me before with your electricity power, but it won't work this time. Behold, my quirk, my inner demon, the negative," Lai exclaimed as Izuku looked back at him, now seeing a crazed grin on the villain's face. And as he stared at Lai as the giant masked monster behind him began to move, Izuku's eyes narrowed as he increased his grip on Lai. The villain slightly flinched at this, only to let out a roar. "Become mine, Spider. I'm not yours or anyone else's," Izuku yelled as electricity began to flow through him again. "And I'll save you right now, Lai." "Yaugh!" Lai yelped, his hands quickly shifting from Izuku's shoulders to the teen's arms. He then surged the energy from before into Izuku, making the vigilante let go. Seeing this, Lai then raised his leg and kicked Izuku in the stomach, making the teen stumble back for just a second before his spider sense screamed at him. Lai pointed a palm right at Izuku, energy swirling in it as Izuku glanced at him, pointed his wrist, and fired. The web line instantly hit Lai's chest just as the energy was about to come out of his palm, and with a mighty yank, he pulled the villain off his feet, No, wait, Line tried to say as Izuku pulled back a fist. Venom uppercut. Izuku roared as he slammed his electrified fist into Lai's chin. And as the blow connected, the black and white world around Izuku instantly disappeared. He blinked at the sight, only to look down in front of him. Lai's entire form was now laying on the semi's roof, completely and utterly knocked out. He took a deep breath at this, and pointed his wrist at the villain. A second later, webbing covered the man. I did it, Izuku thought before glancing back up and seeing that the semi was still moving, only for its horn to suddenly ring out. Blinking at this, the teen quickly ran up to the front and glanced down through the front window, now seeing the thug driving the truck face down on the vehicle's wheel, looking like he was unconscious. Did me taking out Mr. Lai knock him out too? If that's the case, I better stop this thing. The teen crawled over to the driver's door and yanked it open with his spider strength, glancing down to the pedals. I think this one is the brake. Thwip. Webbing covered the brake as the truck began to rapidly come to a stop, almost yanking Izuku off the side. And as it came to a complete stop, Izuku climbed back onto the roof and stared down at the still knocked out Mr. Negative. He was still in the photo-negative form, the sight just confusing the poor teen. Mr. Lai ... Why? Why did you do all this? I still don't understand. He glanced down at his hands, seeing they were still red and scratched up from the earlier asphalt tumble. I still solve anything. Should I have not fought him? Was this even a good idea? He flexed his hands, feeling a tinge of pain. Did I even do anything to help him? That thought made the teen feel like a hole had just appeared in his stomach. As such, the teen went back to staring at the villain, his mind going over question after question ... and not a single answer. He had never felt more clueless, and as these thoughts flowed through his mind, a rumbling sound cut him out of thoughts. Izuku spun around and now saw a certain giant woman a few blocks away. The lurkers. He looked back at Lai one last time. Mr. Lai ... Just what were you trying to do? And with that thought, he put his hand in his hoodie and pulled out a small card and pencil. Maybe this is all a useless Deku like me is good for. A few written words later, the teen was gone, turning invisible and swung away. What was left was what looked like several scorched streets and overturned cars, along with a stopped semi with 3 knocked-out masked thugs and 1 unmasked villain fully webbed up on top. That was the sight the lurkers were greeted with, confusion on all 3 faces. And as Izuku got home, he found his mother asleep. It looked like she had tried to wait for him, only to fall into the land of dreams anyways. The sight didn't make Izuku show any emotion though. Instead, he stripped out of his costume, several tears slightly growing in his eyes before flopping onto the bed, instantly passing out. A certain man's footsteps were almost silent as he walked down an alleyway, eyes glancing back and forth. He had been following the action for some time in a slow pace. After all, he knew exactly what he was looking for. A grin appeared on his face as he walked through another alley, only to come to a stop. Bingo, he whispered to himself as he leaned down and picked up something on the ground. His grin widened as he stared at the object. A katana with blood on the tip. Putting his hand in his pocket next, he pulled out his phone and quickly dialed a number. A second later, a voice responded as the man said, "It's me." Another voice murmured through the phone, the man responding a second later, "Yes, sir. You were right, and unfortunately, it's out of reach now." A grin shined on the man's face. "However, I believe I have something that will compensate." He held up the katana at this, his eyes staring at the red liquid on its tip. "Trust me, you'll like what I just found." The week was now over. School was starting up again for UA, all its first-year students now coming back from their internships. To many, it was an informative week. To some it was challenging. For one in particular, it was a total waste of time, and for another, it was something they did not expect. In fact, they went into this week dreading it, only to come out beyond surprised. That one was Shoto Todoroki, son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. He had gone into the week with his usual and drawn, aloof self, hiding the annoyance and hatred that he had for his old man. This was followed by his father repeatedly yelling at him, telling him to use his flames, saying that was the reason Bakugo easily beat him, and why there was burn marks all over Shoto's body now. But the teen didn't want to use those flames, ones he considered to be pure evil. No, he held nothing but hatred for his father, but only agreed to take his internship because he knew it was the best way to get experience. He still wanted to be a hero, something his mom had told him he could do, though it didn't really help when he was constantly getting berated all the time. But that changed once the two of them went villain hunting, specifically the hero hunter. Shoto didn't ask or complain about it, as he knew it would be good experience despite going after something that was way out of his league. And as they went to Hosu, the duo soon found it being attacked by the monsters that he had seen at the USJ. This was followed by him helping the evacuation while his father beat the Namu, only for the attack to come to an abrupt end. And then they found the hero killer ... who had been already beaten by a vigilante. Spider-Man. The teen didn't really know anything about him. All he remembered was hearing the class he was part of talk about it at lunch one day, but he didn't pay it any mind. Now, he was regretting that. For right after Spider-Man had beaten the hero killer, he talked back to Endeavor. No one talked back to his father. Even Shoto had a hard time doing it, and the vigilante just made fun of him to his face. Incredible. And this was followed by his father chasing after Spider-Man, losing him, and then went home furious. Spider-Man had made fun of his father and successfully evaded him. It was something Shoto didn't think was even possible. And that wasn't all. As for the rest of the week, the news kept going over and over the footage of the hero killer and Spider-Man, saying how he had done the hero's job. For Endeavor, his anger had no bounds. He lectured Shoto on the ride home about how vigilantes had ruined everything in an incident a few years back and how Spider-Man was no different. It was a story Shoto had never heard before, but after hearing it and what had happened that day, Shoto wished he had known about it sooner. He would have gone into vigilantism on the spot if this was what made his father this angry. Instead, the teen went to bed that night, pulled out his phone, and spent some time looking up everything he could on the vigilante. He found that there wasn't much on him, but a forum known as the Spidey Squad had just been formed a few days ago. The teen instantly signed up for it, making him a Spidey fan on the site. He then looked up to see if there was any merchandise, only to find nothing. At least, in terms of what he could buy online without his father knowing. He might be able to find something local though, but it would have to be later. As such, Shoto found Endeavor growling at the news all week long while trying to train Shoto and do small patrols, only to see the vigilante on even more news, along with the hero killer proclaiming the word hero holds no meaning anymore or something like that. But that stuff with the hero killer didn't really interest Shoto. And as the week came to an end, Shoto knew what he wanted to do when he got back to school. He wanted to ask his classmates what they knew about Spider-Man. Naomasa let out a long sigh as he walked down a hallway. He rubbed his eyes at this, having just woken up from a small nap after the crazy ending of last night, though he would admit that the ending was the worst part of that night as well. It began when him and Izawa had finished locking down the hideout that Death Arms, Crust, and X-Less had helped take out. That event was fine, mainly because they captured everything. Not a single member of the inner demons getting away. It was the few minutes after that was the issue. For after him and Izawa had got back to Naomasa's car, an officer rang out on the scanner, saying the lurkers were in pursuit of something. Sharing a glance with the underground hero, the two quickly drove off. This was followed by them driving through the city, only to come to a stop when they found the lurkers stuck in a street, fighting each other. The sight made them raise eyebrows before getting out to figure out what was going on, only for the fight to come to a stop. This was followed by the lurkers trying to repeat their earlier chase, only for them to find a semi with several webbed-up people on the vehicle. The trio of heroes told the detective what had happened next, saying the villain had somehow brainwashed Kamui Woods and the two had to try and contain him. Izawa then used his quirk on Kamui, but found it did nothing, making them conclude the quirk had already lost its effects on the pro hero. After that, they investigated the semi, now finding even more money, drugs, and weapons. That and on the roof was the villain behind it all, a man none of them recognized. It wasn't till they had him cuffed with quirk-nullifying handcuffs and hauled off to the station that they found out that it was a man named Martin Lai. His profile showed him as a philanthropist, one who had made an organization to help the needy. This information was the final straw for Izawa, as he said he was sick of all the irrational stuff the last few hours had done and told he'd help Naomasa with the case after a nap and a day of classes. Naomasa was fine with this, but also found himself in a standstill. For when they picked up Martin, they found a note from Spider-Man that said, "This may sound strange, but please go easy on him. I believe there's still good within him. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." That note was something he had read over and over as he finished his walk down that hallway and opened a door, glancing inside to see Martin lie cuffed to a makeshift hospital bed with quirk-nullifying handcuffs on him. The man had been unresponsive since they found him, but his injuries weren't bad. Nothing life-threatening, just some broken bones. This was then followed by the police chief telling him that the Hero Commission is now repeatedly asking every day when the Spider-Man case is going to be solved. He told him that they're going to start really breathing down the police's necks soon, and Naomasa has to figure out something. However, the detective had a feeling that this was just the beginning. "Tough night, huh?" chimed in a voice, making Naomasa turn to see it was cat-headed Sansa. "Oh yeah," Naomasa sighed as he shook his head. "Not sure if I can take it anymore, honestly." "That bad?" Sansa asked with a tilted head. "You know, you could just tell the chief you need a break." Naomasa tried to say, only to look back at Lai before glancing down at the note from the crime scene, which was now just a photo on his phone as the real one had been placed into evidence. "I don't know, Sansa. I don't know. I don't get how one vigilante is doing this much so quickly." He shut off the phone at this and put it back in his pocket. I get the feeling this is going to get even worse before it gets better." Sansa patted his back at that. "Come on, let's go talk to the chief and see if he can let you get some rest. You need it." Naomasa stared at him for a second, only to nod. Thanks. Midnight had just walked into the teacher's lounge when she saw it. It was Aizawa's giant yellow sleeping bag, fully zipped up to signify the man was fast asleep inside. The sight made her shake her head, knowing that she should wake him, but she had also heard that he had a case literally last night. Seeing this, she left the room and waltzed over to the classroom for Class 1A, glancing inside with a big grin. However, the sight inside made her smile slowly change to a frown. In the classroom was only one student, Tenya Iida, who had a dead stare on his face. She had been given a rundown on what had happened to him over the internships, mainly over the hero killer and Spiderman. She had been hearing a lot of stuff on that vigilante recently, mainly on the news of how he was doing the hero's jobs, the thought making her want to sigh. She was really hoping the students won't get attached to something like that. It was here that the other students began to file in. The relatively quiet ones were first, such as Todoroki and Shoji, the rest soon walking into the room. It wasn't until a certain blonde boy named Katsuki Bakugo walked in that things started to get loud. A few were laughing at his hair, which was a comb-over, the woman stifling a giggle as well. This was followed by the final student walking into the classroom, Achako Uraraka. She had a long frown on her face, and Midnight could see she was beat up and bruised despite hiding it under her clothes. But before she could ask what happened, the girl walked in and gasped, "Iida." The glasses-wearing boy turned to her, the girl showing a concerned frown. "Hey, you okay? I heard about what happened." Iida slowly replied at that. "I am unsure." "Oh, I'm so sorry." Uraraka responded as she sat down beside him. "Do you, want to talk about it?" Iida stared at her for a second, only to glance away. I don't know. "What happened?" chimed in a voice, making Uraraka turn to see Mina and Tsuyu staring at them. Iida apparently fought the hero killer with Spider-Man last week." Uraraka responded, making Mina go wide-eyed while Tsuyu put her finger to her chin. Todoroki and Kirishima turned to them at this, both hearing the vigilante's name as she glanced back at Iida. "Anyways, I just wanted to see if you were okay. I heard about what the hero killer did to your brother. I'm sorry about what happened." "I will be fine," Iida replied as he closed his eyes. "My apologies. I'm still recovering." Uraraka nodded at this. "I understand." She then put her hand on the teen's shoulder. "Just know we're all here to help." Iida glanced back up at her at this, now seeing Mina, Tsuyu and Kirishima also nod. And before he could thank them, Todoroki walked over and spoke up. "Iida, could I ask you something?" They all turned to him, surprised the usually quiet teen was asking for anything. The sight made a few others in the class glance over, including Katsuki. Sure," Iida slowly responded. "I know I was there at the end of the fight with the hero killer, but I never got to ask you, what was meeting Spider-Man like?" Multiple students showed different reactions at this, Uraraka and Iida showing surprise, Tsuyu just blinking at him while Mina and Kirishima whispered to each other. A few others in class began to murmur at this, only for Katsuki to speak up. "Who?" Almost all of the class turned to the blonde, the teen raising an eyebrow at the sudden stares as Kirishima said, "Don't you know about Spider-Man, Bakubro? He's all over the news." "No, and stop calling me that or I'll turn you into ash, you worthless extra," Katsuki growled, making Kirishima glare at him before he turned back to the others. "Who the heck is Spider-Man? What, is he some hero that's been rising the ranks or something?" Everyone was about to respond, but Iida beat them to the punch as he pushed his glasses up his face. Spider-Man is a vigilante that has been making news recently. He is the reason why the sports festival we were part of had such low viewership. And he is the one that defeated the villain who hurt my brother, the hero killer. And as those words entered Katsuki's ears, he let out a cackle. "PFFT. Seriously? Wow, then your brother must have been some loser. What did you just say?" Iida barked back, the teen now glaring at the explosive blonde. "My brother is a great hero who took on a monster of a villain." Katsuki just leaned back in his seat and waved a hand. "No, he's a total loser. If this so-called hero killer got beat by a vigilante, then he must have just been some F-rank villain." Iida slammed a fist on his desk at that, his glare intensifying as he growled. "He wasn't some F-rank villain. He was a monster." "Yeah, right." Katsuki spat as he stuck out his tongue. "If some nobody vigilante can beat him, then this hero killer must have been a weakling." The teen then saw the glare he was getting from Iida, and now Todoroki staring at him, making him let out a scoff. "Oh please, everyone knows vigilantes are losers that failed to become heroes. That means this Spider-Man is the same, just worthless trash." Over half the class was now staring at the blonde as he added, "Wait, you said he's the reason the festival got low views. Why? What could some pathetic vigilante do to make that happen? He fought a gang war all by himself just outside of UAS doorstep." Todoroki instantly responded in a flat tone, everyone turning to him. "Seriously?" Bakugo sneered. "You're joking, right? There's no way the media would rather talk about that instead of the festival." "What, you think you're more important?" Todoroki asked in a low voice. Yeah, of course I am," Bakugo yelled as he stopped leaning back. "I won the festival, didn't I? He pointed to himself. That makes it more important than some loser vigilante. Iida opened his mouth to respond to this one, only for Todoroki to chime in again. I wouldn't speak lightly over Spider-Man. I've seen what he's done, and I know for a fact that he could easily beat you. Katsuki's face lit up at that, slamming his hand into his desk as an explosion came off his palm. What was that? Half and half. Want me to roast you again like I did at the festival? He stood up and got right up into Todoroki's face. It'll only take me a second to beat a worthless endeavor wannabe like you. Ice began to form off Todoroki's side at that, his usual blank expression showing a hint of anger at the comment, only to see Iida stand up as well. Explosions began to pop off Katsuki's hands at this, a vicious grin appearing on his face. You wanna go too? Come on then, you pathetic extras. I'll kick both your stub. Kirishima yelled as he got between the three. Don't start the day off with a fight. There's no need. Shut it, extra. Katsuki spat as he grabbed Kirishima's shoulder and pushed him away, the boy stumbling into some chairs as Bakugo cricked his neck. These losers think they can take me, and I know I can beat them without trying. You, Iida growled, the rest of the class now staring at the three. Some were grimacing at the sight. Teens like Hagakure, Yaoyorozu, and Koda were all fidgeting. Suyu grabbed Uraraka's shoulder as she was about to try and interfere, the girl glancing back at the frog quirk user as Suyu shook her head. Mina had gone over to Kirishima, pulling him back to make sure he didn't just straight up attack Katsuki. The rest were all just watching, their eyes going back and forth between the two sides. And watching it all was Midnight, the teacher about to walk in, only for a hand to grab her side. She glanced back and saw it was Aizawa, a dead tired look in his eyes as he said, "Don't bother." But, forget it. It's not worth it. Aizawa grumbled as he let go of her and took out a cup of coffee from his sleeping bag. He took a sip as he added, I know what you're going to say, and the answer is no. I'm not doing anything about Bakugo. Seriously, Shouta, despite how much I disagree with your love for expulsions, you have to admit you need to do something about Bakugo. She pointed to the classroom as Bakugo leaned up closer to Todoroki's face. Did not see the festival and the battle trials. I watched the footage, and the injuries he gave to Aoyama and Uraraka in the trials were terrible. Aizawa just stared blankly away from her at this, making the woman groan. Shouta, I know Nezu told you to do something about him. Aizawa rolled his eyes. I'm not doing a thing. He has the most potential, the best grades and the best control of his quirk. The rest should be expelled instead. They have no drive and don't take heroics seriously. Midnight shook her head at this. They're just kids. Shouta, you know your expulsion method doesn't always work. You need to. It works. Aizawa grumbled before sighing. Unfortunately, the internships had some consequences, which of course were related to this stupid case I'm part of. The man put a hand to his face and pinched his temple. Stupid Spider-Man. I can't believe I lost so much sleep over a bunch of dead ends and pointless villain fights. Shouta. Anyways, Aizawa interrupted. If I expel them right now, they might think it's because of the internships going wrong instead of them realizing why they're expelled. He turned to her with a glare. My method works. If they think they're just allowed to be heroes because they can beat up a bunch of toys in the entrance exam and win a few festival games against a bunch of other incompetent kids, they don't deserve to be here. He let out a low growl as he began to move around her. Get to your class, Kayama. I have work to do. Midnight shook her head at this before sighing and walking away as Aizawa entered the classroom doorframe. And as he did this, Katsuki continued to pop tiny explosions in his palms. Oh yeah, 4 eyes. I bet you learned nothing over your internships. Heck, I bet all of you didn't improve a bit because you're nothing but a bunch of worthless. Say another word and you're expelled. Interrupted a voice, everyone turning to see Aizawa. Get to your seats. Now, you're wasting time, which is irrational, and I will expel all of you for it. Katsuki growled at the teacher at that. Iida and Todoroki spinning around and quickly taking their seats. As they did this, Uraraka watched her classmates sit down with a long frown on her face. Most were wearing frowns just like hers, the sight making her feel even more uneasy as her teacher made an announcement, stating they would be getting a new student. A minute later, the Gen Ed kid that made third in the festival, Shinso Hitoshi, walked into the room. And as he was introduced, she slumped back into her seat as a single thought went through her head. I wonder how everyone else's internships went. Neamasa's eyes creaked open, his mouth letting out a long yawn. He slowly got out of his desk chair, having just finished a small cat nap. He rubbed his face as he walked out of his office, only for another officer to walk up to him just as he closed the door. Neamasa, the voice exclaimed. Neamasa turning to see it was his old partner Izo Tanuma. Hey Tanuma, Neamasa replied. What's up? Got more info on your case. Tanuma chuckled as he gestured to him a folder. Neamasa took it, opening it as Tanuma commented. Gotta say, you take on the craziest cases. Anyways, that's the report on that other location you had that other team go to a few hours ago. Looks like that vigilante got there before us as well. I see, Neamasa muttered as he began reading several pages. So the inner demons also had that building and the officers found them webbed up and half the place was coated in gasoline. Yup, Tanuma nodded. Looks like they were trying to get rid of all their stuff, but Spider-Man stopped them. Naomasa let out a long sigh as he closed the folder in one quick motion. Figures. Tanuma shined a small smile at this. He had been Naomasa's partner for a long time. And even though they didn't work together that much anymore, he knew the man well. It had been a while since he had seen Naomasa that frustrated. The case that bad. No, Naomasa shook his head. I think it is. Tanuma chuckled before slinging an arm over Naomasa's shoulders. Come on, let's go get a cup of coffee. I've been out of town for the past week or so you can update me on everything and maybe I can help you out. Naomasa stared at the man for a second, seeing his usual casual smile before nodding. Okay, just don't expect too much. This case is honestly so crazy that I don't know where to fully start. We'll start with a cup, simple as that. The sound of a liquid pouring into a bottle could barely be heard as a chalk-white hand handled a small jug of whiskey. A long sigh escaped the man's breath as his eyes stared at the drink, and after another few seconds of pouring, he stopped the flow and put the jug down, taking a sip later. Ugh, still not enough. He grumbled as his ears picked up the sound of footsteps behind him. What? He asked without turning around. Phone call, boss. The thug replied with a gulp. Is it him? Yes, boss. The thug muttered out. Figures. The man spun around at this, revealing a frowning Tombstone as he took the phone out of the thug's hand. What do you want? I already got you the shipment, and my boys are loading up another batch right now. Now, the boss didn't want me to call you about that, replied the phone, making Tombstone sigh as he heard the voice. Hammerhead. Tombstone growled. Where's your boss? He's busy. And before you yell at me, I'm here to give you some good news. Hammerhead responded as Tombstone hissed into the phone. But as the thug on the other line began to talk, the long scowl on Tombstone's face began to disappear. Instead, his lips went into a neutral position as he raised an eyebrow. Really? Tombstone let out a small chuckle. Now that's a surprise. I know, Hammerhead added before switching to a deep gravely tone, but that's not all. The boss thinks things will start moving again. That's not my job, Tombstone grumbled. I know, that's why I'm calling instead of the boss. TCH, you mean that he just doesn't want to talk to me? Tombstone hummed before glancing back into the room, seeing a few thugs moving some boxes. All right, tell your boss I got no interest in taking his stuff. I just want money, got it? The phone call ended a second later, Tombstone letting out a long hiss as he gave the device back to the thug, only to see an expectant face on the criminal. Deal's still good if you're wondering. In fact, things are even better now. How so, boss? Tombstone chuckled and shook his head. Simple. Our buyer has a boy in the police, and they just said that the leader of the inner demons got caught by that Spider-Man guy. The villain got out of his seat at this and took a chug of whiskey. Looks like one bit of competition is out of our way. That's great, boss. The thug responded, only to see Tombstone's face go back to a scowl, or ... is it? It ain't over. Tombstone grumbled as he took another swig of whiskey. Get the shipments ready. If the inner demons are gone, that means two things. Some new gang will probably appear, thinking our racket is an easy target ... or Spider-Man will start coming for us. And if it's number two, boss, Tombstone put the bottle down on the desk behind him. Then I'll break every bone in that bug's body. Uraraka sat down her tray of food slowly, inhaling a deep breath before taking out a pair of chopsticks. As she did this, she glanced up to see Tsuyu, Iida, Mina, and Kirishima all sit around her. But before any could say anything, Todoroki also sat down, right beside Iida. They turned to him, surprised the usually quiet boy was sitting here, as he preferred to be alone. And as they began to eat, Iida turned to Todoroki and asked, Todoroki, are you wishing for me to answer your earlier question? The teen nodded back, Iida taking a small breath before replying, well, I apologize, but I don't have too much to tell you. That's fine, I understand, Todoroki responded. Before I begin, may I ask why the sudden interest? Todoroki slowly blinked at him, only to reply, let's just say, I was inspired by him. The group all went wide-eyed at this for a second, Tsuyu's eyes only slightly growing. And after a moment, Iida pushed his glasses up his nose before speaking up. To start, I only met him for just a few minutes. However, I must say in those few minutes ... it was like watching a pro. The others all raised eyebrows at this except Todoroki. Only for Iida to say, I had chased down the hero killer, only for him to beat me instantly. Everyone leaned in at this, surprised at Iida just admitting that as he continued. And then Spider-Man just jumped in and fought the hero killer with ease. He quickly got around all the hero killer's attacks as if he knew what to do, and yet he told me later in the fight he was improvising everything. Really, he improvised everything while fighting a killer. Kirishima chimed in, the group turning to him. What? Don't interrupt, Kiri, it's rude, Mina added while nudging him. Sorry, Kirishima muttered out, only for Iida to chop his arm at him. It's fine, I understand your surprise. It's just, I didn't expect a vigilante to be so skilled. Iida crossed his arms at that. In fact, I keep thinking about what happened and it still feels unreal. Everyone shared a glance at this, only for Todoroki to ask, what's his quirk like? I saw online that people think he has several quirks. That's possible, Kiro. Tsuyu added, I thought at most you could be born with his two. Todoroki nodded at that. I thought so too, but they think he has several. That or he uses a lot of different support equipment. Iida put his hand to his chin at this. I'm not sure about that one. It seemed he could cling to walls. He could shoot webbing out of his hands. And he was invisible at one point ... and he had electric powers as well. Iida blinked at his own words. That does sound like multiple quirks, doesn't it? That or a lot of support equipment like Todoroki said. Kiro. Tsuyu finished for him. That's gotta be it. Kirishima added, I mean, no one has that many quirks. Isn't it like impossible? And as Uraraka heard those words, she glanced back down at her arms, staring at the bruises. The sight made memories flow through her head before glancing up. Unaware, Tsuyu was staring at her as Uraraka noticed a certain blonde man walking across the other side of the cafeteria. He looked like a skeleton, a bit of blood dripping off his mouth as he grabbed a drink before leaving the cafeteria. You okay? Tsuyu chimed in, Uraraka turning to her. I'm okay. Just tired. Uraraka replied. You don't look it, Kiro. Did something happen to you on your internship? Uraraka bit her lip at that. You could say that. She then saw Mina turn to her as well, making Uraraka glance away. Sorry. It's fine, Kiro. Tsuyu added, Uraraka looking back at her. Want to hear what happened to me on my internship? The brown-haired girl nodded back, the frog girl giggling before starting a small tale of her being at sea. Two pairs of eyes stared at the blade, the duo being a pair of men, one in a white lab coat while the other was in a formal suit. Both were cloaked in the shadows of the room, one of them taking out a small swiping device as he held it over the red liquid on the katana's tip. Excellent. To think we would get a sample of Spider-Man's blood. Indeed. Perhaps now we can see if... Sirs. They turned to a third voice, another lab coat-wearing man racing into the room. The package. It's ... it's here. Two grins followed this, the one in the suit replying, I see. Bring it in. A few minutes later, a large cylinder container was wheeled into the room, its bottom part having a ton of wires dangling off it, all connected to a small generator. Inside the cylinder was a ton of glowing purple liquid ... and a small jet black creature inside. The being was utterly grotesque, just the ugliest thing the duo had ever seen. It also didn't look the least bit alive, though that was because it was missing an arm, had an exposed brain that was half sunk in, and one of his eyes was just an empty hole. Yes ... this is definitely the work of All for One. The suited man commented. And Garaki, it is his style. That man is never subtle despite how much he wants to think he is. The lab coat man added as he walked up to the cylinder, his eyes scanning the creature over. So this is a Namo. Fascinating ... and yet slightly disappointing. The suited man finished for him, though he did say this one was a failed prototype. Correct. Indeed. The lab coat man sighed before spinning around, his eyes going back to the blood-tipped blade on a nearby table. Let's just hope it's enough. I believe it will be. The suited man replied while scratching his chin. It seems All for One has been very busy. I wonder what he's doing right now if he's making creatures like this. Who knows? The lab coat man responded as he began to examine the blood again. I suspect with him, it's probably related to All Might. He's always been obsessed with that clown. True. The suited man hummed as he stared at the Nama, the creature just floating in the cylinder without a single ounce of movement. At least we were able to convince him to give us this. I can't wait to see what we can make with it. Tamura Shigaraki let out the longest hiss he could as he sat on a bar stool, staring at the two that had just walked into the bar. He was already in a bad mood today, and this was about to make things a lot worse. Seriously? The white-haired man growled as he pointed at Jurin. This is all you could find? This burned-up chicken nugget. The scruffy smoking villain just shook his head at this as he pointed at the scarred-up man standing beside him. He's the first one of a few I found. Just give him a chance. Shigaraki hissed at Jurin before his eyes turned to the burnt man. Fine. Who are you then? Name's Dabai, replied the villain. That's not a name. What's your real name? Shigaraki grumbled as he got off the bar stool he was sitting on. I'd rather not say. Dabai responded, a trickle of flames appearing on the back of his hand. He walked up to Shigaraki at this, both just a foot or so away from each other before the two thrust their hands at each other. And as their attacks were about to strike, two dark portals opened over the hands, making them both miss their targets. What the Kurogiri? Shigaraki roared as he turned to the bar, the misty villain standing behind it while cleaning a glass. You shouldn't immediately try killing a new ally, Master Shigaraki. Kurogiri coolly replied, at least give them a chance. You, Shigaraki hissed before glancing back at Jurin. Is this all you got? I need more than this. We're going to destroy the Hero Society. And it's not gonna happen with just one new guy. Jiren took the cigarette out of his mouth and breathed out a puff of smoke. I got some more coming in over the next few weeks. Though I gotta say, I was honestly surprised with one of the rejections. He put the white stick back in his mouth. I really thought she would be down for this kind of gig. A small pink tongue slithered out of a fanged mouth, licking the tiny drop of blood that was on a shining silver knife. The fangs from before turned into a vicious grin as the tongue licked the knife again. A feral yet feminine voice cooed, a steady blush on the person's face as she let out a giggle. It was a girl with blonde hair that was tied up into two messy buns. On her body was a schoolgirl's outfit along with several knives hidden on herself. Her eyes were that of a cat's, shining as she stared at a television. The box was showing a certain dark green-colored costumed vigilante. Spider-Man, huh, she muttered as her tongue took off the last drop of red liquid on the blade. So you're the one Mr. Staney picked. She then put the knife away before putting her hands up to her face, a large red blush shining on her cheeks. I can't wait to meet you. Spider-Man Notebook 1, Quirk, Steps, and Quips. I'm writing this notebook as my first steps into becoming a hero. Thanks to a spider that bit me, I have been given a quirk, something I've wanted all my life. It's incredible, as the quirk seems to be a mutant type, one that's completely changed my body. As such, I need to make notes all about this quirk and my journey to become a hero. I am Izuku Midoriya, and these are the notes of my journey to become a hero. Quirk, spider, type, mutant. Notes, my quirk seems to be a kind of multifaceted mutation. It has given me super strength, which I still need to test. At the moment, my pitiful equipment mainly shows that I should be able to lift a few tons, but it never feels like it. Then again, I just received this quirk, so it may still be adjusting to my body. Due to this, I'm going to split my notes in terms of all the quirk aspects. This will be the strength section, which I will update later when I have better equipment to test just how much I can lift. Aspect 1, Strength. Notes, see above. Aspect 2, Enhanced Reflexes. Notes, I have found my body is incredibly reactive. It's as if when I twitch, I can suddenly feel things around me. I believe this is a combination of enhanced reflexes and the radar ability I found in my studies. I found also that I can leap very high relativity easily and still keep my full balance when I land. Even trying to do basic balance acts are child's play now. I wonder what I would like if I took gymnastics now. Edit. My radar is now called Spider Sense, which I believe coordinates with my reflexes even more now that I've understood this aspect of the quirk better. Aspect 3, Wall Climbing. Notes, my body can now latch onto walls, ceilings, and just about any surface. Unsure if this is the same for a slippery wall, but I seem to be able to stick to anything. I found that if I have enough momentum, I can even run up walls with ease. It's so cool. It's like I'm a living spider. Not only that, it doesn't seem to interfere with my clothing that much now that I've started to get the hang of it. I'm hoping this means my future hero costume will be easy to make as to not have to be made around this aspect. Aspect 4, Spider Sense. Notes, I seem to have a cognitive-like radar sense, one I have named Spider Sense. As stated before, it seems to help with my reflexes, though its primary function seems to be a kind of warning system. This could be useful, as it means I can't be snuck up on. Edit. Due to my recent fight with the masked men and Tombstone's gang outside of UA, I've realized I need to formulate an entire fighting style with Spider Sense in mind. I believe it's necessary, as it focuses all my reflexes thanks to the special awareness it gives me. Aspect 5, Invisibility. Notes, despite my best efforts, I couldn't seem to get any data out of the spider that bit me. It seems to just be a husk. I wish I could get more, as it somehow not only gave me these spider-like abilities, but also invisibility. I looked up tons of spiders on the web and found nothing close to it. There were ones that could camouflage, but nothing akin to invisibility, or something close to it. Despite this, the invisibility seems to be almost perfect. It can camouflage my skin and clothes without affecting my eyesight. However, I've found I can only hold it for a tiny bit before it starts to hurt my head. I need more practice with it. Aspect 6, Bioelectricity Venom Power. Notes, in my original investigation of my quirk, I found an energy signature within me. Turns out, it's a bioelectricity ability. Like invisibility, it's unnatural to spiders, but I'm not complaining. It seems to be some sort of charge I can do, though I can't seem to summon it except in bad moments, such as it ruining my support exam. Not my favorite power of this quirk so far. Edit. I've found out how to summon it thanks to fighting some masked men at a bank. Current hypothesis, I felt like I was going to get killed by a big masked guy with an energy quirk. Either fear or adrenaline made him summon it. Perhaps a state of mind. Either way, I seem to be able to feel the electricity now. Second edit. I've found I can't combine both my invisibility and venom power. Unknown why. Perhaps an incompatibility with both abilities at once in my body. Steps to being a hero. In order for me to become a hero, I've decided to start as a vigilante. As such, I've looked up how vigilantes get accepted into the hero society, which seems to be very difficult. They are rarely trusted and have to help a lot of heroes before being approved. That said, my life has always been a struggle since I'm a Deku, so I hope this idea works. I will now be going over the steps for my path to become a hero by being a vigilante. Step 1. If possible, make sure web fluid is full before going into a fight. This is necessary due to making sure I have all advantages I can have in any fight I'm part of. Edit. I need to make better web shooters as well, possibly a reload system and ability to try other forms of webbing. Unfortunately, I don't have the money for that right now. Step 2. Make sure to smile and be positive. All Might says that being a hero is all about inspiring hope, even if they can't see your smile under your mask. Be positive. If necessary, make a persona for yourself to try and make others feel safe. Try quips as well and make people laugh. Page on quips. So, making a late night withdrawal. This is a no pointy weapon zone. Are you twins, triplets, etc.? Future quip. How about you come up here and fight me like a spider? Step 3. Until you're a hero, you need to make yourself known, even if it's just leaving a calling card. That way, your name can get out and see if you can get the hero commission to sign you on. Edit. I've recently made a full note, signing myself as the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Step 4. Figure out your own fighting style. Observe heroes and fight villains to figure it out. Edit. Going to make a separate notebook for this. It will include webbing formula, support item ideas, and super moves as well. Step 5. Property of Izuku Midoriya, future hero. Spider-Man Notebook 2, Villains. I'm writing this notebook over all the villains I have fought as Spider-Man. These are my analytic notes, viewpoints, and guesses on their quirks and other notes I believe are necessary. My first fight was with bank robbers, which all but one had mutant quirks, but I didn't get any names. As such, I'm going to try to find out names of enemies for all future notes. Villain 1, the Vulture. Rank, unsure, possible C rank due to him being able to avoid heroes. Quirk, possible Metal Wings mutant quirk. Notes, a thief that was using his quirk to escape from heroes, which were bright green metal wings. When I landed on his back, I saw they were fully connected to this body, specifically his arms, making it a mutant quirk. He was my foray into aerial combat, though I didn't fight him as more and chase him. If I'm correct, I believe this to be a debut for the villain, as I later looked online and saw no reports on a flying villain of his description. Quite strange due to his age, as he looked old, probably at least in his 60s, which is an advanced age to be in villainy. Perhaps he has money troubles, unknown why he's a villain. Overall, I think it was a good experience for me. It helped me realize I still need to practice web swinging for future aerial fights. Villain 2, Masked Men Demons. Rank, unsure, as gangs of villains don't have normal rankings. Considering the robbery in my first encounter, at least D rank. Quirk, Energy Quirk, shows black and white aura of some kind. Aim unknown. Notes, a group of bank robbers. They seem to all wear a distinct outfit and all have similar abilities. After the encounter at the bank, I looked up known groups of villains online and found nothing. No group operates with all the same quirks, at least in terms of stuff that's open to the public. They also all speak another language I can't understand, making it hard to understand motive except for just wanting money. Their quirk seems to let them shoot energy from their hands. Particularly the big one I fought at the bank could fire out what was basically a giant black and white shockwave. Highly dangerous quirk to fight head-on. I'll need to make sure I fight with evasion in mind if I encounter this kind of quirk again. Thankfully, this encounter allowed me to unlock the bioelectricity power that messed me up in the UA support exam. Edit. I've had a second encounter with these masked men. It was on a semi, where I also encountered Ingenium. It seems their quirk allows them to transfer the energy to other weapons, which they used on a katana. Second edit. Another encounter with the masked men. This time they had a whip weapon that they used their energy quirk on. Highly dangerous, even more so than the katana. Third edit. Yet another encounter with the masked men. Their motive seems to be making moves on turf the Tombstone gang own. Unknown why, as the masked men seem to only be robbing places. Fourth edit. Had 2 more encounters with masked men. First was with Ryukyu, but nothing new was learned. Same with second encounter, as they had a fight a few streets away from UA. Fight made me learn multiple things, in particular in how to use my spider sense more. Fifth edit. I found out that these masked men are called demons, and they work for Mr. Lie, who calls himself Mr. Negative. Unknown why this is the case. Villain 3, Tombstone. Rank A. Quirk, Unyielding Wall, Mutant Quirk. Gives individual an almost invulnerable body. Highly dangerous. Notes. Had encounter with Tombstone's gang, which are a group of all animal mutant quirks, putting the gang under Tombstone's file, as they all seem to be just under him as a collective. They all use something called Trigger, which I haven't been able to find information about. Need more information. Edit. Seems Tombstone's gang is making and dealing this trigger drug. The masked men seem to also want in on their turf, which caused me to encounter them at a warehouse. Second edit. Masked men and the Tombstone gang had what I could only call a war on the streets of Musutafu. Both were fighting for an unknown reason. I still need more information. Villain 4. Fishbowl Head. Rank. Unknown. Suspect it to be at least a C due to dangerous nature of quirk. Quirk. Illusion quirk. Seems to be able to project a full illusion in a room. Possibly created through gas. Unknown if that's the case. Notes. Definitely the oddest encounter so far. Fishbowl Head seems to be able to make full illusions that withstand pro heroes' attacks. He seems to just be a bank robber, which could possibly make him less dangerous. Also had the craziest outfit I've ever seen for a villain, though I'm still new to this. Villain 5. Gentle Criminal. Rank C. Quirk. Elasticity. Notes. Out of all the villains I've faced, this is the one I have the most information on. Unlike most villains, this one constantly tapes themselves and puts it on the internet. Gentle Criminal is a chivalrous thief as he calls himself in his videos. His quirk is a super useful one that would make him a great hero. It's a shame he uses it to do stunts and criticizing corporations. I also lose my fight with him, which has made me realize I can't just hop into every fight instantly. This villain has helped teach me a good lesson ... and a hurt back. He also has a companion who is named La Brava, who videotapes him constantly according to the videos I've watched. I didn't see her do anything when I chased him, but the videos show him repeatedly get the best of other heroes. I believe Gentle Criminal must have some kind of trump card that allows him to get away. Perhaps she is the trump card. I need to encounter him again. Villain 6. Scorpion. Rank B. Quirk. Metal Tail. Mutant quirk. Notes. Possibly the most dangerous villain I've met so far. He seemed to be on a rampage while I was web-swinging around. I was trying to find Gentle Criminal, only to encounter this villain. He seemed to be on some kind of rampage, but had gotten into a fight with fourth kind. The villain's tail easily cut down my webbing, something I hadn't encountered before. Perhaps I need a better formula for my webbing. Is it not sticky enough? Or maybe I just can't afford better chemicals. Either way, I found in this fight that I need to understand my foes quickly through a fight and use my surroundings more. I can't be so reckless. After all, fourth kind did more than me. Shows I have a long way to go. Edit. No longer the most dangerous villain I've faced so far. Villain 7. Spinner. Rank. Unknown. Possibly a C due to being able to rob a bank without getting caught. Quirk. Gecko Mutant quirk. Notes. A bank robber I encountered after investigating the bank on Rhodia Street, which led me to the next bank he was going to rob. Out of all the foes I've fought, he seemed to be the most desperate, something I hadn't encountered before. Overall, he wasn't too much of a threat, but I also think I'm getting used to fighting people with swords. I talked to him after the fight and he admitted he was just desperate for money. I hope the police go easy on him. And I hope he listened to me ... That sounds so odd to write. I never imagined I could give out advice, especially from a Deku like me. I wonder if the mask is why people will listen to me as Spider-Man. Villain 8. Stain. Rank A. Quirk. A type of blood paralysis quirk, emitter type. Notes. The most dangerous villain I've faced yet. A very experienced killer who specializes in knives and swords, which complement his quirk perfectly. He also had the strongest killing intent I've ever encountered. A true killer, one that has killed many without batting an eye. Looking back at it, I'm not sure how I survived. He seemed to be a villain that was conflicted with society, as if obsessed with philosophy. I still don't fully understand what his motive was compared to all the other villains I've encountered, as it seems he was being a villain purely to get back at hero society. Why would someone do that? It seems odd, as I don't see why that would be the reason for him having such a murderous aura about him. Not only that, he said I was a true hero, but I'm furthest thing to being a hero right now. I can't even compare to the top 1,000 heroes. All of them can do 10 times the job I can. Either way, I hope I never encounter him again. He was way too scary. Edit. Now that I've had time to think about it, I wonder if I could have talked him out of it. I mean, his argument over hero society has a ton of flaws he was ignoring. Probably not though, especially if he believes his ideals so much he's willing to kill over them. Villain 9. Mr. Negative Aka Martin Lie Aka Mr. Lie. Rank unknown. Probably at least be due to his quirk. Quirk. A type of energy manipulation, transfer quirk, emitter type. May also be transformation type, as his body changed when using it. May be side effect of quirk. Notes. I just found out yesterday that Mr. Lie is the leader of the masked men. I'm just now getting to these notes, and I'm not sure if I want to put down anything about Mr. Lie. I will put this section as pending for now. Property of Izuku Midoriya, future hero. You failed. That was all Izuku heard as he stared at the masked man standing in front of him. The one before him had a blue demon mask he had seen plenty of times before. It was the one worn by the masked gang he had been fighting over and over. But this one felt different, as the masked man's suit wasn't black, but white. And then it hit him. Mr. Lie, Izuku whispered, only to see the masked man suddenly summon a sheathed katana in his hands. He pulled the blade out, a black and white aura pouring out of it, and then he took off his mask, showing his face. It was Martin Lie. You failed, he repeated. Wait, I don't. You failed. Lie interrupted, only for the aura around the blade suddenly surged. It could have saved me and you didn't. You failed. Lie repeated again before pulling back his blade. And you'll always fail, because you'll never be a true hero. No, Izuku yelled. I mean, I know I'm not a hero yet, but I'm trying. Die. Lie roared before leaping, holding his blade up high before swinging it down. No, Izuku screamed as he yanked himself out of his bed, only to feel a crick of pain in his back. Urgh. The teen fell back at this, his body slumping down into his bed. Not again. Izuku had never slept more than right now. He had been doing a cycle of sleeping and waking up for a few hours before crashing again since his fight with Lie. He hadn't done anything as Spider-Man or Izuku really, as he just didn't feel like it. Though this was mainly because of the same nightmare. The one where Lie told him he failed to save him. The teen remembering over and over how he had just decided to solve everything ... only to just beat Lie and leave him. It was now 2 days since his fight with Lie. Now early morning as he blinked and stared at the ceiling, only to let out a long yawn. I guess I should get up, he thought, his form slowly getting out of his bed. He glanced down at his hands, seeing them now fully healed before walking into the bathroom. A few minutes later, he walked over to the living room, now seeing his mother in the kitchen. Morning, sleepyhead. Inko chuckled as she saw him walk over. Did you enjoy your nap marathon? Izuku showed her a small frown, making his mother sigh. Nightmares. Yeah. Izuku glanced away. Sorry. It's fine, she replied. Made breakfast for you. The teen glanced back at her, only to see the plate in her hands, licking his lips for a second as the food smell entered his nose. Thanks, he weakly said as he took the plate and sat down at a nearby table. His mother stared at him, seeing the tired look on his face. She knew he wasn't really tired physically, but he was still mentally tired beyond belief. Another prepared plate later, she sat down in front of him. She saw her son slowly eating some eggs, and co-sighing before asking, Do you ... want to talk about it? I don't know. Izuku muttered out, I. He fiddled with his chopsticks, stirring the food. I don't know. You don't have to if you don't want to. Inko replied as she ate a piece of food. I will say this. I'm going to feast today, and I don't want you to come with me. Izuku glanced up at her at this. I know. I don't have any work at the hospital today, so let me find out if anything has happened to Feast now that you fought Mr. Lie. He felt the hesitation in her voice, but as he stared at his mother, he saw the fire in her eyes. A fire to help him. Okay, Izuku responded as he stared eating again. Do you want me to stop being Spider-Man for a while? Inko took a sip of water before replying. I want to say no, but ... do you want to stop? Izuku blinked at her, his mouth trying to morph into a frown. He glanced back down at his food. No, I don't want to stop being Spider-Man. Inko let out a giggle at that, Izuku slightly flinching as he looked back at her. I know. She pointed her chopsticks at him. You can still go vigilanting, on one condition. Izuku raised an eyebrow at this, only for her to add, fix your costume. I don't want you fighting in a ripped-up suit and getting even more injuries, even with your healing factor. Izuku nodded at this. Sure. He then ate the last bit of the eggs before saying, Though, I want to talk about it. About Mr. Lie. Yeah. Izuku nodded again. And it's a lot. And with a steady breath, he began to tell her everything that had happened. He told her about how after investigating the hidden room in Feast, he started his night of going through the masked men hideouts. This was followed by an encounter with Martin Lie, the event almost killing the teen and scaring his mother. This was followed with him chasing Lie, fighting him on the semi and after a bit, successfully knocking the villain out. And when he finished, Inko was silent. She just sat there, staring at him like a deer staring at headlights. After a minute, she spoke up. A demon? It looked like a demon was ... in Mr. Lie. Izuku slowly nodded back, Inko rapidly blinking at that as she leaned back in her chair. I still can't imagine it. That kind man being a villain. But you said it looked like he was possessed. I know. I don't get it either. Izuku replied. It was like Mr. Lie's quirk changed him into another person. He was completely different, like he was an experienced killer and everything. Izuku put his hand over his face, rubbing it with a long sigh. I still don't know how I beat him. It was just ... so much. Inko watched her son sit there, an expression of pain and confusion on his face. The sight made stare right into his eyes, only for a fierce glare to come into her eyes. Izuku, her son removed the hand off of his face. I'm going to go to Feast. Don't worry, I'll make sure they don't find out anything about you. Izuku blinked at her, only to do a small nod. Thank you. His mother showed a small smile. Of course, I'm here to help. She rose up with a plate in hand. Finish your breakfast and then check your classes. Okay. Izuku nodded again before taking a sip of orange juice. Mom. She glanced back at him at this. After I do my classes ... Can I go out as Spider-Man? I'll fix the costume first. Inko chuckled at the question, shaking her head. Sure, sweetie. Just ... Don't go in over your head again, okay? I won't, Izuku replied. I'll ... Be as careful as I can. That's all I ask. Naomasa had just finished a small nap when he got the news. He left his office the moment he heard a few pieces of papers falling to the floor as he left, Sansa picking them up and putting them back on the desk. The detective took a deep breath as he walked up to a certain door, readying his quirk before grabbing the doorknob and turning it. A second later, he opened the door and glanced inside, now seeing Martin lie staring up at him while handcuffed to a bed. Martin lie? The detective asked. That's ... Me. Lai replied, Naomasa now seeing a look of both fear and confusion on his face. The sight made him almost hesitate, as he felt this was going to be a long talk. As such, he walked in and grabbed a chair that was in the corner of the room, putting it at the end of the bed. Hello, I'm Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. Detective, Lai instantly responded. Do you know why I'm cuffed up like this? And where am I? Naomasa raised an eyebrow at this. You don't know why you're here. The man shook his head in response, making Naomasa almost cringe. The detective knew he had to not show any flinching in these first few moments. But due to his quirk, Naomasa had a lot of experience observing faces. After all, once someone realizes you have a lie detector quirk, they'll do everything they can to dodge your questions, even if it is pointless. However, he knew just by the expression on Lai's face and the shaking of the head was Lai telling the truth. Biting his lip at the response, Naomasa's mind went into overtime, thinking up the avenues he could use to get the answers he needed. And a second later, he quickly took a breath before speaking up. Martin Lai, and may I call you that? Call me Mr. Lai. Lai slowly replies, everyone calls me that. All right, Mr. Lai. Anyways, you were arrested 2 nights ago. Arrested? Lai gasped, his eyes going wide. Naomasa stared at his face, seeing the pupils shake and shiver as Lai glanced down a second later. There was nothing but fear in that expression. Definitely not the reaction he was expecting. Yes, Naomasa said a few seconds later. You see, you were found at the scene of a villain car chase. Specifically, we have witness reports from the hero team known as the Lurkers that you attacked them and illegally used your quirk to brainwash one of them for a short amount of time. As those words entered Lai's ears, the man shook in his bed. He continued to stare downward, his eyes drilling holes into his body. There was no response for several seconds, only for Lai to ask, What ... What did I do? Did I hurt them? He's not denying it. Naomasa thought before responding. Technically, no. All you mainly did was use your quirk to brainwash the hero Kamui Woods, who then attacked his teammates. Naomasa glanced down at the notes in his hands. According to our interview with him, he doesn't remember anything of the sort. He looked back up to the cuffed man. Do you know why? Lai didn't respond, his eyes still staring down at himself. Naomasa just blinked at the sight before glancing back at the papers, still seeing the quirk on Lai's file. All it has is a name, no description. The detective then looked up at the cuffed man. How does your quirk work? By the way, all our files just show it as something called negative, but it has no description or details. Any comment on what that is? Lai continued to stare downward, his mouth not even moving. The sight made Naomasa frown before trying to get up, only for Lai to whisper out, It's not a quirk. Excuse me, it's ... Not a quirk. Lai glanced back up at him, his eyes now showing nothing in them. They looked completely blank, as if the life had been sucked out of them. It's a curse. A curse. Yes. Naomasa's quirk chimed in at this, making the detective tense up. Truth again. Naomasa crossed his arms at this. What do you mean? Martin stared at him for a second, as if his brain was rebooting as his lips smacked, trying to get any words out. And as this happened, he slowly spoke. You said I was arrested, right? Yes. Naomasa replied, nodding. I need a lawyer. Lai responded as he turned his head away. I won't say anything else till I get one. Naomasa just stared at him at this, his quirk telling him that the man was still telling the truth. He hadn't told a single lie. Shoot, he thought, guess we have to do this the hard way. All right, Naomasa said as he stood up. I'll get that arranged. He spun around at this, about to leave the room, only for another officer to open the door. Slightly flinching, he saw it was Gory, the gorilla-faced officer. Hey Gory, Naomasa replied. What's up? Just came to tell you that the chief wanted you. He motioned with her head. Are you done with your questioning? No, Naomasa responded. He wants a lawyer. Won't respond without one. Got it. I'll help you get that set up. Thanks. The two men left the room at this, Lai glancing back to stare at the men vanishing from the area. He let out a long sigh, shaking his head a second later. This is such a mess, he whispered to himself. I can't believe this. He slumped back into the bed, a small groan escaping his lips. Why did this happen? And as he continued to mutter to himself, the room's door opened again. This time it was a female officer with long blonde hair tied in a ponytail and a very angry look on her face. Martin turned to her, blinking at the sight, only for the woman to utter a single word. As the word hit his ears, he went wide-eyed, his face paling a second later. No. Why are you here? You know why, she replied. Now, either you do as I say, or she put her hand on the gun on her side with a large smirk now appearing on her face. I'll let you use your imagination. She leaned down as the smirk got even bigger. So. What do you want to choose? It took Izuku a bit longer than he expected to remake the gloves. He had been wanting to make a second costume, but hadn't really got much into it till today. As such, he spent a few hours making the gloves, leaving the house a bit after noon. This was followed by him invisibly leaving his place through the window and swinging into the city. But as he did this, the teen instantly found himself to be aimless. The first hour gave him nothing, just one purse snatcher. He stopped mid-swing. As such, he soon came to a stop and perched onto a small water tower as he pulled out a notebook. His mind going back to the past week. I guess I'm still far from being a hero. I almost didn't stop Mr. Lie. That thought made him shake his head. No, can't think like that. I have to. The teen took a long deep breath as he closed his eyes, only to sigh a second later. What do I do? Really, how do I do better? His mind went back to Lie again, the demon he saw inside the man. It made him shiver, his thoughts jumbling as he tried to think of something else. But then those words from his dream came back. You failed. I did fail, he thought as he crossed his arms, his eyes still closed. He bit his lip at this, only for a new thought entered his head. I did fail. And maybe that's the point. If I'm gonna be a hero, I need to do more. And that includes villains. He opened his eyes again, staring at his notebook. He flipped a few pages, seeing all the notes he had made on previous villain fights. And as he did this, he landed on the page on Spinner, the teen remembering that night. Only for a bulb to ring out in his head. Maybe that's it. I should try to help the villains. Well, help reform them, The teen sat in silence at this thought, only to smile under his mask. He nodded at this. Yeah, that's what I should do. If I can reform a villain, I should. That statement made him stare back at the pages, lazily glancing at it as he flipped through it. I don't know where to start though. The next page was more notes on the masked men, making him pause. Mr. Lie. Should I try to go for what he was after? He flipped another page, now seeing it was notes on Tombstone, ones he had recorded from the stuff he had looked up online. Tombstone. Mr. Lie was after him, just like that kingpin person. He put his hand to his chin at this, humming for a bit as he said to himself, should I go after him next? I don't think I could reform him. He's an rank villain. But his gang is causing trouble. They make and sell drugs. He glanced back down at his notes, only to nod. I want to go for this kingpin, as Mr. Lie was after him, but I don't really have many clues compared to Tombstone. The stuff I got from Mr. Lie's hidden room did say his gang is mainly in Musutafo, though he didn't have any other locations, just districts. I could try the one closest to me. He then put his notebook back in his hoodie, though I get the feeling I won't find anything on him until tonight. I've only fought that gang at night, except for that fight they had with Lie's masked guys. He then aimed his wrist at a nearby building and fired a web line. And as he leapt off before swinging away, the teen thought to himself, let's go on patrol. I'll watch over the district Lie had written down and go from there. He fired another thing of webbing, swinging down a few blocks as he zipped through Musutafo. It wasn't long till more time passed, the vigilante going down just about every street he could as he slowly made his way around all the nooks and crannies of the city. As he did this, he found little crime, just a few muggers before hitting the 4-hour mark. At this, he came to a stop again, checking his webbing and seeing he had plenty before going invisible and changed to get himself some food. After a quick round of supper, the teen called his mom and told her he was going to stay out for the rest of the evening, only to then decide he would go to one of his favorite comic book stores. As he walked in, he found there wasn't many people inside. Never the best sign for business, but Izuku also knew he hadn't kept up with the latest issues due to certain vigilante shenanigans. As such, he found the latest 2 All Might issues, bought them and left the store with a smile on his face. At least I have this, he thought as he sat down on a nearby bench, reading through the first issue. It showed All Might take on a giant villain, only to instantly beat it with one punch while saving several people from the fight. The story made Izuku chuckle, shaking his head. Man. If I could only be a hero like that. I can barely do a villain fight to just save one person. He flipped through a few more pages, soon closing it as he let out a small yawn. Maybe I should call it for the day. I've done a full patrol today and... His thoughts came to a stop as he put the comics into his backpack, only to glance up and see 2 men walk by across the street from where he was. He blinked at the sight, seeing that it was 2 mutant quirks, a weasel man and a snake man, and both were wearing what looked like hoodies. In the summer. Or not. That's suspicious looking. Those look like the kind of guys Tombstone would hire. Odd they would be out and about like that though. Then again, I've spent all day looking for trouble and found nothing. Figures it would appear while I'm just Izuku Midoriya. The teen slowly got up, glancing around for a bit before quickly racing into a nearby alleyway. He turned invisible and climbed up the wall, soon reaching the roof as he changed into Spider-Man. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. Maybe they're just pals, walking out in hoodies in summer. I mean, it is going to be evening soon, so maybe I'm being too judgmental, he thought as he put on the mask before glancing back down to the street, only to find both men were now gone. That's not good. He fired a web line and swung across the street, landing on one of the roofs before running over and checking each alleyway in between. And as he did this, he saw the two men again, only to see both knock at a door in the alley. A second later, it opened and both quickly slipped in. Maybe I'm wrong, he pondered as he stared at the door, only to check another side of the building and saw that the place was a bar. One the two went in the back way. That is, till the door opened again and several mutant quirk guys shuffled out of the building, these wearing biker jackets. Then again, maybe I'm actually lucky tonight. And as he began to follow them, he saw them go back into another alley, quickly zipping through the back streets of the city. I think I am. Though knowing my luck, something crazy will happen to me while I'm following these guys. Martin Lai, Nezu whispered as his paws typed away at a keyboard. His beady eyes shifted around at the screen, his nose twitching as he reached over for a cigarette a second later. Taking a small lighter and lighting it as he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, he exhaled some smoke as he glanced back at the screen. On his computer was a full profile on Martin Lai. The man was not what Nezu was expecting. His personal history was simple. A man that had inherited a family fortune and had used it to help the needy. There were several distinct charities he had invested in, and had created Feast, a special project in an area that seemed to teem with villains in Japan. The goal was admirable, and Nezu had heard of Feast and would have loved to help with something like that as a side project. Granted, Nezu found that his quirk wasn't on profile, just something called negative but had no details. That wasn't a red flag in this day and age though, as plenty of political and business individuals would only show a quirk name for their profile and nothing else. As such, the viewpoint over the man was positive. Even in this day and age of heroism, philanthropy was rare. The act of being a hero was unfortunately marred by humanity at times, and the most selfish would be the ones that go into the business compared to some. Even Nezu had to admit that the recent crop that they were training at his school unfortunately had a few that seemed to be going down that path of selfishness and greed. But according to this profile, Martin Lai had chosen the correct path, one to help others, even if he wasn't a hero. However, that viewpoint had all but changed in his arrest 2 days ago. Now, the stoat was at his desk, trying to sift through the man's profile. He knew he was a key piece to figuring out the bigger puzzle he had now found himself addicted to, Spider-Man. Somehow, this teen vigilante had figured out everything about a gang that the police and heroes had almost nothing on. In fact, the past 2 days of investigation at the hideouts of the inner demons had revealed even less. Just stolen goods, cars, and drugs. Granted, that was normal for criminal operations. But there has to be a plan, an overlaying structure to the greed. That very thought made Nezu pause and lean back in his chair, taking another small smoke before putting the stick on the side of an ashtray. He rubbed his chin in thought as he pulled up a report that Naomasa had just sent. It was over the first interview with Martin Lai he had successfully been able to do earlier today. The conversation showed a man that was beyond confused and frightened, but he also acted as if he knew that this was the worst that could happen. And it did. But he also said he had no recollection of what happened, which by all means, as his super negative employee Aizawa would say, is completely and utterly irrational. But Nezu knew better. Anything involving the Spider-Man case was irrational by nature. That made him grin as he tapped a few more keys, only to hear a knock on his office door. Come in. The door slowly creaked open, revealing Aizawa as he slowly trudged into the room. You called. I need to grade some papers. I know, Nezu replied as he reached into a desk drawer and pulled out a small tea set. He placed a cup on the frame and asked, Tea? No thanks, I have coffee, I figured. Nezu chuckled as he spun around, staring at a certain teapot that had been steaming for a few minutes. He took it off and poured himself a cup before taking a sip. There we go. And as he glanced back up at Aizawa, he saw irritation in his eyes, the sight making him chuckle even more. Don't be so impatient, Aizawa. It's the little things that allow your brain to function better. Just get on with it. Aizawa moaned. What do you want? Nezu poured a second cup at this as he replied. I want you to investigate 2 locations for me undercover. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at this. I'm guessing this involves the Spider-Man case. Nezu nodded back. Alright. You'll have to give me a day or 2. My students just got back, and there's a lot of work to do with them. Oh, Nezu giggled. Something good. No, they're hopeless. Aizawa groaned. Anyways, where am I going? Is it related to that Martin Lai guy? Nezu took another sip. It is. You're going to go volunteer at Feast. Both locations. Nezu put the cup down and spun around his computer's monitor. Preferably, I would like you to start with the second location. It just got done, so I can't help but think there couldn't be a coincidence with this. Figures. No coincidences exist in our job. Aizawa grumbled as he stared at the image of the building. Anything I'm looking for? Just the usual. Check to see if anyone Spider-Man's age hangs around there. Also, make sure to check any staff you think may be related to something, criminal or otherwise. Got it, Aizawa replied as he took out a coffee cup out of nowhere and began to leave the room. One more thing, Nezu chimed, making Aizawa look back at him. Be extra careful to not reveal yourself. I believe this is not connected in any way, but the parents of one of your students was hired in the construction of the second feast facility. It's brand new, so the company may still be there. Got it. Which student is it? Achako Uraraka. Aizawa took a small sip of coffee at that. Her. She's one of like 8 in the class that actually fully tries. I'll make sure to not get caught. Excellent. Happy investigating, Aizawa. Yeah. Aizawa sighed as he left the room, rubbing his face as he did so. Ugh, I need a nap. And as the teacher walked down the hallway, Nezu pulled out a phone. A second later, a call had gone through as he put it up to his ear. Naomasa, it's me. Yes, I need the crime lab to investigate something for me. I've been looking at everything you've given me over the recent incident, and I want something that isn't usually looked at checked. The detective then quietly responded, making the stoat chuckle. Oh, they're going to check that tomorrow. Nezu shined a small malicious grin at this. If that's the case, I have an even better idea. It turned out that the group Izuku was following ended up doing the one thing he didn't want them to do, go to a bar and stay there for hours on end. The teen was a bit angry that he couldn't just use a tracer on one of them, mainly because none of them had vehicles right now. As such, he waited on the next door's rooftop until evening. Nighttime soon following with a bright full moon as he used most of that time to write down a few pages in his notebook, just a few quips and fighting ideas. And he began to sketch a few ideas for other costumes. If only I had more materials, he thought as he wrote out a small list. Shame I never got my hands on the support labs at UA. I couldn't imagine what I could make as Spider-Man there. He glanced up from his notes at this, only to see the bar door open and saw the two thugs he originally started following now stagger out of the building. The second came out a few moments later, heaving into the alleyway before walking away. I didn't need to see that. Izuku mentally sighed as he put his notes away, only for the bar door to open again. There's the rest of them. The teen's eyes squinted as he leaned over, now seeing the last one in the biker outfit come out with a metal suitcase in hand. There we go. I'd bet 100 yen there's Trigger in there. The group began to talk for a minute, only to slowly walk out of the alleyway and across the street. Izuku fired a web and slung himself over the street, landing on another rooftop as he silently followed them. This was followed by a half an hour of a slow chase, staying just above them as the gang went through multiple back alleys and streets. It felt like forever for the teen, almost feeling slightly bored due to how slow the thugs were going. And as an hour of following passed, Izuku found that the group were coming up to what looked like an abandoned warehouse at the edge of the city. There, he saw the gang walk up to what looked like more of their members. One of them was a mutant quirk that made a man have a cobra head, his tongue constantly out as the thug from before walked up and gave him the suitcase. Excellent, the snake man commented as he opened the case. This is what we wants. We figured. One of the thugs replied, you got the stuff. Yes, the snake man responded before snapping his fingers. The warehouse garage doors opened, revealing several motorcycles. Nice. Another thug chuckled as they all walked up to the motorcycles, some hopping onto them while others began rubbing the vehicle's sides, admiring the work. Now hang on, boys, the snake man said as he snapped his fingers again. More thugs appearing from inside the warehouse. You brought the goods, but you also help us with the deal. Seriously, the first thug yelped. We don't want to mess with those guys. Yeah, those guys are just a bunch of old idiots, thinking they can just take turf because their old man had it in the past. Another one added. We brought you the stuff just like Tombstone wanted, and we just want to ride. That's all we want. Izuku had swung over to the warehouse's roof, slowly crawling down as he kept himself hidden in the night shadow as he listened to the conversation. As such, he began to piece together what was going on. So those guys I followed brought Trigger for motorcycles. I mean, some of them do look nice. Izuku put a hand to his chin. So this was just a delivery, not some deal. Still ... that snake guy says they have to make a deal with someone. Is it their buyers? The thugs from before got onto the motorcycles at this, Izuku responding by putting a tracer on his web shooter, firing it. It hit the back of one of the motorcycles as they left, Izuku pulling out his tracker and seeing them now move. Nice, he whispered as he put the device away before looking back at the snake man. Now ... who are they waiting for? And as if on cue, a bright light suddenly shined in the distance. Izuku's spider sense rang out, making him reflexively go invisible before crawling back up to the warehouse roof and turning visible again. As he did this, the light got closer till Izuku saw it was a car, which then drove up the warehouse. The car was colored a sleek black, 4-door, and came to a stop right in front of the gang. Its lights slightly dimmed at this, but were still on as all 4 doors opened and out came 4 guys dressed in suits. 3 had the typical thuggish looks you expect from criminals, though all 4 were not mutant quirks like the Tombstone gang. One of them had a cross scar on the side of his face, another had an elongated jaw, and a third had a mohawk and sunglasses despite it being night, obviously trying to compensate for something. But it was the 4th that intrigued Izuku, as this one had golden hair that went down to his neck, and wore a dark green suit with black pants with an orange tie. His hair covered one of his eyes, and he had a long black beak-nosed mask on. Who are these guys? They don't look like Tombstone's gang. Are they the buyers? Izuku thought as he then saw one of the 4 go to the car's trunk and open it, only to pull out another briefcase. Oh no, I'm betting that's a whole bunch of money. He glanced down at his web shooters, checking them as he mentally noted, I better stop this drug deal before any of them get a chance to get away. He pointed his web shooters at the newcomers, ready to pull the triggers, only to see the one with golden hair take the briefcase and open it in front of Tombstone's thugs. The sight made Izuku come to a stop, as the briefcase didn't have money in it, but something too small for him to see. Huh, what's that? He thought before watching golden hair close the briefcase. At the real deal, the snake man asked, the golden hair man growling in response. I just showed it to you. He barked while pointing at the snake man. Now, show us the trigger and make it snappy. Our boss doesn't like messing with you freaks. What you just call us? Another thug growled, I'll kill you. Oh please, like you circus freaks can beat us. Listen here, you. And as both sides began to argue, Izuku tuned them out as he pointed his web shooters again. I better go ahead and hop in before they kill each other. Izuku blinked at his own thoughts before he shook his head. That was bleak. Don't think that way, Izuku. Thwip, thwip, thwip. What the one of the thugs muttered as webbing struck the newcomer's feet. They all glanced down at this, only to hear something land, making them look back up and saw Spider-Man land between them and the Tombstone gang. Hi there, Izuku exclaimed as electricity crackled around his hands. Nice night for a drug deal, am I right? Too bad I'm here. He then grabbed 2 of them, zapping both as the thugs let out a yelp before flopping over. It's Spider-Man. One of Tombstone's thugs yelled as he pointed at Izuku, the teen grabbing a 3rd thug and zapping him as well, the bioelectricity then fading from the vigilante's hands. No, really. Are you sure I'm not some other spider-themed vigilante? Izuku quipped as the golden-haired man thrust his hand at Izuku, the teen's spider sense buzzing as he leapt back, dodging the man. Now, why don't we stop this drug deal, right? Okay. The Tombstone gang then charged at him, a weasel man getting to Izuku first as he swiped some claws at the teen. Izuku backpedaled at this, avoiding the first strike as Tiger Man ran up next, leaping at the vigilante next. The teen fired 2 web lines upward at this, pulling himself into the air, dodging the Tiger Man before landing behind the weasel one. And as this happened, the Snake Man thrust a trigger needle into himself. Keep him distracted, boys. The Snake Man hissed as his body slightly contorted. But as the Snake Man began to power up, the Weasel Man thrust his claws at Izuku again, the vigilante dodging it again before swinging a punch into the thug's face, knocking him off his feet. But as this blow hit, the Tiger Man slammed a fist into Izuku's stomach, making the teen cry out before Izuku countered with a thrusting kick at the Tiger Thug's own stomach. And as the attack knocked the Tiger Man back, the golden-haired man from before opened the briefcase and pulled out a gun, Izuku's spider sense blaring at him. The teen turned to the man as he loaded the gun, only for webbing to cover his hands. What the thug tried to say before turning to see Izuku's foot coming for his face. Thwack. The man's head hit the back of their car, a loud clang ringing out before slumping over, the man instantly knocked out. Izuku then spun around at this, now seeing the Snake Man from before letting out a loud hiss. Spider Sense screamed at Izuku as the Snake Man's clothes began to rip apart as he began to grow before charging at the teen. Izuku responded by firing a burst of webbing at the snake, webs covering the thug's face as he tackled the teen. He then tried to bite down on Izuku, only to find his fangs stuck in the webbing. MMPH. The Snake Man yelped, only to feel Izuku's knees slam into his stomach. MMPH. Get off me. Izuku yelled as he kicked the Snake Man off, the thug hitting the pavement before rolling back onto his feet. The snake thug then put his hands into his mouth and ripped out the webbing, screaming as he did so. Ruh, I'm gonna kill you. The Snake Man roared, only for more webbing to instantly hit his mouth again. MMPH. Yeah, no, Izuku deadpanned before charging a surge of electricity in his right fist. The Snake Man leapt at him again, only for Izuku to pull back his arm. Venom Punch. The electric fist slammed into the thug, knocking him flying across the lot. A second later, webbing covered his body, sticking him to the ground, taking him out of the fight. Izuku glanced back at the warehouse, only to see no more thugs. Looks like I'm done here. He pulled out his notebook at this. Guess I didn't come up with any good quips there. I do think I'm getting better with the snark part though. He closed the book and put it away as he glanced down at the 2 briefcases the gangs had brought. He opened the one the Tombstone gang had brought first, now seeing several vials of liquid. Trigger. Izuku put his finger to his chin at this. You know, I've never taken a sample of this stuff. I'm not a chemist expert, but I have experience in it. I mean, I made the web fluid. Should I take a sample? Maybe it'll help me track more of it down. He glanced back at the thugs, only to close the briefcase. No, I better not take these samples. When the police come here, they'll be suspicious of the briefcase being empty. He then walked over to the snake thug and rummaged his pockets, pulling out a syringe with several vials. Here we go. The teen felt something else in the thug's pockets at this, soon pulling out a phone. This will help too. He glanced back at the buyers at this. Now, let's see what the other briefcase had. And as he walked up to this case and opened it, his mask covered the confusion that now appeared on his face. Bullets? He mentally asked as he saw a set of bullets inside the briefcase. He squinted his eyes at this, noticing the bullets weren't exactly made of metal. What is this? He whispered before reaching into his hoodie and pulled out his forensic kit, taking out a pair of tweezers. He picked up one of the bullets, twisting it as he closed one of his eyes. Why would they be dealing bullets? He put the bullet back into the case before glancing over at the golden-haired man he had knocked out, remembering him pulling out a gun. Better take one of these. He mumbled to himself as he put one of the bullets from the thug's gun in a small plastic bag. He took out the thug's phone next, tapping it a bit as he called a certain phone number before putting it to his ear as he fired a web line, yanking himself to a building right by the warehouse. Hello, police. I'd like to call in an anonymous tip. A few minutes ago, one rooftop over, a fanged grin graced a certain girl's face as she stared ahead. In front of her was a vigilante on a warehouse's roof across the street. She watched as she slowly crawled down the warehouse's side, the girl pulling out a knife and licking it as she whispered, "There he is, Spider-Man." The girl saw him watch the thugs below him, only to see the spider-themed vigilante fire a web on one of the motorcycles as the first few thugs rode away, making her raise an eyebrow. She then glanced back at the vigilante, only to see him pull out some kind of device before putting it away. Then a new car drove up, only for her to see Spider-Man leap down and beat the group of thugs, firing volleys of webs and electricity crackling off his swinging fists. The sight made her blush, letting out a wow as he knocked out one with a venom punch. And as he finished the fight, she saw him investigate the thugs and 2 briefcases before firing a web upward, yanking himself onto the rooftop she was on. Seeing this, she quickly hid behind a crate as he landed on the roof before taking out her knife again. Now, let's see why Staney chose you. Well, that's that, Izuku commented to himself as he ended his call with the police. He threw the phone off the rooftop next, knowing he no longer needed it due to it belonging to a certain snake-headed thug he had just beat. The teen then pulled out his notebook again, taking out a small flashlight as he shined a tiny light on it. Didn't figure out any new moves there. Guess it was too fast of a fight. He thought to himself as he reviewed the pages before closing the notebook. Maybe I can. Danger. Spider sense buzzed at him at this, making him quickly put away his notebook before leaping backward. And as he did this, he saw a tiny shining knife almost strike him in the dark of the night, the sound of footsteps just now ringing out on the rooftop. The teen glanced up at the knife's owner, only for the light of the moon to shine down on her, showing half of her body while the night shadowed the rest. The knife's owner had golden hair that was tied up into 2 messy buns, pale skin with a big, fanged grin and feral cat-like eyes. She was wearing a schoolgirl-like outfit, her hand going up to her face as she put her knife up to her mouth, licking it for a second. "Hello, Spider-Man," she giggled, a red blush appearing on her face. Hi, Izuku muttered out, feeling himself now backpedal as the girl pointed the knife at him. "Who are you? I gotta say, you look really good in dark green there," she responded, ignoring his question. "Oh, thank you," Izuku replied, his spider sense slightly tingling now. The girl shined an even bigger grin as she fiddled with a knife in her hand before slowly switching to a charging stance. "But I think you'd look better covered in blood," she exclaimed as she leapt at him. Izuku's spider sense screamed at him, making the teen quickly backpedal as he dodged a landing downward knife swipe. This was followed by her thrusting her knife right at his face, Izuku's head shifting left, the blade almost nicking him. Izuku then pointed his wrist at her, pushing the triggers as webbing shot out at the girl. But just as the webbing came out, she hopped back ... and disappeared into the dark of the night. The webbing completely missed as it flew off the rooftop. Izuku muttered out, his eyes darting back and forth. What the heck? Where'd she go? Danger. Hello, Izuku whispered before spinning around, only to see the girl now thrusting her knife right at his face again. Izuku began to backpedal again, reflexively pointing his wrist at her, only for her to disappear again. What? He yelped as he rested his fingers on the web shooter trigger, this time not firing any webbing. He motioned his wrist around, his eyes darting around again. Where did she? Danger. Izuku didn't spin around this time, instead leaping forward as heard a swishing noise behind him. He then rolled on the roof's floor before shifting onto his knee, spinning around after this while pointing his wrist ... only to find she had disappeared again. Darn it, she's gone again. How is she doing that? He kept his wrist pointed out, his eyes glancing around. Wait ... why is she attacking me? Why? Danger. Izuku began to roll forward again, not even looking back as the girl thrusted a knife downward, the blade almost hitting the roof floor. She then charged at him again, Izuku glancing back at her and pointing his wrist. But as he pressed the trigger, he saw the girl sidestep to the left ... only to disappear again. The sight made him go wide-eyed, only to glance down at the floor, seeing that part of the roof was lit up while the rest was in the darkness of the night. Blinking for a split second, he looked up at the sky, seeing a slightly cloudy sky over a half moon. The light from the moon ... she keeps hiding from it. That's how she keeps disappearing. But as this revelation hit him, the teen's spider sense rang out again. Feeling this, Izuku turned his head and leapt off the roof's side. He heard a huh from the girl as he began to descend, his eyes now staring at the street below before firing a web line, yanking himself upward and onto a rooftop just a building over. And as he landed, he glanced back at the previous roof he had been on, only to see that the girl was gone again. Think, Izuku, think, he thought as he stared at the rooftop. She's really fast, maybe faster than Stain. If that's the case, I have to use my webbing to slow her down. His eyes slightly closing as he took a deep breath. Calm down. I need to. Danger. Izuku went wide-eyed for a second before spinning around, the girl appearing again as she thrust her knife at him. And as the blade came down, Izuku leaned back, the knife just nicking his chest. It cut the strands, about to reach flesh before Izuku pointed his wrist at her feet. Thwip. Webbing instantly struck her, sticking her to the rooftop as she let out a huh. She glanced down and slashed the webs with her knife, only for Izuku to fire some more webbing. Hey, she yelped as the webbing hit her arms, Izuku then firing webbing at her feet again before shooting out more. Webbing covered her from chest to toe in the next few seconds, only her head remaining as she kept trying to get free. Grr ... urgh ... she growled as she squirmed. No ... let me go. No, Izuku retorted in a snappier motion than he expected. He almost flinched at his words, the teen muttering out, sorry. Rgh ... moaned the girl as she kept squirming for a minute, only to let out a sigh before glaring at Izuku. Let me go. Izuku opened his mouth to reply, only to see the girl start squirming again. No words would come out at this, the teen just staring and waiting as she kept trying to get free. And after a minute, she seemed to give up as she slumped over. Seeing this, Izuku muttered out, She glared back at him. Let me go. Now. Izuku bit his lip at this, but ... if I do that, you'll attack me again. Well, of course I will. I want to cover you in blood. She barked back, making the teen blink. That's the second time she's said that. Does she have something for blood? Maybe it's related to her quirk. I don't think I saw her use it. He thought before asking. Say, what's your name? She blinked at him for a second before replying. I'm Himiko Toga. Right. So, listen, Miss Toga. It's not nice to attack people with a knife. But if I don't, they won't be covered in blood. She instantly responded before her face showed a big frown and puppy dog eyes. The red would look so good on you. And if they don't want that? Izuku replied before pointing at himself. I mean, I like my dark green. I don't think red would go well with it. It clashes a bit too much. But ... she stuttered out. Izuku now seeing her mumble as it looked like her brain was now rapidly turning. Seeing her now slightly calm down, Izuku's mind went back to a thinking montage. Okay, take a second here, Izuku. She suddenly attacked you and seems to be obsessed with blood. Does she have a blood quirk? That could explain it ... but now that I can see her, she looks really pale. Is she low on blood? But if that's he shook his head at this. Focus, Izuku, focus. Don't get distracted. She just attacked you, so she's obviously a villain, but that last thought made him stare back at her, remembering what he had declared he would do earlier. He continued to stare at her, seeing the tired look on her face as she squirmed, but also showed she was slightly out of breath. And as the moon shone down on her more, he saw she was quite dirty compared to the usual thugs he would fight. I need more information. Miss Toga. She blinked at him, getting her attention as he added, if you don't mind, can I ask you some questions? Her expression turned into a glare as she replied, Why? Why would you stop me? Are you gonna ask me why I'm not normal, or why I'm a monster? That's not what I was expecting. He thought before responding, no, I was gonna ask why you're here. Her glare softened at this as he continued, I mean, you suddenly attacked me, and I wanted to know why. Himeko bit her lip at this. Well, you beat Staney. Izuku went wide-eyed at this, only for her to add, I wanted to be like Mr. Staney, and when you beat him, I wanted to see you. Her cat-like eyes tensed up as she began to blush, a look of lust seemingly trying to appear on her face. I want to become you. I want to be you. I see. Izuku muttered out, his brain slightly shorting at this. Okay. So she's here because she's a follower of Stain. That explains her fighting style. But what do I do now? She says she's a monster, keeps talking about blood, and wants to become me. The girl's blush disappeared as she saw Spider-Man just stand there, making her growl. Let me guess, you think I'm some monster now, don't you? Huh, Izuku muttered out, still lost in his thoughts. You do, don't you? She hissed, the girl now squirming even more. You're just like the others. You all think I'm a monster cause I'm not normal. Izuku just blinked at her, though Toga couldn't see it. I never said that, and I don't think that. I'm just, confused. Toga raised her eyebrows at that, Izuku's mind racing again. What do I say now? What do I do? He then saw her slightly squirm again, the sight reminding him of someone else. I wonder, is she like Spinner? That thought made him go back to the past few days, and how he had fought Mr. Negative and Spinner, both in situations where he felt he could have done more. Instead, all he did for them was get them arrested, even if he gave Spinner advice. That alone made a big frown form on his face, only for a new thought to enter his head. I can't just get her arrested. I want to help her. Miss Toga. The girl stopped squirming at this, soon glaring back at the vigilante. The teen gave her a small wave. So here's the deal. You told me that you attacked me because I beat Stain, right? The girl blinked at him before nodding. Okay, so, are you a follower of Stain or something? Toga replied while nodding again. He's right about all those fake heroes and how society is all messed up. She raised her head slightly as she shined a small smile. I totally agree with him. Life is hard and all those fake heroes make it harder. They push us down and make us suffer all because of who we are. Izuku didn't respond to that. He couldn't feel a word form as he just stared at her. And as he did this, the girl's face started to go red again, blushing as she added, and then there's you. Her tongue stuck out at this, licking her lips. You beat Stain, and you're not a hero. You're not a fake like all the others. I see. Izuku responded, his words almost coming out as a whisper, only for him to tilt her head at her. But if you admire me now, why'd you attack me? 'Cause you look good covered in blood. She instantly exclaimed. Izuku almost flinched at this. There's that thing about blood again. The teen took a deep breath before asking, can I ask you another question? Her blush started to fade as she responded, sure. Are you okay? Like, you're really pale. Toga went wide-eyed at this, her eyes darting away. I'm okay. I'm not hungry or anything. She muttered out. Izuku opened his mouth to respond, only to close it. I think I'm right. She has a blood quirk. He reached into his hoodie and pulled out his phone. I need some help. In an undisclosed location. The sounds of sparks flying out of a welding torch rang out across the room as its user glared through a purple glowing mass. The individual had been working on the device in front of them for hours now, grumbling and sighing as the work continued. And as another hour passed, a long sigh left the person's breath before the torch went silent. The individual's mask disappeared a second later, another sigh escaping their breath as they leaned back in their seat. Finally, moaned a low, slightly groaning voice. It is finished, asked a new voice, the one at the desk turning to the voice's owner. They now found themselves staring at a man in a certain long scaly green jumpsuit, complete with a purple cape and what looked like an upside-down fishbowl for a helmet. Do you seriously have to be here in that outfit? The helmeted man fake gasped at this. Of course I do. I am Mysterio, master of the arcane arts. So you are. Do not get cocky with me, tinkerer. Mysterio barked back as he pointed at the individual at the desk. Now, it is finished. Do you have the money? Of course I do. Mysterio repeated. I had it before I asked you to do this for me. Yeah. Tinkerer sighed as they got up from their seat, showing their full form. The Tinkerer was a girl just shy of 17 years of age with an ivory complexion, a brown-haired ponytail and a long frown on her face. Her clothes were a black jacket over a purple hoodie, which had a black sweater underneath it. Mysterio still didn't know how she was never hot under all that, but she seemed to move with ease with it on. The Tinkerer then reached for the device she had been working on, which looked like a small camera. I gave it the modifications you want. She put the gadget into a bag. They're all the same ... but in exchange, I need the cash and the tech you promised me. I know, Mysterio replied before snapping his fingers. A puff of smoke came out of his palm next, which then revealed a duffel bag full of money. Here. The girl took the bag and glanced down, blinking at the sight before looking back up at him. This better not be one of your illusions. If it is, I'll rip you in half. Nonsense. I would never do such a thing. Mysterio instantly responded, only to see the girl's glare increase, making him wave his hands. Seriously. It's not an illusion, Phineas. Yeah, and call me Tinkerer. Don't use my real name. Phineas grumbled as she put the bag of money down before handing him the drone. Anyways, I want that tech you promised me by the end of the week. I need it for my operation. You're seriously still considering that? Mysterio asked, only to shake his head despite no one able to see it due to his helmet. That is a fool's errand. Same with your beef with him. And yours over your revenge against Spider-Man isn't. He humiliated me. Mysterio barked as he pointed at her. No one humiliates Mysterio. Phineas rolled her eyes. You don't have to try when you dress like that. You, Mysterio growled before taking the drone out of her hands. You're lucky you're so smart. Otherwise, I would destroy you with my arcane arts. The Tinkerer let out a snort. Sure you will. Now leave me alone. Mysterio glanced down at the bag of cameras before smoke covered it, making it instantly vanish. He then looked back up at her. I'm serious, Phineas. Don't do it. You'll just be throwing your life away. Phineas closed her eyes at this, glancing away as she growled, I don't have a choice. Now get out. A long sigh exhaled itself from Mysterio before he raised both hands upward. Very well. I shall return with the gear you want shortly, and then Spider-Man shall pay tenfold. Farewell, O Tinkerer. May we meet again soon. And with a giant puff of smoke, he was gone. The sight made Phineas roll her eyes before sitting back down. A glowing purple mask covered her face again, the girl biting her lip before she turned on the welding torch. Whatever, just get back here with the gear and we'll call it even. The torch began to spark against a rod of metal at this. Just need to finish this up. Meanwhile, so let me get this straight. And Ko said in a low, slightly deadpan-like voice over the phone, while I went to feast today, which we still need to talk about later, you went and stopped a drug deal, only to get attacked by a girl that looks like your age that seems to worship that hero killer you fought a few days ago. And she's obsessed with blood. Yeah, and she's like, really pale. Izuku replied as he glanced back at Toga, the girl still trying to get out of the webbing covering her arms and feet. I think she has a blood quirk and ... she seems pretty starved. Okay, Inko quietly sighed. Well, what do you want to do with her? I mean, I don't really know if she's a villain or a criminal. She just attacked me with a knife, and I fought back. Heck, she seems more confused than anything. You think, I'm not good at reading people. Inko let out a hum at this. True. Still, what do you want to do? I'm ... not sure. I want to help her, but I don't know how. I mean, when I was talking to her, she seems to be obsessed with me ... but she's also obsessed with hating being normal and... Izuku began to scratch the side of his mask as he added, I don't know. It sounded like she's been hurting for a long time. There was a beat of silence at this before he added, I don't know what to do, so I was thinking maybe I can do the obvious part first. She seems to be starving, and I thought you could help me with the blood quirk part of that. Do they have something for that kind of problem at the hospital? Not exactly. More like regulations than anything. I could pick up some stuff she could eat that is designed for blood quirks. There was a small pause at this, but if I do that, you'll have to bring her here, and she'll probably figure out who you are. I know. Still ... are you sure about this? I know you said you want to help people, but you haven't done anything like this before. Izuku opened his mouth to reply, only for his mother to continue, is it because of Mr. Lai? Izuku could feel the words coming out of his mouth freeze in his throat. Hesitation consumed him for a few seconds before words began to form. Yeah, that and, remember that gecko guy I beat a week or so back? You know, the bank robber. I remember. What about him? It's just, looking back at it, I think I could have done more. Instead, I just told him to go to jail and come to feast later. Izuku stared at Toga as he saw her continue to squirm, her face clenching up as she struggled. I think I should have done more. With him and Mr. Lai. I keep feeling like I don't do enough, and this is an opportunity to do more. Izuku could feel his mother shaking her head as he heard her let out a small chuckle. You truly have a wonderful heart, you know that. Well I know. And Ko interrupted before the sound of her walking around began to quietly ring out through the phone. Bring her here. I'm going to go get some stuff that will work with her blood quirk. Okay. Izuku barely replied before adding, thanks mom. Anything for you. She giggled. Just be careful getting her over here. All right. I will. Izuku responded before ending the call, glancing back at Toga. The girl was still squirming, only to look up at Izuku as he walked over to her. All right. We got a change of plans. I think I have a way to help you ... or to begin helping you. What do you mean? She snapped back, only to see Izuku reach out to touch her. Hey, what are you doing? Don't worry, I'm just gonna knock you out for a bit. What? But, two fingers tapped her shoulder, a tiny bit of electricity coming out of them. Her eyes went wide-eyed before slumping over, the sight making Izuku flinch. That looked like it hurt a bit. I hope she doesn't hate me for that. He then grabbed the webbing covering her and lifted it, the end strands around her feet breaking from the roof while the rest kept her tied up. He made a web strand at this, attaching it to the girl's webbed-up form before putting her on his back. The teen reloaded his webbing at this before leaping off the roof, quickly swinging through the city. Here's hoping no one sees me as I web swing across the city with a webbed-up girl on my back. He shook his head at this. That sounded so wrong. Glad I didn't say it out loud. And as he began to swing away, the sound of police sirens rang out in the distance. The teen glanced back for a split second at this, noticing they were going to the drug deal he had just stopped. It made him slightly smile, knowing that he had done some good tonight, and possibly more soon. The next day, Nezu's cigarette twirled in his hand, over half of it already gone. The stoat was currently riding in the passenger seat of Naomasa's car, the detective staring straight ahead as he drove down Tokyo's roads, his fingers tapping the wheel. Nezu glanced up at him at this. Nervous, detective? No, Naomasa replied, just surprised. You don't usually come to crime scenes regularly, that is true. However, I must say, I am very interested in this case. Nezu chuckled, the detective trying to hide a grimace at this. He and Aizawa had a long discussion about Nezu after the Hero Commission had told him to join the investigation. This was followed by Aizawa telling Naomasa that if Nezu is on the case, it's best to let the stoat do whatever he wants and they follow, as it will probably lead to the conclusion that they're looking for. That notion made him glance back at Nezu for a second as the principal added, it's been a long time since I've had a puzzle that actually stumped me. Is that why you're coming with me to the crime scene? Oh yes. Nezu took a last smoke before putting the cig in a tiny ashtray he had brought with him. I believe this particular endeavor me and you are about to do will definitely allow us to go leaps and bounds into the Spider-Man case. The principal's wording made Naomasa almost shiver, now seeing the big smile on the stoat's face. Aizawa had warned him what happens with Nezu is happy, as the stoat very presence would make someone feel a shiver down their spine. The detective was now feeling it, the sight making him look back at the road, only to spin the wheel to the right as he commented, we're here. That we are, Nezu added as Naomasa drove up to a lot and parked in the nearest space. The stoat quickly hopped out of the car, shining a small grin as he walked around the car and looked up at the building before them. It was the one that Spider-Man had just been at a few days ago, the one where he had found out Martin Lai was Mr. Negative and ended up in a car chase with the villain, though the duo that had just arrived didn't have that knowledge on hand. Instead, Naomasa turned to Nezu to ask, I apologize for asking this, but what are we looking for? The police have already combed this place. I know. Nezu responded as he began to walk past the detective. And I know they've probably checked every nook and cranny thanks to the chief of police telling them to due to being under pressure thanks to the commission. That's not why I wanted you to bring me here. Then why did you want me to bring you here? Simple. Nezu glanced back at him before pulling out another cigarette. I believe there is something you all overlooked. Naomasa blinked at him for a second before replying, okay. What did we overlook? Nezu responded by taking out a lighter and lighting the stick in his mouth, exhaling a puff of smoke a second later. Naomasa, when I first joined your investigation, what did I propose we do in terms of searching for Spider-Man? You said we should look at it based on his psychological profile. Exactly. Nezu chucked as he tapped the cigarette in his hand, making a bit of ash drop onto the pavement. When I gave you and Aizawa my profile of Spider-Man, I suggested he was a teen that has somehow been given power very recently, yet at the same time believes the world is against him. Now, that is a good starting point, but what is the other part I told you two about? Naomasa tilted his head at this. You said he had true heroic qualities ... and he's intelligent. Nezu snapped his fingers at this. Bingo. That is why I want to investigate this scene myself. He put the cigarette back in his mouth as he walked around the building, slowly striding up to several cars that were covered in yellow tape. You wanted to come to the crime scene because Spider-Man might be smart, Naomasa asked as he followed Nezu. I don't get it. It's simple, really. Tell me, how does a vigilante gain information compared to a hero? Well, heroes work with the police, so they get most info from them. Naomasa replied before crossing his arms, closing his eyes for a second. I'm guessing vigilantes probably do the underground hero route. That's trailing, observing, going into the darker alleyways and places in the city. Those sort of things. Normally, I would agree, but I don't think that is Spider-Man's mo per se. Instead, thanks to the footage I've reviewed that you and Aizawa gave me, I believe Spider-Man to be more hands-on. In fact, I'm certain he could be more than just someone with multiple quirks, Nezu remarked as he walked up to one of the cars and pushed the tape away. Let me ask you another question. How many quirks do you think Spider-Man has? Naomasa put a finger to his chin. I think he might have 4. And what would those quirks be? Naomasa began to count on his fingers. Well ... he seems to have a mutant spider quirk, along with a bioelectricity quirk, an invisibility or camouflage quirk. And though I can't confirm it, I think he might have some kind of danger-sensing quirk. I agree with those 4, Nezu replied as he crossed his arms. Now, if that's the case, and if you look at his history, Spider-Man has fought the inner demons multiple times, yet only now tracked down their leader. How did he do that? I don't know, Naomasa responded before shrugging. I mean, we've found no evidence on how he did it. Nezu snapped his paw. Exactly. That means he doesn't have a quirk that lets him hunt down villains. but that also means he has to have something that would allow him to find his prey. As such, I believe that very thing will be at this crime scene. But we already checked everything. The guys looked through each car. How could there be anything else? Oh, there is always a way to hide things, Naomasa. After all, ask yourself this. If the lurkers fought Martin Lai on a moving semi, how did Spider-Man track him down? The lurkers claimed that Spider-Man had fought Martin Lai before they encountered him and after, meaning he had some way to track him ... And I believe that this is the true first step in finding Spider-Man. And before Naomasa could ask what that meant, the stoat bent over and glanced under the car, hiding a certain grin now widening on his face. It turned out that the little zap Izuku gave Himiko Toga did more than he thought. She was knocked out for several hours, confirming his theory that she was in even worse condition than he originally hypothesized. When he got home, he put her on their couch, webbing her up again as his mother got home. Inko wasn't happy with all the webbing, but knew it was necessary. And the webbing would be gone in a few hours. You really jump into everything, don't you? His mother commented, Izuku glancing away. Yeah, he let out a long sigh. Sorry, it's fine. Inko replied before walking over to the girl, taking a chair over and sitting down in front of the couch. She glanced back at her son. We need to talk about Feast, but considering what you just brought home, we'll talk about it later, alright? Okay, Izuku responded as Inko spun back to the girl. Thanks for this, Mom. You're already a repeating patient, Izuku, and you just brought home another. Just be glad I'm a caring nurse. Sorry, it's fine. I suspect you don't want her to see your face yet. Izuku nodded back. All right, let me check up on her. Izuku removed some of the webbing for her, Inko taking a deep breath before examining the girl, soon confirming Izuku's theory. Inko surmised that the poor girl was in horrible condition, mainly malnourished, and after asking Izuku to leave the room, she looked under her clothes and saw tons of cuts and bruises. His mother told Izuku that she should take her to the emergency room, but since she attacked Izuku, they both knew that could be a problem. Izuku then went to his room at this, Inko taking a few more minutes to examine the girl. After this, she went to Izuku's room, the teen setting up his desk as she walked in. Yes? He asked as he saw her come in. Well, she's definitely not in good shape. She closed her eyes and let out a long sigh. I'll help her. Izuku went wide-eyed for a second before giving her a smile. Thank you. Inko shook her head. It's fine. She then put her hand on his shoulder. Also, I know we said we'd talk about Feast later, but considering she's still asleep, we could talk about it for a bit. Okay. Izuku nodded as his mother sat down on another chair. So ... what happened? Do they know about what happened to Mr. Lai? Inko shook her head again. Not quite. A few hours ago. Inko slowly opened the doors of Feast, the woman's feet quickly making their way to the nearby staircase. She zipped up to the second floor, her eyes glancing around before seeing what she feared the most. It was Gloria arguing with a police officer as a few of the Feast residents stood around her. Thanks to her time hanging out with the woman, Inko could tell that the snake lady was not happy, though her tone was enough of a sign. No, I don't know where Mr. Lai has been over the past few days. How many times do I have to tell you that he left almost a week ago and didn't tell me where he was going? Gloria yelled at the officer, only to see the policeman snarl back at her. The officer then pointed a finger at her. Listen here, snake freak. Your boss is a villain, and you have information. Don't make me drag your hide to the station. Mr. Lai isn't a villain. She yelped back. Who do you think you are? I'm the one interrogating you. One of the Feast residents then grabbed the officer's arm, one that Inko recognized as a retired hero. Hey, let go of me, you old. I suggest you leave before we call a real officer. The elder hero growled, or better yet, a hero. What did you just say? Let go of me now or leave. Gloria hissed as she leaned up into his face. Leave right now or I'm calling the police. I am the police, you erg. The elder hero tightened his grip on the man, making the officer flinch before the retiree grumbled out, You heard the lady. Get out or else. The two began to stare down at this, only for the officer to yank his hand away. You'll be sorry for doing that. He hissed before spinning around and walking away, quickly stomping by Inko as the woman watched him leave before glancing back at Gloria. Multiple residents were asking if she was okay, the snake lady telling them she was fine. A few minutes later, the residents dispersed as Gloria walked up to Inko. Hey, sorry you had to see that. It's all right, Inko replied, slightly gulping as she added, So what exactly is going on? Gloria let out a long moan at that. I don't fully know. That jerk suddenly walked in here, demanding to see who was in charge. Inko saw the snake lady try to roll her eyes at this. That's me, of course, but then he said some nonsense about Mr. Lai being a villain and he was arrested. I don't know. Inko put her hand over her mouth, trying to show extra surprise. Oh dear. Why would Mr. Lai be arrested? I have no idea. Gloria responded while shrugging. I mean, I know I haven't seen him in a few days, but I honestly have no idea. Inko opened her mouth at this, about to say what she knew, only to stop herself. Her brain then told her to do something else, an option she knew would work a lot better. Say, Gloria, why don't you take a break? Would you like me to make you some tea? Gloria stuck out her tongue for a second before shrugging again. Sure, why not? The two then headed to the kitchen, the snake lady calming down as Inko made the tea. And as they sat down to drink and talk, Gloria told Inko that yesterday a few police officers came and demanded information on Martin Lai, saying he had been arrested. However, Gloria told them she couldn't give them anything, and convinced them she and the others didn't know a thing. This made Inko go wide-eyed, the mother asking small questions over why this was happening, only for Gloria to tell her that the police had just arrested Lai and were now searching all his known properties ... and that somehow Spider-Man was involved. And after a bit, Inko asked her that if it was true about Lai, would Feast be okay? She responded by saying what was left should help, and she was ready to keep Feast going if Lai was now gone. However, Inko could tell she wasn't happy about it, and for very good reason. And then I came home. Inko sighed as she saw a huge frown on her son's face. I know. It's a mess and, honestly, I felt really bad about lying to Gloria, but I also have no idea how I would tell her the truth. Yeah, Izuku mumbled, glancing away for a second before looking back at his mother. So, do you think I shouldn't have gone after Mr. Lai? Maybe I should have just let the heroes handle it. Inko took a deep breath. I don't know what the right choice would have been. She then put her hand on Izuku's shoulder again. But what I do know is that after what you told me those masked men did ... he did need to be stopped. Izuku bit his lip at this, only for a few minutes of silence to follow. Another minute later, they agreed to figure out the Feast situation later, even though they both agreed all they could probably do is just help volunteer there and not much else. As such, Izuku took a quick nap, making sure Toga was webbed down with a second wrapping before drifting off. It wasn't long till morning, Inko waking him up to apply the webbing again. And after a third time, the girl began to wake up, Inko then telling Izuku to go to his room and close the door, saying she would handle what happens next. After making sure Toga was secure and couldn't attack his mother, he agreed, commenting that this was where he got his recklessness from, making his mother smack his shoulder before leaving. And as Toga's eyes began to open, Inko shined the warmest smile she could muster. That is, till the girl fully opened her eyes. What the she whispered out as she saw Inko standing over her, the girl then trying to move, only to feel herself unable to do anything. She glanced down and saw she was webbed up again, her breath soon speeding up as she began to try and thrash around. Izuku hopped in his desk seat at the noise, making him glance at his room's door. He quickly walked up and creaked open the door, peeking inside as he saw his mother put her hands on the girl's shoulders. Calm down, it's okay. It's okay, Inko said as Toga began shaking her head back and forth. No, let me go. Stay away, she screamed. Go away. Inko grimaced at this, seeing the girl's eyes tear up, her breathing going fast and unfocused. The sight was familiar to the nurse, though it did make her almost flinch. It meant only one thing. The girl in front of her was having a panic attack. Hey, it's okay. Inko leaned down in front of Toga's face, the girl's head no longer thrashing as she then stared up at the mother. Just breathe. In and out. In and out. Toga stared at her, her eyes twitching as tears began to go down her face before doing what Inko said. Seeing this through the crack of his barely opened door, Izuku bit his lip, but remembered his mom telling him to not do anything. He closed the door, glancing back at his desk as both the vial of trigger and the bullet from yesterday sat on it. Taking a deep breath, he walked over and took out his microscope that he connected to his computer. And as this happened, Toga's breath began to slow down, soon going to a regular rate. This was followed by a long warm smile from Inko, the sight making Toga gasp. As this happened, Inko glanced away and reached over to a nearby table and grabbed a red bag. Toga watched her gesture the bag over her, the girl's nose twitching as she could smell what was inside ... and it made her want to drool. Here, I was told that you have a blood quirk. Is that correct? Toga blinked at her, her eyes darting between Inko and the bag. Yes, she muttered. I thought so. Inko then put a straw in the bag. Now, I want you to drink this slowly, okay? Toga stared at the straw, her eyes going up at Inko for just a second before taking it in her mouth. She began to loudly suck on it, Inko telling her to take it slow again. And as she emptied the bag, Toga began to lick her lips as Inko put the bag away before sitting on a small chair by the couch. Now, you feeling better? Yes, Toga whispered out. This was responded with another warm smile from Inko. Good. We have more blood bags you can drink later. She looked back at the table for a second at that, seeing the few bags she had bought last night before glancing back at Toga. To start, my name is Izuku Midoriya. I'm a part-time nurse, and you're at my house. You can trust me. However, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Toga just blinked at her, the fangs in her mouth lightly tracing on her lips. Okay. Inko shook her head at this. Don't worry, it's nothing bad. Now, when you were brought here, I checked you over and I suspect you're very malnourished. Since you have a blood quirk, you need regular consumption or it will affect your body. When was the last time you had any blood? Toga's eyes darted away at this, her mouth unmoving. The sight made Inko sigh. Does that mean you haven't had any for a while? A few seconds passed. No response coming from the girl as Inko shook her head. I see. She then grabbed another bag. Do you want some more? Silently, Toga glanced back at her, seeing that warm smile again as Inko held up another bag with a straw. The girl bit down on the tube and began to slowly drink, this time taking even longer to finish the bag. And when she was done, Inko spun around to put the bag away as Toga spoke up and said one word, why? Inko glanced back at her at this. Her smile slightly faded. Why? Toga repeated, the word now fully hitting Inko's ears. The mother shined another smile. Why? Because you needed the blood. No one should go hungry. Toga just blinked at her at this, only to mumble out, thank you. Inko nodded back. You don't have to thank me for something like that, but you are welcome. She then slightly shifted in her seat. Now, I was told your name is Himiko Toga? Yes. The girl nodded back. That's a lovely name. Thank you, she said again, only to whisper out, can I ask you another question? Sure. Are you related to Spider-Man? Inko blinked at this, only to nod. Oh yes. She leaned down and winked at her. You could say I'm his sidekick. The boy lives on getting himself beat up and I have to bandage him up all the time. It's like he's a car I have to keep repairing. Toga giggled at this, Inko glad she was now smiling. Now, do you mind if I ask you a question? You can say no or not answer if you want to. Sure. Good, Inko replied, the woman taking a silent breath before asking, where are your parents? That made Toga grimace, glancing away as her smile turned into a dark frown. They don't care about me. They hate me. This made Inko's smile fade, the woman almost flinching as she heard Toga say those words with a tone seeping with venom and hatred. She could tell in that one moment that this was going to be difficult. As such, she took a deep breath before saying, I see. I'm sorry I brought that up. HMPH. Toga grumbled, I don't care. They think I'm a monster. Inko shook her head at this. You're not a monster. Toga glanced back at her, fully glaring at the woman. You're just saying that. I bet you think I'm a monster too. Inko tilted her head. Now why would I think that? 'Cause I drink blood. Inko raised a single eyebrow at that. That just means you have a blood quirk. There's nothing wrong with that. What are you? Of course there's something wrong with that. I have to drink blood. So, Inko instantly responded, I work with people that have blood quirks all the time. It's part of how quirks work. But Toga sputtered out. The girl, noticing her glare, didn't do a thing on the woman. Usually, that glare was enough to make grown adults run in fear, thinking she was some crazed blood-sucking monster. But not the woman sitting right by her. There wasn't a hint of fear on Inko's face. Toga glanced down at herself, seeing she was still webbed up, thinking that might be why Inko wasn't showing any fear. But as she looked back up at the woman, she realized she was wrong. Why aren't you afraid of me? Toga whispered out, only to realize she had accidentally asked her own thoughts. Inko shook her head. I'm not afraid because there's nothing to fear, even if you weren't tied up like you are. She leaned over Toga, showing her warm smile again. The only reason I have you tied up like this is to help you. That and I am known for being way too cautious at times. Oh, Toga muttered, glancing back down at the webbing. How long am I gonna be tied up then? Inko opened her mouth, only for it to pause in an open motion. I don't know. I think it lasts 2 hours. I know Spider-Man tied you up over an hour ago. Toga thought as she stared back at Inko before saying, oh, okay. She looked back at the webbing. Will you let me go when it goes away? The girl glanced up at Inko at that question, only to see an unsure look on the woman's face. Well, that depends. For one, I want to ask you a few more questions, if you don't mind. Toga blinked at her, the girl feeling like she knew what Inko was going to ask, but as she saw the woman stare at her, Inko's face summoned that warm smile again. She couldn't help but feel off guard at the sight. She didn't know what to do. No one had ever treated her like this before. That very thought made her ask a single-worded question again. Why? Inko tilted her head at this. Why? Well, I want to help you and Toga shook her head, making Inko stop talking as she added, no, I don't mean that. I mean, why? Why what? Why help me? Toga suddenly exclaimed, I'm a monster. Why help a monster? Inko stared at her as that warm smile turned into a worried frown. Dear you're not a monster. But I am. She screamed before thrashing again. Let me go. Let me go. Inko quickly grabbed her. Hey, it's okay. Calm down. Toga closed her eyes as she continued to squirm, only to feel Inko grip her shoulders. Please. It's okay. It's all okay. They're safe here. Toga continued to thrash for another minute, only to start to slow down. Her eyes slowly creaked open at this, tears slightly forming in her eyes as she saw Inko right above her. You why? Because you need help. Inko instantly replied. so please ... let me help you. Toga's lips trembled at this, her whole form shivering as she whispered, why ... why ... It's okay. Inko showed her warm smile again. It's okay. Everything will be okay. The woman put her hand on Toga's head and began to rub it. See, nothing bad will happen to you here. Hearing this, tears began to pour down the girl's face before she muttered out, thank you. The next few minutes were one of silence, only for Inko to notice that the webbing beginning to fall apart. She almost flinched at this, but as she glanced back at Toga's face, she saw the calm look on the girl's face. And while it began to disappear, Inko spoke up, may I ask you those questions from before? Toga almost bit her lip as she responded. What are they? Well ... for one, do you have somewhere to stay? Toga blinked at this, only to shake her head. I see. I had a feeling. She then patted the girl's shoulders. I guess you're staying here for the night. Toga went wide-eyed at this. Huh? Yup, Inko replied, Toga opening her mouth to respond, only for Inko to put a finger over her lips. Don't question it and just accept it. Now, I know there are certain things I can't ask you yet, but can I ask you to keep a secret? Toga's brain tried to keep up at this, the gears inside grinding before replying. What kind of secret? Inko let out a long sigh. The secret identity kind. Toga blinked at her, only to realize what she meant. She quickly nodded back as she exclaimed, yes, thank you. Inko giggled before glancing back at a closed door in the living room. 'Cause I have a feeling he'll need to talk to you more than I do. Izuku put the vial of trigger over the scope, switching the screens on his computer as he began to zoom into the vial. He hummed to himself as the scope slowly zoomed in, so this is trigger. The sight before him was something he had a feeling he didn't know enough about. Now, Izuku would admit he's not a chemistry expert despite inventing the web fluid. Izuku always preferred software and hardware science, not chemicals and elements. Despite this, he felt had a basic understanding, at least for an extent. He pulled up another screen, this one pulling up a program he made for the scope to take pictures of what's under the scope. And as he began to take a few, he rubbed his chin in response. And after a few minutes, he slumped back in his seat, humming as he glanced back at the vial. It's close to what I thought it would be. I mean, if it's a quirk-enhancing drug, it has to look like a stimulant ... but that's all I have here. Looks like this is another dead end. He pulled out the tracker device at this. Maybe this is the only way for me to find villains. And as he thought this, he turned to the other thing he had gotten from the drug deal, the bullet. The teen blinked at the tiny object, soon picking it up. Still, why were they trading drugs for this? He thought before fiddling it in his hand. It just looks like a regular bullet. Why? His thoughts came to a stop as he saw the top of the bullet. Now seeing it had a tiny needle at the end. He squinted his eyes at this, only to spin it around. Wait ... is this a bullet? I mean, I saw that guy loading it into his gun, but he then put a little spider strength into his fingers, only to find himself able to open the bullet in half like a capsule. There, he saw what was inside the metal casing, a vial with a needle at the end. It's not a bullet, it's a dart. Detaching the needle from the vial, he quickly put the new liquid on the scope and zoomed in, only to go wide-eyed as he stared at his monitor. This looks like blood. He glanced back at the vial. Why is blood the injector for this dart? Nezu liked walking down the main path into his school. It was something he knew most students or even the teachers wouldn't even think about. But going down the path in a brisk pace was something to enjoy in the stoat's mind. He had just finished the last cigarette for the day, and felt he was about to get the next piece to his most favorite puzzle in a long time. The puzzle known as Spider-Man. And as he went through the main doors, he fiddled with his right pant pocket, making sure a certain object was still inside. He then took a right, walking up to a pair of big metal doors ... only for an explosion to ring out right in front of him. This was followed by the doors flinging open, a pile of smoke spewing out as two voices began yelling at each other. Hatsum, what did I just tell you? Exclaimed a teacher Nezu was very familiar with. Sorry, power loader, replied a student, the smoke soon fading to reveal them. It was a pink-haired girl. One Nezu had been hearing Power Loader complain about for days now, along with her doing a crazy performance in the UA Sports Festival. He had to admit, she was definitely a highlight, especially since the festival had been such a disaster. Hatsum, the teacher grumbled as he walked up to her. I told you to not. He then saw the principal standing there, staring at the two. Oh, sorry about her, Nezu. It's fine. Nezu interrupted while walking up to them. You are Miss Hatsum, is that correct? That's right. Hatsum pointed at herself, the future CEO of Hatsum Industries, at your service. Nezu chuckled at this as Power Loader sighed. The principal then saying, my apologies, Miss Hatsum, but I need to borrow your teacher for a bit. You don't mind going back to class, do you? Power Loader opened his mouth at this, only for Hatsum to exclaim, nope, I'm off to make more babies. The girl quickly sprinted off, Power Loader sighing again before glancing down at his boss. You do realize you just made another headache for me, right? Oh yes, Nezu laughed. The support hero now seeing the stoat's tail was wagging. That was never a good sign. Alright Nezu ... what do you want? I need you to check something. Nezu then reached into his pocket and pulled out a small device that looked just like a tiny spider. Himiko Toga didn't know what to do. She had never felt like this before. For one, she had never drank so much blood in such a long time. Like, blood was so hard for her to get. And since her parents didn't want her to have any, she couldn't remember half the time what it tasted like. All they wanted was to be normal. Just normal. That alone cleared up her head a lot. She had never felt like she could think this well in a long time. There was no hunger, no craving guiding her every thought. Instead, she felt full. The blood had done what it was supposed to do. She no longer felt this haze in her head, pushing her to what she always thought about, blood. There was no haze, no voice in the back of her head telling her to find more blood, no hunger ... It was calm. She had never felt so much ... calm. It felt good. But that wasn't what she was thinking about right now. It was the situation she was in that occupied her now calm mind. After all, she had suddenly woke up here after attacking Spider-Man. She had wanted to meet him after she saw that he beat Staney was her idol. He showed others what society really was now. A bunch of fake heroes saying they'll help you, only to help the ones they want to help and throw away the rest. And she was doubly excited when she saw it on a random television the moment the news crew got of Stan admitting that the word hero had lost all meaning, only to show he accepted defeat from Spider-Man. That meant only thing to Toga. Spider-Man was the next part of Staney's plan. It made sense to Himiko. After all, a vigilante, not a hero or villain, had beaten Staney and showed the world that the ones outside the law could make a difference. That alone was so appealing to Toga. It was something she wanted more than anything. To become someone like that. To drink that person's blood. It sounded like a dream come true. But now reality had shown her something completely different. Instead of encountering Spider-Man and becoming him, he knocked her out, webbed her up, and she was now ... in some kind of small home. As her eyes glanced around, she found she was in a really tiny apartment, much smaller than her old house. That fact alone confused her, but not so much as the woman she had just been talking to. Izuku Midoriya, a green-haired woman with the warmest smile she had ever seen. Not only that, she just ... gave her bags of blood to drink. Actual blood. And she wasn't disturbed by it or looking away like all the others. No demands of forget blood and eat normal food, or anything like that. Instead, she just gave her some blood to drink and that was that. The girl couldn't understand what had just happened. Part of her was convinced she was dreaming. Another part of her was convinced she had died in that fight with Spider-Man and somehow the afterlife was where they accepted people like her ... that is. Till she remembered the webbing covering her, telling her it was still real. As such, she was now staring at the room around her as Inko had left to get ... Well, she suspected she was getting Spider-Man. At least, what Spider-Man looked like under his mask. That was another thing she really wanted to see. She was betting he was like her, rejected by society. Though with him, he was probably some crazed-looking spider-headed monster. Though one that luckily found a place of solace here. That sounded like the most logical outcome in her head right now. Though to be fair, she was also really hoping that Spider-Man turned out to be a total cutie. That would be fun. Thinking this, she glanced down at the webbing still covering her body, showing she technically was a prisoner right now, though it didn't feel like it at all. That feeling was strange as well, as she was used to tons of paranoia that came with the blood craving. The haze that made her not trust anything ... but that was gone. And that warm smile from Inko was enough. That is, till her eyes drifted over to the drained blood bags, the sight making her lick her lips. I wonder where she got those. She looked back at the door Inko had disappeared behind, the girl slightly squirming in her webbing-based bindings. Hope she comes back soon. I'm thirsty. The sound of typing rang out through the room as Izuku's eyes switched between the scope that had the blood bullet under it and his computer screen. He then pulled out a notebook, this one called Spider Experiments, which was his original notes over making webbing. And he was now writing down several new calculations. The teen had pulled up several sites over studies on blood and their effects on quirks, his eyes going back and forth as he kept writing down page after page. Thank goodness I took notes on my blood after getting bit by the spider, he thought as he glanced back up at the scope. It's definitely different from my blood after the spider bite. He bit his lip at his next thought, but I can't really tell anything else. He leaned back in his chair at this. I need better equipment, he thought aloud before glancing down at his notes. Several pages now showing a few basic chemical equations. Then again, even if my stuff was better, I'm not sure I would be able to figure this out. This blood in the bullet is so different. I can't find anything like it in any of these studies. Izuku put the notebook down on the desk before taking the vial of blood out from under the scope. The blood has a quirk factor in it, but that's all I can find. It must have something else in it or something. Why would those drug dealers want it? I mean, they put it in bullets ... Is it a special kind of tranquilizer? The chemical makeup of the blood doesn't seem to be that though. He put the vial down next, only to hear a knock at his door. Turning to it, the door slightly opened up before his mother peeked inside. "Hey," she whispered. "Hey," Izuku quietly replied. Is everything okay?" "That depends," Inko remarked before glancing back at Toga, the girl just sitting on the couch as the webbing began to disappear around her. "I see," Izuku responded as he got out of his seat. Don't." Inko closed the door behind her as she entered the room. "I will say again that what you did was super reckless, but I will now admit that the girl needs a lot of help, probably more than I can do." Izuku bit his lip at this. "I didn't think again, didn't I?" "Yup," Inko instantly remarked, shaking her head. "But I think you did the right thing." She glanced back at the closed door. "I think she's been rejected by a lot of people due to her thinking she's a monster." Izuku went wide-eyed at this, his mother shaking her head again. "The poor dear is convinced she's one." Izuku opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He didn't know what to say, only for his mother to put his hand on his shoulder. "She needs help ... and she admires you. I think you can help her, but you need me to reveal myself." "Yes," Inko instantly said, Izuku biting his lip at this. And seeing that her son wasn't going to respond, she added, "She needs therapy, and will probably have to talk to the police at some point. Also, she's starved and I suspect her parents are not feeding her what she needs for her quirk." "Oh," Izuku barely replied, the teen blinking as his mind went over everything that had just happened in his head. The bullet he had been examining had made him forget, and now it was all rushing back in. And as this mess muddled itself into his brain, he took a deep breath before saying, "Well, I can't run away from this. What do you want me to do?" His mother smiled at his response before saying, "For starters, why don't you go introduce yourself? Then, all three of us will figure out an arrangement." Izuku did a small nod at this before getting up, Inko then slowly opening the door before gesturing Izuku to go first. And as he walked into the living room, Toga glanced up to see the teen, who was in casual clothes. She blinked at the sight, the boy in front of her almost looking like someone else she knew before he spoke up. "Hello," Izuku almost quietly said, the girl blinking at him in response. Hello," she squeaked out, "are you?" Izuku did a small nod before sitting down on the chair Inko had been using earlier. His mind raced for a second, yelling at him, "Don't stutter. You've been doing better at feast with that, so don't stutter." He closed his eyes for a split second before saying, "I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you without the mask." Toga's eyes went fully wide at this, a tiny blush appearing on her face as she stuttered out, Why you're Spider-Man." Izuku responded with a small smile, "Not what you were expecting." The girl flinched at the question before rapidly shaking her head. "No. I mean, just wow." Izuku then leaned down and grabbed the now fading webbing that was constricting the girl before giving it a tug, ripping most of it with a single motion. The girl gasped at this, only to glance back up and see Izuku still smiling at her. "So, me and Mom talked about it and well, we would both like to help you. Will you let us do that?" Toga blinked at him at this. "Help ... me?" Izuku nodded back. "Yeah. Mom told me about your circumstances." He glanced back at Inko for a second before adding, "And while I'll admit that we don't completely know what to do," he turned back to Toga, "we do know we want to help you. Will you let us?" The teen gestured his hand forward at this, Toga glancing down at it for a second before biting her lip. She looked back up at the teen, then to his mother. The girl felt a rush of emotions in her mind, as if time itself stopped just so memories and thoughts could invade her head before thinking just one thing. She had never had someone be so kind to her like Inko, and she could tell Izuku was the same just by his face alone. And with a second of hesitation, she took the hand. Meanwhile, the Tinkerer rubbed her eyes as she let out a long sigh before staring down at her hands, seeing the metal armaments. The armor instantly disappeared a second later, turning back to her usual purple and black jacket. But as she did this and got out of her chair, a voice behind her spoke up. "I must say, that never gets old to look at." Tinkerer spun around at this, seeing the voice's owner to be gentle criminal as he added, "I know my partner understands it more, but I must say that programmable matter, or what you call it, is so fascinating to watch. It's just basic science." She grumbled as she crossed her arms. "I doubt that." Gentle chuckled before doing a small bow. "My apologies for taking so long, Tinkerer. I have what you requested." "You mean what your partner created for me?" She corrected him as Gentle extended his hand, showing a small flash drive. She quickly grabbed it and spun around, putting the device into a nearby computer. A file appeared next, the girl scanning over what was inside before closing it. "Is it to your liking?" "Yeah, it is," she said in a bored tone. "I suspect you want your part of the deal." "Indeed," Gentle responded while tapping his cane. "I have been away from the public for too long, and according to you, this device will help with vigilante issues. It won't fully solve the problem, but it should help based on what little studying I've done on him." She replied while letting out a yawn, "Though if I'm honest, you might not even need this now." "Oh, why is that?" "Because Beck is also after the bug." Gentle raised an eyebrow at this before humming, I see. I hope that doesn't become a problem. The man understands the need for theatrics ... but he's also a distasteful performer. The tinkerer rolled her eyes at this as she whispered, why are all my customers a bunch of theater freaks? She then walked over to another desk and pulled out a small device, handing it to Gentle. Here, you have my thanks. Gentle replied as he took the gadget. Whatever, no need to be rude. This is just a normal. Go away. Tinkerer moaned as she turned around, waving her hand. I'm going to bed, so get out. Gentle opened his mouth to do a response, only to take a small breath before saying, I understand. Once again, thank you. I shall now take my leave. The man walked out of the room at this, leaving the girl alone as she turned off the lights and went into another room. There, Tinkerer stared at a blank room that had nothing in it but a bed and an alarm clock. Oh yeah, I still have that project to do for school. I'll do it at the support lab tomorrow. It had been a few minutes after Toga had shook Izuku's hand. As such, she had a few questions for the teen, mainly over his fight against Stain. He responded by telling her he didn't have much to say, but rather he just went after the man, and after a first loss, he fought him again and won. However, the battle was super engaging for the girl, loving every second as Izuku learned of her super admiration for the hero killer. Despite this, even though Izuku knew he wasn't the best at reading people, he could tell it was the ideals of the hero killer that pushed her to be a fan of the villain. And before her was the person that beat him. Izuku had taken on and beaten a monster in his mind, but to her, it was something completely different. It was here that both him and Inko realized what this meant. Toga thought that Izuku was Stain's successor solely due to beating him. The very thought made them want to grimace, but they were able to hide it. Not only that, they knew now that Toga was in full follower mode when it came to Spider-Man, something that was reassuring for secret keeping, but worrying in other ways. That is, till Toga asked, so ... why are you a vigilante? I mean, you're using your quirk freely. Why do you do it for something like that? Izuku blinked at this, staring at the girl on the couch. He almost bit his lip at this, thinking for a moment, only to get up from the chair he was on. Hold on one moment. He spun around and went to his room, Toga turning to Inko. Was it something I said? Inko shook her head. No. I think he needs to grab something before telling you about it. A second later, he came back into the room, sitting down and taking a small breath. Sorry about that. He stared deep into her eyes at this. Now, before I tell you, will you promise me something? Toga tilted her head at him before nodding. Sure. I need you to not tell anyone anything about me. Izuku replied, the girl opening her mouth, only for him to continue. I know that may sound strange, but what I'm about to tell you, I don't fully understand it myself. What do you mean? Izuku glanced away for a second before responding. You see ... For starters, I'm quirkless. The sound of a pin dropping could have been heard at this, Toga staring at him like she had been told he had grown a second head. A second later, she slowly replied, huh. But ... but I saw you beat up those thugs. You did that electric thing, and you can go invisible. And you beat Stanny. You beat all of them without a quirk. Izuku shook his head. Not quite. You see, I'm quirkless ... or at least, I used to be. He raised up a small bottle in his hand at this, the girl seeing a small insect inside the glass, but then this little guy crawled into my life. A spider, she replied, squinting her eyes. He then spun the bottle around, Toga tilting her head slightly as she saw the tattoo on the dead insect. 42. Yup. Izuku put the bottle on the nearby table that had the previous blood bags on. I don't know why it has that tattoo, but as to why it's important ... it bit me, and gave me a quirk. Gave you a quirk, Toga responded, her face and tone making it look like she was told that the sky was no longer colored blue. Yeah, I know. I still don't fully get it either. I wish you would figure it out. Inko instantly chimed in, her arms crossed. That spider has caused me a ton of stress. I know. Izuku lightly chuckled before shaking his head. Anyways, that's how it happened. It gave me a quirk and ... now I'm Spider-Man. Toga stared at the bottle, blinking several times before glancing back at Izuku. Then why are you a vigilante? Izuku and Inko shared a glance at this, his mom nodding to him before he looked back at Toga. Well, that's a bit longer story. You see, I always wanted to be a hero. Toga blanched at that, fear appearing next as the two instantly noticed her expression. Seeing this, he quickly added, but I failed to become one. Her expression showed slightly less fear at this. Izuku then continuing his story after a second. You see, I got this quirk just a few days before the entrance exams for hero school. I took them in. Toga's expression faded more as she saw sadness appear on Izuku's face. I failed. Badly. That made Toga go wide-eyed. How ... bad? Let's just say they told me to look elsewhere. Izuku sighed, his eyes glancing away again. It made me want to give up and ... let's just say it was bad. His face showed a look of almost pure despair, the sight making the girl go wide-eyed, only for the teen to glance back at her, his face morphing into an expression of determination. But I decided I wouldn't give up. If I was gonna be rejected by the hero schools, I decided I would go into vigilantism instead. So, I made myself a hero costume like I always wanted and ... Well, I began try and fight crime. He raised his fist at this, Toga's eyes shining at this as he began to explain some of the fights he had gotten into. Himiko listened with bated breath as Izuku went over his first few encounters, the teen seeing the pure admiration in Toga's eyes. It made him blush slightly, shocked that someone would be so interested, but then got to his fight right before stopping. Not wanting to go into the Martin Lie stuff before his head drooped down and let out a long sigh. The sight made Toga's eyes twitch, unable to figure out what to express as she saw Izuku now be depressed as he added, "But despite all I've done, I'm still nowhere near close to my goal. I still want to be a hero, but I'm just a vigilante. Heck, I'm still just as worthless as I was when I was quirkless." Izuku and Ko started, only for Toga to yell. "That's not true," she exclaimed, waving her hands. "I mean, I saw you whoop those thugs like they were nothing. And you beat Stanley. That's nowhere near enough. Any hero could have done what I've done." Izuku replied, shaking his head. The statement made Toga flinch, her mind unable to comprehend what he was saying. Only for Izuku to add, "I've only been able to do small stuff. I've barely done anything really." Toga blinked at him at this, those words entering her ears. She had always thought that heroes were just lies, people that don't really help others, as she had never had people like them help her. I mean, she was tormented by her parents and peers for years to be normal, not allowed to be who she really wanted to be who she was supposed to be. No one would help her. They always said heroes help others, but that was a lie. They wouldn't help a monster. But then Inko had helped her, and the one she admired just confessed he wanted to be a hero, something she knew she didn't like or believe in. And yet, he made it sound like he was in the same boat. He was rejected by society just like her, and had always been. He had been born wrong like her, this time with no power, and when he had the ability to no longer be rejected, he ended up getting rejected by society anyways. She slightly slumped back at this, her world shattering just a bit in her mind. The girl honestly didn't know what to do now. It was nothing like she thought it was going to be. There was no longer that blood hunger in her right now, hazing her mind. Instead, her mind was clear, which made her stare at the two with a slight frown. She had never felt this before. It was so odd to her, something she knew she just didn't understand. That is, till Izuku spoke up, "So ... that's my story." Her eyes went back to him. "Could you tell me yours?" She went wide-eyed at this, her whole body shaking for a second. Her mind battled between two thoughts, one saying, "Don't tell them. They'll hate you." And the other, I think we should. I think they can help us." But as that thought went through, her mind kept arguing, "No. They'll hate you. Everyone hates monsters like us." Her head slightly shook at that. But ... he's Spider-Man. Stanley approved of him, and ... and he wants to help me. No one's ever wanted to help me. Maybe that means he will. She wanted to grip her head at this, the two thoughts fighting a full war in her brain now. Her eyes shook at this, the cat-like pupils dancing around as she tried to respond. And after a minute, she slowly said, Can you promise me something if I tell you?" Izuku and Inko shared a glance before looking back and nodding. "Sure. Promise me ... you won't hate me if I tell you." Izuku went wide-eyed as Inko gasped at this, the mother instantly responding, "Dear, we would never hate you." "Yeah," Izuku added, nodding again. We just want to help." The teen flinched, noticing he stuttered, but Toga didn't seem to notice. She just stared at them with slightly dead eyes now. "Well ... you see," she started, biting her lip as she glanced away next. Inko reached out and grabbed her shoulder, Toga looking back up at her. "Don't worry, dear, take your time." She shined her warm smile again. "We just want to help you." Toga's eyes darted between the two, her form squirming as she looked like she wanted to shrink into the couch. The sight made Izuku and Inko share a glance, both frowning as they now wondered if asking this quickly was a bad idea. But as they thought that, the duo looked back at her as she bit her lip with her tiny fangs, just barely making sure no blood was drawn. And as they were about to speak up, saying it was okay, the girl spoke up, I'm ready." She began to twiddle her thumbs, Izuku blinking as Inko patted her shoulder again. Toga glanced up at her, seeing that smile. "Just take your time. Go as slow as you need to." The girl blinked at her before glancing down at her thumbs, her eyes shaking as her mind tried to tell her this was a bad idea. But as she thought this, she looked back at Inko again, and that all faded away. It was so strange to her. She wasn't sure if it was because the haze was gone, that craving of blood no longer distracting her mind, or maybe it was the fact that she had never met people like this before, ones that would actually listen ... and they looked like they cared. No had ever cared before. She stopped her thumbs from moving, instead squeezing them together along with the rest of both hands. Her eyes glanced away as she began, "So, I don't know how to start this. The statement made the two just nod in understanding. Izuku speaking up this time, don't worry. Just start where you need to. Toga inhaled a small breath at this, only to see Inko sit down beside her on the couch. The sight made Toga smile, a tiny one, but one that made her release her breath before saying, okay. So my whole story revolves around my my quirk. Your blood quirk? Inko asked, Toga nodding back. Izuku slightly leaned in at this. If you don't mind, what exactly does your blood quirk do? I've read up several, and they always have different properties. Toga glanced up at him, seeing the teen lean up to her face. She felt a tiny blush appear on her face, only for Inko to gesture to her son, silently telling him to lean back. A second later, Izuku went back as Toga replied, when I suck people's blood, I can transform into them. Izuku went wide-eyed at this, gasping, like shapeshifting. The girl flinched at the slight outburst. Yes, that's amazing, Izuku exclaimed, Toga going full wide-eyed as well. That quirk is amazing. The implications of being able to transform into others is almost limitless. So, can you fully transform clothes as well? Can you copy their voice? Can you copy their quirk? Does it include animals? Toga repeated, her face showing nothing but confusion as she saw the stars suddenly appear in Izuku's eyes. Inko giggled at the sight before patting Toga's shoulder, the girl turning to the woman. Don't worry, this is normal for him. Inko winked at her, my son loves quirks. She glanced back at Izuku. Now Izuku, you can ask her about her quirk later. Let her tell us her story first. But, Izuku, the teen glanced away, a slight pout on his face that made Toga want to giggle as he muttered out, fine. And after a few seconds of silence, Himiko took a deep breath and began to tell them her story. It began when she was little, figuring out her quirk after she found a hurt bird. She didn't understand it, but she knew she wanted the blood of the bird. But as the girl told this to the mother and son, she expected them to show nothing but disgust on their faces, only to see curiosity on Izuku's face while Inko showed an expression of worry. Seeing this, she took a moment before continuing her story. She told them how her parents hated seeing that, and began to tell her to suppress her love of blood. This was followed with them telling her to be normal, something she said with pure venom in her voice. Izuku and Inko both saw this, the teen frowning while Inko's face showed a tinge of anger. But Toga didn't notice this as she continued, telling them she started to be an ideal young schoolgirl expected of society. The two could feel the anger radiating off of her as she said those words. Izuku and Inko sharing glances as they both showed frowns. They looked back at her as she closed her eyes, telling the final part of her story. It was when a student covered in blood and bruises appeared in front of her, her quirk activating after having not drank blood in so long. She shivered at this next part, telling them that she attacked him so she could suck his blood. Her eyes reopened at this, staring up at the duo. She expected this to be it. There's no way they wouldn't be disgusted or angry or scared of her. They would reject her, just like the rest. But as her eyes saw their faces, her mouth stopped moving. What she saw wasn't any of those things. She could see a bit of fear, mainly from Inko, but she showed an expression that was a cross between fear, compassion, and sadness. As for Izuku, he showed nothing but sadness on his face. The sight made her jaw almost go slack, unable to respond. And did you go on the run after that? Izuku asked, Himiko blinking at him instead of responding. She tried to form words in her mouth, but she couldn't find any. Are you okay? Inko added, Toga turning to her. The girl's expression was a mixed mash of confusion and sadness, Inko feeling her heart clench at the sight. Himiko's eyes darted between the two, only to ask, why are you two looking at me like that? What do you mean? Izuku replied before they shared a glance. Well, Toga looked down and began to twiddle her fingers at this. Aren't you disgusted with me? The mother and son looked back at her, Inko speaking up first. Why would we be disgusted? 'Cause I attacked someone and drank their blood. Izuku just frowned at this, now truly realizing he had no idea what to do here. I really went in over my head again, didn't I? He thought. Gran Torino was right. I just keep jumping into things without being prepared. I have no idea what to do here. Thankfully, Inko was there to help as she got up and sat down beside Toga. She put her hand on the girl's shoulder, Toga turning to her to see that smile again. Dear we could never be disgusted by something like that. All that is your quirk reacting to not being used. Granted, I'll admit that what you did was wrong, but what your parents did to you was much worse. The girl went wide-eyed at this, only for Inko to add, no one should go through what you did. And as she said this, Izuku stared at his mother silently thinking how glad he had her in his life. She was able to just help this situation that he had stupidly thrown himself into. Even now he couldn't believe how reckless he had been. Thank you, Mom, he thought before his eyes turned to Toga, the girl just blankly staring at the woman. Himiko Toga kept staring, only for it click. Her brain told her one thing, they really don't think I'm a monster. That line of thought shattered her mind, her head racing as this one thing broke the world around her. Water began to appear under her eyes, though she didn't notice it. All she knew was that her world had been destroyed in a single moment. As for Inko, the sight of the girl crying made her instantly hug the poor girl. Toga stiffened up at this, now feeling those two arms embracing her. It was something she had never experienced before. She couldn't remember the last hug she had gotten. She wasn't sure if she had ever been hugged ... or she had blocked that memory out. She didn't know, but that was enough to break the dam. Water poured out of her eyes. A bawling cry came next, the noise making Izuku flinch, only for him to get up and lean over, hugging her as well. They weren't sure how much time passed as they did this, but it didn't matter. They knew one thing: they wanted to help this girl. It had been an hour or so after their talk with Himiko Toga. The conversation had come to a halt after the hug, but that was fine. It was followed by Inko making them some food, the two soon seeing that the girl was starving. She ate everything she could get her hands on, the sight making the mother and son grimace. The girl really was suffering. After this, Izuku went back into his room to check on a few things while Inko had Himiko sit down again for another talk, this one being the toughest one of them all. So, Himiko, can I ask you a question? Inko started, the girl turning to her as she was drinking another packet of blood Inko had got her. She blinked for a second before nodding. Thank you. Now, let's start with the tough stuff first. You said you don't have a place to stay? Yes. Toga replied, slowly nodding back. All right. We have a spare room that you could stay in for now. Inko instantly responded, Himiko slightly gasping. Wait, you don't have to. I'm going to. And that's final. Inko interrupted, making the girl flinch before Inko added, also, do you She hesitated for a second, acting like she was trying to find the right words. Do you have anything else to wear besides ... that? She gestured to the very dirty school uniform she was wearing. Himiko blushed at this and glanced away. No, she whispered out while twiddling her thumbs. They never got me many clothes. The woman let out a long sigh at this. I figured. Inko began scratching the back of her head. We'll have to shop for some new clothes for you. In the meantime, we'll try to find something else for you to wear here. Toga went wide-eyed again, only for Inko to add, now let's talk about what we're gonna do tomorrow ... or the next day depending on what happens. What do you mean? Inko stared directly into the girl's eyes, Toga noticing this was the first time she truly saw the woman get serious. Himiko, I'm going to be straight with you. If everything you said about your parents is true, I want to start a case against them. I know an officer that can help us, as he ... owes me a favor for saving his life at the hospital. Toga leaned back at this, her eyes still widened. But if I do that, I need you to cooperate with me. Cooperate was the word that swam through her head, her mind now telling her to be cautious. You see, Himiko ... if I have the officer come here, he'll want to interrogate you. The girl flinched at this, Inko seeing this and reaching out to grab her shoulder. She shined that calm smile as she continued, don't worry, it's nothing bad. It's just ... you'll need to do that if we want to go against your parents. But ... Himiko shrunk back at this, soon pulling her legs up and wrapping her arms around them, her whole form shaking as she stared down at her legs. If they find out where they'll make everyone hate me again. They'll make the heroes hunt me down. Inko frowned at this poor girl. She really thinks the world is out to get her ... just like Izuku. She took a deep breath before saying, I won't let that happen. I promise. The girl slowly looked back up at Inko. That kind smile gone, now replaced by a look of pure determination. But not one of people determined to hunt her down. Not one of betrayal. Not anything the girl had ever seen before. The sight made her shiver, but in a good way. And before her brain could tell her otherwise, she instantly made up her mind. Okay, I believe you. Inko shined a big grin at this. Good. She then pulled out a phone. Now, I need to make a phone call. She tapped a few buttons, a ringing noise following this before she said, Hey Naomasa, it's been a while. You know that favor you owe me. The next day, when it came to the staff at UA, Aizawa could only really tolerate being around half of them. One was Lunch Rush, who, being a very professional chef, understood that when Aizawa approached him, it either meant a cup of coffee or a basic energy-filling food due to him not having a favorite. Second was Hound Dog, who, due to being a believer in counseling, the two had a mutual understanding in their jobs. Same with Ectoplasm and Cementos, as both were very professional, and Aizawa found Cementos's light positive personality much more bearable than ones that live on being positive. As for the rest, those were the ones he couldn't tolerate. This was Midnight, Snipe, Present Mike and All Might. All were too happy-go-lucky, though it could be argued that Midnight was also too. Other adjectives he didn't want to think about. All existed to make his life miserable. And the bow on the present was Nezu. The stoat was too much for the hero, and he had plenty of days that he wished he had never met the rat. Then there were the last four, Vlad, 13, Recovery Girl and Power Loader. He found the first two to be fine, both were good heroes, and he had worked with them plenty of times. It was the last two that were the biggest sticking points. Recovery Girl. Despite it being very obvious that she didn't approve Aizawa's methods over how he treated his own body and welfare, he respected solely due to her job. Otherwise, he would probably be less tolerable with her due to her constant nagging. This was the same with Power Loader, as he found they both disagreed heavily over support equipment. Aizawa would gladly admit that the man was perfect for his job. But Aizawa found the equipment to be just that, equipment. In other words, if the equipment was broken or destroyed during a villain fight, that meant it probably served its purpose in Aizawa's mind. The other hero thought otherwise. However, Aizawa now found himself in Power Loader's main lab, a room designed for the hero in mind, which was cut off from the workshops all the students used. Within it, he was standing alongside Nezu, the stoat happily wagging his tail as Power Loader did some final touches on some new device. "I gotta say, Nezu," Power Loader spoke up, making Aizawa glance back up at the man called Higari Majima, getting Aizawa out of his much-needed sleep trance he was just in. "This is a slightly different assignment than usual." "Oh," Nezu chuckled, "how so?" "It's helping a hero, so how is it different?" I wouldn't call it help," Majima remarked as he spun around on a chair, facing the two as he held up a small handheld device that had a tiny screen. A blinking dot could be seen on it, along with a frown on the hero's face. "Sorry to say, but this is all I can do." "What is it?" Aizawa asked, only for Majima to sigh. "A tracker ... and a really bizarre one at that." He gestured for Aizawa to take the gadget, the hero grabbing it a second later. "What do you mean?" Nezu added, Majima responding by spinning around before coming back to the two with a small spider tracer in his hand. "'Cause based on how this thing was made, it should have no signal power." He put it up to his face. "In fact, I can't imagine it getting much range at all. But, despite how it's made, the signal is strong. If this is the tracker Spider-Man uses, whoever made it must be something else." He glanced back at Nezu. "This is for the Spider-Man case, right?" Nezu nodded back. "It is. And as you can imagine, you are not allowed to talk about it in any capacity." "I thought so." Majima sighed as he looked back at the tracer. "Though I gotta say, I would like to meet who made this. Is it well designed?" Majima grimaced at that. "That depends on what you call design." He spun it around in his fingers. "In terms of artistic touch and intricacy, yes. Whoever made this fully understands the basics, and it shows they have experience. I'm guessing there's a but here." Aizawa chimed in, Majima nodding in response. "Yeah." The hero flipped the device over. "This thing is made entirely of scrap." The other two raised eyebrows at this. "I'm not joking. Like, whoever did this did it either with junkyard hunting or dumpster diving." "I see," Nezu replied before glancing up at Aizawa. "I suppose that is something we could add to the profile." "What do you mean?" Aizawa responded, though he had a feeling he shouldn't have asked that. "Well, if it was made by Spider-Man, it shows where he is in terms of finances." "You mean he's poor?" Aizawa instantly grumbled, rolling his eyes. "Yeah, like that lowers the suspect pool." He then looked over the device Majima had gave him. "So ... will this help me find another one of those spider things that Spider-Man is using?" "Yeah," Majima nodded, "unless he decides to make an entirely new signal. What I just gave you should respond to one of these spider-themed trackers. However, its range is extremely limited, so much so that it's ... well, it's like it's not useful in a certain viewpoint." "I wouldn't say that," Nezu chuckled, the two turning to the stoat. "Our suspect has mobility options most don't have. According to reports, he can clear streets in an instant. Perhaps this is why some say he seems to be aimless at times. 'Cause he's looking for these things signals?" Aizawa asked, Nezu nodding back. "Huh, makes sense." He glanced back at Power Loader and put the device into a hidden pocket on his costume. "Guess I gotta start looking for him. Thanks for making this." "No problem," Majima replied. "Just a ... when you catch Spider-Man, let me meet whoever made that. I would like to have them in the support lab. They could definitely help out." Nezu and Aizawa shared a glance, the human shrugging before they spun around and walked out of the room. And as they left the support labs and into UAS hallways, Aizawa pulled out the tracker. "Good thing I delayed going into Feast. This should help." "I agree," Nezu added. "Will you be going there today?" "After my classes, yes," Aizawa responded before letting out a yawn. "And a nap." As the two walked down the hall, a certain pink-haired head leaned out from a corner. It was the support student Mei Hatsume, who was currently wearing a sly smirk on her face. Her eyes showed a pair of crosshairs, which quickly zoomed in on the gadget in Aizawa's hand. "So that's what Power Loader was working on," she whispered as a big grin appeared on her face. "Looks like a tracker of some kind." She then whipped her head back around the corner, quickly zipping back into UAS support lab. The girl saw several students all working on projects, the sight making her smile as she silently snuck around them all. And as she got to the other side of the lab, she saw the door to Power Loader's lab just slightly ajar. The hero inside let out a long sigh as he looked through a large magnifying device, grumbling a few words she couldn't hear. And as he did this, she zoomed in again, seeing what he was looking at, a tiny gadget that was shaped like a spider. She zoomed in a bit more, seeing the tiny details the hero was seeing through the magnifier, only to let out a hum. A spider ... Why does that seem familiar? She rubbed her chin for a second before snapping her fingers. Oh yeah, that new vigilante on the news, Spider-Man. Her out-loud thoughts came to a stop at that, making her glance back at Power Loader as he continued his work. The heroes are after him. Her grin returned at this. That gives me an idea for a new baby. And as she walked back to her desk, a skip now in her step, a pair of dark eyes watched her from a nearby desk before glancing at the door to Power Loader's room. It was a girl, one that was tugging on the purple jacket they were wearing before looking back at May, both eyes staring deeply at the pink-haired girl. She's a nut, isn't she? Said a voice to the person's left, making them glance up. Standing beside them was a black teen with jet black curly hair and a big grin on their face. She is. The girl growled. What do you want, Farrell? No need to be snippy, Mason. Farrell chuckled before pointing at the desk. What you working on? My project. I have to get it done before the semester ends. Mason responded as she looked back at her work. I have a lot left to do. Her eyes glanced back up at him again. What do you want? Just something small. Don't worry, you'll get your project done. Farrell commented as he put down a paper on her desk. It's some tech I want a second opinion on. The girl stared at the sheet, seeing it was blueprint for a suit connecting to what looked like a skateboard. This is, she whispered before glaring up at him. Will this go with your quirk? Yup, I finally figured it out. I just need some extra help with the tech, he replied, nodding. He then crossed his arms with a smirk. So, how about you help me, and I don't reveal your little tinkering secret? The teen leaned down as his grin grew. Heck, I'll make the deal even better. I'll help you with the job you want to do once you help me finish this. His smile now almost splitting his face. He presented his hand for a handshake. Deal? She stared long and hard at his hand. She had known the teen for over a year now, both being second years at UA, working in the support labs. The sight made her snarl, a frown of disgust on her face before slowly lifting her hand and shaking his. Deal? Meanwhile, no. But Mom, Izuku started. No, Inko repeated while crossing her arms, Toga watching the two stare at each other. She had just spent the night at the Midoriya's house, Inko having to roll out a futon for her, which the girl said was the best bed she's ever laid on. The notion shocked Inko, but that wasn't what was concerning the mother right now. It was her son's choices for today. You're not going out as Spider-Man tonight. Izuku let out a long sigh before taking out his tracker. Mom, I placed a spider tracer on one of those thugs' bikes and 2 days have already passed. I need to follow this lead before it's gone forever. And you promised me that you would slow down after the incident with Mr. Lai. Inko replied, you can't just go out every night as Spider-Man. But, Izuku tried to say, only to see his mother glare at him. The sight made him flinch, only to take a deep breath. Mom, I need to do this. No, you don't. Inko pointed at Toga. You're going to help me get Himiko situated. After all, Detective Naomasa agreed to come over tomorrow, and I need your help with the story. Izuku shook his head at this. I still need to go out. Izuku, Mom, squeaked out a voice, the two turning to Toga. The girl slightly flinched at this before saying, You don't have to do all this for me. Both faces turned to frowns as Inko shook her head. Himiko, this isn't about you. She pointed at her son. I've been trying to get him to stay home more and not hop into every firefight he can find before you got here. She then walked up to Toga and put a hand on her shoulder, shining a small smile. Don't worry, none of this is your fault. Inko glared back at Izuku at this. He just needs to stop jumping the gun every second. Mom, I am not jumping the gun. I'm following a lead. Izuku yelped, his face going a tiny bit red. Izuku Midoriya, you are not. Hee. Toga giggled, making the two glance back at her, the girl now smiling. Sorry, it's just you two are so silly. Izuku slightly flinched at that while Inko sighed and shook her head again. I know. She then felt Izuku grab her shoulder, making her look back at him. Mom, I need to do this. She showed him that stare she always feared seeing. The one where it showed that fire. That will of wanting to be the greatest hero he could possibly ever be. That is, Tilly added. Also, I need to do it because it's part of what I found on Mr. Lai's stuff. He was going after Tombstone, and the tracker I used is one of his gang's bikes. I need to follow it. His mother flinched at this, Toga tilting her head at the names before Inko sighed again. She knew there was no convincing him. Fine. Izuku smiled at this, only to feel Inko grab his shoulder, glaring at him straight in the eyes. But don't go too far. If something goes wrong, call the heroes. Got it. Izuku felt her tighten her grip before nodding. Got it. Good. Inko let go of him before poking his chest. But before you go, help me set up a room for Himiko? Okay. Himiko watched the two make up, putting a finger to her mouth as she thought, I wish I had that kind of family. Meanwhile again, Naomasa flipped through the few pages of the report in front of him. Despite the lead that Nezu said he would create for them to catch Spider-Man, the detective believed he should try and find an alternate solution. After all, the vigilante had proven he could keep himself hidden from Nezu, a feat very difficult to achieve unless you were a certain quirk-stealing monster. It also didn't help that he had to complete a favor that had been called in last night. It was Izuku Midoriya, someone he hadn't talked to in a long time, that last time being when she had been his nurse in the hospital after a certain villain attack. That and when it happened, she was the one that had moved him to the emergency room and had helped with him all his paperwork, along with helping the rest of his team that had been injured in the incident. As such, he told her he would owe her a favor and gave her a card. Izuku taking it after a bit of prodding since she believed she was just doing her job ... and his son had helped convince her since he came in to find out why she was so late that day. However, her favor came at the toughest time. She wanted to help with what was reported as a minor villain, which she said her son had found. He made sure she wasn't lying with his quirk, which she wasn't, but she wouldn't give too many details without seeing him in person. He was fine with that, and scheduled to meet her later. But despite this new situation, he now found himself sighing as he read the papers Jean Dulf had given him. It was a report on a drug bust, one that was done by Spider-Man. It was over the more recent Tombstone gang and another faction. A faction that had been staying quiet for a long time, only to suddenly reappear, the Shy Hasekai. The Yakuza of old, something that had become obsolete in the nowadays of heroes. Not only that, what they had recovered on the scene was worrying, as the deal seemed to be between the new brand of trigger that kept appearing on the black market and a briefcase of bullets. On paper, it didn't make sense to the detective, but once they gave it to the lab boys, they declared they'd need time to figure it out. But they knew one thing: the bullets were basically blood injectors, very special ones, as they couldn't identify anything on the blood. Naomasa wasn't a lab boy. He would leave that to the professionals, and would do what he was born to do: interrogation. After all, Dulf came in with a van full of thugs, and because this was part of the Spider-Man case, Naomasa was scheduled to talk to them all. That fact alone made him sigh again, as he knew it was going to be a long, slow day of uncooperation. He knew his gang thugs and Tombstones were pretty loyal, and Yakuza ... well, Yakuza were practically bred to be loyal. And even with a lie detector quirk, it didn't make the job any easier. A knock on the door came next. Naomasa glancing up, "Come in." It opened to reveal his boss, Chief Tsurugami. The dog-headed man was showing his usual gruff demeanor, complete with a certain stomp in his step. "Naomasa," he said before letting out a woof. "Is it time?" Naomasa replied, the dog man nodding back. "Got it. Let me just put away my notes." "Hold on," the chief interrupted, Naomasa raising an eyebrow at this. "My apologies, but the Hero Commission want an update." The detective cringed at that, slightly biting his lip. "Sorry to say, Chief, but it's slow going. Nezu has a lead that he believes should help us find Spider-Man, but they're threatening to put the entire department responsible." The chief interrupted again, Naomasa blinking at him in response. "What?" Naomasa almost whispered. "It's just a vigilante. It can't be that bad." "To them, he is," Tsurugame responded. "They believe if Spider-Man continues to do good, people will begin to lose faith in the heroes due to seeing a vigilante do all their work." That's the dumbest. Naomasa started before he saw the stare his boss was giving him. It was the one that meant the chief agreed with Naomasa, but also had no choice in the matter. Instead, Naomasa sighed for a third time as he put his notes away and ascended out of his chair. "They really only care about their looks, don't they?" "They do," the dogman grumbled while shaking his head. "That is why we must do our jobs to the best of our abilities." "Agreed," Naomasa replied as he grabbed a folder before the two left the room, soon pacing themselves to the hallway where the interrogation rooms were held. "Well, here's hoping Lai is more cooperative now that we got him a lawyer." And as got to the interrogation room door, he slowly opened it to reveal ... an empty room. Just a table and chairs and nothing else. "Huh?" Naomasa glanced down at his notes. "I thought he was in this room. Did they move him?" the chief asked, the two walking out and going to the room next door, only to find nothing again. This is odd," Naomasa commented before turning his head to see Sansa walking by. "Hey, did Lai get moved? We're supposed to be interrogating him." "Not that I know of," the cat man replied. "I thought he was still in his bed." Naomasa and the chief shared a glance before fast walking down the hallway, taking a few turns as they reached the room Lai had been put in. But as they opened the door, they found nothing again. No sign of life whatsoever. "What in the name of Naomasa?" The chief started to growl. "Where is the suspect?" His next few words came out much slower than before. "Where is Martin Lai?" The detective bit his lip at this, gulping as he said, I don't know, sir." Later that night, Izuku felt the wind smack him as he swung across the city, the night now covering the city. He had done another nap and was full of energy, ready to swing through the streets. And as he did this, he pulled out his tracker, only to get no signal. "They gotta be around here somewhere." It had taken a bit, but he had convinced his mom to let him go out as Spider-Man tonight. He knew why she didn't want him to, mainly to help out with the whole Himiko situation, but he knew he needed to go. It was thanks to Himiko that he felt he needed to do this, to finish this case before switching to helping with her. It was here he took a right, only for the tracker to ring out. His eyes darted back at the device, now seeing the signal change to his far left. The teen quickly zipped across another street, a determined glare appearing on his face. He zipped over a few buildings at this, only to glance down at the tracker and see it switch to behind him. Looking back, Izuku swung back to a building he zipped over, soon landing on it as the tracker came to a stop. He put the device away next, soon walking to the edge of the building, but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. It says the spider tracer is here. He pulled out the tracker again to confirm it before putting it away. After that, he walked around the edge of the building, only to see a garage on one of its sides. Realizing what that meant, he began to crawl down the building's side, soon finding a small vent shaft. Nice. Glad these are conveniently around when I need one. He slipped through at this. I hope that when I can take on the bigger bad villains that they don't think ahead and get rid of them. A minute later, he found an open vent and quietly removed it, slipping out of the shaft before crawling onto the building's ceiling. There, he glanced down and saw the place was just a big garage filled with motorcycles, but no thugs or criminals. Shoot, no one's here. He fired a small web line on the ceiling and got into an upside-down position with his legs pointed out while the feet were holding onto the web line before slowly descending. That's so cool that I can do that. And as he got down to the ground, he flipped over and began to walk around the garage. He soon found his tracer on one of the vehicles. Taking it off and putting it back in his hoodie might find a use for you again later, he thought before shifting over to the side of the building, seeing a desk that was covered in auto repair equipment. Guess this is where they take care of their rides, or just one of the places. He glanced around at this, only to find nothing. Just piles of equipment in the already parked bikes. Darn it, guess my luck ran out tonight. I was hoping for some kind of clue on Tombstone. And as he thought that, the sound of the garage door opening began to ring out, the noise sounding like a large scraping piece of chalk hitting the pavement. It made the teen go invisible, quickly leaping onto the wall as he glanced back and saw two men walk into place, one having a weasel head while the other had a head of a hyena. Can't believe the boss got us that kind of cash, the hyena man remarked as he fiddled with a roll of bills. No kidding, these new shipments are awesome. The weasel man laughed. Yup, so, ready for a run? Heck yeah, the weasel man exclaimed before hopping onto a cycle, the hyena thug getting on the one right by him. The two soon moved out of the garage, Izuku invisibly following them as they left the building. And as they did this, he saw another mutant quirk walk out of an alleyway across the street. Maybe my luck hasn't run out yet, he thought before firing a web line and swung over the street. As he did this, he saw two more coming out of the alleyway, the sight making him clench up before swinging over them. He then swung over two more streets, only to see another mutant thug, the sixth one he had seen tonight. But as he stared at the thug and glanced up at the building he was by, he saw a large open garage, one that a semi was coming out of. Bingo, just a few minutes ago. The sound of teeth biting into a set of wafers could barely be heard as a woman walked down a certain street. She let out a heaving sigh as she finished her treat, her eyes lazily glancing down at the box in her hands. It was a container full of Kuzumachi, something her boss liked, and it was her turn to go buy some. The sight made her grumble, as she preferred spicier stuff, but she knew it would get the boss off her back. And as she walked down the sidewalk, she pulled out her phone, tapping the screen a few times before putting it up to her ear. Hey, replied a calm, balanced-like voice. I got the usual for the boss. Is there anything else you want me to get? One moment, please. The woman groaned at that, rolling her eyes before the voice came back a half-minute later. No, we should be good. Good. Is the boss not happy tonight? Mostly. He seems more angry than anything. So ... the usual? Indeed. I suggest you hold that thought. The woman interrupted as she took a corner, only to see something in the corner of her eye. She then glanced straight up, only to see a figure hop over a rooftop and into an alleyway. I'll call you right back. The woman shut off the phone at this, cutting into a sprint as she tried to follow the figure. She ran up to the alleyway, only to see him seemingly go to the end of the alley and then leap over the next street. And as he did this, the moon's light shone down on him for a second, showing a certain dark green costume ... only to vanish a second later. The sight made the woman smirk as she pulled out her phone again. Forget the sweets run. This'll get me a bonus on my paycheck. Izuku was so glad for his invisibility power. It made infiltration so easy, allowing him to crawl down to the open garage and zipped into the building thanks to it. He slithered up to the ceiling, taking silent breaths as he crawled around the room. He felt a tinge of pain in his head, showing he needed to turn off the invisibility in a bit, but it was enough. He was on the ceiling, and no one inside knew. And as he reappeared, he spun himself around, keeping his back to the ceiling as he glanced around inside the building. He found that the place was mainly a giant garage. Thugs walking around as they were moving a mountain of boxes. The sight made Izuku blink, his eyes darting around as he began to count everyone inside the place. And as he got to 20, the sound of a door opening rang out. As Izuku's eyes went to that door, he went wide-eyed at the sight. Walking into the room was a large, bald chalk-colored man, complete with a dark-colored jacket on and a low glare on his face. The very sight of him commanded a presence, one that Izuku saw as the thugs all quickly turned to him. He saw nothing but fear on their faces, the sight making Izuku slightly gulp before glancing back down at the man. Tombstone. He's actually here. I found where he works, and he looks even more scarier in person, he thought, remembering the mugshot he had seen on the man's online villain profile. It said that they had to bring All Might in to stop him. Can I even do anything against him? I mean, he took on. All right, boys, listen up, Tombstone yelled, interrupting Izuku's thoughts as he saw the villain stomp through the room. We got the first shipment going now, but that's just the beginning. He pointed to behind himself. We got the next set ready. 2 thugs walked in at this. These 2 wearing what looked like yellow hazmat-like suits with gas masks. In their hands were boxes of vials, the sight making Izuku go wide-eyed. Trigger. Wait, those suits. Does that mean there's a drug lab in here? Yes, boss. Multiple thugs replied before helping the 2 with the boxes, soon more coming into the room. Izuku watched as they quickly transferred them to the open garage door, the teen suspecting that they were waiting for a semi-truck now. And as this happened, Izuku continued to glance around, seeing the thugs that weren't helping with the shipments working on some motorcycles. How should I do this? He looked back at Tombstone, seeing the man walk over to another door. He opened it only slightly before going in, the teen squinting his eyes as he saw what little he could through the door. It looked like a small office with a desk and a chair, the villain quickly shutting the door behind himself. The sight made Izuku take in a deep breath before glancing back at the thugs below him. Okay, Tombstone is back there, so let's try some stealth. I haven't really done that since. Actually, I don't know why I don't do more stealth. Maybe I should have done it more back when he shook his head. Focus, Izuku. Just focus. His eyes stared at the thugs, watching them stack several boxes before vanishing into the room that the hazmat-suited guys had come from, overhearing that the room was okay to walk in without the mask. As such, there was only about 7 thugs in the room now, Izuku smiling at the sight. That could work. He crawled over to 3 that were working on motorcycles, his eyes darting between the trio as he saw that 2 were under the cycles while another was digging into a box full of tools. Izuku put a web line on the ceiling and slowly descended himself down, soon hanging over the one looking through the crate. He then suspended above the thug, Izuku pointing 2 fingers at the thug's neck as a tiny bit of bioelectricity surged through his hand. Zap. Erg. The thug jerked at this, only to instantly slump over, and before he could make any noise, Izuku grabbed the back of the thug's jacket, slowly letting the man down, making it silent. One down, he thought before turning to the other 2, seeing both were still under the motorcycles. He tiptoed over, doing the same on the first unsuspecting thug, and as he zapped him, Izuku glanced back at the 3rd thug, a crow-headed man, only to see him slide out from under the cycle and look straight up at the teen. What the MMPH? He muffled out as Izuku fired a glob of webbing over the thug's beak. He then grabbed the wrench he had just been using, getting up to attack the teen, only for Izuku to grab his shoulder and zap him. MMPH. The thug slumped over, Izuku catching him and slowly putting him down. 3 down. He laid the thug on the floor before glancing back up, seeing he was actually in the open compared to the other 2 thugs he had taken out. However, the other 4 were all looking away and talking over a work desk. They haven't noticed me yet. Good. He pointed his wrist at the ceiling. Now. What the heck? Yelled a voice, making Izuku turn to see Tombstone staring right at him before taking a swig of whiskey. Who are you? The awake thugs in the room spun around at this, all seeing the vigilante as Izuku muttered out, Hi. It's Spider-Man, one of the 4 exclaimed as he pointed at the teen. Oh no, Izuku whispered as his eyes darted between the thugs and Tombstone. However, the villain just took another swig of his drink, smacking his lips a second later. That's him, he muttered before glaring at the 4. The thugs seeing this and flinching back at his stare. You've been losing to that. Well, boss, it wasn't us. One of them squeaked out. Whatever, Tombstone grumbled before pointing at the teen. Kill him. The thugs blinked at their boss for a second before turning to charge at the vigilante. Izuku flinched at this, only for his spider sense to ring out in his head, causing him to switch back into focusing. He saw the first thug charging had a wolf mutant quirk, Izuku firing a blast of webbing at his face. The criminal yelped as the webbing hit his eyes, blinding him and making him tumble into a table to the right of Izuku. But as this happened, the 3 others leapt at the teen, instantly tackling him to the ground. One tumbled over the other 2 and Izuku, flopping into the crate with the knocked-out thug from earlier. As for the other two, Izuku saw it was a hyena and tiger mutant quirk, the tiger man's face right in front of him. The tiger man opened his mouth to bite into the teen, only for Izuku's spider sense to scream at him, making him turn on his electricity. He thrusted his hands up, zapping the tiger thug as the hyena one flinched and quickly leapt off them. "Get off!" Izuku yelled as he thrust his legs upward on the just zapped tiger man, knocking him off. And as he did this, the hyena thug grabbed a wrench off a nearby table and charged at him, swinging it straight for the teen's head. Spider sense blaring, Izuku glanced up at him and began to backpedal, dodging the first attack. He then swung the wrench again, Izuku continuing to go backward, only for his back to hit something. Izuku looked down, seeing that he had hit a table before glancing back at the thug, a third wrench swing coming for him. "Die!" The thug roared as the wrench came for Izuku's head again, Spider sense yelling at him as the teen instantly ducked down. The wrench went over his head, Izuku then thrusting a leg upward, kicking the hyena man right in the face, knocking him off his feet and into a nearby motorcycle, both falling over in a heap. And as this happened, the last thug charged at him. Izuku, seeing his face was like a beetle, he thrust a jab at the teen, smacking Izuku's face. The thug then hit Izuku 2 more times, both punches pushing Izuku into the table. But as a fourth punch came in, Izuku swung a punch back, smacking the bug man aside. The thug backpedaled at this, stumbling for a second as Izuku readjusted himself. "Say ... we're both insects. Maybe we can talk it out," Izuku quipped, surprised he thought up that one on the fly. "Die!" This one also roared as he got his footing and tried to punch Izuku again. But as the fist came for the teen, Izuku caught it with his hand, electricity instantly coming out next as it zapped the thug. A scream came out next, the criminal slumping over a second later. Izuku let out a breath at this, now seeing what he had just done. He rapidly blinked at this, soon turning back to Tombstone, only to see he had pressed a button to close the garage door Izuku had used to sneak in with. The man then walked over and took another swig of whiskey, a bored blank stare in his eyes, and yet Izuku felt like he wasn't even standing in front of the villain. This ... this isn't killing intent like Stain. Izuku's eyes refocused as he stared at the man, only for the teen to suddenly feel really small. "So," Tombstone muttered out as he took one last drink before setting down the flask on a nearby table, wiping his lip with his sleeve. "That's how you took out my boys." He then cricked his neck, the noise sounding like someone had made a loud crack in concrete. It made a shiver go down Izuku's spine, only for Tombstone to add, "I would call for the rest of my boys to take care of you, but considering how stupid they are, I'm guessing you'll beat them as well." Izuku opened his mouth to respond, only for the door from earlier to open, one of the thugs in a yellow hazmat suit to walk in. The criminal glanced between the two and said, boss." Tombstone just pointed at him. "Tell the boys to take the rest of the night off. We'll do the shipment tomorrow." He glanced back at Izuku, the pupils in his eyes twitching, showing a little stumble thanks to the alcohol. "I got work to do." "Got it, boss," the thug exclaimed before shutting the door. Izuku glancing at it for just a second before looking back at the villain. Tombstone cricked his neck again, this noise being less loud than the previous one as he spoke up. "You know, I do this job for 2 reasons. He then cricked his knuckles, Izuku seeing that they were huge, and chalk-colored as well. The pay ... and the chance for a good fight. He balled his hands into fists, and gestured himself into a boxing-like stance. Izuku just stared at the man, his whole body tensing up as he thought, "Okay Izuku, this guy isn't a ranked villain. That means I either run away right now and call the pros ... or I hit him with everything I got right now." He took a deep breath at this, and against his better judgment, he told himself, "Let's try the second option." But that, he quickly jerked his wrists at the villain, webbing flying out of the shooters. Tombstone almost flinched as the web struck him, Izuku firing it constantly until it covered the man from neck to toe. Seeing this, Tombstone just glanced down at the stuff and said, "And what's this supposed to do?" Stop you," Izuku replied, only to see Tombstone just yank his own webbed-up arms, instantly breaking a bunch of the webbing. "Oh no, better act now." Izuku clenched his right fist, electricity surging through it like crazy. A second later, he charged just as Tombstone ripped both of his arms free. Venom punch. The electrified fist hit the man's chest a split second later, lightning surging through and spreading all over Tombstone. But as it did this, the villain to just look down at Izuku's fist, the teen glancing back up at him ... and seeing a completely bored expression. The blow had done nothing. "That all you got?" Tombstone remarked before thrusting a punch straight into Izuku's chest, instantly knocking him off his feet. "Oh!" The teen yelped as he was sent flying across the room from the blow, his back slamming into a wall before slumping down, his bottom hitting a table. The sounds of snapping came next as Tombstone walked out of the webbing covering his feet, easily moving again as he jerked his arms around, removing the webbing as he strided up to Izuku. Seeing this, the teen glanced to his side, seeing a large wrench on the table he had just landed on. firing a web line. He grabbed and slung it at Tombstone's head only for it to bounce off of the villain with ease. "Oh no, guess I was wrong," Tombstone commented as he got closer. "You're not gonna even give me a good workout. So this is the place?" asked a certain man as he stood on the street across from the building him and a group of others were staring at. "Spider-Man is in there." "Yup, saw him go inside, boss," a woman replied. Though it was more he landed on the rooftop, turned invisible and then snuck in. And considering the noise we're hearing, he's still inside. The man grunted before pointing to the rest surrounding the area. "Form a perimeter. I want no one to escape, vigilante or villain." "Got it. And you, boss?" "I'm going to catch a vigilante." Izuku's mind wasn't exactly working at the moment. His thoughts muddled as he went over everything that had happened in the past few hours. Granted, it wasn't much since it was mainly just him trailing a few thugs before finding a full-on-rank villain. One he now knew he wasn't ready for at all, especially due to how Tombstone had just shrugged off everything the teen threw at him. "Hold still," the villain grumbled as he did a slight misstep. Izuku, seeing the whiskey was still in effect on the man, he then thrust a punch. Izuku's spider sense screaming as he fired 2 web lines up to the ceiling and pulled, yanking himself away at the last second. What followed was the sound of bricks being smashed to bits, Izuku glancing back to see a hole in the wall where Tombstone had punched. "That's not good." Izuku mentally gulped as he landed a few feet away, only to see Tombstone spin around. The man cricked his neck at this, only to suddenly cut into a sprint. "Danger!" Izuku went wide-eyed before leaping to the side, barely dodging a swift kick from the villain. Tombstone then swung 2 more punches as he kept charging at Izuku, the team backpedaling away from each blow. "I told you to stay still," Tombstone muttered out as he thrust another jab, Izuku tilting his head just in time. Izuku then fired another web line and yanked himself away, this time sticking his whole body to the ceiling. "Holy cow, this guy is way faster than he looks. Just a misstep and I would have been really hurt," Izuku thought as he saw Tombstone just stare up at him, sniffing for a second before the man spun around and walked to another part of the room. And as this happened, the teen's mind began to go a mile a minute. "What do I do?" The venom punch did nothing, and he ripped through my webbing like tissue paper. "Do I do a venom smash? But if I do that and it doesn't do anything, I'll be a sitting duck. There's gotta be some way I can beat him." He then saw Tombstone go to a desk and bend over, only to pull out a very long metal chain. Gripping the end, he turned around and stared up at Izuku. "Time's up." Izuku muttered out, only to see Tombstone suddenly snap the chain like a whip. "Danger." "Whoa," Izuku yelped as he leapt off the ceiling, the chain's end smacking the ceiling and breaking a piece of it off with ease. Tombstone then pulled the chain back before snapping it again, this time swinging it in a horizontal arc. Izuku's spider sense screamed at him, his body reflexively doing a backflip at this, barely leaping over the chain. "Not bad," Tombstone commented as he pulled the chain back, swinging it once around his wrist. And as this happened, Izuku just stared at the villain, seeing the still bored face on the man. But it was more than that now. Izuku could feel fear filling his head, screaming at him to flee due to his best not working on the man. That is, till he saw that bored face, as if the villain was saying, "You're not worth my time. I'm still so weak, so worthless, just Deku." Izuku took a deep breath at this, closing his eyes as electricity surged through his fists. "I'm still not there. I'm still not a hero yet." He reopened his eyes as a fire appeared in them. "But I can't run away. I gotta try." "Oh, gonna try that again," Tombstone remarked as he snapped the chain again. "Bring it then." He swung the chain, the metal snake zipping through the air as Izuku's spider sense went into overdrive. He fired a web line to the ceiling and pulled, yanking himself over the attack as the teen yelled, "Venom smash." He flew down and slammed the electric punch into Tombstone's face, lightning surging everywhere in that one attack. And as the blow hit the villain stumbled back just an inch. Seeing this, Izuku quickly planted both feet on the villain and thrusted downward, hopping off the man as he swung the chain back to himself, the metal smacking Izuku's back before he could land. Izuku yelped as the chain knocked him into a table, smashing it in two. As this happened, Tombstone rubbed his face for a second, only to reveal no damage had been done. I felt something there." He glanced back at Izuku, seeing the teen trying to get up. "That's all you got, isn't it?" The villain gripped the chain again, cricking his wrist as Izuku's spider sense rang out. A second later, the chain cracked like a whip as it headed straight for the teen, Izuku instantly aiming his shooters at the ceiling. Webbing shot out, hitting the upper surface before yanking himself just as the chain hit the broken table. Splinters went flying from the blow, Izuku spinning around before sticking all fours on the ceiling, only to see Tombstone pull the chain back. "I gotta get rid of that thing," the teen thought before detaching from the ceiling and firing another web line, yanking himself over the villain. Tombstone spun around at this, only for Izuku to land on a nearby wall and began firing globs of webbing. The villain readied himself for the attack, only to see the webs all miss. He muttered before glancing down. now seeing the chain was webbed to the floor. Seriously? He glanced back up at Izuku. You think that's gonna stop me? No, Izuku replied, but it'll make things easier for me. But just as those words left his mouth, Tombstone let go of the chain and charged, instantly running across the room. Spider sense screaming. Izuku leapt off the wall just as the villain threw a punch, the jab smashing the bricks the teen has just hopped off of. Izuku landed on the floor, rolling for a second before getting on his feet, gasping for a small breath. Danger! A fist came for Izuku as he spun around, the teen quickly ducking under it, only for a second punch to slam into his stomach. Blaff! Izuku yelped as the blow instantly knocked him off his feet, a tiny cracked noise sound coming out as he went flying across the room. And as Izuku's back hit the floor, the teen let out a cry of pain as he rolled into a motorcycle. He closed his eyes, clenching in pain as he let out a moan. The teen felt his body shaking, shivering at the sight now walking up to him. Tombstone let out a low yawn, only to turn and walk up to another table, this one having a bottle of whiskey. He grabbed it and began to drink, the liquid slightly falling out of his mouth. How disappointing. I was hoping for a good fight, Tombstone muttered as he wiped his mouth. He slammed the bottle down at this, spinning around to see Izuku now standing up, electricity surging through both his arms. Really? You can't beat me. He's right, Izuku thought as he stood there, his breathing heavy now. What do I do? I can't hurt him. I mean, he's strong, but there's got to be a way to stop him. And as that thought went through his head, a certain voice rang out in his head. A real hero is someone who never gives up. All Might is right. I can't give up, Izuku mentally said as the lightning around his arms continued to spark. He raised up his fists into a boxing-like position, taking a long deep breath as he did so. Oh, Tombstone remarked with a raised eyebrow. You're right. I can't beat you, Izuku responded before raising his voice, yelling as he rushed at the villain, but I'm gonna try anyways. TCH. Tombstone spat as he charged as well, thrusting a punch straight for Izuku's head. Spider sense screaming. The teen ducked under the blow before slamming an electrified jab into the villain's face. However, Tombstone didn't even flinch as he swung a second punch. Izuku backpedaled at this, dodging the attack before thrusting another venom punch into Tombstone's head, electricity surging all over the villain's body. But as this happened, Tombstone threw another punch, this one slamming Izuku's stomach. Blaff! Izuku yelped as the blow instantly knocked him off his feet, the teen flying across the room again. His back slammed into another motorcycle, the teen tumbling over it a second later. A moan of pain escaped his mouth at this, only to suck it in as he felt something slam into his stomach again. The feeling of something cracking surged through Izuku's body, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Tombstone was now standing over him, his foot firmly on Izuku's chest. How boring, Tombstone sighed as he cricked his knuckles. Guess you should have tried a different line of work. He then pulled back a fist, ready for it to slam right into Izuku's face. And as his spider sense roared out, the teen did the only thing he could do. He thrust his hands up ... and grabbed Tombstone's legs. The villain muttered, only for electricity to suddenly surge through his legs, the lightning zapping his body a second later. The man slightly flinched at this, only to let out a long sigh as electricity continued to surge through him. I told you, that doesn't work. Wham! Tombstone's fist slammed into Izuku's face, making the teen let out a cry of pain. The electricity cut at this, his hands slightly losing their grip on the villain's legs. Seeing this, the villain smirked as he pulled back for a finishing punch, Izuku's spider sense continuing to scream at him. The teen's eyes were barely open at this, now seeing the fist that was about to end his life for sure. No, was all he could think, his brain burning as his spider sense kept screaming. He couldn't even think properly in that last moment, and when the fist came, he closed his eyes and Thoom! Tombstone's fist came to a stop at this, the villain glancing up to see the regular door to the building now torn in half and encased in flames. And then the one who did this walked inside, the villain's eyes going slightly wide. Endeavor. The number 2 hero slowly came in, a look of burning fury on his face. Flames poured off the hero, the villain blinking at the sight, as if he wasn't sure if the hero was actually there ... or the whiskey was playing tricks on him. But after a few seconds, the villain refocused his eyes, confirming exactly what he was looking at. Ew, Endeavor growled as he stared at the two, his eyes mainly on Spider-Man, only to see that the vigilante wasn't moving. The sight made his eyes twitch for a second before glancing back up at the villain. I recognize you. Tombstone, is it? And for the first time that night, the villain smiled. You got that right. Didn't expect you to come into my joint. He slowly released his foot off of Spider-Man at this. Gotta say, I was getting bored with this bug anyways. Wasn't even a good workout. He cricked his knuckles again. Maybe you can give me that thrill. I don't give villains anything, Endeavor replied before pointing at Spider-Man. That vigilante is my target, but if you wish to interfere, I will take you down. Huh, Tombstone cackled. That bug ain't worth your time. I'll give you a much better fight then. Vanishing fist. Endeavor roared as he suddenly appeared right in front of the villain, a burning fist slamming into Tombstone's face. The blow knocked the man off his feet, the villain colliding with a motorcycle. He stumbled at this, not fully falling over as he got back onto his feet. Huh, I kind of felt that. Tombstone chuckled as he put a finger up to his lip and rubbed it. Nice. His eyes went back up to Endeavor, the villain cricking his neck before charging at the hero. Let's do this. Endeavor didn't speak as the villain rushed at him, the hero pulling back his fist in response. Flames consumed his form, only to thrust his other hand as Tombstone tried to punch him, the hero catching the villain's jab with his free hand before slamming another fist into Tombstone. Flames covered Tombstone as Endeavor let go of him at the moment of impact, fire consuming the villain before the flames flew out behind Tombstone. But despite this, Tombstone didn't fly back this time, instead thrusting another punch, Endeavor quickly sidestepping the attack before hitting him with another flaming punch. Urgh! Tombstone grunted as the fist smacked his face, only to lunge his hand up, grabbing the hero's fist. Endeavor felt him grip it, only to see Tombstone try to hit him again, Endeavor quickly catching his other hand. And as both were now locked, Endeavor's body exploded in flames, the sight making Tombstone laugh. Nice. Turn up the heat all you want. It won't do a thing to me. We'll see. Endeavor growled as the flames concentrated into his hands. Hell's curtain. Flames poured out of Endeavor's hands, the fire slamming into the villain as tried to stay standing as he got hit point blank. Tombstone kept his grip on Endeavor, the flames encasing his body as his jacket and pants started catching on fire. That all you got? 'Cause I'm gonna flashfire fist, Endeavor yelled as he twisted his hand from grabbing Tombstone's fist before thrusting the jab straight into the villain's stomach, the blow instantly knocking Tombstone off his feet. A resounding crash happened a second later as Tombstone's body flew across the room, his back slamming into a wall, a small crater appearing on it. Worthless villain, Endeavor spat as cricked his hands, feeling a bit of tension from Tombstone's grip. Heh. Tombstone chuckled as he pulled himself out of the wall. Been a while since I felt this much. He then glanced down and saw that the flames had hit the webbed-up chain, incinerating the web fluid as he walked up and grabbed it. Let's keep going. As he said that, Endeavor marched up to him, only to see Tombstone crack the chain, whipping it at the hero. But just as it came for him, Endeavor just reached out and snagged the chain, stopping it in one single motion. Ignited arrow. Endeavor roared as he thrust his other hand, flames shooting out and hitting the villain. Tombstone flinched at the flames, only to pull on the chain, yanking Endeavor slightly as he got closer to the villain. And as this happened, Izuku's eyes creaked open, his spider sense alerting him as a small bit of fire began to creep over to him. The teen felt a surge of pain cover his entire body at this, making him flinch before slowly raising up. Oh, he muttered before his eyes darted around, the pupils refocusing as he saw what was now happening. Endeavor. He then saw Endeavor slam another two fists into Tombstone's face, the villain trying to counter with a punch, only to get hit again. The sight made the teen tense up, only to feel pain surge through him again. And after another moment of just sitting there, he stood up as a single memory went through his head. It was what his mom had told him earlier. But don't go too far. If something goes wrong, call the heroes. Got it. Well, I didn't call the heroes, but I guess this works, Izuku mentally said to himself before flinching, putting one hand over his stomach. He then saw Endeavor counter Tombstone again, only for the villain to actually score a punch on the hero. The blow made Endeavor stumble back, only to thrust two palms into Tombstone's chest, flames bursting as it smacked Tombstone a few feet back. Endeavor's amazing. He's beating Tombstone with ease ... and I couldn't even hurt him. I really am weak. Izuku felt another surge of pain at this, making him almost flop over. I don't think I can do any more Spider-Manning tonight. The vigilante turned invisible a second later, spinning around and walking out the door Endeavor had broken down. And as he got outside, he saw a full group surrounding the whole building ... but none of them were staring at him. Whoa, thank goodness for this invisibility quirk that Spider gave me. He spun around and began to crawl up the building's outside wall, quickly getting onto the roof. The teen glanced around, seeing no one on the roof, and walked to the edge before firing a web line, soon invisibly swinging away. Vernon let out a long yawn as she stared at the building her boss had just went into a few minutes ago. She twiddled with her fiery hair after this, only for a man wrapped in bandages to walk up to him. Hey Vernon. Yeah, Kaido, she replied as she turned to the man. We caught a bunch of thugs trying to leave through the back of the building. Looks like Tombstone's gang was holed up in there. The girl raised an eyebrow. Huh, figures. Didn't Spider-Man fight those guys a while back? Kaido nodded at this. Yeah. He glanced back at the building. When do we go in? When the boss wants us to. I just hope the vigilante doesn't get away. He's been super angry about it recently. Kaido shrugged in response. It's not like it's any different with the boss. Don't let him hear you say that. Vernon chuckled, though I'll bet that Wham! The two turned to the sudden sound, only to see the building's garage door contort before flying off its hinges, the metal door slamming into the street as a few on the men surrounding the place scattered at the sight. A pillar of smoke covered the broken door as they glanced back at the building, seeing Endeavor walk out of the now open garage. Their eyes went back to the garage door one more time, now seeing a smoking, and quite naked due to all his clothes being burned off, knocked out Tombstone. Spider-Man has escaped. Endeavor roared, "Search this area now." The group hopped at the outburst, all quickly running around, trying to see where the vigilante had gone. But it was too late, for none had seen him leave. And as this happened, another figure was staring at the scene. They were just out of eyesight and on a rooftop. The individual was a bulky man wearing a brown jacket while looking through a pair of binoculars. He let out a sigh as he stared at the knocked-out Tombstone, soon putting away his binoculars and pulling out a cell phone. He's not gonna like hearing this, he grumbled as he tapped the screen a few times before putting it up to his ear. "Hey, it's me." Somewhere unknown, the sound of a small, almost silent click rang out as a certain man in a black and blue striped suit let out a sigh. The most notable feature was the top of his head, which was flat as a board despite his jet black hair covering it. His forehead was wide, a few tiny veins pulsing on it. His name is Hammerhead, which is a literal name, as his quirk was also called Hammerhead. It gave him the power of a steel-like head, one that could absorb blows with ease. He had a shot of bourbon in one hand while his other had a phone, the man taking a small sip before sighing again. He shook his head as he put the glass on a nearby counter, glancing up to see a man in a white suit with a purple rose on it while wearing a full-head purple mask. Only his eyes could be seen, the man staring straight ahead at Hammerhead. "Did the deal fall through?" the white-suited man asked while refilling the shot. "Yup, I just got informed," Hammerhead growled, rubbing his face a second later as he put his phone away. "The boss is gonna be really angry about this one." Tombstone was really good for business. Tombstone was always a loose cannon. The man responded as he finished making the shot, Hammerhead taking it and instantly drinking it down. "Yeah, idiot just bit off more than he could chew. I suppose this Spider-Man will be coming for us next." "No idea, but there's a good chance," Hammerhead grumbled as he rose up from his seat. "I gotta go talk to the boss." "Don't panic so much. He will be angry, but that is what happens when business goes wrong." "Whatever," Hammerhead hissed as he left the room, the white-suited man taking out another glass and began to fill it. After finishing the drink, he slowly lifted the mouth part of his mask as he took a deep breath. The tip of the glass touched his lips, slowly pouring it down his throat. A minute later, he put the glass down and closed his mask before pulling out a phone, seeing a small text had just come through him. The phone said one message: "The next prototype is ready. At least we have some good news." He then began typing a text back that said, "Understood. Name a time and we can meet." And as the masked man put the phone back into his pocket, another voice spoke up, "I'd say you have more than just some good news." He glanced up to see a certain female officer with long blonde hair tied in a ponytail. She was wearing a giant grin as she added, "I got what you wanted." "Excellent." The masked man chuckled before pulling out a small briefcase from under the bar, opening it to show a bunch of cash. "Thank you for your service. With this kind of pay, I would keep working for you till the cows come home." The woman laughed as she closed the briefcase and took it. The masked man laughed at this before saying, "Well, I do have another job for you. One that will take a bit longer and is much more dangerous, but the pay will be triple." "Oh," the woman leaned over on the bar, her grin widening. "Do tell." Izuku wasn't sure how he got back home. He wasn't sure how long it took, or what path he used, or even if he was invisible when he did it. All he knew was that he got away, and was now suddenly back at his home's roof. Fat and pain, tons of pain raging all over his body. Every muscle ached, vision blurry, and he just felt awful. As such, he wall crawled down to his room's window, opened it and fell onto his bed without even taking off a bit of his costume. Sleep instantly took him despite the pain, his body shutting down as he sunk headfirst into the mattress. A second later, his room's door was opened to reveal his mother, Inko sighing at the sight before going over and closing the window. After this, Himiko's head popped into the room, going wide-eyed as she saw the teen was laid out on his bed. "You're going to be the end of me, aren't you?" Inko muttered as she walked over and yanked Izuku's mask off before starting to take off his costume. Toga blushed at this before looking away and closing the door. She then put her ear to the door, listening to Inko's grumbles as she said, "I told you to not go in over your head, and what did you do? You didn't listen." The sound of something stretching came next, Inko commenting, "Thank goodness you have a healing factor with all these quirks." After this, it mainly went silent, a few minutes passing before Inko spoke up again. "You can come in now, Himiko." The girl slowly opened the door, now seeing Izuku had been flipped onto his back and bandages were all over his torso. The bottom half was covered by the bed covers, Inko now pulling them up on Izuku. Is he gonna be okay?" "He'll be fine." Inko sighed, shaking her head, "He just needs rest." Okay. Himeko fully walked into the room at this, sniffing the air for a second. I smell blood on him. He'll heal. Inko replied as she sat down on Izuku's desk chair, crossing her arms. But he's not going out as Spider-Man for a while. I see. Himeko added as she now stared at Inko, seeing the glare on her face. Are you angry? Inko turned to her, her glare disappearing as she shook her head again. No. Just, I'm still not used to. She gestured to Izuku. This? Oh, yeah. But at least with this, I can make him slow down for a few days. He keeps going in over his head. And he really needs to stop. Himeko put a finger to her chin at that. Is it that bad? Recently, yes, Inko replied. When he first started being Spider-Man, I asked him to take it as slow as possible. And he did. Until he just started fighting one crazy thing after another. Himeko giggled at this, seeing the tired expression on Inko's face before the mother stared back at her. Sorry. It's fine. Inko slightly chuckled, glancing back at Izuku. I just need to make sure he heals up. Well, he did say that Tombstone guy was his next big case. Maybe he found him and beat him. Himeko added as she sat down at the end of the bed. I guess so. Inko sighed again. Either way, I'm making sure he doesn't go out as Spider-Man for a few days. Himeko turned to her with a frown, her mind going over that idea. And as she watched Inko finish tending to her son, she spoke up. Do you think that's a good idea? Inko glanced back at her, seeing the frown on the girl's face. The expression alone told her everything as she looked back at her son. I don't know. Toga slowly asked next. You don't like him being a vigilante, do you? I have problems with it. Inko admitted while expelling a deep breath. I know he was born for it. He loves it. Himeko almost flinched at that, surprised the woman would just say that. That is, till Inko shook her head. I just wish he would slow down. Himeko felt her own frown growing before saying, I think he would if you just told him. I can't do that. Inko instantly responded, turning to Himeko again as she saw the girl's frown. The sight made her shake her head again. I know I can, but I won't get in the way of his dream. She glanced back at the sleeping teen. That ... is what a parent does. Himeko blinked at the statement, her mind going over the sentence before looking back at Izuku. Inko then patted her shoulder, gesturing for them to leave the room. And as they left, Himeko looked back at Izuku before closing the door. What a parent does, she thought before walking into the living room. In a certain apartment. Are you sure about this, Gentle? Asked Lebrava as she closed her laptop. You haven't tried a crime in some time. Her idol, Gentle Criminal, merely tugged at his vest before pinching his mustache. I am more than sure. In fact, I believe today shall be the day of the return of Gentle Criminal, he proclaimed before doing a small bow, the sight making Lebrava clap. Wonderful. That's my Gentle. Lebrava gushed before blinking as she added. Though ... is this because of what you made me make for the Tinkerer? Indeed. Gentle pulled out a small rectangle-shaped device. This should help us with our Spider-Man problem. After all, unlike the usual hero riffraff, he caused us quite a problem last time. Yeah, Lebrava admitted as she crossed her arms, and he keeps getting more and more popular online. I know, you showed me, Gentle replied, only to let out a laugh, but I will not be dismayed. I will have myself known in history, even if I have to fight the world. Lebrava's eyes turned into hearts. That's my Gentle. Gentle then snapped his fingers. Now, let us take our leave. We must first get a cup of tea as always. I do not think our endeavor today requires something exquisite, but we still must drink a tea of finer quality. Got it. Lebrava responded as she took out a small camera. I'm ready to see Gentle Criminal's next chapter in history. Aizawa was not happy. Granted, it was rare for him to be happy, but he definitely felt not happy today. He had spent all yesterday evening at the second feast location, where he blended in too well. When he went into that building and saw it was basically a giant homeless shelter, the staff instantly believed he had been living on the streets for years, and he felt he almost had to blow his cover just to get a word in. It didn't help that they were way too friendly, and he found out it was actually a respectable place where people were trying to get better ... and not a place secretly creating villain minions. Despite this, he spent a whole day gathering bits of info, only to get nothing. Nobody remotely Spider-Man's age showed up, which wasn't necessarily bad information, as it meant this could just be a dead end that he could confirm ... only to get a phone call a few hours later saying Spider-Man had found and fought Tombstone, and a rank villain, one that the police had been trying to find since he escaped months ago. A vigilante that, according to Nezu, is the age of his students, somehow found in a rank villain before the heroes. It was a headache and a half. It was cases like these that made the man question his existence as a teacher at UA. He still blames Nimiri for half of this ... and Yamada for the other half. Ugh, he muttered as he rolled up in his sleeping bag in the teacher's lounge. He had sent 13 to teach today's class, the hero gladly talking to the students about the ethics in doing rescues. And as Aizawa closed his eyes, eating a tiny gummy, the door of the lounge opened. His barely open eyes glanced over, only to see the trifecta of his misery, Nezu. "Good morning, Aizawa," the stoat exclaimed, giving him a small wave. There was a tiny mutter in response from Aizawa, making the principal chuckle before adding, "I suppose that is your way of saying you hit a dead end yesterday." Aizawa let out a long sigh. "Yeah, I had a feeling, especially considering what Naomasa told us." Nezu cackled as he walked over to one of the lounge's chairs and hopped onto it. He then somehow conjured a folder, opening it as he shined a giant grin. "I must say, our prey is utterly fascinating. To think Spider-Man would be able to find Tombstone and a rank villain. Are we really having this conversation here in the teacher's lounge?" Aizawa moaned. "Indeed we are. After all, I suspect you don't want to slug yourself over to my office." "That and I don't have much to add." Nezu flipped through a few pages. "I mainly just wanted to give you your next orders, which are, I want you to delay your investigation of the other feast location till tomorrow." Aizawa slightly raised an eyebrow at that. "Okay. Why? I suspect Spider-Man will not be appearing for a bit," Nezu remarked as he closed the folder. "Based on what I could gather, Spider-Man did not win his fight with Tombstone, and since he's a vigilante, he will not have superior medical help without it giving away who he is." Aizawa did a small hum at this. Good point. Even I wouldn't go all out every day like that. It's just illogical. I doubt that considering the complaints I get about you from Recovery Girl. Well, unlike most heroes, I actually do my job. Aizawa growled. "What do you want, Nezu?" "I'm sleepy. So depressing. You really need to have a more positive outlook," Nezu commented as he put the folder away, the file vanishing just like how it had appeared. "Either way, I suspect he will still try to go out in public, though under his civilian identity. That is why I want you to start investigating tomorrow." He chuckled at his own words. "I must say, I can't wait to meet this Spider-Man for real. A vigilante that can evade even my intellect." He shined his usual grin at him. "Aren't you curious?" "No," Aizawa mumbled before eating another gummy. "Leave me alone. I need a nap." Naomasa held in a breath as he parked his car in front of a row of apartments. His mind was slightly muddled, mainly due to just how much had been happening recently. He didn't want to admit it, but he really felt like he was becoming more like Aizawa ... and like All Might. Now that he thought about it, that man would work himself to death so easily. Even now, the detective felt bad for his friend. As for why Naomasa was tired, one was that Martin Lai had somehow escaped police custody. He didn't know how it was possible. But after examining the footage of Lai's room, a female officer no one on the force recognized just waltzed into his room multiple times over the past few days and just unlocked his cuffs and led him through the back of the station like it was nothing. Not only that, according to security footage, this officer appeared on the day Lai was arrested. She had never been there before. Must be some kind of special quirk, something that didn't add up. In other words, it was another headache. One that Aizawa would comment as illogical, and it meant that the enemy he was now facing was beyond crafty. To have the ability to just walk into a police station and get someone out with ease was a scary thought, only for it to be made real. However, that wasn't what he was doing today. The man glanced over to his almost empty passenger seat at this, which had a folder with a certain name on it, Himiko Toga. He had heard about this case, as it had been heavily publicized for a week after the girl had attacked her first victim. According to the report, she had attacked a boy with a box cutter and sucked his blood out with a straw ... and looked like she enjoyed every second of it. The news about the attack quickly circulated, mainly showing interviews with her parents, the couple saying the girl was always a demon, a monster, and she was destined to attack the boy at her school. It was honestly disgusting to the detective, as his instincts told him there was another side to the story. Though to be fair, that was just part of the detective training, to look at all sides of a situation. But that was all the case had. The girl known as Himiko Toga vanished after her first attack, and stayed missing for months. It was like she didn't exist after that moment, as if she transformed into something else. That fact alone made Naomasa skeptical. After all, the file said her quirk was a minor cat-like quirk, something that wouldn't be related to blood or the ability to suddenly evade the police and heroes. That meant the quirk file was wrong, just another issue in this case. However, that didn't really matter to Naomasa. He hadn't been assigned the case, and it was honestly forgotten soon after, as the parents never really demanded that the police find the girl. That should be another red flag, but the public had shown they only cared about demonizing her as a villain. And honestly, Naomasa viewed it the same way. She did a crime, and that's a fact. It wasn't a nice thought, but that was the work of the police. You do the case you're doing now, complete it, and move on to the next one. That is, till now. Now he cared, as Izuku Midoriya, someone he would have never guessed to even call him right now, would suddenly bring this case to him. apparently, and he made sure he had used his quirk while talking to her on the phone. Her son had accidentally run into Himiko Toga and had brought her home. Inko had helped her, and after she revealed who she was, Inko called Naomasa up, and there were no lies there. The very thought told Naomasa why he did this job. That there were people out there that would pick up the slack that the police and heroes sometimes didn't do, acts of kindness. As such, he took the folder and closed the car door. Releasing a breath, he walked up to the apartment, ringing the doorbell a second later. The sound of footsteps rang out, the front door opening up to reveal Izuku Midoriya. The woman shined a small smile at him. "Good morning, detective." "Morning. May I come in?" "Absolutely." She stepped aside, the detective doing a tiny bow before walking in. "Thank you for having me," he replied as he went in, his eyes instantly darting around. The front door went straight to the living room, which only had 3 doors, and the entrance to the kitchen. All the doors were closed, but his eyes soon switched to a different sight as he saw a certain blonde girl sitting on a couch. The girl flinched at the sight of him, fear in her eyes as he stared at her. He knew that expression. It was the one that suspects wore when that even if they were innocent, they had no idea how to react or what to say. In other words, it was when someone was going to lie to defend themselves, regardless if they were good or bad. And that meant this was going to take a while. Thank goodness Nezu had agreed to respond to the chief and the commission president. That was a headache he did not need. The detective sat down at a small table, Inko walking in with 3 cups of tea. She put them down on the table, the lady sitting to the side of the man. "Thank you for coming, detective." "It's no problem," he replied as he adjusted himself, keeping his eyes down at the teacup. He took it and put it up to his mouth, taking a sip as he closed his eyes. As he did this, Inko turned to Himiko and nodded to her, the girl tensing up, only to slowly walk over to the table, soon sitting across from the detective. And as he put the cup down, Naomasa opened his eyes to see the girl now sitting there. She was slightly shaking, her cat-like pupils quivering. That is, till Inko put a hand on her shoulder, Toga glancing over to her. The detective saw the kind smile on the lady's face, one that he was very impressed by. It wasn't forced or fake, but a true, kind and warm smile. And as this happened, Himiko seemed to calm down a bit before looking back at Naomasa. Seeing this, Naomasa took a second before speaking up. "Hello there. My name is Tsukachi Naomasa, and I am a detective. If you don't mind, I need to ask you a few questions." He reached into his briefcase he had placed beside the chair he was sitting in, pulling out a folder and placing it on the table. "You are Himiko Toga, is that correct?" The girl flinched at her name, only to slowly nod and say, "Yes, that's me." He glanced back at her, only to show a small smile. "I apologize. I don't mean to sound intimidating. I have a habit of being too informal at times, especially when it comes to scenarios like this." He saw the girl still squirm despite this, the detective taking another second. But as another moment passed, the girl glancing back at Inko, Himiko did a small nod. "Sorry, I'm okay." Naomasa showed another smile. "It's fine. I understand." He opened the folder, which showed a paper displaying a profile of the girl in front of her. It had a picture of Toga, though it was her last year's school photo. The rest was basic information, such as height, age, and quirk, which was registered as a minor cat-like quirk. The other papers were over the attacks she was known for, along with interviews with her parents and classmates. Toga's eyes darted over to the papers, both shrinking as she saw the pictures on it. The sight made her gulp, her vision slowly going back up to the detective only to see a look of calmness. Not hatred or fear, disgust or worry, only calm. The very sight confused her, making the girl's worries slightly go away. She watched as he put his hands together, showing a small smile as he said, "Now, let's begin. I apologize for being blunt, but I wish to ask you about the incident on these photos and your relationship to both the victim and your parents." Himiko opened her mouth at this, only for him to add, "And before you ask, the reason as to why I want to know about both relationships is because..." Naomasa let out a huff. "I was reviewing this information and I saw that nothing was from your perspective, and everything against you is negative. I am a firm believer of seeing multiple sides of a situation, even if others believe it is a waste of time or morally wrong. That, and I owe Mrs. Midoriya a favor." Inko giggled at this as Himiko closed her mouth, blinking at the man. Okay." Her eyes slightly glanced away at this. "Thank you." Naomasa shook his head. "No problem." He then pulled out a small recorder and clicked a button. "Now, shall we begin?" Himiko nodded, and with another gulp and Inko reaching over to grab one of her hands, the girl began. She told him all about the incident that put her all over the media. Next was about her parents, their hatred of her and trying to not make her use her quirk. Naomasa had his quirk on the entire time, making sure to not tell her, and he was horrified that it never once went off. The detective made sure to not show much emotion. But on the inside, he was disgusted. And as an hour passed, Inko refilled their drinks as Himiko said she didn't want to talk about it anymore. Naomasa was fine with that, turning off the recorder as he leaned back in the chair. The two sat in silence until Inko walked back in. both thanking her for the tea before taking a sip. After this, the detective pulled out his phone and placed it on the table. Seeing this, Inko spoke up. So ... what do you think? Can you help her? I think I can, Naomasa replied as he closed the folder filled with pictures. It's gonna be a lot of work. He glanced back up at the girl, seeing the sadness and fear on her face, the sight making him nod. But if it's to help her after hearing all that, it's worth it. No one deserves to go what you went through. Himiko went wide-eyed at that, tears about to appear as she responded, "Thank you." "No problem." Naomasa grabbed the recorder and put it in his pocket. "Now, let's discuss your living situation. You obviously can't stay on the run as you have been." Himiko flinched again at that, both Detective and Inko seeing that as he added, "But I suspect Midoriya here can help with that more than me. I'll need some legal help." Inko replied, "I don't mind her staying, but it's ultimately up to her." Himiko glanced over to Inko, seeing the warm smile on her face. "Well, what would you like?" I, she muttered out, only to shrink into her seat. "Why?" Naomasa tilted his head at that. "Why? Why ... why are you helping me?" She whispered out, "Didi, don't you think I'm a monster after hearing all that?" The two frowned at this, seeing that she still didn't believe anyone should help her. He felt his heart sink at that, Naomasa biting his lip before replying, "We'd never think that after we heard that story. And of course we'd help you. It's what we do." And Miko felt herself tear up again. Only for Inko to add, "He's right, dear. That's why we're asking you what you want." Himiko blinked at this, tears falling now. She had never been asked that before. As such, one thing entered her head as her eyes went up to Inko. Could I stay here?" Inko nodded back, "Of course." She giggled, only to cross her arms. "Though ... we'll have to figure out a few things." She shined a big grin at the girl, "But we'll figure it out." "TT, thank you so much." "Of course," Inko repeated before turning to Naomasa. "So, where do you think we should start?" "Good question," Naomasa replied while crossing his arms. He bit his lip as he began to say his next words. "We'll have to have her come down to the station." Toga went wide-eyed at this, flinching as well as Inko put a hand on her shoulder. The girl turned to the woman, Inko showing another warm smile. "Don't worry," Inko said as she kept showing her that smile. "But, she's right," Naomasa chimed in, Toga turning to him and seeing a calm smile on his face. "Don't worry, you aren't in trouble, just, there's a lot here. You'll be put on probation, as you do have a recorded assault, but as long as you don't have any more issues, we'll be able to fix your record." Really?" Naomasa nodded, "Absolutely. He took a second to form the correct words. "We'll need to get approval to have you stay here. We'll also probably need to set up some therapy as well and ... we'll need to start a court case. And I know just the person." He then took out his phone and tapped it a few times before putting it up to his ear, waiting a few seconds before responding. "Hey Murdoch, it's me. I got a case for you. Somewhere unknown." "Filthy," spat a pale, slightly darkish brown-haired man as he walked into the room. He was wearing a long black beak over his mouth, his eyes showing a dead-looking stare. Following him was a man also wearing a beak-like mask. This one covering his full face and was wearing a black cape along with a bowler hat. To his right was a third masked man, this one wearing a beak mask with a gold lining on it and goggles, along with a white coat over most of his body. "You shouldn't insult the living place of your future partners," replied a certain white-suited man wearing a purple mask standing behind a bar, the man taking out 2 bottles, drink. The first beak-masked man glanced around, growling before walking up to the bar and sitting down, his 2 companions soon sitting beside him. "Don't insult me. I'm not. I am merely saying an observation." The purple-masked man responded, "Drink." The first man waved his hand, "No." The one beak with a gold lining took off his mask at this, showing white hair and pointed eyebrows as he said, "Gimme a scotch." "Understood." The purple-masked man replied as he spun around and took another bottle off a rack before beginning to pour a shot. As he gave it to him, he glanced over to other that was wearing a bowler. "And you? Do you have bourbon?" "I do." He took another bottle off the rack and soon began to pour another shot. And as the bowler hat man took off his mask to take the drink, the purple-masked man glanced back to the first beaked man. "Now, shall we begin? And what should I call you during this meeting?" "Just call me Chisaki." The beaked man growled back. "And you too." They didn't respond, Chisaki waving his hand instead. "Don't worry about them. Let's just do this so I can leave this filthy place." "Very well." The purple-masked man responded, slightly shaking his head. "So, you said that the prototype is ready, correct?" "I suspect it is since you tried to sell it to Tombstone." Chisaki's eyes twitched at that, the man behind the bar almost chuckling at the reaction. "You shouldn't get angry. Tombstone worked for us until circumstances changed." "I know," Chisaki hissed, his fingers tensing up. "That's why you want to deal with us now." "Indeed," the purple mask replied. "So, shall we begin?" He reached back behind the bar and yanked up a briefcase. He opened it and showed it was full of money. "As you can see, this is what we're offering for your experiments, and we'll offer more depending on how negotiations work out." Chisaki glared at the money, hiding a look of disgust behind his mask. He wanted to say disgusting, but he refrained as he said, yes. He snapped his fingers, the bowler hat wearer pulling up another briefcase, which he opened to show a set of bullets. These are the prototypes. The purple mask commented as he reached over and took one of the bullets in his fingers, twiddling with it. Interesting. How potent are they? 6 hours. I see. The boss will be pleased. He put the bullet back in the case. Now, let's talk business. Sansa Tamakawa had seen a lot of things on the job as a police officer, but this was definitely one of the more stranger ones. He had never really looked into the Himiko Toga case, as he wasn't assigned to it, just like Naomasa. However, the cat-headed man was now watching Naomasa escort the girl into the building, along with a green-haired woman. He helped Naomasa get an interrogation room, the three entering in as Naomasa told him to wait for Murdoch. Sansa had met Murdoch several times. An ex-hero turned lawyer, he was infamous for his literal blind brand of justice, and the officers of the department had great respect for the man. A minute later, the blind man walked in, Sansa walking up to him and guiding him to the interrogation room before both went into the room. And as they walked inside, Inko and Toga glanced up at the lawyer, both surprised to the sunglasses-wearing man. They then saw his walking stick as he stumbled around the table in the room and sat down beside Naomasa. Toga and Inko blinking at the sight. Naomasa turned to the man. Hello, Murdoch. Naomasa, he replied before turning to the others. Is this the one? She is, Naomasa replied as the duo just stared at the blind man, only for the detective to pull out his recorder from earlier. As he did this, Murdoch nodded to Inko and Toga. Hello, my name is Matt Murdoch, and I'm a lawyer. And yes, before you ask, I am blind. The two girls tensed at this, the man chuckling at their reactions. Don't worry about that part, Naomasa added. Being blind means nothing to Murdoch here. He's one of the best lawyers around. If there's someone that can make a case against our parents, it's him. I see, Inko replied, only to flinch at her own words. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. No offense taken, Murdoch replied before turning to Naomasa. So, what's the case here? I looked up Miss Toga here. He turned to the girl. My apologies, may I call you that? Sure, she responded while doing a small nod. Right. Murdoch glanced back at Naomasa. I looked up what I could about Miss Toga, and I will admit the case is lacking in information. Everything I found was more emotion than fact. I will agree with that. Naomasa grit his teeth at this before glancing up at Sansa, giving him a gesture that said either stay and get involved in the case, or leave. The cat man responded with a nod and stood still, showing he was gonna help. After that, Naomasa put his finger over the play button. We'll start with this. One group session of listening to a recorded interrogation that happened earlier in the chapter later. It was always hard to tell what expression Sansa was showing on his face due to his animal-like features, but not today. After hearing the hour-long interrogation between Naomasa and Toga, his face showed a combination of horror and disgust. Despite what his job is, he always found that somewhere, somehow, he could always find a new low in terms of humanity. He couldn't believe how cruel those parents could be to this girl. Murdoch was the same, though showing less emotion on his face with the exception of a frown. This was mainly because he just didn't show emotion most of the time, his blindness covering up a lot of his expressions. But his heart sank as he heard the girl's story. As such, he closed his eyes for a bit before sighing. And when he reopened them, he stared at Toga as he asked, was all that true? The girl stared back at him, seeing the frown on his face. She could fully see it despite his mostly emotionless look. He was pitying her. He felt sorry for her ... but there was also the face of one who wanted to help, something she had seen a lot recently. As such, she did a small nod. Yes. He stared at her for a second longer before nodding. Okay, I'll take your case. Seeing this, Naomasa turned to Toga and said, if you're wondering, Murdoch's quirk here can be used to work like mine. It's not lie detection, but rather ... he can read people in a way. If he says that he'll take your case though, you're in good hands. Murdoch shook his head. I wouldn't say that, but I believe that this case is definitely worth going into. And as he said that, Toga felt tears appear in her eyes, Inko doing the same as she put a hand on the girl's shoulder. She turned to the woman at this, seeing the calm smile on her face, and for the first time since being led into the station, the girl also began to smile. Meanwhile, I must say La Brava, today was a resounding success, Gentle declared as hopped over a few buildings with his quirk, La Brava right beside him. His partner giggled at this before glancing down at the camera in her hand. I know, Gentle. We got so much footage today. They then landed on a rooftop with a small boing, the two soon walking over to a door on the rooftop and entering. The duo quickly went down some stairs and into an apartment, smiles on both their faces. But as they walked in, Gentle's smile vanished as La Brava walked in at a leisurely pace and said, Say Gentle, I was thinking that this next video should. Her words came to a stop as she felt the man grab her shoulder, the girl soon looking up to see a serious expression on his face. That alone made her go silent as he whispered, We're not alone. He then reached back and pushed the apartment front door, shutting it as he glared into his living space. Who's there? "Ihahaha," exclaimed a voice, one that made La Brava go wide-eyed, only for her expression to also change into a glare once she recognized the voice. A second later, a puff of smoke appeared in the middle of the apartment, revealing a certain fishbowl-headed man. "You always know when I'm in the room, don't you, gentle criminal? As always, I, Mysterio, the master of arcane arts, am impressed." Beck, Gentle growled as he gestured to La Brava, his partner nodding before stepping behind him. "What do you want?" The villain grumbled, a full piercing glare on his face. Mysterio waved his hand at this. Now, I'm not here to pick a fight or go over our past interactions. After all, I am here with a proposal. "I highly doubt that," Gentle replied. "I'm no fool, Beck. I know exactly what kind of person you are." He pointed at the illusionist. "You are just a thief. You have no respect for the arts or performance." "What? I am not just a," Mysterio yelled, stomping a foot before stopping himself. He let out a small growl. "Grrr. If I didn't have to do this, I'd leave, Beck. I have no need for your trickery." Mysterio clenched his hands at this, balling them into fists before taking a deep breath. Releasing it a second later, he pointed at Gentle. "At least hear me out. I have a proposal that I believe will benefit us both." Gentle just glared at him, a deadpan expression now appearing on his face, only to let out a long sigh. "Fine. I know this is the only way to make you leave." He crossed his arms. "What do you want?" "Simple," Mysterio exclaimed with a cackle. "I propose a team up against a certain enemy I know you also faced, one that made you have to go into hiding for a bit." Gentle and La Brava both raised an eyebrow at this, only for Mysterio to add, "For you see, I have concocted my greatest performance yet. I call it the death of the Spider-Man." Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.